Now, there were only 3 stages left. First is the white flames from the combination of purple flames, eternal flame, and blaze. Since he had used that so many times over these 2 years, he could make it naturally as if it was breathing. Next was dragonic blood. The violet power belonging to Ymir, who was connecting to Yoo IlHan, the origin of dragons transferred over to him and boiled. However, Yoo IlHan left that alone for the moment. What he was trying to enhance was not blaze. With just that, he could not defeat that angel. Fine. Go, IlHan. If it comes down to it, I will. Your turn will not arrive. Just tell me if there's any weakness on him. The body of angels are based on the race they were prior to becoming an angel. If he's an ordinary angel, then his brain and heart will be the weak points like all others. Good, then. However, Liera's words hadn't ended yet. However, fallen angels are slightly different. They are those that have completely pulled out the angel's wings, and pulled out a new pair of black ones. So, any fallen angel has an unerasable scar on their backs. You should know if I say this much, right? In fact, this information is also classified. It's more than enough, replied Yoo IlHan before placing even Liera on Aegis. Then, he turned around and unfolded Ruin Calling without hesitation, and shot a shockwave at maximum power to deploy 6 consecutive leaps to shoot forward. So higher existence weren't called that for nothing. The moment Yoo IlHan neared him, the fallen angel seemed to sense a ripple in mana. However, Yoo IlHan's concealment wouldn't be detected with just that. Phew. I can do it. The moment the tip of the spear flashed while aiming for his neck, Yoo IlHan poured the power of the dragonic blood into the essence of his 1,000 years of training, the spear of untraceable trajectory. Phew. Kurg. The moment he was attacked, he recognized Yoo IlHan's presence, and the moment the conditions to activate his own powers were fulfilled, he cast the strongest shield magic and recovery magic right in there. It was an overwhelming control over mana only possible to higher existences. Cool. This is absurd. How dare a lower existence? You've made a big mistake. However, Yoo IlHan, who had stacked 4 Aegis shields on his front immediately after his attack, was only laughing while seeing him use magic. No matter how much magic he tried to use, it only made his body worse, and did not do much. Kurg, why does the recovery? My wings. So that part becomes like that. Wow, looks painful. Yes. Everything was too late. When Yoo IlHan struck out with his spear with all his power and speed once, 2 strikes on the neck, 2 strikes on the head, 2 strikes on the heart, and finally, 2 strikes on the shoulder blades for a total of 8 strikes was dealt. Normally, the limit of untraceable trajectory was 5 strikes, but the dragon blood raised his martial art to a higher level momentarily. This is... How did a lower existence? You bitch of an angel. The fallen angel, who was inflicted with an irreversible life-threatening damage, kept vomiting black blood as he shouted. With both the shoulder blades and heart done for, the magic organ was tangling his internal energy and making them berserk. Precisely because he once had the power of an angel, the damage was enlarged when the magic organ was crippled. A mere lower existence. I'm a higher. Quawak. Hearing the resentful words of the fallen angel, Liera made a nonchalant smile as she spoke. I can't hear you 'cause you're a weakling who gets done in by a 3rd class. Phew, hey, your words do splash damage on me, so please hold it. Yoo IlHan, who had poured all of his power in his body in order to deal a strike that would pierce the overwhelming defenses of a higher existence, finally regained his strength to move his body, and replied grudgingly to Liera as he put his spear away. Despite the fact that the fallen angel had no protective armor, he had such a hard physical body that the tip of the 8-tailed dragon spear, which wasn't damaged in any way until now, had completely been remolded. He was renewed of his awareness of higher existences. He was confident that he had become a lot stronger, but as he had expected, an upfront 1 versus 1 was impossible. He thought that it was truly good to not have gone against the dungeon boss. But after all that was said and done, he won. In whatever case, Yoo IlHan was the victor here. You. It's already too late. The Earth. Hey. Don't drop out the important keywords and speak clearly if you're going to do that at all. It's always because you speak such obvious lines that you die as an extra like this, get it? You must not make IlHan your enemy. You see that, right? His mental attacks are stronger than his physical attacks. Yeah. Ugh, kaak. The fallen angel was literally resentful to death thanks to Yoo IlHan's final attack. Yoo IlHan put the body of the fallen angel into his inventory and cheered. Oh yeah. He must be the only guy that cheers not because he won against a 5th class, but because he acquired the body. Wow, he really killed a higher existence. Yoo IlHan cheered, and Liara was relieved and absurd simultaneously, and Na Yuna was flabbergasted due to the unbelievable achievement, when the Akashic record appeared on his eyes and revealed the rewards of this achievement. You have earned experience. You have earned the record of LV307 Miral. The skill, Spear of Untraceable Trajectory, has become level 85. You have mastered the skill, Superhuman Strength. It is possible to fuse evolve when the skill evolution criteria are fulfilled. The skill, Dragonic Blood, has become level 70. You have acquired the title, Untouchable. All abilities increase by 20% when facing against a higher leagued enemy, and you are able to avoid an attack that can kill you in one strike. You have become level 199. 5 strength, 3 agility, 3 health, for magic increases. You cannot become level 200 prior to acquiring 4th class. All records acquired before the class will be calculated after the class is acquired. With the achievements and records you have acquired until now as the basis, the path you can walk shows itself. Select a class. A befitting trial will be bestowed upon you. 1. Spear Master. 2. Burning Lord. 3. Little Giant. 4. Hellbringer. Yoo IlHan had realized that higher existences were a very good source of experience. Author's notes. No matter how strong the enemies are, with a single strike of a bamboo spear. Finally, 4th class mission. What will IlHan choose? Translator's notes. 5 SCR, 3 Agi, 3 horsepower, for mag equals 15 stats equals 3 level ups. Also, killing higher existence does not give him a quantifiable EXP, as seen in this chapter. That's not a typo. Hey guys. It's been forever. And I clearly remember saying that I won't do sponsors, but at this rate, I'm going to have a $1,000 debt by the time I finish this semester, 20 days from now. So I guess I'm gonna have to do them. Here's 3 today, 1 regular plus 2 sponsor, and there's still $180 in the queue. Phew. And no. I'm not going to release 20 chapters per week from now. That schedule will kill me. Anyway, enjoy your read. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, The Path I Walk, 3. In a world they didn't even know the name of, Yoo IlHan, Na Yuna as well as Liara embraced the feeling of doing something that they shouldn't have done, as well as a sense of accomplishment. So you did it. I should have known since the time you were killing 4th class dragons before 3rd class. Wow, I still can't believe it. Mr. IlHan was like this and shot out once, but so many things happened. However, that once contained Yoo IlHan's everything. To speak of it, it was an attack with the weight and frustration of his 1,000 years of life. This could be said to be suited to Yoo IlHan with the title One Hit for Me, One Hit for You. But Liara, why is there no number on the experience? Higher existences are all unique beings of their own, and have an enormous amount of records, so the Akashic record cannot numerically evaluate that. If you kill more higher existences in the future, the amount of experience and record you will acquire will differ according to the affinity with their records you have. Higher existences perhaps worked in a different system altogether. Yoo IlHan once again realized that he had done something amazing. The title he just acquired, Untouchable, was also an evidence to this. He had not acquired such a title despite how many lower existences he had killed, but a single higher existence gave him such an absurd title. Well, of course, this will only take effect against those with a higher league than him, in other words, a higher class than him, but that was good in any case. In the future, he would be able to decrease the number of higher existences more easily. The fallen angel that fell in vain against his all-out charge was probably an expert that had shook his world. Thinking about that, Yoo IlHan felt even better. It would be good if I absorb his records fully and use it. Yoo, I don't even know what will happen in the future. How long has it been since a lower existence killed a higher one? Perhaps you just may. Liara licked her lips as if she wanted to say something, but didn't do so. It's nothing. Since you killed a higher existence, you must be at the limit of third class, right? Yup, level 199 in class options listed. Hying, at least run where I can see you. How on earth am I gonna catch up? Why do you want to catch up anyway? Sheesh, do you really have to make me say it again? Nayuna blushed slightly, but still tried to say something while licking her lips. However, feeling something wrong, Yoo IlHan immediately covered her mouth with his hands. Asterisk the star dot. Don't lick. In the first place, the reason why Yoo IlHan was wary against this woman was because she was sweet to no end. So he didn't believe her even more, nor did he take interest. Perhaps there was an objective side to her, but the reason Yoo IlHan ignored Nayuna was not because she was bad or anything, but due to her twisted personality. However, now that some time had passed, the sweetness she gave him had completely changed. She changed once, when she was abducted to an abandoned world with Kong Mirai and Ymir, and changed once again once she met Yoo IlHan again after he spent 2 years stuck in the dungeon. It was a more fatal, but despite that, truthful and comfortable sweetness. Her changed self played a role in this, but Yoo IlHan learning to accept other people's goodwill was also a major factor. Yoo IlHan instinctively guarded himself against this. He was not used to receiving others' affection yet. He was afraid that he would make a mistake, so he chose to not face any of them. This was put all grandly, but in the end, he was running away. So cute. Shut up. Yoo IlHan replied to Liara, who seemed to have read his mind, and took his hand off Nayuna's lips. Nayuna glanced at Yoo IlHan, but didn't say anything. Unbelievably, she was a woman who knew when to back off. And so? How many options do you have? 4. There are still so many even though it's the 4th class gateway. You really are amazing. Spear Master, Burning Lord, Little Giant, Hellbringer. 2 sounded self-explanatory, and the other 2, he had no clue at all. Spear Master should be about the extremes of the spear, and Little Giant is probably related to superhuman strength or leap. Those 2 sound insanely strong. Although they are not unique classes, the title Master is not used lightly. Moreover, the word giant is also extraordinary for a human. It is highly probable that it has a relation to the higher version of the superhuman strength skill. So you won't fail even if you choose either of them. However, Liara said with a smile, you should know already, but one always acquired something bigger after walking through a more difficult path. Yes, so it all comes down to this again. Considering the suffering he had been through during his 3rd class acquirement, perhaps it was alright to take a step back, but thinking about how he acquired an extreme ability like Blaze, he thought that this was the obvious choice. I can't help it. He looked at the remaining 2 classes. First, Burning Lord. Interpreting, this meant a flaming monarch or something similar. It shouldn't be some suicide bomber that burns everything including himself, but perhaps it was related to Yoo IlHan's ability in flame control. With this, perhaps he could make his subordinates stronger and make the strongest army. And precisely because of that. It's not my type. Yeah, it isn't suited to you. With that, there was only one option left. That was obvious. This was the one out of the four that looked like it succeeded the Death God category class, Hellbringer. Not stopping with bringing enemies to hell, this would bring hell upon the enemies. The class acquirement condition should be hell too, right? Perhaps it might require you to kill a higher existence. Ha! I thought that was obvious. You've become stronger, IlHan. Yoo IlHan had walked a thorny path from the moment he was dropped alone on Earth 1,000 years ago. However, he chose the thorny path confidently, and without hesitation, yet again. Once his path was decided, he had to walk to the end even if thorns were stuck on his foot, and he bled. Never had Yoo IlHan retreat. But, the text that filled his eyes the moment he chose Hellbringer, made him think that perhaps he didn't choose a thorny path this time, but a path of white-hot iron. You have splendidly harmonized the ability as a death god, and the ability to wield flames. Now, you possess the ability to not only use the flames of hell, but to bestow hell upon the land. However, that is not the end. You must prove yourself worthy. You have to fulfill the following qualifications in order for the class to ascend. Mastering the skill, Death God 0 to 1. Mastering the skill, Blaze 0 to 1. Mastering the skill, Soul Enchant 0/1. Mastering the skill, Death Collector 0 to 1. Mastering the skill, Transcendent Regeneration 0 to 1. Mastering the skill, Extreme Poison Resistance 0 to 1. Mastering the skill, Higher Curse Resistance 0 to 1. Blessing of the Goddess of Fire 0 of 1. Killing 4th classes 0/1000. Killing 5th class 0 to 1. 4th class Magic Stone 19, 443/100. 5th class Magic Stone 0 to 1. Liara. Yoo IlHan read down the list that made him breathless, and quietly asked Liara. As expected of the one that received the class mission of Hellbringer, his voice seemed to be boiling in hellfire as well. Did you also have such bullshit requirements when you got your 4th class? Nope. There were no such absurd requirements like, must be blessed by a god, even when I became a higher existence. Yes, Yoo IlHan also thought that was the case. He thought that perhaps only he had more difficult class missions compared to others. But with this, he was sure now. The 1,000 years Yoo IlHan had piled up was taking real effect now. To the point that the Akashic record was giving him such an insane mission. Hey! I'm about to fall in hell when I was supposed to call one. Oh who? Now Yuna thought that it was a cool joke, and clapped, but he was in no mood to joke around. He stared at her and she became quiet. Just what the hell is it going to do with all those mastered skills? I don't see any unity in any of those. Won't a fusion skill that combines all of them pop out? Fusion evolution increases exponentially in difficulty the more skills are needed as an ingredients. So thinking about that, it's quite a profit. No, sorry. Liara, who thought that this was still too much despite being a fusion skill, apologized. Yoo IlHan sighed, and slowly went over the requirements again. Perhaps the suffering of Yoo IlHan's past 2 years was seeing light. He thought that he could somehow do something about the skills. The biggest problem was the Death God skill and Blaze skill that were still under level 90, but if he focused exclusively on them, it won't take that much time. 4th classes were no problem either. Would he fear a mere 4th class when he had just killed a 5th one, despite the fact that he had to make all sorts of preparation to do so? Just that, the number was a problem, but that could be solved with Yoo IlHan opening the Hell Dungeon again. The problem was everything other than that. Killing a 5th class and a 5th class magic stone. Considering the actual probability of a magic stone appearing. Liera, do angels have magic stones too? Asked, Liera explained in a bright voice despite the fact that this applied on her as well. I told you about how humans don't have magic stones, right? That's the same with other races that are considered intelligent species such as elves. However, it becomes a different story once you escape the shell of a lower existence and become a higher one. One's magic organ is completely transformed at that time. In other words, angels usually have a magic stone in the brain or the heart. Fallen angels are the same. Of course, the probability of them actually having a magic stone is quite low. Good, Miss Yuna, close your eyes or turn your head away. Yes. Checking that Yuna had indeed turned her head away, Yoo IlHan took out the body of the fallen angel in his inventory, and cracked open the head with the 8-tailed dragon spear without hesitation. However, amazingly, a half-translucent gem-emitting violet light had popped out. The moment Yoo IlHan was charmed by the strange gem that was strange, but still had a mysterious attractiveness to it, some text appeared on his retina. 5th class magic stone 1/1. Whoa! Shouted Yoo IlHan in shock. There's no way my luck is so good. It make me sad too, so please stop that. He was thinking about how long he had to take in order to acquire a 5th class magic stone, but now that an actual one appeared in front of his face, his thoughts derailed. Ugh, since it came to this, should I use it to make a weapon first? I think I'll be able to fight against higher existences more easily that way. No good of a weapon will replace your class change. It's not like 5th class magic stones or pebbles on the ground, so keep it without using it. Yes, ma'am. With one of his worries gone, there was only one thing he was worried about now, the blessing of the goddess of fire. The others, at least there was some guide to what he had to do, but he only knew that he would acquire the blessing once he attained one more achievement, but did not know what that was. Since he had acquired the blessing of the god of smithing without knowing what fulfilled the criteria, this time won't be that much different. In other words, there was no promise. In any case, this will become a long fight. I think I can slightly understand what kind of path you have taken until now. On the other hand, Yuna, who had witnessed Yoo IlHan killing a higher existence, and also heard of Yoo IlHan's class change criteria, became solemn. It was as if Yoo IlHan was no human on the same line as her, but some kind of godlike being whom she had to look up to, and she felt a sense of fear as well. She felt such things before, at the moment he finished off the Orochi. That was the first time Yuna felt an impulse when she only had the slightest bit of interest in goodwill before. She wanted to become closer to the existence known as Yoo IlHan, who felt so distant, and thought that she indeed shortened the gap. She was joyful at the reaction he gave her after all this time, and also found happiness in a friendship that was different from Kong Mirai or Kong Hajin. However, he had widened the gap once again today. She wasn't feeling good about it. Suddenly, Yuna clung onto Yoo IlHan's arm. Her desperate expression, which was unlike her, was quite funny. What is it? Don't go anywhere. Hong, even if you cling onto him like that, IlHan will come to this side soon. I'm not even 4th class yet. When would I become a higher existence? He replied to Liera with a laugh, and spoke to Yuna, who had a serious expression, with also a serious reply of his own. I already promised Mir. I'm not going anywhere, so hear me out a little here. Want me to kiss you? Help me kill the fallen angels before news spread that one of them died, whether it's to the army of brilliant light, or the destruction demon army. It will be possible with Miss Yuna's buff. Yuna's expression turned stiff due to the completely unexpected development. However, Yoo IlHan never cared about the mood of others, and asked her once again. We'll be able to find them if we try erasing all those magic formations scattered in other worlds. Miss Yuna only needs to buff me. They can't touch a single hair on you anyway, so you don't have to worry about dying. Instead, We need to move faster right now. Okay. Yuna ended up nodding her head. Nothing much had changed. They just got one more thing to do in their expedition to other worlds, but although it was frightening, she only needed to stay hidden after buffing him. Perhaps, there was no need to meet another higher existence at all. So it was fine, she thought so anyway. Thank you. Okay. She thought about how countless people on Earth as well as Brea couldn't refuse her words said with a smile, and could finally think in the listener's shoes. Besides her, Liara quietly whispered. It's always the one to fall in love first, that loses. Author's notes. Fourth class is very hard. Yoo IlHan is not afraid of anything in the world right now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, The Path I Walk, 4. Yoo IlHan and Yuna, who ended up killing a higher existence while trying to kill their schemes, immediately left for another world after minimum preparation on Earth. They just left a single note on the mansion. The news of the death of a fallen angel would probably reach their main HQ soon. At that time, they will shrink back in fear, and their scope of action would drastically decrease. Not only that, they would refrain from showing themselves on Earth and any other worlds connected to it. Yoo IlHan's actions were actually so drastically effective. The reason he tried to kill a fallen angel was due to that as well, but now that he knew that not only were they a good source of experience, he had acquired the body and the magic stone, so he ended up thinking that he couldn't miss them while they were still in the dark. What made his actions more confident was the title Untouchable that he had just acquired. Those with higher league than him, in other words, against all fourth-class beings or higher, his abilities would increase by 20%, so there was nothing to hesitate on now. Usually, one would rejoice that it became easier to hunt fourth class, and not think about killing higher existences with it. You should know that IlHan isn't considered ordinary anymore. Naturally, those higher existences didn't just go to any world. The reason Yoo IlHan could meet a fallen angel was also because information was passed over to them through a traitor angel. He didn't know what they were planning to do by coming in contact with him, but that guy was definitely waiting for Yoo IlHan. What were they trying to do? Check his level of power? Tell him something? Scheme? Warn him? In any case, he couldn't care less. Yoo IlHan only wanted to beat them all up. The time Yoo IlHan met the second fallen angel was after they had been to 4 more worlds. Found 1. I can't see. If they could be found by you, they wouldn't be higher existences. The fallen angel didn't seem to be notified of his colleague's death, and in fact, wouldn't even believe even if he was told, and was waiting for Yoo IlHan around the gate, but as soon as Yoo IlHan noticed him, he didn't go destroy the magic formation, but hunt around 100 monsters before ambushing him. I definitely felt some, Kurg. You are already dead. Critical hit. 9 simultaneous hits ended with several criticals. They were the messages Yoo IlHan liked the most. Cag. How can this? Hey. Stop there. Your friend already used that line before, but it was an opponent he could kill with a single strike even without any critical hits, but there were critical hits stacked on top as well, so what would have happened? The area around the heart was completely perforated, and the shoulder blades were likewise shattered to pieces. You noticed me. You were just weak. He tried to kill Yoo IlHan with the final bits of his power, but there was no way Yoo IlHan would have attacked in the first place if he thought that he may be counterattacked and die. Kurg, you bastard. Leave the rest to me. I'll send others for you to meet up on the way. Before that, I'll kill. His attack affected himself precisely and fatally and twisted all the mana. Even if higher existences had the power to overturn the skies and move the earth, they were useless once their magic organ was destroyed. No matter how much he tried to gather power to the leaking body, it only leaked out as black aura. However, you're late. You're too late. Just as Yoo IlHan was about to deal the final strike, the fallen angel said a line which made him really bothered. The contents were similar to the time when the first one died, but it had much more content, and had a desperate nuance to it. Even while knowing that nothing would come from asking a dying enemy, he ended up asking, "Just what is to?" Kurg. Just as he was about to reply, he died with a final vomiting of pitch-black blood. However, despite the fact that he had a successful hunt, Yoo IlHan's expression was not that bright. You have earned experience. The skill, Spear of Untraceable Trajectory, has become level 86. The skill, Death God, has become level 90. Killing 5th class 1-1. Shit, I got done in. Collecting the body, Yoo IlHan muttered in a frustrated voice. This one had quite the ability to throw baits unlike the first one. I'm surprised. I'm more surprised about your reaction. From the fact that it made me unable to prepare anything even while giving me concrete information, I can give about 79 points. Since Yoo IlHan's expression was so stern as he said that, Na Yuna wanted to ask where the 21 points were deducted, but decided to hold it. Yoo IlHan only licked his lips after checking that there was no magic stone after he cracked open the brain and the heart. So my luck isn't that good after all, eh? I wanted to evolve language skill too. You must be the only 3rd class who needs so many 5th class magic stones. Well, then. Let's quickly go over to another world. They will probably notice soon, so it will be a fight for time from now. Ah, we need to destroy the magic formation though. To think he made that woman make a comeback. IlHan sure is amazing. Yoo IlHan and Na Yuna took 25 minutes to enter a world and destroy a magic formation, then clean up, thanks to the combination of ruin calling and leap. The fastest time people took before he came back to Earth was 4 days, so by simple calculations, he was 180 times faster. However, this was an average of 25 minutes we were talking about, so there was no meaning to comparisons. His speed was so overwhelming that it made others wonder what they did for the past 2 years. Even while flying at insane speeds in Yoo IlHan's arms, Na Yuna created a shield with all her power and asked, "How did you make such an artifact? Flying that fast must require insane amounts of mana, but you don't look like you're consuming much. It's inefficient to consume mana when you're just flying. Instead, this requires ability on the user. Mastering physical combat and leap would do, I guess." Heh, so that's it. Na Yuna decided to ask no further. Of course it was like this. Using an artifact that has tremendous efficiency and little mana consumption would require like 2 mastered skill at the basics. Even though she hadn't mastered a single skill in the 10 years she was away from Earth. Of course, it was also thanks to her innately acquiring higher class skills, which were very difficult to train in, but even considering that, Yoo IlHan's state was abnormal. No matter how strong or capable a person was, it should be impossible to break through the limits of time, right? Her eyes looking at Yoo IlHan narrowed slightly. You still have something you didn't tell me, don't you? I have nothing to tell you though. Aren't you tight-guarded? That's my IlHan. He's not yours, Ajuma. Ajuma means old lady, equivalent of Obasan of JP. Yoo IlHan was nervous about when the army of brilliant light would notice that he had killed 2 higher existences, but in fact, even after he had cleared the 10th world, it had only been 4 hours since he killed the first one. The fallen angels belonging to the army of brilliant light only met at periodic meetings, which wasn't held once in just 1 or 2 days. As every member was a higher existences, they judged that most things would be solved by their independent actions. Just who in their right mind would predict that one of them was killed by a lower existence in an ambush in a lower world? It wasn't that the army of brilliant light was lax, but that Yoo IlHan's refinement in the spear was beyond their imagination. However, only Yoo IlHan alone was in a hurry, and was clearing world in an average of 25 minutes. Are we really not found yet? We're really not found out yet. There's no way those fallen angels would move so diligently. But why don't I see any fallen angels? Even though I want to meet them so much. Like how Heaven's army is busy without actually seeming like doing anything, the army of brilliant light is similar. Well, no, all higher existence factions are like that. So you do acknowledge that. Destroying the magic formation in the 17th world he was in an instant, Yoo IlHan looked at the surroundings. He couldn't find the presence of any fallen angels. He was annoyed and he muttered while looking at the remains of the destroyed magic formation. I still don't get what they're trying to do with this formation. No matter what I do, I can't feel any danger from them. It's because you insta-killed it. If not, it would emit strange smoke and shoot mana and cause all sorts of mess. Even we would have had a hard time if not for Mir during the past 2 years. They have so many additional functions? Yoo IlHan's eyes glistened. A magic formation created to activate a magic that will affect something of Earth's scale had so many protective aspects? And one that higher existences couldn't even make by themselves due to the restriction? Is it really an additional function though? Mr. IlHan? However, it was natural for him to question that. A magic formation with so many attack capabilities. Would it really have another hidden function? In the end, they were created from humans or the like. But the army of brilliant light and the destruction demon army helped. In fact, it's not like I haven't thought of that either. Yes, of course. There was no way the witty Naiyuna would not have doubted the true function of the magic formations. However, things would become meaningless that way. It only released mana to counterattack against the attackers. If it's just that, there is no way that could damage Earth in any way. But what if their intention in the first place was to make us notice them? What if their intention was to make the people of Earth move in some way? That's even more meaningless. The only thing I can think of is preventing us from being on Earth, but it's not like there's another expert that destroys all common sense like you on Earth, nor would Earth just meet its apocalypse just because it lost some experts. Not only are there a lot of ability users on Earth right now, there are also plenty of support from other worlds. Ugh. Yoo IlHan sighed due to the unreachable conclusion. He could just destroy them with ease if he knew that this magic formation was made by some almighty being and would put Earth into danger, but now that he started doubting, he couldn't help but think about them in another way. Moreover, what weighed on his mind the most was the fact that both the fallen angels he had killed mentioned that it was too late. Late? What is? It was impossible to prevent their schemes even though he was destroying so many formations? Or was the magic formations merely distractions, and there was a hidden plan instead? It was very improbable that the words of the fallen angels were wrong. That was because their words did not encourage others to act, but only declared about a situation that was already over. For comparison, checkmates in chess was similar. Whatever the opponent did, the situation would not change. Only when at an absolute advantage could they say such words. The ones listening would feel really bad, but that couldn't be helped. Like how Yoo IlHan was right now. Gosh, this is annoying me so much. That won't do. Want me to kiss you? Don't say the same thing as Liara. Ugh, sorry. Do you both really want a smack? Pondering ended here. What he could do right now was only to do his best. Yoo IlHan sighed and unfolded Ruin Calling. When he extended both of his arms forward, Naiyuna hopped into his arms while blushing. That makes my heart pound. I have no ulterior motives, so don't worry. That's even worse. Yoo IlHan was about to leap with her in his arms, when something tugged on his mind and he asked. I'm really curious, but what perfume are you using? Oh, my. Naiyuna, who was feeling down when she heard that he had no ulterior motives, suddenly made a blooming smile when she heard that. I don't use any perfume. Do I smell good? Oomph, lies. Yoo IlHan snorted and turned his head around. Naiyuna found that more funny. How could both the father and son be so cute in praising others? Clinging onto Yoo IlHan's arms, she leaned her body. Yoo IlHan grumbled. Get off. I'll die if I get off. I'm going to stay like this. Liara, who was watching this entire time, spoke in a very creepy voice. Nayuna, I wish you'd become a higher existence quickly. Yes, as fast as possible. Before the boiling blood in my veins cools down. Yoo IlHan didn't particularly like Nayuna, but decided to protect her from Liara's hands when she did become a higher existence. Author's notes. Nayuna and Liara's fierce psychological warfare. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188, The Path I Walk, 5. 2 years ago, it was faster to count how many people were over level 80 with a person's 2 hands, but through the changed situation after the second Great Cataclysm, as well as the interactions with the other worlds made the people of Earth rapidly stronger. And accordingly, they had opened gateways to just as many worlds. That helped out a lot in changing the Earth in the right way, as well as bringing prosperity to Vanguard, Gangnam and Korea, but at the same time, they called for the suffering of Kong Mirai and the others who had to sort through all the worlds, as some of them may potentially bring danger. So the people of Earth really did get stronger. I never knew that they would end up connecting more than 30,000 worlds. We felt like dying over these 2 years. They could have taken it slow. And it's not like we can threaten them to not open it. It's not something for you to say when you have opened a gate to Brea just to build a temple. Nayuna sighed at Yoo IlHan's response. You should hug me warmly or pat me on the head if I look so tired. No matter how tired you are, I'm the most tired in the world. I cannot let anyone take that away from me. Wayo! Yoo IlHan was sure that the army of brilliant light had something else they were scheming, but that didn't mean that he could do anything about it, so he only focused on destroying the magic formations with Nayuna. As a result, it was possible for them to destroy over 150 magic formations within just 3 days. The magic formation contained a record, and since he could acquire little bits of them every time he destroyed them, Yoo IlHan could interpret more and more of the magic formation as time went on. Although he could only currently interpret the magic to defeat attackers, and the materials and time used to construct the formation, compared to Kong Mirai and the others who had no progress over these 2 years, it was a big difference. He thought that his knowledge of magic engineering may have played role in this. These aren't things that people can set up in 1 or 2 days. Even if there are people who are still cooperating with the fallen angels, they would not be able to restore it in a short amount of time. That's fortunate. If it was the usual IlHan, he would only rest easy after beating up all the related personnel. He's enduring quite a lot. Yoo IlHan only snorted at her words and replied. I was only leaving them alone because I'm short on time. I'll have to beat them up after some investigation if I have time later. That's good, you finished things off properly. Looks like graveyards are gonna be full. 1 week had passed since the first victory against the fallen angel. Since then, Yoo IlHan succeeded in killing 2 other fallen angels while roaming around in other worlds. Of course, he could not acquire magic stones from them, but he was plenty satisfied with just acquiring their bodies. With this, he could make the foundations of the all-purpose weapon he had dreamed of. But they look human without wings. What are you going to do about them? What do you mean what? I'll just dismantle their wings, skin, flesh, muscles and blood, and look into their uses. Even though they look like humans. And what difference does that make? Nothing. I'm sorry. However, Yoo IlHan couldn't enjoy his easy and fun higher existence hunting forever. He went around the worlds rapidly, but could not find any fallen angels after all. Well, 4 of their members died, so if they still didn't know, there was a problem with their group. After that, everything went as Yoo IlHan had predicted. They did not show themselves worried that they would be ambushed by Yoo IlHan. Everything went as Yoo IlHan wished to, but of course, the person in question wasn't satisfied. It would have been better if they were a little more fearless. You will get it if you keep being like that? Mr. IlHan. Stop looking for a fallen angel and let's go to the next world. With the expectations to encountering a fallen angel gone, the destruction process of the magic formations became really boring. Yoo had also become used to Yoo IlHan's flight speed, and grew to be able to leisurely cheer when Yoo IlHan was accelerating to his limits. Yay, run, Appa, run. Do you want me to go faster? Hayek, faster than even now? Of course, she was far from catching up to Yoo IlHan. Time passed by in a flash. Yoo IlHan, along with Yoo, went to new worlds, searched for possible higher existences while flying around, and destroyed the magic formations. This process repeated for nearly 1 month now. It was only the first week that he thought that a great change would occur once he hunted the fallen angels. After the army of brilliant light and the destruction demon army found out that higher existences could die under Yoo IlHan's hands, they stopped their actions altogether as if they had given up on Earth. Also, they could meet with worlds that had no magic formations at all. Perhaps the people working under the fallen angels had lost their leaders and stopped their schemes, or perhaps they stopped trying since Yoo IlHan kept destroying them all. They didn't know which, but it was sure that work was speeding up. I do need to use the hourglass once in a while. He still had 4 corpses belonging to fallen angels in his inventory. He wasn't even sure if he could use their bodies to make something, but just thinking about it made his heart pound. Yoo IlHan was an innate pervert. Mr. IlHan. Yuna's sweet voice drummed on Yoo IlHan's ears. After safely destroying the magic formation in who knows what number this is world, they were going back to Earth through the flight that did not consider the passengers' safety and feelings at all. We'll be there soon, so endure it a little more. No, it's not that. The place Yuna pointed towards was the gate that they were going to. What of the gate? Yoo IlHan tilted his head, and realized that the gate was shrinking. I don't think we'll reach. Yoo. There should have been a person that was inserting mana from the other side. No, wait, even if the gate was not supplied with mana due to some weird reason like all the people of Earth dying, the gate shouldn't have closed yet since Yoo IlHan had finished things so quickly. Of course, he could still instantly return to Earth through the effects of the frog that leaped out of the wealth title, but wasn't it cooler to go in just like that? Yoo IlHan disabled all the limiters, and brought his speed up to the maximum with another shockwave plus leaps. Yuna had expected this and immediately put up a shield, but even then she couldn't be clear-headed due to the overwhelming pressure. Agoo. Kayawayak. The speed was so fast that their eyes couldn't follow. However, Yoo IlHan amazingly charged towards the center of the gate, and could splendidly enter it before the gate was closed. Although there was a danger of crashing on the ground right after that, he could succeed in decelerating and stopping by calling out a super comfy large cushion in his front. Pooh. Getting his face off the cushion, Yoo IlHan looked at the surroundings. It was definitely a scene belonging to that of Earth. He shouted in relief. Safe. It's out. Yuna, who had experienced momentary death along with Yoo IlHan, shouted. However, he was not even listening to her right now. He was feeling off while looking at the surroundings. Just, what is happening? Hey, your shift in topics is too lamb. Ha? Yuna, who was about to bargain for some skinship, also realized that something was strange. There was no people around at all. Did this mean that they all died due to some battle? No, it just looked like the element known as humans were erased from this world. I have a déjà vu. No way. It shouldn't be. The time flow on Earth is still normal. Yoo IlHan remembered back to the time when he was dropped alone on Earth. The stopped Earth, the disappeared people. His weak self that had to feel fear alone in that situation. It was a matter of 1,000 years ago, but he still clearly remembered that moment. Yoo IlHan ended up hugging Na Yuna more tightly in his arms. Na Yuna cheered. "You can hug me tighter." Phew. The normal Yoo IlHan would be busy coming up with excuses, but for now, he was relieved thanks to her answer. At that moment, Liara felt something and shouted in a bright voice. "I get it. From the ripples of the atmosphere and mana of the earth, it looks like the third great cataclysm of Earth. Perhaps the people around this area went off to other worlds in order to not get caught up. Perhaps the reason why the gates are disappearing is also because of the third great cataclysm." Yoo IlHan immediately raised his senses when he heard that. Though, there was no need for him to. He couldn't feel it because the drastic change in the surroundings, but currently, the mana in the atmosphere was at its highest concentration, crystallizing, melting, exploding and gathering. Low-level people would be harmed just due to the sheer amount of mana. How the hell is this a third great cataclysm? It looks worse than a 4th. Though, it's not at the level of a fifth. Sheesh, Earth is insane. Looks like the great cataclysm is actually happening. Really, it's happening already. But wait. The gates are closing because of the third great cataclysm? Yoo IlHan tilted his head. Closing? The gates? The gates connecting to worlds that had the magic formations that the fallen angels had set up? Then what else can they do with those formations in those worlds? Nothing. Silence pervaded the area. Yes, nothing. What damage could they do when the connections are severed? Go through the dimensional wall and do something? Just for what did they make those magic formations for? Perhaps they never thought that the gates would close? Yoo IlHan and Liara both tilted their heads at the same time while looking at each other. However, one voice called for them. Mr. IlHan. It wasn't that another person had appeared on the scene, but it was Na Yuna, who was still in Yoo IlHan's arms. "It seems like your words are right after all." "What is?" "Huh?" Yoo IlHan became shocked after he gave a glance at her. Her body was faintly disappearing. As if she was going to disappear altogether. Author's notes. Just what is happening? Find out next chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, The Path I Walk, 6. T/N, you guys will so hate this chapter. Miss Yuna? Are you alright? Wayo, I would have fallen for you long ago if you were this kind all the time. Yoo IlHan repeatedly called out to her in fear that she may disappear altogether, but the person in question was actually quite calm. "I'm not dying, so you don't have to worry." "What do you mean you're not dying? Then just what is?" "That magic formation doesn't seem like it directly causes harm on Earth. It looks like it had done something not to Earth but to the people of it, in an unknown, profound, and annoying way. It's the same feeling as when I'm going over to Brea. But unlike when I'm going over of my free will, it feels like someone's forcefully sending me there." Forcefully? Who? Who knows? Probably Earth? I'm scared since I don't think I'll be able to come back once I go. Na Yuna replied playfully, but Yoo IlHan couldn't laugh. To understand the situation, he had two little facts. It looks like all the others were ejected like me. I can feel that the Earth itself is rejecting me. This curse. I'm holding out with the holy power of Lady Laitna, but... God damn it. It doesn't work. It's not a curse I can do something about. The most capable priestess on Earth had given up. Yoo IlHan grabbed her tightly in panic, but that did nothing to stop the phenomenon. He became more and more worried, but Na Yuna didn't understand his feelings and spoke even more. I get it now. When we interrogated the people that set up the formation in Lanpa, I heard that the fallen angels told them to increase their allies by going to as many worlds as possible. We only thought that that meant that more magic formations will be installed, but that was the mistake. We should have thought about that more carefully. So that's it. It was an infection. Liara also seemed to have realized after hearing that. She explained further with an absurd expression. The magic formation was not on standby. It was already active. By spreading the curse inside it among the humans. Curse? That purple fog thing. That's also just a disguise. By covering the actual curse with a highly offensive one. It's the basics when using curses. I knew this when I was beating up mages all the time. There were such curses? But he didn't even know that. Perhaps Yoo IlHan had rejected most of the curses approaching him thanks to possessing a high level of higher curse resistance, so he might have not realized it as he had rejected all of them. Yuna added at this time. Mr. IlHan. You said I smell good, right? I think that was the curse. Their objective must have been spreading that among the humans. And perhaps the earth doesn't like this smell? Yuna's predictions were relatively on the mark. The sole purpose of the installation of the magic formation was to spread a special type of curse aura among the people of Earth. She, along with Kong Mirai and Co., was absorbed in destroying them, but by the time the magic formation was destroyed, it was already game over. In the fallen angels' view, they didn't even care about if the humans destroyed the magic formations or not. No, in fact, they probably wanted them to. The curse that would stick to them would proliferate onto others when they went back to Earth. The ones installing the formations would spread the curse, and the ones destroying the magic formations would spread it once again. And after 2 years, there was no one on Earth who was not cursed. If it was possible, they would have installed these formations directly on Earth, but then, they would have been destroyed before they could even activate. That was why they used a method to do it from other worlds, and the result was very successful, as you see here. And the trigger was none other than the third Great Cataclysm. The power of Earth, outgrowing the speed of the humans that live on it, was expelling the people of Earth to the worlds they were connected to. As Yoo IlHan was seeing now, the people who could freely go back and forth were disabled from coming back to Earth. It was funny that Yoo IlHan had the ability to reject that curse when he didn't have anywhere to be expelled to. It was truly ironic. Just during the second Great Cataclysm, countless gates connecting Earth with other worlds were generated, but now that it became the third, the people of Earth were being expelled precisely because of that. But curse is your field. Can't you dispel it? It's a high-dimensional curse that is hard to recognize even as a curse, since it has no offensive power at all. It's more like a prank that makes my mana emit a certain aura. I think I can do something about it if I get my 4th class, but right now I can't. Don't come. Before Yuna's words even finished, a voice of quiet and deep wrath resounded across the region. Yuna instantly shut up due to the league contained in the voice, but Yoo IlHan was unaffected. Damn it, it's that guy. He remembered hearing that voice once before, inside the hellish dungeon that he had opened gate to. Everyone should go away. And don't come back. With that, Yuna's blurred even faster. Just what was that guy to the Earth? Yoo IlHan became nervous and sensed for his presence, but it was impossible after all. He couldn't sense him no matter how hard he searched. Moreover, from the point in time they heard the voice, the transformation of nearby buildings and landscape also started accelerating. Even though it hadn't even been 3 years since the second Great Cataclysm, and the landscape change due to the effects of that hadn't even finished yet, an even more vigorous change was occurring. Then, the fallen angel's objective was to eject everyone out of Earth? And that's why it's freedom? Just why did Mr. IlHan? Just as Yoo IlHan was racking his brain, Yuna spoke to him. Her holy powers were amazing, so she was still holding out when others would have been ejected long ago. You have to come to Brea to find me. By what method? At times like these, you need to say believe in me. And give me a deep kiss. I'm not that cool, and I won't do that. You're already cool, sheesh. I've said that multiple times before.
Nahyuna, who grumbled at Yoo IlHan's words, smiled again.
Like I said, you will be able to do it if it's you. So you need to come find me, okay? I'll also do my best to get 4th class. Do you think 4th class is some hill on your garden? It's not as easy as you say. Hey. Liara suddenly started shouting.
However, Nahyuna had already taken advantage of Yoo IlHan being in shock to steal his lips.
You up. I leave this to your imagination, fellas.
It was just a moment, but it was a violent kiss that even caused sound effects.
This was a moment when Yoo IlHan was thinking about the schemes of the Army of Brilliant Light and the Destruction Demon Army, and he instantly came to his senses. That was no wonder, since obviously, it was his first kiss.
The place where her soft and moist lips touched his instantly turned hot as if he was burned, and the complex thought process inside his head all crashed in an instant. His lips trembled.
Just what did you do? He looked down at Nahyuna with dumbfounded eyes. It looked as if her transport to Brea was already commencing as her body was becoming translucent. However, even Yoo IlHan could know that her face was bright red. It looked like even she was embarrassed. Foo. Mr. IlHan, did you kiss Liara yet? Not yet, right? Mr. IlHan's first kiss is not Liara, but this Nahyuna. You foo. And immediately after that, Nahyuna disappeared from his arms.
The shocking surprise attack as well as the sudden disappearance had nowhere to deduct points from.
Just. What? Yoo IlHan was stiff at that spot even after she had disappeared. Instead, Liara was enraged. To think she was hiding such a trump card. IlHan, wash your lips with murky water, right now. To think you'd joke over my first kiss. He was worried about the future of Earth, as well as his parents, Mir, and the others, and also worried about how to deal with the master of that voice, but right now, Yoo IlHan had temporarily forgotten about them all. He was dealt a serious blow by Nahyuna. And she just ran away like this. He had to look for her even if it was to get it back or something. In the end, only Nahyuna had profited. Yoo IlHan thought that she was one clever woman. Perhaps she wanted to give you assurance. It took a little time for Liara to speak seriously about this. Speaking honestly, you won't even believe it even if other people say they like you. You know me too well. But that woman likes you, no? So she put the stamp on after looking for oportunitas. So that you won't doubt anymore. So that you will completely be sure of it. Saying that, Liara ended up laughing. It was frustrating to see Yoo IlHan being done in like that. On one hand, she thought that she, Nahyuna, was cute. Thinking that you'd believe in her feelings just due to a small kiss. She's such a kid. Looks like she did grow up in a sheltered environment. Ha. After a conversation with just nuances and no proper words, Liara acquired a realization. Yoo IlHan was truly thinking that Nahyuna was liking him. Well, it was true. She doesn't? No, it's true. Right? Seeing Yoo IlHan, who was acting worse than a 10-year-old kid despite having lived for over a millennia, Liara was shocked, while Yoo IlHan was coming to himself by tapping on his cheeks. Let's think about that later. Miss Yuna is a big problem, but there are more important problems that I need to attend to. Didn't Nahyuna say so? That he had to come looking for her. Rather than wasting time like this, she would probably want him to take action. Of course, it wasn't like Yoo IlHan wanted to move according to her words, but it was indeed the correct thing to do right now. Not only Nahyuna,
he had to place all the expelled people back to Earth. Living 1,000 years alone on Earth was enough. The problem is, how do I go about it? I can't communicate with heaven either. Erda and Spira are also there, right? Wow, Earth is completely closed off. Unless Earth become a higher world or something, I'm all out of options. Don't throw new bait. My head aches just as it is now. Yoo IlHan sighed and raised his head. Looking around, there was no one there, of course. He felt like he could greet Yuna like nothing had happened, but reality was too cruel. He was left alone again on Earth. And this time, the Earth itself had expelled everyone to other worlds. Just why was he left alone so many times in his life? Though, it was very fortunate that Liara was by his side. It was at that moment that Yoo IlHan realized something. How about Mir? He was born on Earth. There are also other children who were born after the Great Cataclysm. What happened to them? Even if they were cursed, they have no worlds to be expelled to. Right, you're right. Liara also realized that. She couldn't think up of this since she thought that the entire mankind was connected to other worlds, and just thought of it now thanks to Mir. Shit. This was no time to be standing still. Yoo IlHan urgently unfolded Ruin Calling. Just the children without any parents in a world where the third great cataclysm is happening. Bringing out every last bit of his power, he leaped and at the same time, spread out his sense as far as possible. He was under the mission that he had to find and protect the children. However, that was all in vain. Despite having made several round trips on Earth, Yoo IlHan could not find a single human other than him. Author's notes. Your first kiss is not OO, but this XXX, a famous line from the villain Dio Brando, from the first volume of JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. Let's wash our lips with murky water if we get kissed with this line. Until when does Yoo IlHan have to be dropped out? The reason for the fallen angels expelling the people from Earth. These will be revealed throughout the novel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, The Path I Walk, 7. Several hours passed after Yoo IlHan had to send off Yuna. He saw that the skies were getting redder. It was not a natural sunset, but an unpleasant one as if it was colored using blood. Why aren't they here? Muttered Yoo IlHan while sighing. No matter how much he searched, there was not a single human being other than him on Earth right now. Likewise, the only higher existence left on Earth, Liara also had to carefully select her words to console him. Perhaps they were sent along with their parents? It would be good if that was the case, but who knows? Yoo IlHan thought that she was thinking too optimistically. Whoever was behind this, he did not think that this person would have enacted such mercy. Children had no worlds they were connected to, but was still cursed by the formations. Just what happened of them? He felt stuffy just thinking about it. I don't want to think this is true, but if those children are trapped in that dungeon that I was in, I don't even want to imagine. Yoo IlHan didn't care about other people dying from outside his reach, but he was no man of steel that only worried about himself facing this large-scale disaster. Of course, the one he was most worried about was none other than Ymir. It would have been good if he was the one to go to that dungeon, but would his son be able to endure when he hadn't even grown fully as a dragon? Thinking about that, his lips felt dry. Mir had higher curse resistance too. To think even he could not endure it. Well, you have a high level of higher curse resistance, thanks to spending 2 years in hell, but Mir is not like that. Calm down first. You know how strong Mir is. I think I have to go to that dungeon. Nothing would be better if he could create a gate using the vortices that were appearing on Earth, but while going around the Earth, he did not meet even a single vortex. Would the Earth make vortices in the future? Yoo IlHan thought that the answer was no.
Perhaps the appearance of the vortices after the Second Great Cataclysm was a part of the Earth's growth process? Earth could directly and indirectly acquire records of countless worlds through them, and as a result, it had grown fast enough to cause the Third Great Cataclysm to descend. And finishing the growth, it expelled all the humans. As if it doesn't need them anymore. Is that possible? If it was any other world, it would have been impossible, but like what you said, it might be possible for the current Earth since it had absorbed a vast amount of records. It will reach a higher world by growing alone. Yoo IlHan felt bitter after listening to that. Growing alone? Wasn't that similar to what he was pursuing? The biggest difference that unlike Yoo IlHan, who had the talent to be alone in a large crowd, the Earth had expelled all the others because it wanted to be alone. The scale was so big that he couldn't even get angry. Since the method to create a gate through vortices didn't work, the only remaining method was warp. He didn't want to use this as it used too much resources, but right now, it was no time to care about that. But there was a problem with this as well. He could not activate warp. Why? I can't leap into that dungeon. It's impossible even with your warp? How? Although it's very annoying to admit, it looks like I'm not in full understanding of that dungeon. Wasn't this too much? He had basically lived there for 2 years and it was impossible? Yoo IlHan couldn't believe it himself and tried activating warp several times, but the result was the same. No, strictly speaking, the places he could warp to was only parts of Earth, places which had big traces of him. Erda mentioned about how Yoo IlHan was drawing sketches with his warp when other higher existences were writing complex formulae, but she was wrong. For Yoo IlHan to use warp, he had to draw a hyper-realistic picture, whether it was a portrait or a landscape. Yoo IlHan realized that and fell into half a panic. His final thread of savior was cut off. What do I do? Now I really can't do anything even if Mir is there. Get it together. Liara pulled on Yoo IlHan's hair. Mir will be fine. If the newborns are with him, then those kids will be safe too. But what if he meets an enemy he can't face? If you start thinking like that, there will be no end to it. Here, cheer up. The only one who can do anything about this situation is you, IlHan. Am I wrong? Yoo IlHan raised his head. Her words were unchangingly clear and positive even in this chaotic mess, and made him a little cool-headed. She was right. Now that he couldn't find any traces of living people on Earth after going around several times, only he could do something about this situation. This time, it's different from 1,000 years ago. You must not only develop yourself, IlHan. You need to act proactively. Right. He took a deep breath and gripped his fist. His irregular breathing regained its calm, and his pale face also became lively again. Now that he was aware that he couldn't solve anything like this, he realized that it was no time to be in despair. Let's move first. In the end, it was Earth that did this, right? Then what you must do is simple too. Yes, you're right. Now that he had completely regained his self-awareness, Yoo IlHan immediately took out the 8-tailed dragon spear and muttered. I only need to beat the crap out of Earth. It's so like you to reach such a conclusion. If Earth played on large scale, he could only reply back with the same. If he destroyed everything he saw, he would be able to find a single dungeon all right. If his eyes couldn't find it, then he'd drill a hole to find it. After finding the dungeon, he'd enter to find Ymir, as well as the others' children that may be with him, and destroy anything and everything that he considered enemy. Right now, he decided to not think about the possibility that Ymir was not there. Yes. After that, Yoo IlHan tilted his head and looked at Liara. He grumbled all the time about how the angels weren't of help, but at times like these, he could only trust in his guardian angel. Then what? Is there really a way? It's not that there isn't. You just need to make Earth into a higher world.
Then, the Earth would naturally become open to all and become a war zone, but in any case, the people of Earth would be able to come back to their homeland. They would be given a choice, to come back to Earth, or to live on in that world. And somehow, Liara had a clear answer this time. The word that Yoo IlHan told her to not throw baits about, higher world. Funnily, that was the only word he could rely on right now. That's easy. I literally just have to break everything. I'm sorry. It's actually not that easy, IlHan. Well, with your ability, you'd be able to counteract no matter what happens on Earth, but the problem is the period of time that is taken for Earth to evolve into a higher world. The birth of higher worlds require much more time and luck than the birth of a higher existence. The evolution of a world speeds up due to various elements such as the development of mankind, birth and deaths of monsters, as well as the quantity of mana the world harbors. Until now, Earth had fulfilled more than enough of those requirements, and had an incomparable growth speed compared to others, but now, humanity was out of the calculation. Despite that, Earth would be able to evolve plenty fast, but now that the crucial element of mankind was gone, it was natural that it wouldn't be as fast. To higher existences, the concept of time did not mean much to them, so it would be of no problem even if Earth's growth was delayed. That was why they could do such things. However, to Yoo IlHan and the other humans, it was a very big problem. Not to mention the other people who could live for tens, or even perhaps hundreds of years. Even Yoo IlHan was a mere human, despite living for a long time. Unless he became a higher existence, he would eventually die. They are probably wishing for that to happen. After humanity goes extinct in other worlds, they would approach leisurely, and stick their flags on this free territory known as Earth. Considering that this is a plan from those disgusting seeds of the army of brilliant light and the destruction demon army, it's simultaneously a perfect plan. And we were completely done in by it, unfortunately. No, it's fine. However, Yoo IlHan denied her words. It was unbelievable to think that he was panic-stricken just a moment ago. I will make it fine. How? I'll just do it alone. Like how I did until now, it will be so in the future. Did Yoo IlHan ever rely on other people? In decisive moment he himself was the only one he could trust in. Evolution would be delayed since mankind was not here? Die of old age? If so, if Yoo IlHan could cover for the billions of people, then there would be no delays in the evolution. Simple answer. I always think this at times like these, but I'm quite scared that you might actually end up achieving that. It's not that I might end up achieving something. I will. He had always walked, endured, and achieved everything, alone. So, he would be able to do it this time as well. Nothing had changed. Nothing. Thinking until there, Yoo IlHan realized something and smacked his own head. No, Liara. You were always by my side. I was about to forget that again. Yes, don't forget that. I will always be by your side. This was decided from 1,000 years ago, replied Liara while blushing. Unlike 1,000 years ago, right now, any communication with heaven was severed, so she couldn't even contact them. They were completely isolated, but despite that, she did not feel anything. It had been too long since Yoo IlHan had become the biggest priority in her life. Then now. Yoo IlHan looked at his surroundings. In fact, this was no time to leisurely wait in one spot. Earth was changing real-time due to the third Great Cataclysm. Intact ground suddenly sank or shot up, continents moved, causing enormous earthquakes, violent whirlpools appeared in the middle of the sea and made giant bridges of whirling pillars of water, while some parts of the sky was generating dungeons of its own by creating magical space. This was an even more violent change than the fourth Great Cataclysm in Daru. Yoo IlHan boldly spoke in the middle of that, while extending his ruin calling. Let's go back to the mansion first. Yeah. Nothing would change even if we hurry, so let's think about it after a night's rest. You will let me sleep next to you, right?
Liara was hitting up on him now that Yoo IlHan had regained his calm.
Although she was suppressing it due to the situation, she was very bothered by Na Yuna's kiss. So, she was trying to make up like this.
No, I won't be sleeping. Yoo IlHan shook his head.
For the next 2 months, I have something I have to work vigorously on.
IlHan, don't tell me you.
Yes,
answered Yoo IlHan. I'm going to make a flying fortress. Author's notes. IlHan's mentality is indestructible. The protagonist finally fights. No, wait, he was fighting all this time, wasn't he? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191, The Path I Walk, 8. While Yoo IlHan was undergoing Season 2 of Earth Alone, in Heaven's Army, Erta was currently listening to an unbelievable news from the other angels. Did I hear wrong?
No, you've heard correctly.
The 6th class High Angel Tibera spoke in a serious voice.
The Heaven's Army, through negotiations with the Army of Brilliant Light and the Destruction Demon Army, has decided to neglect Earth. The expulsion of humans with the Third Great Cataclysm was also carried out together with them.
How?
It is to decrease the sacrifices of Earth as much as possible.
Are you not aware of it as well?
The scene of the original humanity in a newly ascended world.
In that aspect, Earth was lucky.
The majority of them could depend on other worlds.
Erta lost her words at the firm reply. Well, it was indeed Heaven's Army's duty to protect humanity. However, they expelled all the people on there to other worlds to do that? No, before that, how could they even join hands with the Army of Brilliant Light, whatever the cause was? The angels should know better than anyone the reason they were corrupted. The children. What happens to the children that are born after the Great Cataclysm? Erta asked while thinking up of Ymir. Tibera coldly replied. That's the minimum number of sacrifices we have to bear. Yes, those children will probably die. Those poor little lambs that cannot even differentiate good and evil of their own accord. You will sacrifice them? Just with the reason that you have to decrease the sacrifices on Earth. It's much better than all the adults dying as well due to Earth's ascension. Is it now?
Erta felt her heart ripping when she heard that. The figure of Ymir looking for his father lingered in her eyes. Although she tried not to show it, Ymir was perhaps the most important existence to her, even more than Yoo IlHan himself. In the 2 years and 9 months in the abandoned world, how much help did she get from him? But now, she had to leave him to die? Their souls will all become new life and be born. You do not need to feel despair. That is the law. Law? Yes, souls reincarnate. That was the unchanging law, and also a concept that all angels believed in. However, that did not justify the sacrifice of many living life. Life was beautiful because it bloomed, and because it wilted at the right time. Erta could not accept this kind of sacrifice. This was not how the God she believed in worked. Opinions may differ on this. And so, we proceeded with this without telling the lower angels. However, I'm telling you this now because you're being promoted soon into 6th class, and because you are the guardian angel of that man, Yoo IlHan. Looking at the enraged Erta, Tibera added. It was as if saying, I have given you special treatment, so accept it and get over it. However, that only made Erta more enraged. If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have cheered at the word 6th class and fly over. She would have ignored whatever orders heaven gave her and stick next to Yoo IlHan like what Liara did. She should have looked after that child, Ymir.
And Liara? Is she aware of this? She does not know anything. She was too tainted by humans. She was focusing more on that single human than her work as a member of the army. It's obvious how she would react if she heard this. Erta also could predict what would happen. If it was her, she would try to flip over the entire heaven. Then it would be Earth. She would not accept that Yoo IlHan would be in that state. However, Erta was instead envious of her boldness. She unhesitantly did everything she wanted to, and that was very similar to Yoo IlHan. Look at it now. Erta thought that acquiring 6th class would be of more help to Yoo IlHan and had come to heaven, only to be put in a state where she would never perhaps meet him again. However, Liara disregarded all rationale and reason, as well as the priority of her work, and stayed with Yoo IlHan, honest to her feelings to stay next to him. And the result? She was next to him right now, wasn't she? Yes. The two matches so well. Unlike me, who goes over everything, thinking about rationale and whatnot, and eventually end up failing. Erta felt a sense of self-loathing. She felt miserable, tragic, and above all, she wanted to see Yoo IlHan. It is not like we accepted this plan from the get-go. However, the growth of Earth is too fast. We thought that at this rate, a massive disaster would fall upon Earth. Did the Lord intend to do this? There was only one Lord that the angels referred to. Tibera nodded without hesitation when Erta asked that. Yes. The Lord even directly talked with the leaders of other factions to proceed with this. Then, I do not have a choice. Erta couldn't say the latter parts. She still could not accept it. Sending the people of Earth to other worlds of their own accord just because it was obvious that they are going to die? What was dictatorship if this wasn't? She thought until that point, when she remembered that heaven was committing dictatorship from the time they sent humans to other worlds for 10 years of their own accord. Yes. What had changed was not the heaven's army, but Erta herself. Her gaze pointed towards the angel standing next to Tibera. The one who stood there was Spira. She was the one who brought her to Tibera despite saying that she had a lot of work. Perhaps this was a consideration for Erta in her own way, but Erta was annoyed above all. Spira, you knew this, didn't you? It has not been long. And I also felt very unpleasant. That is because the one who led this joint scheme was none other than the traitors. But you accepted it. It was not something that could be changed with my disagreement alone. Spira was a high angel of 6th class that had nothing to fear in this world, but there were plenty of others who were comparable to her in power in the Heaven's army. She was right. Nothing would change even if she disagreed. And so, I wanted for Yoo IlHan to become an angel as fast as possible. If a citizen of Earth becomes an angel, there is no need for a war on Earth, and we could immediately make Earth Heaven's territory. Yoo IlHan grew rapidly according to my expectations, but unfortunately, time was lacking. Earth has exceeded all our expectations. Ha ha. Erta ended up laughing after hearing that. The despair she could not feel frequently from the time she became a higher existence enveloped her body. It was as if she had become a complete fool while everyone was acting on their own judgment. What do I do, Yoo IlHan? It was me who always told you to believe in the Heaven's army and its angels, but now I'm like this. While Erta was at a loss on what to do with her sense of guilt about Yoo IlHan, Tibera spoke without even knowing what she was thinking. Erta, you will become a high angel of 6th class soon. So, you need to get rid of your thought processes when you were with a lower existence. Once Earth becomes a complete, higher world, then all higher existence factions will clash upon Earth once again. No. Erta shook her head after a moment of silence. Tibera tilted her head in confusion, but Spira instantly realized what Erta meant. Erta, are you serious? Yes. Erta tried her best to hold in the rage in her heart and replied curtly. My abilities are not yet suitable to become a high angel. When I judge myself to be suitable to become a high angel, I will ask you again then. Erta, this was our decision after judging that both your magic, as well as your abilities are sufficient. But if the person in question does not think so, then I cannot help it. Understood. Let's do it that way.
Yes, I would appreciate it. No matter how much she tried to suppress it, her rage was so large that it was virtually unhideable.
Tibera also noticed her emotions. Are you not perhaps thinking of something strange? What specifically do you mean by something strange? Tibera could not reply to that, and Spira only made a bitter smile on the side. Facing the two high angels, Urta acknowledged that with a laugh. Yes. In fact, I am indeed thinking of something strange. Urta!
Spira shouted in shock, but it was too late. Urta couldn't hold back her raget to the end, and a thin strand of rage slithered like a viper. Her words were sharp as if she was going to bite the two high angels to death. I believe and admire the Lord, but also think that not everything will work his way.
This matter is the same.
This plan only has meaning after all the people of Earth dies, and Earth has wholly evolved into a higher world alone.
But it will become like that. Is it not obvious? It is indeed not obvious. Urta's eyes glistened.
Even she couldn't believe it, but she was tearing up right now.
You have said that Earth has always exceeded our expectations, no?
However, there was an existence that exceeded our expectations way before that.
Yes, you're right. It's Yoo IlHan.
He will become a higher existence one day, and rule over Earth of his own accord. And no one would be able to acquire Earth.
That is not possible. No matter how exceptional of a human, one cannot become a higher existence on one's own. He, who is trapped in Earth, cannot come into contact with any of the higher existence factions, and no one will see him. There were 3 in this long history. It won't be strange if there is another one. Wait, no, perhaps it's 4? There is a possibility that even the one we serve was once a mere creation, no? Blasphemy!
Shouted Tibera, and Spira also gripped on her spear in rage. However, Urta continued speaking even with the 2 stronger beings in front of her, without hesitation. You have mentioned that none of the Heaven's army of brilliant light, destruction demon army, and the Garden of Sunset, will not look at Yoo IlHan, but it is the opposite. Not once did Yoo IlHan give a glance to us higher existence factions. The us he sees is only a bunch of cowards who group up in fear of standing alone. He will become a higher existence on his own. Let's say that the promotion never happened. It looks like your training of the heart is still lacking. You need to cool your head. I'd love to. Then I'll take my leave here. I'd appreciate it if you do not look for me. Urta didn't lose out with her words until the very end, and unfolded her wings. Then she flew away before the high angels could even grab her. Idiot. I'm really an idiot. She couldn't even control her emotions and said something blasphemous, and even provoked her superiors. She was disqualified as a higher existence. However, at the same time she also thought this. So, I have to be careful not to make bigger mistakes in the future. She thought of Yoo IlHan. She believed that he would become a higher existence of his own and become the Lord of Earth. No, perhaps she only wanted to believe in that, but she was that desperate. I need to prepare starting now. Resolving on the inside, she flapped her wings again. Only she knew where she was heading. Author's notes. The path Yoo IlHan walks, the path Liera walks, the path Spira walks, and the path Urta walks. Looks like they're all different. Translator's notes. Get wrecked, Tibera. No one likes you. Aeon 6 out of 6Q cleared. Though, $9 until next one. The past 6 chapters have been a hell of a ride, haven't they? Nayuna's kiss, Urta's character development, hey, who knows, she might have a thing for Ymir. Anyway, enjoy your read. I was not going to do sponsored chapters. But as I said before, I'm not gonna be able to handle them if they keep coming at this rate, even when this semester is over.
Gotta keep doing them, I guess.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 192, I Create, 1. With his wings, Yoo IlHan arrived back at the mansion in exactly 1 minute 30 seconds. Although he had predicted this, no matter how many mountains sunk and lakes dried, Bittersweet Persona as well as the mansion grounds were holding out fine. It could only be considered a chaos-ranked artifact if accomplished that. The problem was the monsters surrounding the region. Wow, that's insane. Earth is completely insane. I agree with you. During the Second Great Cataclysm, no fourth-class monsters were born directly on Earth. All fourth-class monsters were either that evolved from third class to the fourth, or those that passed over the gate to Earth, or those that were born from the effects of overflow. However, none were innately born as fourth class. Yoo IlHan was thinking that the fourth-class monsters that should have been born were all taken to the Hell Dungeon and were turned into demons, but seeing hundreds of fourth-class monsters on his mansion grounds, it didn't seem like it was quite that. We need to destroy this. The only remaining man-made structure. We need to destroy it. Make it so that he can't step on this land again. Regain peace to this land. However, from their words, it seemed that they came to this place not due to the attraction of the mana from Bittersweet Persona, but in knowledge that this was Yoo IlHan's house. Yoo IlHan only laughed after hearing that. I'm thankful if all of you come. Yoo IlHan gripped onto his 8-tailed dragon spear and poised himself. He extended ruin calling as far as possible, and suddenly accelerated with a super-sized shockwave. Critical hit. You have earned 610,395,305 experience. Attack power increases by 0.85% for the next 5 minutes due to the skill, Death God. Duration and percentage increases if you kill more monsters within 5 minutes without concealment wearing off. He instantly had the fourth-class monster that was just about to intrude by dropping down from the sky at lightning speeds. The clean hit killed the monster without any hint of resistance, and naturally, his concealment did not wear off. That was easy. So now you can easily insta-kill fourth-class monsters. Even without the pile bunker or the spear of untraceable trajectory. Even though you're third class. Don't get angry. I'm not. I'm just slightly frustrated and annoyed. Now, Yoo IlHan was right before his fourth class. Although he hadn't acquired it yet, with his OP skills and titles, it became natural for him to insta-kill lower-level fourth-class monsters. If the current Yoo IlHan fell in the past Daru, the dragons would have been annihilated without even using a single dragon breath landing on him. Here, he's here. But we cannot see him. We cannot feel him. Eek? Let's destroy this mansion. We cannot find him, but we can see this mansion. The monsters seemed to be surprised at Yoo IlHan's appearance, and soon took extreme actions. Of course, extreme actions were not much different from what they usually did, and Yoo IlHan only laughed at them and commenced his hunt of monsters. Kwa-aak. Keha-aak. If the Bittersweet Persona played music with the various traps and artifacts, Yoo IlHan danced on the top with his spear, sometimes with his hammer, or axe, or greatsword, or whip. Blood scattered in all directions as the necks and hearts of monsters were perforated one by one. Now that he was training in the Great Cosmos-Severing Spear, he did not need to differentiate between weapons. He had the confidence to insta-kill the monsters with any sort of weapon. And in actuality, Yoo IlHan's concealment did not wear off even once during this time. You have earned 543,285,486 experience. You have earned 491,009,315 experience. You have earned 635,581,102 experience. You have. But these guys. They don't give much experience because they're only bigger stage 4th class. To him, 500 to 600 million was nothing at all.
However, as there was a large number of them, he felt that he could acquire around 100 billion experience after killing all of them here.
Ugh, Liara had to try her best in order to not get angry.
Well, Yoo IlHan did level up rapidly while killing those demons in hell, so it was natural that the amount of experience he gained here was considered insignificant for him.
Yes, she had to accept it like that. Quahawk. Destroy. We need to erase the traces of this damned human.
No matter how fast they moved, Bittersweet Persona did not miss them.
And once the monsters were restrained, Yoo IlHan would instantly fly over and kill them.
Many fourth-class monsters died with every passing minute. However, that was only doable when he could see the end, but no matter how many monsters he killed with the help of Bittersweet Persona, he still felt tired after glancing at the seemingly endless waves of the monsters. Of course, he had the confidence to continue kill monsters for hours, but he couldn't hunt like this forever.
This is no good. Yoo IlHan took back his spear and struck on the ground. At that moment, hundreds of spears made of dragon bones embedded themselves in various parts of the garden.
Yoo IlHan then picked up the thunder hammer and activated the lightning storm option on the dragonic bracelet on his hand. The power contained inside the bracelet, which could store up to 3 times worth of these lightning storms and release them all at once, was let loose upon a tiny point at the end of the hammer, causing a resonance between all the dragon bones. At that moment, the hundreds of dragon bones in the garden all resonated with the hammer and spat out frightening amounts of lightning to attack the nearby monsters.
Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical.
As the monsters he had faced until now were too strong, he never had the opportunity to use this, but this was the strongest wide area combo that Yoo IlHan had prepared to fight against a large number of fourth-class monsters. At this moment, the mansion grounds was akin to a sea of lightning. An absurd level of lightning was born due to the resonance between the bone spears and the thunder hammer, and that lightning would transfer over to other bone spears and enhance their powers, while frying every monsters in its path.
Kurg. Cough. Although Yoo IlHan's location was revealed as he couldn't kill all the monsters at once, the monsters couldn't even attack him.
The lightning storm at the tip of the thunder hammer was a result of a large enough amount of mana to cause typhoons, compressed into a single point.
So it wouldn't end anytime soon. Some might think you're a mage. Good, I used it. I finally used it. Yoo IlHan joyfully moved his body. Now, it was time to finish them off himself with the thunder hammer that had started the typhoon. Not even 10 minutes after that, Yoo IlHan succeeded in cleaning all the monsters inside the dungeon. However, the insanely increasing number of monsters due to the third Great Cataclysm were all rushing over real-time as if they were all aiming for him, so at this rate, it would only be a repetition of what happened just now. IlHan, now. Got it.
Yoo IlHan rushed into the mansion and activated the Hourglass of Eternity. At that moment, the intruding monsters were all ejected, and the mansion and its grounds was enveloped inside the barrier of the hourglass.
Phew.
Yoo IlHan checked his own state in this stopped world before sighing.
Meanwhile, Liara checked on the outside world and muttered with a laugh. This reminds me of the time you were first left alone on Earth. My miserable state is still the same as ever. No, whether it's then or now, IlHan, you're cool.
Liara sounded like an older sister with a large gap in age with her brother, praising him.
However, it didn't feel so bad, so Yoo IlHan disarmed himself with a smile. Are you going to start right away?
Yeah. If possible, it would be good if I had a 5th-class magic stone, but now I have the magic engineering knowledge, so I think I can complete it with 4th-class magic stones.
The mansion?
Then what else is there?
Armor and weapons.
I definitely need 5th-class magic stones for those.
Moreover, I need to evolve the language skill. I need it to become 4th class.
Really, I would have no other wishes if I could kill 100 5th classes consecutively.
To think my IlHan would grow so fast to say such a frightening wish right now.
Heading to the workshop, he immediately moved the eternal flame into the furnace. He threw a single fourth-class magic stone that was burning brightly as if it had finally returned to its home, and it received it gladly, and soon, a fire that could melt even dragon bones roared up.
Yoo IlHan nodded in satisfaction. Then should I start? You set a flying fortress, but what are you going to do?
10 enormous parts to levitate the mansion and the grounds, 100 slightly smaller parts to control directions. Lines to connect all of them, as well as an operations room to control all of that. I also need to make around 1,000 weapons that can attack both underwater, on ground, and in the air from anywhere. The lineup made people wonder if that was something accomplishable by humans even if they spent an entire lifetime, but Yoo IlHan moved as if the blueprints were all in his head already. His brain contained the blessing of the god of smithing, as well as all the knowledge of magic engineering that the magic engineers had acquired over their lives in Lanpa. And with the materials with infinite potential he had gained in the hellish dungeon, nothing was impossible for him.
Good, then let's start with this.
Yoo IlHan immediately switched into work mode and started hammering away on metals and monster bones, but Liara, who was watching, didn't know what exactly was happening. She only felt that IlHan looked cool while he was smithing. So in the end, nothing changed whether it was hundreds of years ago or now.
IlHan takes action, and I watch. Muttered Liara, and she seemed to laugh before she slapped her own cheeks. Thankfully, Yoo IlHan couldn't hear her as he was absorbed in work. Phew, good. Now I'm energetic.
Although their positions were similar to before, there was one fact that she must not forget. It was that the Earth was very different now compared to 1,000 years ago. At that time, there was nothing that could harm Yoo IlHan. At most, it was the sperm whale he hunted. However, things were different now. As if to prove that it was different from other worlds, hundreds of fourth-class monsters appeared, and in the future, even worse things would happen.
A naturally occurring fifth class too.
Perhaps it's possible.
No, it will probably come out.
She wanted to believe that Yoo IlHan could take care of all of them, but the reason he won against the fallen angel was only because he had calculated precisely and strengthened himself accordingly. He couldn't be in that condition every time he faced a fifth-class being. And so, if Yoo IlHan was put in danger against a fifth-class being,
what would Liara do then?
There was nothing much to ask.
The moment she received the blessing of the goddess of love, or perhaps even before that. That will be the time.
I'll use the powers given to me by the goddess of love.
Liara made a not-so-light resolve while looking at Yoo IlHan's figure.
She would make him live through the encounter whatever she had to do. Even if she had to pay a great compensation. On the Earth where even the third Great Cataclysm had temporarily stopped, only the repetitive hammering sounds resounded clearly and loudly.
Author's notes. Although it wasn't so obvious due to the perverted demons, IlHan has become very strong. What would the finished fortress be like? Look forward to it. Lots and lots of bait in the stopped world.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 193, I Create, 2.
When Ymir came to himself, he was in a world he had never experienced before. He tilted his head and looked at the surroundings. The skies were all red, and the lands glistened in bloody light. It was strange, this new environment that he did not want to get used to. Just being here made him unpleasant, but he still felt an odd sense of safety.
Grandma? Nuna?
Looking for the ones he was with until just a moment ago, he spread out his mana, but it was in vain.
Nowhere in this wide world could he sense their mana.
They definitely destroyed a magic formation together, came back to Earth, and just as they were about to go back to the mansion, he seemed to get dizzy before an unbearable pressure seemed to assault him and blew his consciousness away. And waking up, he found himself here.
He did not know what was happening. Dad.
Ymir looked for his dad first in this unknown situation. That wasn't in vain, as he could feel traces of Yoo IlHan in various parts of this world. Of course, those were just traces, and the person himself couldn't be felt, but right now, that was enough. So Dad came here before. Having reached a conclusion, Ymir felt calmer than before. Just with the fact that Yoo IlHan had been to this place before, he could sense the connection between him and Yoo IlHan. Holding himself from crying on the spot, Ymir pondered. If it was his dad, what would he have done in this situation? I know, kill everything in sight. That was all he saw of IlHan as he grew up, as well as the only viable conclusion he could reach. In fact, Yoo IlHan was doing the exact same thing on Earth right now, so Ymir had completely seen through him. Ymir first grilled the dragon meat in the magic bag that Kong Mirai gave him and ate them. And he became level 192. Really, he was not that far off from evolving into a true dragon. Good. Since he was full, Ymir tensed himself and spread out his senses again. This time, he wasn't trying to find other people, but trying to find the weakest enemies for him to kill. However, the results were insane. He could only feel auras of strong beings that he had never felt before on Earth or any other worlds. Wow, so strong. Level 250, 253, 261, 274, 280. At his current level, level 250 was somewhat doable, but anything above that, he thought it was impossible. Perhaps things might change if he became a true dragon after the 4th class. But since the world he came to were full of these freaks, Ymir was only confused. Okay. However, his disappointment did not last long. Many strong enemies meant leveling up faster through defeating them. His dad would be happier if he came back stronger, and he would also be able to fight against stronger enemies. His instinct told him to dig a hole and hide, as there were only stronger monsters than him here, but as he had grown after fighting monsters non-stop for a few years, Ymir knew very well that such embarrassment disappeared only after enduring through it. Then let's go with this guy first. Just as he was about to start defeating them with the lowest leveled one first, he found a new presence he couldn't sense before. The presence of monsters he had found until now all belonged to freaks with a minimum level of 250, but the one he sensed now was of level 1, or at most level 2. And they were bunched up in one spot. Humans. Ymir instinctively felt it. Weak and young humans. How? He didn't know, but he couldn't let this be. A frightening monster had sensed them and was fast approaching. However, it was fortunate that there was only one. HHP. After realizing that, Ymir kicked off the ground. His chantless wind magic made his body lighter than ever. At that time, he could hear a voice through the wind from not far away. Hiccup. I'm scared. Mommy, Daddy. It was the basics to hide one's presence once one was placed in somewhere unknown, but those foolish human children were crying their hearts out as if someone will come help them if they did. And as expected, the monster raised its speed after settling on the target. ****. Ymir clicked his tongue like how his dad always did when seeing such people, and thought that this situation could be used to his advantage. Now, Ymir's concealment had also reached the master stage. Although he wasn't confident that it would work against such high-level monsters, if there were beings that could distract its attention from him, his chances of failure would decrease. The strongest strike. And another strike hidden in that strike. I'll be able to kill it if I do that. Thinking like that, Ymir took out a magic stuffed cookie from the magic bag and crunched on it. Yoo IlHan's dragon cooking, magic stuffed cookies and other numerous types of cooking raised Ymir's cooking skill considerably as well, and perhaps thanks to that, his overall power increase with a single magic stuffed cookie was over 20%. Good. I can do this, it's possible. Strong power gathered on his fist. the aura of wind enhanced through the 3 class advancements, as well as the physical combat he had inherited from Yoo IlHan and trained in, as well as superhuman strength he had also inherited, was all the power he could use at once right now.
Ymir could find the humans soon. As he had predicted from the beginning, young human children had gathered up in one spot. Babies that didn't even look 3 or 4 years old. In fact, they weren't that much different in age to Ymir, but their power level difference was rather deplorable.
I'm scared.
Mommy, where are you?
Puuoku. Instead of the mommies they were looking for, a monster replied to them. It was a horrifying one with a height of over 20 m tall, and one that spat out flames from all over its body. Ymir could not understand its body structure despite looking at it, but was also assured that it was not an enemy he could not win against. A full frontal fight was still impossible, but if he could take the advantage with a surprise attack, it was doable.
Ymir's innate attribute was wind.
It was a sharper sword than anything, and at the same time, a sturdier shield than anything. He enveloped his body in wind in order to not get injured by the flames, and gathered all his destructive power into his fist. Sharper, sharper, sharper. As if hypnotizing himself, Ymir muttered like that and leaped with all his power. Although he couldn't leap several kilometers in one go like Yoo IlHan, the aura of wind below his feet acted as a booster, so his speed was not inferior to Yoo IlHan's instantaneous speed. The results of his training to move as quickly as his dad had finally borne fruit.
Kaiowawak. Asterisk Yoo IlHan asterisk. Monster, monster scary. Yoo IlHan.
The children cried, and the monster found them and was about to assault them in a joyous mood. But at that moment, Ymir's frontal fist pierced through all the flames that guarded its body and hit the center of the head.
Critical hit.
Ku!
The monster screamed.
However, Ymir accepted that as not a threat but a new opening and moved his body once again. While his momentum still existed, he kicked the head of the monster just like that.
Critical hit.
Ymir's kick, covered in advanced wind magic, had a very good affinity against the flames on its body. Even the flames made to protect the freak's body was made his, as he proceeded forward.
The perfect surprise attack made it lose all its flaming armor and allowed a near-fatal strike to its neck.
Of course, that was only possible because Ymir had a fantastic control over his wind magic. Ymir's ability in controlling wind to soften anything each time he faced an external shock was already beyond that of a simple third class.
Ku! Humph! The monster that allowed 2 critical strikes to Ymir without even fighting back, roared and turned around.
Although it wanted to eat those annoying crying kids, it was in too much pain to ignore Ymir.
That's not enough. However, its flames could not harm Ymir at all.
Ymir, born from the flames Yoo IlHan had put his heart into, innately had a strong resistance against fire, and that resistance, paired with the advanced wind magic, went beyond just enduring the flames, and used the flames against it.
Wow, that! It's the hero! 1. Hero!
The children who could express their words a little forgot about crying and shouted with glistening eyes. Ymir thought that idiots were really not to his liking, and applied more mana to his body.
2. Kiha'a! Give me experience! The freak with critical wounds on its head and neck went against the completely intact Ymir.
These demons relied more on their attributes than their physical abilities, so Ymir, who had the ability to nullify its flames, could fight it head-on without much difficulties.
The children couldn't even think about running away from this battlefield and watched the battle, entranced. Eek! 3-3. Quo. An unknown amount of time had passed since the cries of an infant dragon and the screams of a flame demon started intermixing. At one moment, Ymir's fist finally smashed against the giant head of the monster. Kick, ki-he. The monster couldn't even shout one final word and collapsed on the ground. At that moment, some unknown text appeared on the tired Ymir's retina. You have earned 37? 91, 782 for experience. You have earned the record of LV25? R.3. Foo. Ymir sighed and landed on the ground as if he was collapsing.
The battle was harder than he had expected. It was easy to inflict damage as the monster had a lower health compared to its level, but that was compensated by the strong mana it had possessed, so every single one of its attacks were dangerous. So difficult.
And painful.
As Ymir was no god, he could not control all the wind perfectly at every moment, so he was burnt here and there, and where he was nicked by the monster's fist, his bones could almost be seen. Although he was recovering fast with dragon blood regeneration, unique to dragonkin, it looked like it would take a little time for him to make a complete recovery. Of course, this was a cheap price for winning against an enemy 60 levels higher than him.
The hero won. Hero. Hero.
The children gathered around Ymir. However, Ymir ignored that and looked at the monster he had just killed.
Seeing him silent, the children also stopped in their tracks. Hero.
And then, Ymir started taking action. He ripped out some flesh from the monster he had just killed, and took a bite.
Kayawak. Kayak. Kayak. Hero is eating monster. Dirty.
Ymir, who possessed extreme poison resistance and higher curse resistance, ate away the monster even while bearing the pain. Looking at that, the young children were taking steps back, but a growl could be heard.
I'm hungry. I'm hungry too. You. Ymir stopped eating and looked at them.
He hesitated a little before grilling a considerably less poisonous part and asked,
"Wanna eat? But you need to listen to me if you eat." The children, who were too hungry to refuse, gave in to the devil's temptation and accepted the meat. The interesting fact was that they did not die even after eating the poisonous meat that contained a curse. It was unknown whether this was due to some weird transformation in their constitutions upon coming to this hell, or something else, but Ymir couldn't think of that. He only thought that the other kids were able to eat them because he could do so. Looking at the children eating away on the monster's meat, Ymir smiled. Now that they ate, they could not refuse him. No matter how young they were, or whether they were babies who couldn't even walk, it did not matter. They were all Ymir's subordinates now. Although he didn't know where he could use them, but making useless things useful was his dad's field of expertise. He believed that he could do it too as the next in line of the Yoo family. Dragon's Hell Army was born here. Author's notes. Here's an episode from Ymir. Next chapter will be back to Yoo IlHan. Earth's Great Cataclysm was not ordinary.
It seemed like new types, children born after the Great Cataclysm, were new types after all.
Translator's notes. Announcement: sponsors are temporarily disabled. You can't donate until the end of my semester, 21st of June. There's $411 in the queue, wow, and I'll try to do them by Tuesday since it's a national holiday in Korea that day. 1. Think Yusha-sama. 2. Technically idiot means acting like a 3-year-old.
And the oldest of them should still be about 3 years old. 3. From the Ross, it looks like it's Inferno something. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 194, I Create, 3. From the moment he opened the hourglass, Yoo IlHan had never stopped hammering away at the anvil. He did not need a lot of sleep even when he was second class. Right now, he could remain in his top condition with the rest energy generated naturally when not in battle, without even having to drink breath or blood drink. So, currently, Yoo IlHan was closer to a machine than human one, a machine that moved perpetually with the minimum amount of energy. Liera was watching over him for the first week or two, but seeing how Yoo IlHan was not going to lie down at all, she tried to stop him for fear that he may have gone bonkers. You should not be able to ignore mental stress. Shouldn't you rest for a little bit?
I decided to not factor in anything that cannot affect my actual body condition.
Humans will do fine with willpower alone. Even I don't feel like I'm human anymore.
Yoo IlHan replied while moving the carving knife made of dragon bones towards the unknown gigantic lump of metal.
However, Liara rejoiced instead. Yes, you finally want to stop being human, right? But not an angel either. Why?
This lump of metal was so hard that it couldn't be damaged by normal weapons, yet brittle enough for him to smash it apart if he put some strength into it. But as he had an understanding on all types of metals with the blessing of the god of smithing, he was masterfully etching on the metal without damaging the internal structure. He mixed and matched several magic languages that made the magic formations created by the fallen angels look like a joke, and etched them on the lump of metal. The power of blaze and the eternal flame focused on the tip of the carving knife ensured a precise and beautiful etching. However, the most important thing was mana crafting.
If Yoo IlHan's designs and the magic language did not harmonize well, mana crafting would immediately fail.
Also, if the quantity of magic stones he used in mana crafting was less than that if required for the etched magic language, it would fail as well. Of course, the opposite was true too. Mana would go berserk if he used too much. Unlike what he was doing now, the creation of artifacts were something that usually took over 10 years. And Yoo IlHan poured out tens of fourth-class magic stones in one corner of the workshop, precisely in order to commence mana crafting, prompting Liara to shout in shock.
Why do you need so many fourth-class magic stones? I can't help it if I want to build a magic device that is permanent. If I don't want to spend any additional magic stones, I need to invest a lot at this point. And Yoo IlHan cleanly used all of those magic stones to succeed in mana crafting. It was a high-level technique he couldn't even imagine when he first learnt the skill.
A mana crafting technique that bordered mastery, combined with a high level of magic engineering made this possible. They were all cleanly used up. Wow.
Insane. The materials are good.
You can see it as this being an alloy of all the rare metals from various worlds that I gathered through the auctions. It has incredible hardness, but what it truly excels in is its ability to absorb mana. Normally, metal alloys were created only after countless failures and despair, but Yoo IlHan had received the blessing of the god of smithing.
Liara listened to his explanation, and felt an inexplicable emotion while looking at the mysterious artifact. Now that Earth is expelling all others, you are making a weapon using metals from numerous other worlds to go against it. I had no such intentions.
When the process was nearly over, the giant lump of metal started levitating without anyone needing to touch it, and Yoo IlHan collected it into his inventory with a satisfied expression. On the other hand, Liara became speechless after feeling a level of magic that was comparable to epic great artifacts.
This is. Looking forward to it, huh?
Yoo IlHan achieved the feat of shocking an angel with just a single part, but did not stop to rest and started refining another lump of metal. He felt like he was one step closer to finishing the fortress every time he finished a part. Right now, he did not worry about Ymir, his kin, not the earth.
He only looked forward to the results he was going to make. What if a god-ranked artifact is actually born from a human?
It really is a pity for Earth to be closed off.
We don't know what is above chaos, perhaps God may not be the end. You're so easily saying there's something above a deity.
No, it isn't like it's anything new from you, so I'll stop there.
Liara became depressed and stopped speaking.
Although the time she spent with Yoo IlHan was overwhelmingly short compared to her whole life, that short period had changed her perspective on life. Unpredicted change and mistakes on Earth, and Yoo IlHan's actions which she had watched up close. Those raised doubt in her heart. She had never doubted the word absolute before, but she didn't even know if such a thing existed now. So, she could only say this. Then prove it by making an actual one.
You think I can't? Yoo IlHan snorted and picked up the hammer again. There was still a month and a half until the hourglass of eternity ended.
It was more than enough time to finish the flying fortress.
Yoo IlHan's time flowed fast as always.
Since he always found work to do without rest, he did not waste any time. His concept of time was already beyond that of a human's. Majority of humans scheduled their daily workloads, but as Yoo IlHan moved towards achieving his objective, there was no night nor day in his working life, so the concept of date had no real meaning to him. Like that, 48 days passed, and 80% of the construction of the fortress was done, by his standards anyway. Yoo IlHan finally started making the core devices of the flying fortress, the engines.
Finally, you're making something I know. Cheered Liara. She looked as if she would press the launch button on a spaceship at any second. Are you really an angel? And not a person of Earth? You don't think that we would work all the time during our long lives, do you? We are the king of disguising and enjoying human lives. Yeah, sure. That's why you saw some blood in SNS too. Don't talk about that. In fact, Yoo IlHan also found the making of the levitation engine for the fortress much more enjoyable than refining and alloying metals. It was a man's romance. He made a gigantic engine and implemented the power of the leap skill he possessed through mana crafting before ensuring continuity in the engines. And there was a total of 10 of these. The number of 4th-class magic stones he had spent numbered over 1,000. First, I'll activate a barrier that covers the entire mansion region and install this engine below it. Will it really levitate with this? Now that the reality of the flying fortress was becoming closer, Liara's expectations also rose. Yoo IlHan answered with a smile and kicked his creation of other parts up a notch. From now, it was time to make devices that attracted monsters, and weapons that dealt with them. In actuality, these were already included in the parts of the current mansion, so Yoo IlHan only needed to modify them in order to suit the flying fortress. Of course, 4th-class magic stones were also used without holding back here. Looking at the quantity of mana, I think it can kill a 4th-class monster. The final objective of the flying fortress is to restrain and inflict damage to 5th-class beings. It has to kill 4th-class ones easily. It was just a short while ago when he thought that installation-type artifacts could not inflict a fatal damage to 4th-class monsters, but such past was meaningless to him. Strong materials with high mana absorption ability increased by the day, and the number of magic stones also had increased a lot, But even so, you are being arrogant about that. Fufu, will you be able to say that after you see this? What Yoo IlHan took out along with those words was the body of the fallen angel. Liara became speechless for a moment when she saw that, and smiled after seeing that he was pulling out the black feathers from the wings of the fallen angel as if he was plucking feathers from a chicken. Just what are you trying to make with that? The flesh and the muscles are honestly useless, but the rest are different. Especially their wings. When mana is imbued inside, it is expelled after changing its properties in a unique way and in a specific direction. What can we do with these characteristics? We can reflect the opponent's mana if we use it on a weapon. You fool! I won't be satisfied with such a passive method. Hike? Liara didn't even know why she was being scolded. However, to Yoo IlHan, who had entered work mode, there was not a single shred of mercy in him. He imbued mana into a piece of a feather, and the feather that received the mana immediately shot out an energy wave with a diameter of 10 millimeters and put a hole through the wall. The process of amplifying, gathering, and shooting the mana was so natural and quick that it made people unsure about what actually happened. Looking at the scene where Yoo IlHan's non-attributed mana was colored in black, and generating poison and curse attributes before shooting out in a straight line, Liara clapped. It's the first time I see that, since there is no way lower existences could kill higher ones. Well, it's nothing strange that you're surprised, since higher existences are already beyond the realm of laws. I don't care about other people. So, did you feel anything after looking at that? I dunno. Yoo IlHan sighed. He could finally make a weapon that he had given up on until now, as it would be useless against strong enemies, except with these feathers. But Liara had such a lukewarm reaction. He spoke in a serious and stern voice. It's beams. Beams? Beams. Yoo IlHan's eyes were full of stars. Liara thought that if expectations had any weight, the current Yoo IlHan may be able to make the earth collapse in itself, condensing mana into a more destructive energy to shoot. It's the perfect beam weapon. Well, yeah. Fallen angels do fight a lot that way. Since it was such a natural thing to higher existences, Liara didn't seem to realize how amazing this was. However, beam weapons would overwhelm all of Yoo IlHan's other weapons that he had made from the giant's rubber band or the magic gunpowder, in terms of speed. And not only that, even its destructive power would be superior to them. Beams were closer to Yoo IlHan's dream ultimate weapon. Higher existences are the best. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can cheer so openly when you say that. You won't pluck mine out, right? Yoo IlHan first put together tens of feathers and a few fourth-class magic stones before grinding them into powder. Then, he made a huge mirror that could reflect his entire body with some rune left over using dragon bones and other rare metals, before applying the powder over the surface of the mirror. On top of that, he used another fourth-class magic stone to mana craft. Yoo IlHan wished deeply and even more deeply while mana crafting. Your desires are leaking. And the process was finished. The black mirror made of the feathers belonging to a fallen angel reflected sunlight and began glistening, when the information on the item that Yoo IlHan had wanted so much, had finally appeared on his retina. Miraculously apocalyptic and unbelievably curseful destruction mirror. Rank, Epic. Attack power, 7,500, increases according to the magic the enemy possesses. Durability, 12/700/12/700. Options. 1. Indestructible, and power increases according to time. 2. 30% increase in attack power and critical hit damage. 3. Moves by sensing the enemy and automatically intercepts. 4. Inflicts continuous damage by imbuing an undispellable curse to the exposed enemy. A miraculous weapon that a crafter of a lower existence had made using a portion of a higher existence's body. It has the ability to move by sensing the enemies, as well as the ability to amplify the internal mana to shoot energy beams, and also possesses the ability to absorb enemy attacks to reflect them back at higher power. However, it needs to absorb the natural mana once it is drained of its charged mana. Just this could be a weapon considered to be beyond the realm of the original concepts, but there is a function that is not activated yet. That's so OP. Yes, it's OP. Yoo IlHan also acknowledged that. However, this was not the end. As the Akashic record had explained, this was only a portion of an entire offense system. But it will become even more so. Looking at the destruction mirror that followed him in the air as if it had recognized its master, Yoo IlHan's eyes now contained an entire galaxy of stars. Liara thought while looking at him. The feathers, how many were there again? Author's notes. Beams is one of a man's dreams. Translator's notes. To early readers, don't bother looking for typos anymore. Kokusaitsu is back. 1. This line perfectly describes me, lol. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, I Create 4. Having gazed at the potential of the destruction mirror to his heart's content, Yoo IlHan finally started what he really wanted to do, modifying the 5 shields that protected him, Aegis. First, he coated the alloy on Aegis's surface, and etched a shallow carving, before inlaying a special ink made of 4th-class magic stones, feathers of a fallen angel, dragon blood, and finally solidifying it. My, how pretty! Right? However, that was not the end. The modification process was only complete with another mana crafting after spreading out the remaining ink on the surface and mixing a few more feathers in it. As it was smaller, and was intended for defensive use, it had inferior destructive power and quantity of mana, but there was a meaning to this since he could shoot down enemies without him moving if it came down to it. What are you going to use the destruction mirror for, then? Those are to be installed in the bittersweet persona. I need some for personal use, don't I? Don't you mean you just want a sidekick? Shut up. Ignoring Liara, who hit bullseye, he went into mass-producing the destruction mirror. When he powdered all the feathers from the 4 fallen angels he had killed, he got about 20 liters, and Yoo IlHan used up all of them to make exactly 100 destruction mirrors. Since their diameter was 2 meters, just lining them up would get a 200 m lane. Even Liara felt a sense of pressure while looking at them. Wow, it's scary just looking at it. It looks like this will be dangerous even for me. The climax hasn't begun yet. There was something that was as special as the fallen angels' feathers, and that was the bones of the fallen angels. Although he had a little difficulty making them into weapons since they didn't have metallic properties, their absurd regenerative ability was so splendid that Yoo IlHan didn't want to throw them away. What was even more special that this regenerative ability didn't refer to health, but magic. So higher existences are OP overall. It's not us that are OP, but that's the standard for all higher existences. You can't put them on the same line as lower existences, you know? Among the bones, the shoulder blades were the central parts of their skeletal system, and were also organs that connected the wings to the skeleton to ease the realization of their abilities. It was natural that the fallen angel's abilities had taken a great hit when he destroyed those shoulder blades. The most important shoulder blades are all broken. Can you please not make an expression that you've just lost faith in the world? The reason you were able to kill fallen angels easily in the first place was because you destroyed their shoulder blades. Despite that, the bones of the fallen angels had the ability to resonate with their wings and control them. Then, what did he have to do with this? The answer was simple. Just grind them all and gather them up. Yoo IlHan left a single rib bone and ground all of the rest of the bones into powder and gathered them up. After that, he made a dough-like thing out of it by mixing the flesh of fallen angels and the blood of dragons, before sealing it into a cylindrical barrel made of alloyed metals. That's one done. What is that for? I thought you were going to make the bones into your weapon. You're not going to eat it, right? Let's mature that for 3 years and... Kaya Wayaak. Liara shivered after hearing that and screamed, when Yoo IlHan smiled and shook his head. I'm not gonna eat it. That's the final key to completing the destruction mirrors. Bad guy, bad guy. The destruction mirrors are great weapons, but it uses up too much energy every time it shoots a beam, so it cannot continue shooting forever. Then, what is the solution? Throw magic stones at it every time it drains? Or wait for it to do some photosynthesis using sunlight? No. We need to use the overflowing mana within the mansion. Then this barrel is. It will be done soon. Look forward to it. It will be quite a sight. Yoo IlHan repeated that process to make a total of 20 barrels, and used 4th-class magic stones to make them into artifacts. After that, he placed them all together with the destruction mirrors and commenced mana crafting. This was a large piece of work that required him to use more than half of his remaining 4th-class magic stones, 2,000 of them to be exact. Did you even calculate how much mana those magic stones will emit at the same time? I'd rather spend magic stones every time rather than spending so much now. Look further ahead, Liara. He smiled while commencing mana crafting without the slightest bit of hesitation. We can't just stop at Earth. If you are that greedy, you're really going to fail. Ugiawa. Light shot out. Seeing an overwhelming amount of light that filled the mansion and still had leftovers, Liara was shocked, thinking if this was really a phenomenon created by a lower existence, while Yoo IlHan calmly harmonized the mana that looked like it would sweep over his body and lead it in the correct direction. Ha ha ha. Liara could only laugh while seeing Yoo IlHan leading mana as if he was conducting an orchestra. Since when could he wield mana so well? Liara knew that he had talent, but still,
it hadn't even been 3 years since he started wielding it. However, he was currently having little difficulties in controlling mana that was enough to decimate an entire country, to make a single artifact. He was showing much more proficient control over mana than her, who only knew how to gather mana and destroy enemies. 20 barrels and 100 mirrors were exchanging energy while facing each other according to the lead of the magic stones. The wings and bones that were originally one, but now apart, were now being connected again, just in a different form. An unknown amount of time passed since the light overwhelmed their vision. Just when Yoo IlHan spent all the mana in the magic stones and continued using his own mana as all of that was still insufficient, was about to consider drinking mana potions, the light finally started dying down. 100 eyes is complete. Finally, a sentence that made Yoo IlHan think of success came up in his retina. Looking at the mirror and barrels that were emitting faint black auras, and were vibrating a little, he carefully called out the information on the weapon. 100 eyes. Rank, Chaos. Attack power, 8,800, increases according to location installed, and according to enemy faced. Durability, 316,000/316,000. Options. 1. Once every 24 hours, it is possible to shoot towards one target for 30 seconds, ignoring the remaining mana. 2. Grows permanently by absorbing the mana of killed enemies. 3. Automatically recovers durability by consuming stored mana when durability drops. The destruction mirrors, which are frightening weapons on their own, were mass-produced and was enhanced with devices to periodically supply energy and enhance the power, was created as a masterpiece to overcome the record of a world. The only disadvantage is that it may not be able to use the full power if not installed in the proper location. Checking the information, Yoo IlHan spoke with a sigh of relief. Good, for now I got chaos. For now. You just made a weapon that is even suitable to be installed in the front-line bases of Heaven's army, and for now. The real challenge starts here. Checking that his artifact was successfully made, the smile never left his lips. However, the toast of victory wouldn't be too late, for after the flying fortress was successfully completed, Yoo IlHan endured his desires to test out the 100 eyes, and put them inside his inventory. He still had some work to do. He spent around 500 4th-class magic stones to create various stuff like additional arms, and traps on the walls and inside of the fortress, and only after as many 4th-class stones were reduced to around 1,300, did his work end. By this time, there was only 2 days left in the barrier duration. Well then, Are you going to make something else? Oh, there was personal equipment, wasn't there? Let's rest. What? Liara was as shocked as if she had just heard that Yoo IlHan was not a virgin. These two shared similarities in that they were not possible. Rest? You're lying, right? You said you didn't need any. I said I didn't need one, but I never said I don't want one. Since I finished everything I have to do within this period, it will be fine if I give myself some reward. Rest is the best entertainment, after all. While Liara became speechless at the words rest is entertainment, which would normally be said by higher existences, Yoo IlHan headed to the bath in the mansion after exiting the workshop he worked in for 2 months. Then, he took out the giant bucket, which he had also worked with for the past 2 months, and poured hot water in it. After the water levels became suitable, Yoo IlHan boldly threw away his clothes and jumped in. However, just as when he was feeling a sense of strange satisfaction due to the resonance of the bucket and the water, Liara very naturally took off her clothes and came into the bucket. I can enter too, right? You're already here though. Yup, it's too late even if you say no. Liara always learned the bad things off Yoo IlHan, such as making wrongs into rights, and being stubborn. Yoo IlHan had to try his best to not eye the body that had a violent volume, which would probably quantify as 100,000 attack power if it was even quantifiable. Don't you have any shame? Even blood-related sisters don't do that. It's fine since I'm not blood-related. That's even worse. Even though he was confident that he knew a lot about her, she made him panic from time to time with unpredictable actions like these.
Hoo hee hee. Don't make strange laughs. You sounds like Miss Yuna.
Ah, so refreshing. Yoo IlHan barely held himself from staring at the blonde hair that looked more vibrant due to the water. From his estimations, Liara was treating him too closely, and that was because her emotions were going berserk due to having forgotten them for a long time. Though, what was actually happening was that Liara was thinking about how to surpass Yuna naturally and take the lead once more.
Only Yoo IlHan himself was making weird hypotheses.
This dumb angel must not know how her frightening chest makes a man think. Well, it was like him to think that Liara had no feelings beyond those of close comrades. Precisely because he confirmed Yuna's feelings, the conviction that there was no way there would be two that liked him was pervading his mind.
Truly dumb. You should look at me since we're in together.
Hey, at least disarm yourself if you are going to enter a bath that someone's already in.
Unless you disarm yourself, I'm not keeping any etiquettes. Arm? I'm not armed at all?
Look, I'm in my birth state other than the wings.
That's what I call armed. So you shouldn't have come in at all. You're too much. Even while grumbling, Liara was all smiles.
She knew that Yoo IlHan couldn't chase her out despite all that he said.
She liked the not honest Yoo IlHan. Of course, Yoo IlHan couldn't calm down at all. No matter how close we are, there's a limit to how close a man and a woman can be. IlHan, it's alright, right?
Liara threw a completely sudden question to Yoo IlHan just as he was grumbling. However, Yoo IlHan understood her question, and was more upset because of that.
Aren't you changing topics too nonchalantly now? And with a sneaky tactic, too? It really is alright, right? Yoo IlHan grumbled that Liara learned only the bad things off other people when she asked again.
However, he replied in a more serious voice this time.
Yes, it's alright.
Okay.
Wawea, dot.
Liara suddenly assaulted Yoo IlHan in this small bucket and hugged him. The smooth and voluptuous body that made him feel awkward just by looking, was instantly drawn closer to him and stuck onto him.
Yoo IlHan couldn't move due to panic. What is it? You said it was alright to hug. You deceived me, Liara. Ha 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 ha.
Liara didn't care about what Yoo IlHan had said and laughed as if she had acquired everything she wanted in the world.
Yoo IlHan had to struggle to get out, but he had to give up.
Not only was it hard to get out as it was so slippery, he instinctively felt that it would bring about a larger catastrophe, mainly on Yoo IlHan's mentality.
Yes, do whatever you want. No, I'll endure it. You're not enduring at all. I'm enduring an enormous lot. Bullshit.
Although it was very violent and incomprehensible, it was probably her own way of consoling him. He could only focus on training the mind and accept that such an outgoing angel became his guardian angel.
Foo-foo.
Just as when Yoo IlHan was wondering about what to choose between counting prime numbers and reciting the national anthem, Liara pushed her already stuck body even more and smiled even more brightly. She had the same smile that made him able to endure the time he was supposed to be unable to endure.
Everything will go well.
Humph, I used up so many magic stones, so that's natural. Her finish was mean as well, thinking that, Yoo IlHan replied.
I'm fine, so get off me now. TCH, even this doesn't work.
The dense man who somehow ended up misunderstanding other people's hearts in some way or another, and the weak woman who couldn't be decisive when it came down to it, rested comfortably in the 2 days in frozen time.
And, the time finally arrived.
Yoo IlHan perfectly installed all the artifacts and installation-type weapons inside and outside of his mansion, and commenced the final mana crafting.
Destroyer's flying fortress is complete. You have created a god-ranked artifact. The title, Creator of Myths S criteria has been fulfilled and has grown. Additional options are added when a god-ranked artifact is created.
This was the moment when the unprecedented artifact, and one that will never come about again even in the future, was born.
Author's notes. The flying fortress is finally activating.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 196, I Create, 5. Destroyer's Flying Fortress. Rank, God.
Durability, 13-565-777/13-565-777.
User restrictions, Yoo IlHan. Changes once owner is lost. Options. 1. Recovers durability using the life force and mana from attackers.
2. Automatically attacks all beings that enter without permission from the owner.
3. Grows by absorbing records of various beings. 4. Fortress can fly. Sudden acceleration, sudden rise, sudden deceleration is possible. 5. The fortress and all items inside are treated as the owner's equipment.
The ones in party with the owner can be treated like a member of the fortress and will receive protection.
6. 20% increase in attack power and defense for all items within the fortress. 7. 30% increase in attack power and defense for all items within the fortress. A battle-oriented mobile air fortress that a magic engineer of miracles had implemented using materials at the top of the chain in countless worlds. The fortress has grown by absorbing numerous records to become able to counteract against anything, and has acquired a new potential while changing form. Oh my God, you actually made it!
Whether it was before or after Liara became an angel, she did not see many God-ranked artifacts. The last one she saw was the Hourglass of Eternity that was given to Yoo IlHan as a reward. God-ranked implied that the artifact had the power that rivaled recorded gods in the very least. And the Destroyer's Flying Fortress was at the top of the chain amongst all the few God-ranked artifacts Liara had seen.
7 options. And they were all absurd too. So it's actually possible.
I wanted to see what was above that, but I guess that's just being greedy of me.
This is fine. Thanks to this Originally, 2 options of the same properties would not appear on the same item.
However, the Flying Fortress, which should have ended with just 6 options, acquired an additional option thanks to the evolved Creator of Myths title, and an enhanced version of the 6th option appeared on the 7th, and the result was that all weapons in the fortress now acquired a 50% increase in their powers.
Do all God-ranked crafters acquire the Creator of Myths title? Didn't Erta explain? Titles are born with the records of the beings as the basis, so that is unlikely. Rather than that, to think even the title evolved in an extreme way. So the words making up the title is important too. Liara muttered as though she didn't even know that it was possible for there to be a title that attached another option on an item. Practically, Destroyer's Flying Fortress could be said to be above God-ranked.
The elements making up the fortress, such as the weapons, traps, and other artifacts all had options of their own as well, so how cruel would the synergy be after them stacking on top of this?
I think the barrier is going to break. Prepare yourself, Liara. This will be the start. The moment after Yoo IlHan said that to Liara, the hourglass of eternity that lasted 2 months perfectly shattered. Destroy, let's break that unsightly building.
The monsters that were chased out before the 2 months that didn't last an instant, tried to invade while not knowing what had happened, but the Destroyer's Flying Fortress that had activated did not easily let any one of them in. First, an earthquake that shook and rumbled across the region made them retreat, and a tall outer wall rose on the outer perimeter of the flying fortress. The wall that had fatal electric current flowing through it instantly paralyzed all monsters in the area. However, this was merely the beginning. The true power of the flying fortress only started now. Flying fortress, take off. It makes me embarrassed, so don't go shouting that so openly. And we're not even up yet. I can't help it. There are much more monsters on the ground than in the air. That was why he had to move after cleaning up this area first. Immediately after he thought that, his masterpiece, the 100 eyes that he had poured his heart and blood into, finally activated.
What are those mirrors? They look ominous.
20 barrels absorbed the overflowing mana within the fortress, and all the absorbed mana was then imbued into all the destruction mirrors.
The 100 mirrors were all charged with mana and started glowing.
The scene was a sight to behold.
It's starting.
After Yoo IlHan quietly muttered, the 100 destruction mirrors, now that they fulfilled both the activation requirements, mana charging and finding enemies, all floated into the air at once. They were quiet, but fast.
Wow, such a sight. I finally did it.
For the eyes of someone that didn't understand, this was just a beautiful sight, but to Liara and Yoo IlHan who knew of the power behind, this was an overwhelming sight.
However, the monsters unfortunately were not aware of this. There was nothing like that just a moment ago. It's definitely strange. But I do not care. If it is harder than before, then I only hit harder than before.
The monsters did not care even though they realized that the outer walls and even the inside of the walls were completely different than just now, and still charged forward. However, the rewards for their courage was a beam. As if there was a special orbital route around the mansion, the destruction mirrors all started orbiting around, and started mercilessly shooting energy beams once they found a target.
Critical hit. Critical hit. You have earned 45,696,019 experience. You have earned 39,103,458 experience. Thanks to the newly added option that the completed fortress had, all non-organisms within the fortress counted as Yoo IlHan's equipment. What that meant that there was no need for Yoo IlHan to monitor everything in his study, and automatically acquire all the experience that the fortress kills. You have earned 314,595,586. You have. Yoo IlHan felt strange since experience kept piling up without him having to flick a finger. Is this the feeling of a bug player using macro keys? No, this is at the level of a free server. While 100 Eyes shot down the monsters, Yoo IlHan waited for his turn to come and prepared himself with the 8-tailed dragon spear in one hand. However, his spear ended up not being used in battle. The monster horde that tried to assault Yoo IlHan after the third Great Cataclysm were all decimated in front of the flying fortress. So vain. You were too fired up. So the strong are lonely beings. You're actually enjoying this, aren't you? Yoo IlHan bitterly put away the spear and checked his spoils. As if being a proof that Earth was insane, he had acquired more than 300 4th-class magic stones just in this battle alone, and going over to the 3rd-class ones, he was just tired of counting them all. I think this is more than what I gained from wiping out the dragons in Daru. But it looks like all the monsters in Korea are dead. If you want to kill anymore, you would have to look for dungeons. Dungeons, huh? Yoo IlHan thought about dungeons for a second. In fact, he had some plans regarding those, but not yet. Not what yet? You'll find out even if you don't want to later. Liara felt very ominous but decided not to ask. She didn't want to feel bad right now. There should have been an Erda for comebacks here. Good, then I can go to another country. In fact, you just want to try flying the fortress, don't you? Yes. I want to fly it so bad. Yoo IlHan really didn't hesitate in letting his desires leak out. At the same time he replied to her, Yoo IlHan focused with his eyes closed, and amazingly, at that time, faint light seemed to leak from the region making up the flying fortress, including the mansion, before a barrier formed around the perimeter. That was the basic shield that activated for the stability of flight, and was also a method to sever the connection between the land. So we only need to levitate now? No, the root part still hasn't been separated yet. This is why I prepared something else. The moment he said that, the fortress trembled. Especially, the barrier itself caused large vibrations to completely sever the connection between the flying fortress and the earth. Whoa!
This was also a result of Yoo IlHan's artifact, but it was amazing that he had applied the power of vibrations not on an artifact, but on a crystallization of mana known as the barrier. Liara seemed to remember something while looking at the hyper vibrations on the barrier. This is from the vibration demon? Although I couldn't implement it perfectly, but yes. I did use its body. An unknown amount of time had passed since the barrier started causing vibrations. The surface of the ground, where the barrier met the ground, started cracking with a loud sound. That was the sound of freedom. Wow, the heavy fortress is being entirely lifted. The flying fortress slowly floated into the air while shaking off the restraints of the ground. The adventurous heart of a young boy that was still alive to this day in Yoo IlHan's heart also started floating as well. It's floating. It's really floating. Don't you have to go to the study to control this? Well, I did make a control room for it. Feeling the renewed God-ranked artifact that was the fortress, Yoo IlHan smiled and spoke. Since the entire fortress is being treated as my equipment, I think I can wield the fortress without me moving like when I'm using the spear of untraceable trajectory. That option had such an absurd power besides gaining experience for yourself. This was not God-ranked for nothing, and all of the options were not ordinary. Even the ordinary-sounding ones had absurd, extraordinary functions. Like how Yoo IlHan could freely control the fortress with just the option that treated the fortress as his equipment. The flying fortress detached itself from the ground completely in a while, and ascended through the air. Yoo IlHan levitated the fortress high up without being urgent, and only after he spent around 5 minutes did he reach the height he wanted. Even though he already had an experience with flying with the ruin calling, stepping on the ground in the skies felt special. Yoo IlHan muttered while looking down towards the ground in satisfaction. The humans look as if they're trash. The only human on Earth right now is you. Of course, there was no reason to make such good weapons for his fortress if flight was all that he wanted. His first objective was an aerial fight. One that went against a large quantity of monsters. From the moment the flying fortress flew up into the sky, it was emitting strong mana towards all directions. The mana emitted possessed at least 5 times as much power as the traps of destruction scattered on Earth. Yoo IlHan did not doubt at all that would attract the aerial monsters. You would simply be fooling around if you wanted to compete against the Smiths of Heaven. I've surpassed them a long time ago. Yoo IlHan's eyes glistened. Liara became scared after hearing that, as she remembered back to him mentioning the traps of destructions. No way, don't tell me, was her feelings, but, perhaps. No, it shouldn't be. While Liara was in deep thought, Yoo IlHan shouted in cheers with a bright red face. God, after the skies it's the seas. This can go underwater too. It has a barrier to keep out water, so sure. Liara became speechless after hearing Yoo IlHan say that as if it was obvious. She didn't know Yoo IlHan even factored that in when making the barrier. A mobile fortress should be able to achieve aerial, terrestrial, and oceanic fights without much strain, no? Only then will I find some hidden dungeon on Earth. Yes, one had to give up a lot of things, mostly common sense, when facing this guy, but why did she even bother holding on to them? Liara decided to smile without saying a word. Now, she had the confidence to not be surprised even if he said that it was possible to fight in outer space. Of course, outer space fights are possible too. Wawa it. With Liara's confidence instantly crumbled, the presence of monsters neared. The cannons on the flying fortress revealed themselves, and Yoo IlHan shouted with shiny eyes. Wipe them all out. Author's notes. Yoo IlHan the Optimist King. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, I Create, 6. Ground battles had a lot of limitations. No matter how wide of a plain the battleground is, there are a lot of monsters that cannot come due to obstacles like mountains, seas, and cliffs. Moreover, there were not many monsters that drilled through the ground, so all that he could fight were monsters with their feet on the ground. There was no need for 100 eyes to even act.
The air is different.
Although the only monsters that can fight aerial battles were limited to those that could fly, any and every monster that felt the mana wave emitted by the fortress would try to come and join the fight. Their attacking directions weren't limited to just front, back, left and right, but up and down as well, so the battle area would expand by several fold. Monsters were everywhere. Perhaps all the monsters that could fly were gathering in this area, as the sun was nearly blotted out. There were just that many monsters gathering towards a single target, the flying fortress. Though, usually, one would be in Despa, Kayawayak.
We'll go even faster from now on.
Usually, it would consume a lot of mana to move an artifact this big, very fast. This was also why Yoo IlHan had put his heart into making the engines to levitate and drive the flying fortress. However, the fourth option enabled for sudden acceleration, sudden rise, and sudden lowering, and did not place a lot of pressure on the engine. The amazing fact about this option was that it did not take a lot of mana to do so.
Sudden acceleration. When Yoo IlHan willed it, the barrier enveloping the entire flying fortress activated again and vibrated.
Like that, the fortress itself practically became a giant bullet and charged against all the monsters up front. It was quite strange, whether it was seeing Yoo IlHan ordering the flying fortress as if ordering Mon to body slam, or whether it was seeing the flying fortress actually obeying his orders.
The scale is way too big. Go! Kihik. Kihii.
Something is coming. The enormous size, weight, vibrations, on top of its speed, made it impossible for even the flying monsters to dodge. Moreover, leaving aside whether they could dodge if the flying fortress was only just charging forward, it also emitted mana waves, as well as physical vibration waves, to make the movements of the monsters dull.
Critical hit. Critical hit.
The moment the large swarm of aerial monsters and the flying fortress collided, countless critical hits etched on Yoo IlHan's eyes. However, he ignored all of them and ordered another sudden acceleration, and the majority of the monsters charging towards the fortress were smashed apart like bowling pins.
How many just died?
To Liara, who asked with a pale face, Yoo IlHan replied nonchalantly. Around 30,000 in the two accelerations.
30,000.
If there was a disadvantage to physical attacks, it was that the range was limited, unlike magic that could burn an entire region. No matter how large Mons body slammed, they couldn't attack more than several Mons at once.
However, Yoo IlHan ended up enlarging the body of the attacker to overcome those limits. The overwhelming surface area of the XXXXXXXL-sized cannonball had become a splendid weapon.
Liara thought that Yoo IlHan perhaps made the flying fortress precisely in order to slam against everything. How long would it take until the monsters on Earth are wiped out?
The sudden acceleration didn't just end with twice.
The continuous charge attacks got rid of most of the mobs, and after that, Yoo IlHan activated 100 Eyes to take care of the fourth-class monsters that didn't die so easily.
Activate 100 Eyes. Is there some kind of magic that amplifies their function if you shout it out loud?
No, but I feel better.
How honest.
100 Eyes, which were recharging mana obediently after their usage on the ground, received Yoo IlHan's will and started moving again.
However, their directions were different from last time.
Their orbit was bigger, and they were also a lot further from each other.
Ha!
The orbit changed.
This should be the norm.
The destruction mirrors do not need protection from the fortress. No, to be exact, it must not receive protection from the fortress.
Yoo IlHan's original idea had two orbits for the 100 Eyes.
First was a small ellipse within the fortress, with the mansion as the center. This was the ground battle mode. This made it possible to protect the mansion, but made it difficult to attack outside the fortress. And the second was to orbit on the surface of the barrier that protected the fortress. Destruction mirrors had the splendid ability to shoot mana stored in it, but their core abilities was to suck enemies' mana and reflect it back. However, inside the fortress, it was difficult to bring that ability out to its fullest.
These things must grow outside while getting beaten up.
Now that is really like a flying fortress. It was like a flying fortress from the beginning though. The scene of 100 gigantic mirrors orbiting around the fortress as those satellites around a planet gave them a feeling like no other. Liara became slightly proud as this was something she couldn't see often even in heaven. However, would she able to hold on to those thoughts after seeing what happened next? He is there. He's the one that mercilessly massacred our kin. The monsters that were able to dodge the charge with ease, and those that had high mana resistance, tried to invade the fortress after it became quiet, but the destruction mirrors on the surface of the barrier blocked their paths. Naturally, the speed of these destruction mirrors weren't possible without support.
The vibrating barrier was supporting their movements. Ki-hei. Erase and destroy. These enraged for who knows what reason monsters tried to destroy everything in their path.
But that didn't mean that they didn't know of the dangers of the destruction mirrors, it was just that they wished to break whatever that blocked their paths and proceed forwards.
Quo.
However, disaster struck them. The destruction mirrors sucked their health and mana in the moment of contact, and amplified it before reflecting it back as an energy beam. This time, the scale of this attack was a lot larger than when the fortress was on the ground.
Go! Kill them all! Wow!
Energy beams that resulted from the power focus of the destruction mirrors extend out from the sky to the ground and pierced everything in its path. 100 such battles were occurring simultaneously, so it seemed as if it was raining light from the sky. It was a spectacular, but rather sad scene.
How is it? A much better picture than on the ground, no. How beautiful. Though, the results wouldn't be so. Muttered Liara.
And she was correct indeed.
Critical hit. Critical hit. Ki-heek. I cannot see in front of me. My eyes. Quiet.
Even the monsters in the hell dungeon he had been to wouldn't come out unscathed after being struck by these beams. There was no way these beginner-level 4th-class monsters would be able to be intact after the beams even if they managed to dodge the charge of the flying fortress.
Screaming in pain was the same whether one was human or monster.
In this white stage known as the sky, a symphony of monster screams resounded.
Kwa-wa! Haigu, gu!
Blood, flesh, and bones scattered everywhere. The lucky ones died instantly, but the unlucky ones had to roll around in pain after having lost the majority of their bodies. Although he'd have an easier time killing them off if this was on the ground, since the fortress was in the air, he couldn't do much about the falling monsters. Fortunately, 100 Eyes would stay active until the monster was killed or it ran out of mana, so it did not care about whether the monsters fell to the ground or shot up into the sky and just chased them until they met their end with its beams.
To the monsters, this was no different from hell. Though not as fast the charge of the fortress, an absurd amount of monsters were dying at an absurd rate. This was even more amazing considering that the majority of them were late-stage 3rd class, or beginner-stage 4th class. Good, even the fastest aerial monsters cannot dodge, so I can conclude that this will be useful against all lower existences. I think this will work against 5th classes too. I'm not so sure. It won't be that easy, but perhaps it's possible if they're tied down somehow. However, it was true that this was at the level of apocalypse right in this place. There weren't a lot of opportunities to fight 5th class, and the growth of the flying fortress had not ended, so it was well worth looking forward to. Yoo IlHan had checked enough that the 100 Eyes were working properly, so he also unfolded Ruin Calling and flew up. You're going to move too? The sky is different from the ground.
Just the quantity of monsters are different. I should decrease them to save on mana consumption. Of course, his objective was not only that. It was true that Yoo IlHan had indeed made the fortress to take care of Earth alone, but if he left everything to the fortress, then he himself wouldn't have any growth. If he did not have any growth, his skills would not develop, and his skills did not develop, then it would be impossible to acquire 4th class. He was gaining so much experience through this massacre, but if he lost the chance for all of that experience to be applied to him, then how frustrating would that be? He had to train his skills against these weak ones before the stronger ones popped out.
When
he leaped beyond the barrier of the flying fortress, the monsters that were being tossed around by 100 Eyes all looked at him. This guy just left his safe haven. They thought that this was their opportunity to kill Yoo IlHan. And that was the worst possible decision they could make.
It's him. Foolish human giving up his own life. Kill him.
We will gain freedom once we kill him. They ran towards Yoo IlHan faster than high schoolers coming out for physical education class. Of course, many of them dropped out in the process due to 100 Eyes, but despite that, their numbers were so overwhelming that even 100 Eyes couldn't shoot all of them down. Really, it seemed like all of the aerial monsters on Earth were gathering in the sky above Korea.
Foo. Yoo IlHan leaped once more to go higher and laughed after seeing various monsters that charged towards him.
Their incomprehensible hatred, as well as the strange and fast development of Earth, was all a blessing for him right now.
Very well. Come on at once. I'll master these skills in a flash. How about the blessing of the goddess of fire? That makes me awkward, so don't ask. Yes, sir. Yoo IlHan shut Liera up instantly and gripped onto his 8-tailed dragon spear.
Although he thought about taking out Aegis, he found it too wasteful to use his sidekick, Aegis, against that level of monsters. Although others wouldn't believe this even if they saw, Earth was only in the initial stages of the Third Great Cataclysm.
More drastic changes would arrive soon, and the number of 4th-class monsters would increase as well.
It would be fine if he took out Aegis at that time. Right now, it was time for him to train the skills with his own body.
Well then.
He wrapped his body in eternal flame and created blaze on top of it. Finally, he enhanced the mixed flames with dragonic blood, which he could use even now when he was far away from Ymir, than which a bright flame brighter than the sun covered his body.
Ha!
Liera, who thought that Yoo IlHan was using many flames at once to receive the blessing of the goddess of fire, but voiced her doubt regarding another matter.
Why can't the monsters find you all of a sudden? Foo.
Yoo IlHan smiled, his body still enwrapped in brilliant flames that even 4th-class beings could not look directly upon. Being brighter than anyone else, and concealing oneself in front of everyone else. That can be called the realm of concealment meisters.
Yeah. Okay. So there was such a realm. Since no monsters couldn't see him directly, his concealment skill automatically activated.
The truth was always simple. Liera thought that Yoo IlHan's eyes were glistening unusually, but did not ask about it since she was a kind person.
I'm going. You're all dead.
The loner charged in the air while concealed, drawing a trail of bright fire. No monsters could find his figure, and that continued until all the monsters met their deaths in the air.
Truly a sad occurrence. Author's notes. Not applicable.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 198, I Create, 7.
After Ymir saved tens of children from the threat of a monster, they followed him, calling him hero.
I'm going this way. Hero. Wait for me, hero.
These children were born after the first Great Cataclysm, so they were at most 3 or 4 years old, but they were smarter than their age, and were bigger in size as well.
Not only did they speak well, they understood Ymir's words, and even followed him. Even if it was being baits to draw in monsters with their life on the line. They completely believed in him because Ymir had saved their lives once. This was a very strange matter, but Ymir was born with the ability to speak, as he was a dragon, so he did not know what was strange with those humans, and just thought that it was convenient because they understood him. The strange thing about the children wasn't limited to just that. They ate the poisonous and cursed food well,
and although it was difficult to find out due to the environment they were in, they were becoming stronger at insane speeds. And Ymir knew why they were becoming stronger.
Party play? No way. To level up through contribution during hunts, the children were too weak. Ymir would be satisfied if they just didn't get in the way. The answer was much simpler than that. I level up when I eat meat. I get strange skills too. I also level up if I eat dragon meat. Dragon. Hero is amazing. It wasn't so rare to level up by eating monster meat. At least, among monsters, that is. Growing through eating the meat of one's own kin was very natural. However, these children were no monsters, nor were the monsters their own kin. Ymir pondered on that for quite a while, but had to give up. Being strong is a good thing, but if mankind knew of this matter, they would get noisy, saying humankind has evolved according to the harsh environments of the earth, or this is proof that humans are becoming monsters. Or whatnot, but right now, they were scattered over many worlds. As one that only worshipped power presently, Ymir just thought that it was a good thing that they were becoming stronger, so he continued feeding them the monster meat. And to do that, he had to kill the monsters. And one day, you have learned the skill, rule. Ha! Just as he was putting some grilled monster meat into the last girl's mouth, some text appeared on Ymir's retina. Ha! Hero? When Ymir stopped moving, the child looked at him in confusion. Although this girl was only a crawling newborn when Ymir first saved her, right now, she looked like she was 5 or 6 years old. There were differences in growth rate among the children, and currently, she was growing up the fastest. Ymir, who read the text that appeared on his retina, remembered that his father, Yoo IlHan, possessed the same skill. To Ymir, his father was the symbol of absolute power. He was happy that he became like him, even if it was a little. Who wants to be my underling? Me. Me too. The child right in front of him raised her hand in a flash. After that, the other children also raised their hands. However, as he had just acquired the skill, he could not take all of them. Ymir first decided to make the strongest for his underlings. Of course, strongest didn't even amount to level 20, but considering that they only ate what Ymir gave them while following him, though, they did suffer quite a bit, this was an insane speed of growth. If you become stronger, I'll make you my underlings. Yeah. Exciting. The children that became his underlings were excited, and the ones that couldn't resolve themselves to become so in the future. But at that time, Ymir succeeded in finding new presences of humans again. Little children again. Close? Are they close? Hero, you'll save them, right? Ymir looked back at the children he had saved and nodded seriously. More underlings are better. Let's go, now. Be careful not to get in the way, you'll die if you aren't careful, but. Although he could have raised their morale, but he killed their morale instead. However, the children obediently listened to him. They knew plenty of the gap in them and Ymir, as well as the gap between them and the monsters. Really, their thought processes were unbelievable for their age. Kugu. Eek. It seemed like the ones that felt the children wasn't only Ymir, as he could hear a monster roar in the distance. Their movement speeds were unbelievably fast, so if he took any more time staying here, then it was likely that he would be met with a cruel scene. This won't do. Since he had decided to save them, he thought that he couldn't miss them right in front of his eyes, and kicked off the ground and ran. The power of concealment, more natural to him than breathing, hid Mir from the world, and even deceived the laws of physics. HHHHHHHHP. Kehio-ah-ah. Another round of roars. The screams of the children was farther away. When Ymir judged that he wasn't too late, he put more power into his steps. The power of wind instantly amplified and pushed him forward. Kahoo! Ha! He had ran for an unknown amount of time, when he saw the back of a monster emitting frost from all over its body. Ymir accelerated once again with wind without any hesitation.
The distance between the monster's head and Ymir was instantly closed, but his concealment had not worn off yet.
HHP.
Just before they collided, Ymir pushed his fist forward. The blood in his body raised the magic in his body and strengthened his fist to be even harder than his bones.
Critical hit. Kahak. The monster instantly fell over due to that strike.
Beyond that, Ymir could see the children of Earth hugging each other and shivering in fear. Unlike the first round of children, they were still in fear after looking at Ymir.
He suddenly appeared. Scary.
It seemed like they feared everything they met since they wandered around by themselves for so long. Ymir became a little proud when he heard that he was scary, but since he had not completely defeated the enemy, he decided to thank them later. Wrapping wind around his body, he concealed himself again.
The demon was still rolling on the ground after the critical hit, so did not notice Ymir concealing himself. This would bring about a more painful result for the demon. Critical hit. Koha-aak. Being surprise attacked, no ice or magic would help. Moreover, it wouldn't be so intact after being hit with a full strike from a dragon just before 4th class.
Now that Ymir had succeeded in his surprise attack, the more than 50 levels gap between them no longer mattered.
At least, that's what Ymir learned from Yoo IlHan.
Though, to be exact, he learned that all of his own accord despite not having many chance to learn from him at all.
Quo. That hurts, no? It will be easy if you give up.
I'll make you rest easy soon.
Hayek, scary.
Ymir looked down on the demon with 2 fatal wounds on its body and laughed.
His smile was becoming more like Yoo IlHan's.
The children shivered more after looking at that.
Scary. So scary.
After Ymir cleaned up the monster, the children at that place couldn't even look at him properly, nor could they run away, so they just stood there shivering. Well, this was no surprise and in fact, was the norm since the person in front of them had just killed a frightening monster that was taller than 10 m in height.
This was fear and admiration. Foo.
Ymir became even more proud after thinking that, and the children who arrived late was in confusion before running towards the new children.
He's the hero. He's our master. Hero? Master. However, there was no way young children would be able to explain things properly.
In the end, the oldest, 4 years old, who amazingly realized that this would bring about more confusion, said in a serious voice.
We just need to listen to him. Listen. To him? Then you can live.
The children were still confused, but this seemed to be the clearest explanation they had heard. Confusion gradually died down, and their eyes looking at Ymir became lively again.
I will listen to you. Please save me. Okay.
Ymir accepted them all without the slightest bit of hesitation. Now that the situation was cleared up, Ymir felt better, and took a piece of meat out from the monster for himself to eat, and distributed the rest to the others as he spoke.
You guys eat too?
Yes. The children all ate the monster, and became stronger a little. Although this had never happened on Earth until now, nor should it happen, for the children here, none of that mattered.
It's tasty after a while. I got this level thing. I was so hungry.
What Ymir was curious about was how these children managed to survive and not die of starvation until he came to save them, but even the people in question did not seem to know.
Their bodies are full of mana. They must have absorbed mana to survive. Judged Ymir after looking at the state of their bodies.
And according to his knowledge, there was only one type of life form that could survive on mana alone.
So they're monsters and not human after all? In fact, none of that would matter to him.
What was important to him was to become stronger like his dad, just that alone. The children were no more than stepping stones for him. Of course, he would have to protect them and make them stronger in the process as well. Everything was what his dad once did.
Well, then. If you ate, then let's go. Now, you guys need to do what I say as well, okay? Yes. Like that, Ymir's army numbered 78.
However, the growth of the army had just started. There was no way only 78 had survived out of all the babies born over 3 years. Of course, the overwhelmingly vast majority of them would have died. If they fell next to a monster, they would instantly meet their deaths, and even if they weren't so unlucky, if they did not acquire the power to turn mana into life energy, they died as well. Only the ones with the most exceptional talent among the children endured until Ymir's rescue.
Hero. Follow the hero.
1 year had passed. The army increased to around 5,800 people, and the ones with the fastest growth rate looked to be around 12 years of age. Half of them had reached second class, and the 4 that became Ymir's subordinates the fastest was harboring around level 70. Such was their insane rate of growth. And as for Ymir himself,
there are guys over there too. It's bothersome, so some of you get on my back and let's go. Ymir. I want to get on, I want to get on the hero too.
He was reborn as a splendid dragon of the 4th class.
Author's notes. Ymir's current situation. I really think this guy should be the protagonist. Next up is the 200th chapter. We'll have a small event. Translator's notes. That event is a character popularity poll. Should I do it?
Nah, Ymir best child, mother best girl. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 3. Chapter 199, I create 8. A clearing on a mountain located in the Empire of Palladia.
In this place, where human presence was already spread thin, a barrier had been erected to keep people out and a secretive experiment was taking place.
Boom!
And round 1 of the experiment ended in failure.
Kayak. Electric shield.
An enormous explosion that happened instead of something else assaulted 2 people, but the safety magic quickly activated and protected the 2 from it.
Is it a failure this time too? That seems so.
Irma and Ilta, the first imperial princess, no, the person who had become empress since 3 months ago, asked in a nonchalant voice as Kong Mirai, the most trusted consultant of the empress and at the same time, the person who rose to the highest position among the people of Earth, replied while biting her lips.
Don't you think the connection is completely severed? It is the world I was born in.
There's no way it was so easily severed.
The connection is definitely there,
But at least with our abilities, it isn't possible to reconnect it. The experiment they were carrying out was none other than attempting to connect 2 worlds. In the past, anyone else would have snorted at the thought of it, but it was something that happened naturally until just a while ago on Earth.
Despite that,
Kong Mirai felt a little down after hearing Irma's words, but came to herself and replied,
I can only continue working hard until it succeeds.
Whether it is for the people here in Lanpa that want to go back to Earth, or for those people trapped in other worlds too.
Why don't you just honestly say you want to see Mr. Yoo IlHan? Yes, I want to see him. Kong Mirai's honestly put Irma at a loss for words. However, Kong Mirai only blushed a little, but did not have much of a change in her expression even as she continued speaking. I wanted to see him 365 days a year, so I cannot say I do not want to see him. It wasn't this bad even when I was separated with Yuna for 10 years. Hey. Sorry. I mentioned it since you didn't look like you acknowledged that. Pho, how quickly times change. It's fine. Kong Mirai giggled seeing Irma and Ilta's red face.
Only she would be able to make the Empress of an empire panic so much.
The related skills are rising rapidly, so I believe that I'll be able to achieve results soon. Yes. I also wish for Earth to be reconnected to Lanpa, and other worlds too. I want to participate in your wedding after all. Wedding, you say?
Kong Mirai seemed embarrassed after saying that word out loud, but still tapped her cheeks to come back to her usual self.
There are many competent people around that person. Even if everything goes well, I cannot be assured. So Mirai, you are so militant about everything. Then I'll take my leave first. I should do the next experiment after I see some results and other things first. Kong Mirai checked up on the barrier magic around the area, and picked up her luggage. Everything was battle-oriented in some way or another. Ever since she was trapped in Lanpa, she had been going around dungeons and magic ruins that were still considered the mysteries of this world in order to research a way to go back to Earth, and on the side, to raise her own abilities. These dungeons were left uncleared for countless years, so their difficulty was unimaginable. However, Kong Mirai was the biggest genius Earth had given birth to. P/R? IlHan? On top of her vicious attitude and the support from the imperial family, 3 whole ruins were newly excavated and conquered within just 1 year. You are going to go right away? Even though the ruins have just been excavated?
The Empress spoke while looking at her with worried eyes.
Why don't you rest for a day? Magic ruins are not simple things. You may lose your life due to a moment of carelessness. I do feel quite threatened since it's coming from the person who almost blew up an entire empire for a single ruin. That again, sheesh.
Thinking back to the incident that occurred in the ruins where the very essence of magic engineering was located, the two exchanged small smiles. At that time, it was no different from a disaster, but now, they were just good memories. The power of time was frightening.
So it's been a year already.
It's only been a year. I do not plan to leave that as memories, nor do I intend to give up.
And I thought you just regained your leisure, but whipping yourself again? Then I'll take my leave.
With those words, Kong Mirai turned around. Unlike her lively voice, her feeble shoulders looked very shaky and made the Empress sigh while looking at her back.
Please don't die. I do not plan to. I still have people I need to meet.
Her own brother Kong Hajin, who made her able to breathe in the stuck-up world of the higher society, and strict education. Her friend Nayuna, who had been with her for her entire life whether it was in a good way or a bad way.
And also, if it's that person, wouldn't he have achieved 4th class already? Isn't he hurt somewhere? Perhaps he gained another woman? Once she thought about Yoo IlHan, there was no end. Even though she couldn't do anything even if she did so. She only took herself for a fool since even she couldn't stop it even if she knew about it.
Kong Mirai shook off the minor thoughts with a shake of her head, and walked forward, leaving the Empress behind.
Irma and Ilta made a bitter smile and left the scene of the failed experiment.
Meanwhile, 2 of the people that Kong Mirai thought of were currently.
Ask for the maiden's hand in marriage?
Lady Maiden has also completely become a citizen of our world.
His Majesty the Emperor does not wish to delay this any further.
For the future of the 2 empires.
I hate that old fatty. Oh, old fatty.
In a very difficult situation.
How dare you insult the Emperor of the Great Empire, His Majesty Li Catriana? Bleed to you. Lady Maiden. Chase that fatty out too. If you don't, I will. With Lady Leitna's holy power. Yuwa Aoa.
Nayuna instantly rejected the envoy from the self-proclaimed Empire of Li Catriana, that held power rivaling that of the Holy Empire of Elforce. And this was no small matter either. This person had brought news pertaining to marriage and the Emperor who was in charge of half the continent. Although they had momentarily made the envoy step back for now, the priests that supported her all grabbed onto her skirt and kneeled down with pale faces.
Lady Maiden, the opponent is an emperor. They do not fear the power of Lady Leitna. What are you planning to do? I'm not afraid of such a fatso either.
Unlike her usual leisurely self, she was really enraged, and the priests retreated due to her forceful attitude, when she spoke in resolve. They'll wage war on us soon, so get ready.
War.
The people shouted in shock, but Na Yuna calmly nodded. They were already all over the place, trying to come up with ways to swallow elforce. If that guy married me, things would become easier, and if I reject, that guy would use that as an excuse to invade.
Don't you think he just fell for you? That doesn't even need to be considered.
Whether it was me then elforce, or elforce then me, he wouldn't have cared.
Na Yuna's confidence was piercing the skies as always today. We were going to fight them anyway, so get prepared.
Perhaps they already have an army prepared, so please evacuate the civilians first, and let's talk about the rest after I talk about this to Her Holiness. When Na Yuna stood up from the seat, Kang Hajin, her guardian knight, also followed her up.
The priests could only see them out absent-mindedly.
However, that was just for a moment, and they started talking to each other with sighs.
I guess it can't be helped.
We need to follow the lady's orders.
Moreover, I also didn't like that emperor so much.
I also wanted to see the scene of Lady Maiden kicking that pig's ass.
We'll wage the most beautiful war under the name of the goddess Laitna. Well, then. Let's start a war.
Since the maiden had decided, their intentions did not matter and this war was inevitable. If so, they could only accept their fate and start a war.
Na Yuna's current authority over elforce was just that much.
Like that, the war between the two strongest countries of Brea was set in stone.
Yuna, will it be alright?
Meanwhile, Kang Hajin asked Na Yuna in a worried voice as she walked in the hallway with her high heels clicking on the ground.
I'm not alright.
However, Kang Hajin panicked since he didn't think that he would get an answer like that, when Na Yuna vented her frustration on the ground.
That shameless fatso. It makes me angry just thinking about it. There were a lot of men who tried to approach you that way in the past too. Moreover, this was the emperor of another country we're talking about. Couldn't you have declined more nicely? But they're preparing for war anyway.
Unless I accept the marriage, we would have to fight anyway, so there is no need to politely decline.
True, there was no need to do that.
However, even in the situation where she didn't need to do all that, Na Yuna put on a mask. Perhaps it was a sort of a self-defense mechanism to not show her inner self, but that made a lot of other people misunderstand.
Well, if we did as you said, we might have delayed the war. You know it too.
And so, she didn't do that. However, to do that, I would have had to meet that fatso at least once, and that guy may have schemed something.
In the first place, I'm a woman with an owner. There's no way I'd give room for any other men.
You changed a lot too thanks to Sir IlHan.
But Mr. IlHan doesn't like lies. Really, a sinful guy. You said it.
He left me here for such a long time.
Na Yuna nodded at Kang Hajin's words.
Then, she giggled after looking at Kang Hajin.
Are you jealous? Nah. I'm relieved that you finally found a proper partner.
Though, it does pain me that you chose Sir IlHan out of all people out there.
Well, Yoo IlHan was a capable man alright. However, his sister, who looked like she'd have nothing to do with love for her entire life, and her friend had been smitten by him. Even though he didn't believe in fate until now, he had no choice but to do so now. However, as if she knew everything he was thinking, Na Yuna laughed at him. Nire won't be able to seduce him anyway. But before that, what are you worried about when both our families seem like they're up in the air?
Before I'm a member of my family, I only wish for my sister to do well with the person she likes, as her brother, but even if you say that, I won't give him to her.
Na Yuna stopped there and sighed. Giving him or whatnot? We can only talk about that when he is here. And you did something when he was with you?
I heard you were together until the third Great Cataclysm.
Phew.
After a small sigh, she kicked Kang Hajin's shin with her heels. Her strike, enhanced with holy power that became stronger by the day, contained the power to make a paladin kneel.
Kurg.
I'll go meet Her Holiness, so wait here.
Think about what you did wrong. She did something alright.
Kurg. Meanwhile, the man who was left alone on Earth while countless other people were fighting their battles in countless different worlds, was
Ki-hi-i-i. Kuho, Huma-a-a-a-an. What are doing by making dungeons explode in succession like that? Kayak, overflow, it's an overflow. Overflow. Great, prepare to fire. Kayawak. Not stopping at weeding out the very roots of the monsters on Earth even after 1 year, and was currently occupied with making dungeons explode. Author's notes. This is the 200th chapter. Although there is still a long path left, the number 200 makes me proud for some reason. Thanks for being with me until now, and please take care of me in the future. This chapter is quite similar to the last one. I've shown you the figures of Kong Mirai and Nayuna, who are second most important people after the main character, in a single chapter. Even though I know that many of you want to see IlHan and is disappointed, I can't afford to leave this out. So I'll promise. Next chapter will be about IlHan alone. I talked about an event. It's nothing complex. I'll have a popularity poll to celebrate chapter 200. Please write just one favorite character on the comments. I'll be thankful if you write the reason, but it will be fine if you don't mention that. Stuff about voting rules and time. Stuff about announcing results. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 200, If You See Me, 1. When Yoo IlHan cleaned the first round of aerial monsters of Earth using the flying fortress, Earth had finally found a glimpse of the clear sky without a speck of monsters after the Great Cataclysm. This happened merely 4 days after the flying fortress took to the air. Though, from the look of things, it would go back to usual after 1 week at most. Let's not talk about something so power-draining when you just achieved something incredible. Why? It's much better for monsters to be resupplied periodically rather than having them disappear all of a sudden. I get that killing monsters is same as grilling meat to you. Of course, as the flying fortress was treated as Yoo IlHan's equipment, if he didn't want to meet monsters, he should just put concealment on it and fly around the sky, but he did not do that. There was the flying fortress and there were monsters. What reason was there to hesitate? Then let's go over to another country. Let's start from Japan, which is the closest, and do a trip around the world. That's nostalgic. Last time, we went to China first. There were limitations in the means of transport back then, but now dash. Ah, I get it. I get it, so you don't have to explain the A to Z on the flying fortress. Just as Yoo IlHan was about to lecture Liera about his masterpiece for 3 hours straight, she stopped him. So, Yoo IlHan skipped the basic explanation and went on to explaining about the specific details of the plan. Then after I am sure that I've cleaned up all the countries, then I'll start cleaning up the seas. After cleaning up the whole Earth like that, you're going to start training alone? Training can be done by hunting monsters. At that time, aerial monsters will start spawning again. And after I clean them up, quite a lot of monsters would have appeared on the ground. Liera thought hard after hearing that. Perhaps Yoo IlHan's words to replace the 7 billion humanity was no joke but a conclusion after meticulous calculation. And his plan really did go successfully. The flying fortress was designed to counteract against any type of situation, so even if the monsters spawning on Earth were freaks that are born fourth class, the flying fortress played around with hundreds of them simultaneously. You have. Wherever the flying fortress went, Yoo IlHan ruled. Whether it was the skies, lands, or seas, nothing could stop his advance. The 100 Eyes recharged their energy using the mana from the monsters they killed, and those that could endure even that was done away with Yoo IlHan's surprise attack. Yoo IlHan didn't like this so much. They're too weak compared to the ones in Hell Dungeon. So you're already used to the horrible nature of those things. I wonder if there won't be any natural-born fifth classes. I said that you need to be in a faction to become a higher existence. You really don't listen.
Of course, Liara thought that it was very probable for a natural birth of a fifth class to happen if it was Earth, but didn't say that out loud. She was afraid of her thoughts being found out by him.
And while she was not saying anything, Yoo IlHan had ended up coming up with a horrifying plan. This won't do.
I think I need to reduce the output of 100 eyes to train my skills.
Turn it off. Are you crazy? Not completely.
To reduce the consumption of mana, I have a power-saving mode that utilizes only 20 of them and block only the most fatal attacks.
Power-saving mode. Well, yeah. It can be charged and even has a vibration mode.
There's no way it does not have a power-saving mode.
Erg. Liara was at the realm of emptiness that had given up everything.
Even if she wasn't an angel, perhaps another path for her would have opened for her as a higher existence.
The mana disappeared. The damn mirrors are gone. Everyone charge.
Let's rip apart the hated human and dry his corpse out. When the movements of 100 eyes became a little dull, the monsters all charged forward as if they had waited for that moment. No matter how smart monsters were, they were still monsters. The other weapons installed around the fortress finally gained their turn, and Yoo IlHan could also train his skills to his heart's content while rampaging around.
Give me thought souls.
The skill he had to master to become fourth class were Death God, Blaze, Soul Enchant, Death Collector, Transcendent Regeneration, Extreme Poison Resistance, and Higher Curse Resistance, a total of 7. Adding the blessing of the Goddess of Fire, he would be able to finally advance to Hellbringer, but that wasn't something he could do anything about, so leaving that aside, he decided to master what he had first. Of course, the target of training was Earth itself.
It was a larger scale than anyone could try. However, it wasn't only Yoo IlHan that tried his best. Give me more thought souls. To defeat those damned freak demons inside Master's consciousness, I need to become stronger. Yes. Eat all of them. If you achieved 177 losses out of 177 battles today, it's your victory if you gain even one victory tomorrow, Orochi.
Ugh, how the hell do you know how many times I've lost? Of the characteristics of Yoo IlHan's class, Soul Enchant and Death Collector, which belonged to the Death God skills, were harder to level up than most others, but with his loyal Thought Soul Orochi, it was not that hard. Death Collector grew the more he acquired Thought Souls and raised them, and Soul Enchant gave him experience whenever he forced a strong Thought Soul to submit and enchanted it. Seeing Orochi trying its best without even him needing to urge him, these two skills looked like they would be mastered soon without having to worry too much about them. There were no problems with the Death God skill, an advanced version of Concealment, or the Blaze skill, which emphasized his trait as a Blazing Reaper, as they would grow if he used them a lot. Although skill levels became harder to increase through training the more it rose, the enemies he was facing off against were 4th class, they were all one class above him. There was no way his skill proficiencies would not rise when facing against such enemies. Of course, compared to the freak demons in the Hell Dungeon, the level of monsters on Earth were on a much lower level. However, the monsters of Earth propagated at speeds that rivaled cockroaches, so they could cover that gap with numbers.
Transcendent Regeneration? That was the easiest to level up.
Ever since Earth came to this state, there came monsters that had even more monstrous regenerative capabilities than trolls, and Yoo IlHan could resupply his rest energy by making new blood drink from their blood. Now that he was at a situation where he could use that skill infinitely, the only thing left was getting hurt in order to recover, and this could easily be countered by using the master-level superhuman strength.
HHP.
Seeing Yoo IlHan actually carrying out such an absurd plan, Liara muttered in shock.
Would there be anyone who would use superhuman strength in order to get hurt? Oh, wait. There are no humans with such a skill set in the first place. HHP. To mention it again, the skill superhuman strength was originally not something a human could learn. This was a skill that the angels could acquire after scraping out the records of the monsters absorbed into Yoo IlHan's body, as Yoo IlHan's records, achievement and actions on Earth were too amazing. It was insane that he had mastered such a skill, but Yoo IlHan was utilizing the maximum capabilities of the skill to destroy not only his bones but his internal organs as well, only to regenerate them instantly with the transcendent regeneration skill. He was undergoing such an insane training method. HHP. But even so, it's good since my abilities are increasing real time. Phew, I can swing around tens of thousands of tons. You might blow the mansion away. And doesn't it hurt? It hurts like hell. Do you have to ask? Said Yoo IlHan seriously. Well, even in Liara's eyes he looked to be in pain. Yoo IlHan wouldn't usually sweat much, but right now, he was sweating blood all over his body. Moreover, when she listened closely there were faint crunching sounds amidst of the roars of the monsters and Yoo IlHan's own shouts. Liara shivered just thinking about the source of that sound. And you're enduring that? Experiencing muscles being torn and bones breaking at every single moment? If I don't feel pain here, then I'll feel even more pain later, so I need to endure. Physical pain that does not lead to death can be endured, it is nothing compared to psychological pain. Sheesh, that's why I'm saying you're not human. Although, I like you because of that. I also like myself because of that. HHP. The pain of loneliness, the pain of being unable to protect, the pain of having to let go despite the scene right in front of his eyes. Yoo IlHan shall not face such pains again. And to do that, he needed to suffer pain right now. Of course, the fruits of such intense labor were sweet. With his muscles enhanced beyond the extreme all the time, he was now able to do things that ordinary lower existences wouldn't even dare trying. Wawa up. Little giant should have been quite a sight to look at. Muttered Liara while looking at Yoo IlHan swinging the hammer. Well, that was no wonder, since this hammer was a city destroyer grade that had a 20 diameter head and a 30 long handle. It was destroying all the monsters at the front through sheer muscular power alone. Of course, nothing remained in the aftermath of the hammer. I'm done cleaning. This is not a house we're talking about. Damn things. They're coming at me like middle schoolers to the cafeteria at lunch. So IlHan also had such a cute time? Of course, I was reading a book in the classroom while no one was there. Thinking about how a girl tried to sit on top of me thinking that I really wasn't there is quite a good memory if I think about it now. Seeing monsters flood into the blank area he had just created, Yoo IlHan gripped on the handle of the hammer and started spinning it around by inserting enormous amount of strength into his arms. With the spinning of the hammer becoming faster, with him as the axis, the monsters were ripped apart just from the wave alone. Ki-hee. Kwa-wak. He was using the floating aegis as the foothold to spin endlessly. With blaze added on top of that, a storm of fire appeared in the region. Whether they jumped into the fire, or get hit by the spinning hammer, they would be able to see hell. What was scary was the aegis was moving the storm of fire according to his will. Let's go, Hell Tornado. Crap name. The hammer he was swinging around right now was none other than the Thunder Hammer. After he had mastered the superhuman strength skill, he switched out the materials to increase the weight and size by 10 times in order to use his increased strength. Of course, the hammer was reborn as an epic rank weapon. The skill, Death God. The skill, Blaze. The skill, Transcendent Regeneration. The more Yoo IlHan rampaged on the stage known as the Flying Fortress, the more he realized the limits of the abilities and values of his skills and utilized them, the faster his skills rose in level. Accordingly, the master realm of many skills that he estimated would take several years to master, were nearing mastery as of this moment. However, not all of his skill training was smooth. You have earned 3,124,335,618 experience.
You have earned the record of LV-233 Wicked Kraken.
God damn it.
Yoo IlHan just killed an enormous kraken of over 300 m in height, and erased all the kraken ink that covered its body using blaze, following which he cussed. This guy's poison is too weak too. The curse was at a pitiful level too. Strangely, monsters around here have weaker poison and curses compared to their power levels.
It's as if they were all sucked into somewhere. So it's that guy, muttered Yoo IlHan in resentment. In fact, Yoo IlHan also knew without having Liara tell him about it.
There was no need to discuss this. The dungeon he was trapped in the past for 2 years. The master of that place had put all the poisonous and curseful monsters in there.
Definitely. Did you really have to take everything?
Though, that guy wouldn't have done that to tease you either.
I don't care about the truth.
What's important is that this is the fault of that bastard son of a bitch.
Yup, I knew you'd say that.
While Liara was sighing, Yoo IlHan abruptly raised his head, his eyes glistening.
Now that it came to this, I can only use the final method. That sounds very ominous, muttered Liara.
However, Yoo IlHan ignored her and unfolded Ruin calling to leap out of the water. The place he was heading to was none other than the Flying Fortress. His answer lay there. His battle had just begun.
Author's notes. It somehow looks like IlHan is on holiday. We're in the middle of a popularity poll. If you have not voted, blah blah blah. Translator's notes. Hey people, We're on to the 201st chapter already. Yay!
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 201, If You See Me, 2. IlHan, what are you doing right now? Liara asked in a kind voice.
Yoo IlHan replied in a bright voice, while pouring a sticky black liquid in the giant bucket.
I'm filling my bath.
I know that you're using the giant bucket to replace your baths nowadays.
And it definitely does feel good, and it does feel like the internal mana is stimulated. So you know. Yoo IlHan made a blinding smile. Meeting someone that liked the same thing as you was a happy thing. Yoo IlHan was no exception, and he felt happy. He was also happy that he could give a nice bath to Liara.
Of course, he wished she'd refrain from coming in together, completely nude.
HIH. Yoo IlHan's smile was a heart-thumping attack for Liara, who liked him.
Liara momentarily forgot what she was about to say and stared at him, before coming back to herself and raising her voice.
But why are you filling the bath with the blood of the perverted vibration demon?
To be exact, it's mixed with dragon blood at a 3:7 ratio, and had undergone simple mana crafting with 4th-class magic stone powder.
Same thing. No, wait, when the hell did you learn to mana craft on blood?
The poison and curse would be enhanced.
Yoo IlHan sighed and replied. That's what I wanted. You might really be in danger at this rate.
I can't help it though, there are no monsters that have potent poison and curses left. And so you can't help but bathe in curse and poison.
Are you crazy? It's fine. I already did the calculations. The giant bucket reacts sensitively to dragon materials. That was why he mixed dragon blood with the vibration demon's blood. And in reality, the blood and the giant bucket was resonating, so at this rate, the poison would disappear sometime and give birth to a completely new material. The reason he mana crafted was also to make the poison and curse last longer without dissipating. To him who was absorbing the majority of the magic engineering knowledge, this bloodbath was finished under his meticulous calculations. Yoo IlHan was sure that there would be no problems. If there were any, it would be the pain due to the curse and the poison, but this was something he had to endure in order to train skills, so that didn't matter. Wouldn't your skin turn green or something? Enough of your worries. Yoo IlHan ignored Liara's worries and took off all his clothes. This time, Liara didn't mention anything about bathing together and just watched him. Good. Before he took a bath, he checked the defense system of the fortress and renewed the settings to endure even if a higher existence attacked. Then he entered the bloodbath without hesitation. Wayo. You alright? Are you okay? Liara asked the moment he exclaimed as he entered. Yoo IlHan wordlessly shook his head and submerged his body in it. Are you really fine? Really? Yoo IlHan honestly spoke his opinion. I feel like I'm melting. Like, literally and not just feeling. That means you are not fine. I don't think I'll need to train transcendent regeneration anymore. That's completely serious. Get out right now. However, Yoo IlHan shook off Liara, who was pulling on him, and buried himself deeper inside the bucket. Receiving serious damage meant that it was also a suitable environment to raise his resistance to higher curse and extreme poison. And in reality too, the moment Yoo IlHan stepped into the bath, the two skills were stimulated and he could feel it grow very slowly, but surely, into a higher dimension. Of course, that wouldn't lead to a skill level up immediately, but he estimated that he would be able to master these two skills in this bath. And transcendent regeneration grows to boot. You, that seems painful. The liquid glowed on its own in resonance with the giant bucket and assaulted Yoo IlHan. Thanks to the dragon blood in Yoo IlHan's body that reacted to it, his body absorbed all of the poison without much resistance, and the effects were amplified. However, he recovered all the injuries by transcendent regeneration, ignoring all pain and stimulus. His naturally generated rest energy couldn't keep up, and he had to hold a breath cheer pack on his mouth from some time. Wine is best consumed while in a bath. Is it a private romance to drink breath instead of blood rink in the bath? No, I thought there might be some synergy since breath is made of dragon blood. I knew it. Even your body started glowing faintly. Yoo IlHan didn't hesitate to use his body to experiment. Liara screamed, seeing the bloody water and Yoo IlHan glow in the same light, but Yoo IlHan himself was very calm. If he felt like a salmon going upstream, right now, he felt like a smooth sailing boat. But that doesn't mean that extreme poison resistance and higher curse resistance is not rising. This feels strange. The pain of his body feeling like it was melting was also temporary. Yoo IlHan soon felt like he was floating along with the feeling like he was completely free. An unknown amount of time passed when a new change occurred. It was a change that Yoo IlHan didn't expect at all, much less watch for. This is quite. Giant bucket, created with the hearts of dragons, bathwater made of dragon blood and demonic blood, the breath he was drinking, and finally the dragon blood within his body. While all those elements were interacting with each other inside Yoo IlHan, he could feel a small aura that he did not notice until now, peeking its head out. What could this be? An aura that appeared from my contract with Mir? The pain due to poison and curse no longer mattered. Yoo IlHan closed his eyes and focused on chasing that small power that arose in the small area. Yoo IlHan had found that power only at this level. Right now, he couldn't even follow its shadows, but the resonance of the energy inside the giant bucket was helping him. The more the resonance intensified, the more his body glowed. IlHan, I'm here. It makes me worried if you close your eyes so suddenly. It's fine. It looks like it's successful. It was a completely different feeling than when he used the giant bucket as a simple bath. What word could best describe this? Awakening? No, to say that, there was a too long path ahead. He instinctively felt that this wasn't a power that a mere fourth class could acquire. Then a higher existence? I said that's not an easy matter. Yup, I felt it now too. Ha? Liara tilted her head at the incomprehensible words, but Yoo IlHan did not answer her.
He only tried to raise the resonance further by drinking another sip of breath.
IlHan, your training for extreme poison resistance and higher curse resistance is going well, right?
Yeah, although that's just the side effects.
Side effects? Then what's your objective for going in there? You aren't turning into something like the perverted demon, right? Right?
Please tell me.
While Liara misunderstood more, Yoo IlHan only buried his body in the bucket.
He thought that he may have to bathe in this blood even if he finished training the two skills, and smiled at the thought.
Liara shouted while watching. What is that suspicious smile?
I'll cry if you turn strange. Please take care of me when I turn into a slime.
You're so bad. And 1 year passed from then on.
Yoo IlHan trained all sorts of skills during that time, killed the monsters on Earth with the flying fortress, bathed his body in blood full of poison and curse, and blew away all the monsters that grew like bamboo after a rain with his beams. Since he killed all the monsters that walked around on Earth without even sleeping, it would be strange if his skills didn't rise. Extreme poison resistance, higher curse resistance, and transcendent regeneration was mastered long ago, and the other skills, such as Death God, were asymptotically nearing mastery as well. The problem was, as he had expected, the blessing of the goddess of fire. He blew away monsters flashily using blaze whenever he fought, but it didn't seem like the blessing would come anytime soon. To Yoo IlHan, who didn't know the specific requirements to receive the blessing, he could just use his flames in the most various ways possible, and indeed, he tried all sorts of artifacts and traps and covered them with eternal flame using his full knowledge of his magic engineering, but no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't see the slightest signs of the criterion fulfilling. Really, a frustrating matter.
What happened when I received the blessing of the god of smithing? Sorry, I don't know either. Yup, I don't know either. Do recorded gods really not exist?
Perhaps they just give blessings to those they take interest in, without any particular conditions at all, As Yoo IlHan had confidence to come last if there was a competition of gaining interests from other people, if that statement was true, he was planning to give up on 4th class and find a new path. I think the firepower of the flames had already gone beyond the extreme.
What's the problem?
There was Blaze, which was at level 99 and was nearing mastery, as well as Eternal Flame and Dragonic Blood that could enhance the firepower.
If that didn't work, then what else needed to be done?
Yoo IlHan even wanted to learn fire magic somehow, even though he had no ties to magic itself, but unfortunately, the one by his side was not Erta but Liara.
Yoo IlHan narrowed his eyes at Liara.
Although he did only think of her as mental support, she really didn't help out in other areas. At this rate, even Orochi, who was just a thought soul, would be of more help than her.
But Liara noticed his gaze and pouted. What do those eyes mean? You were thinking of something rude, weren't you?
No, I was thinking that you were very pretty.
Really? Liara's expression brightened.
Yoo IlHan felt like he would be purified facing her flawless smile, so he hurriedly turned his gaze away to the lands below the flying fortress. It wasn't just to avoid her gaze, but to find monsters as well. The blessing of the goddess of fire was a grand objective, and monster hunting was everyday life. If he tried doing whatever he had to do, then he would arrive at the objective someday.
Yoo IlHan believed in that, and always acted in accordance to that.
Now was no different.
Hey. Yes. Handling Liara that clung to him, Yoo IlHan looked below when he noticed something. The speed is decreasing. What speed?
The speed at which monsters appear.
Isn't that a good thing? You get less pressure. It's not.
I still have plenty of skills to raise.
Liara sighed lightly after hearing his words. Well, what could she do when Yoo IlHan was running a marathon at sprinting speeds?
She only watched over him from the side. I don't think anything bad will come out of slowing down, sigh.
So, what are you going to do? There are dungeons.
Although I didn't touch them until now because I was busy clearing out the monsters outside, the ones that lived for 1 year inside dungeons wouldn't be so easy either.
And so, you are entering them? What about the flying fortress then?
It would be bad if I can't use something I made, so. At this point, Liara should have noticed
that Yoo IlHan was going to do something she had not expected, yet again. Yoo IlHan spoke. Liara, have you ever heard of the word backdoor? Author's notes.
Although this would be explained next chapter, backdoors usually refer to snippets of code for the program developer to access the program more easily. There is no need for user identification, so it's great for all sorts of intrusion on privacy as well as criminal uses. Even nowadays, there are suspicious that some operating systems or programs may have backdoors.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, If You See Me, 3. Liara titled her head.
Yoo IlHan momentarily couldn't breathe after looking at her beautiful face, but as always, he hypnotized himself to think that Liara is a sister-like being and continued speaking.
Backdoors refer to program codes that the developer put in order to access an operating system or an application more easily. Let's say that there's a backdoor on my computer. Although I would usually have to input a password in order to access my account, the developer can access my account without any identification, and even remotely too. It literally is a backdoor. That's a thing bad guys use. You're right. Although it's not really made for evil purposes, the concept is like that. But why does that word come up here? Well, then. Think about why I would have mentioned such a word at this time. Liara colored in doubt.
Yoo IlHan gave her a little time for her to realize it herself, and his expectations were not betrayed as her face colored in shock.
You, don't tell me. It's exactly that. You scammer.
It's quite satisfying to hear that from the original scammer.
What was there to hide? Yes. During the Second Great Cataclysm, Yoo IlHan had tinkered with all the traps of destructions that were to be scattered on Earth. However, what was more amazing was not that he tinkered with them, but the fact that none of the higher existences realized that. Liara only found it absurd that she and the other angels were completely fooled by him, but Yoo IlHan only proudly explained, without knowing what she felt. I put a little more effort since I don't know when and where something weird would happen. You guys didn't know when I mixed dragon tongue in ancient elven language.
That's no different from the methods that the fallen angels used.
But here's a situation where I'd need it, no? Eat? Liara had a lot to say, but she couldn't say anything. He was right.
Earth, in the end, had fallen into a situation the Heaven's army could not predict, and if Yoo IlHan had installed backdoors or whatever on the traps of destructions and if it helped out in this situation, then she could only accept it.
I need to dig my own hole in order to survive. Ugh. Why is the Heaven's army so useless? However, if they were capable, then IlHan would have a hard time since he wouldn't be able to make backdoors. But wait, if we were capable, then there doesn't need to be such situations in the first place. Yoo IlHan left Liara to her endless cycle of bad thoughts, and lowered the altitude of the flying fortress. To use the backdoor, there was a need for him to get closer to the ground. KRRK? Cool. When the flying fortress showed itself below the cloud level, the monsters that noticed the gigantic shadow all looked up at the fortress. However, Yoo IlHan didn't even care about the wingless monsters. If there was a lot of them, then he would have gone to battle after landing the fortress, but there was too little of them right now. What he was looking for was dungeons that could solve the insufficient monsters problem on Earth right now. Oh, there's one there. Yoo IlHan's eyes glistened. Not far from the flying fortress, a vortex specific to dungeons could be seen. Moreover, a minute aura felt from the core regions of the dungeon was proving that was Yoo IlHan's own doing. Ha! But IlHan. Liara, who escaped the endless cycle, raised her head.
She realized that she forgot about the most important thing.
And so? What is the utility of this backdoor? I couldn't add that many.
Well, I can see what kind of monsters are inside and what numbers, but
that's good.
Even I don't know the contents of the dungeons on Earth.
That's just like navigation. So it's not that much different from what we informed you until now. Liara's expression brightened.
It looked like she could accept that much.
Yoo IlHan giggled, thinking about how she was so honest and almost unable to lie. But what could he do?
That was just the foundations required to implement the most important utility of the backdoor.
Yoo IlHan added while giggling. And a function to make dungeons explode. Ha! I said there is a function to make dungeons explode. Yoo IlHan knew what Liara was feeling like, so he explained in kind.
She stared at him in a daze after hearing that, before shouting with glaring eyes.
Why did you put such a function in it? Although there's a lot.
I could use it as a threat when the people of other countries are trying to threaten the ones close to me.
That's just terrorism.
Liara was angry at the fact that Yoo IlHan had made a function that could potentially harm civilians. However, he only shrugged his shoulders.
Even I don't want to harm civilians. It's just a backup method. Carrying it out is a big problem. But you know it as well, don't you? Think about the position that Vanguard holds.
If I don't have such a card in my hands, it would have been worrying.
That's
true. Even before the second Great Cataclysm, the value of Vanguard was incomparable to all others. If the ones with authority and power had malicious intents, then they could have extended their hands to his friends and family, even if they couldn't do that to himself. And in truth, no big problems occurred thanks to the cooperation with Kong Mirai going smoothly, but Yoo IlHan couldn't be criticized for making backdoors just in case.
Liara knew that, so she could only sigh. And also, just as when Liara accepted the situation a little, Yoo IlHan added,
if I use this, I can fight against a large amount of monsters at once.
It's also advantageous for me to bring them out here instead of me going in.
Sheesh, your scale is too big to be measured using a scale at all.
Of course, Yoo IlHan wasn't going to mention anything about the backdoor at all if he didn't need to.
If it came to the worst, he was going to take the role to clean all the dungeons while going around the world. However, the people of Earth endured the second Great Cataclysm even without him interfering. No, with the gates to other worlds opening, all of the situation developed at a speed beyond his imaginations, and stabilized as well. Even he himself, who had prepared everything in advance, was busily working in another place, so there was no need to use such a thing. However, just as everything seemed to reach the end, the third Great Cataclysm occurred and flipped everything over. Although, just speaking of the result, it was a good outcome for him.
And so? What are you going to do now? Make dungeons explode, of course. So you mean to say, since there are too few monsters on the land, you want to supplement them using the monsters inside the dungeon? Exactly. Yoo IlHan's willpower was like steel.
He was no newborn baby and knew of the dangers of making dungeons explode.
Liara gave up trying to persuade him. Gosh, I don't care anymore. Do whatever you want. In fact, you don't have to tell me, I was already going to do it.
The moment the flying fortress skipped past above a dungeon gate, Yoo IlHan called out a small artifact he made using a second-class magic stone, and dropped it on top of the gate. The magic stone dropped rapidly and landed on the gate, and without exaggeration, the gate exploded with a boom in the very next moment.
Kiha! Freedom! I'm free! Kill humans! Let's earn records!
Kill! In an instant, a monster army numbering 100,000 rushed out into the region. As this was a dungeon that was maintained from the second Great Cataclysm, over 70% of them were merely 3 in D class, but Yoo IlHan did not care. They would grow into 4 RD classes soon.
The current Earth was just that insane. Yoo IlHan realized something and stopped thinking about the insane growth of the monsters. Perhaps the people of Earth may not be able to survive even they came back. That's a coincidence. I was also thinking that. But right now, I don't think you are in a position to care about other people. That's true. Let's move a little quicker. That's not what I meant, idiot. Yoo IlHan, who made a dungeon explode, quickly drove the flying fortress to make other dungeons explode as well. What was even more of a headache was that the monsters from the dungeons that Yoo IlHan had freed also had the power to make other dungeons explode. Hey, this is completely a dungeon wave. To think you'd cause an artificial dungeon wave. This is usually a disaster that's at the top of the food chain in terms of disasters for a world. Good, fill the earth with monsters. You are scary when you act like a villain like that, so stop it. Liara didn't like this, but Erta was better at retorts. Yoo IlHan thought about that and licked his lips. He didn't want to show that he missed Erta, so he wordlessly sped up the flying fortress. The world was wide, and there are plenty of dungeons. Yoo IlHan's traps of destructions had the function to propagate the back doors to other traps of destructions as well, so right now, the only dungeon Yoo IlHan couldn't make explode was the hellish dungeon that he had escaped before. What about the aerial dungeons or the oceanic dungeons? I need to open all of them too. The fortress is prepared for battle whenever and wherever the battle may be. Wah, it's not like the traps of destructions are completely destroyed just because a dungeon was opened, but if that happens, an overflow will happen. That's exactly what I want. The flying fortress was not as fast as Yoo IlHan with his ruin calling, but the maintainability and the stability of the flight was incredibly high when considering fortress of its magnitude. On top of it, Yoo IlHan was throwing artifacts like he was tossing toys, and whenever the fortress passed by a dungeon, they were hit by these artifacts and freed tons of monsters as if a chick was being born from an egg. It's an overflow. Oh, there's a dungeon in that airspace there too. Once he had planned the collapse of the dungeons, Yoo IlHan didn't know when to stop. Since many monsters were popping out at once, the monsters that didn't usually fight each other had tense atmospheres, and when the mana current was twisted, the record of monsters were fused with each other to give birth to a freakish new monster. This was none other than the signs of an overflow. Wow, fourth-class monsters are being made real-time. Even if you say it like chicks are being born from eggs, it's a horrible sight. Yoo IlHan smiled in satisfaction, seeing the earth coloring in chaos like the initial stages of the third Great Cataclysm, before asking Liara, who looked like she had given up on everything again. How is it? Earth's growth will be accelerated, right? If, and only if, the enormous amount of mana possessed by the monsters return to Earth and form a cycle. Aha, that's my field of specialty right there. He replied confidently and extended his hand to grab the 8-tailed dragon spear. When Yoo IlHan swung it like a conductor would in an orchestra, 100 eyes, which had been on standby mode, all started activating. 100 destruction mirrors that rose up into the air one after the other. And a frightening amount of mana gathered around them, the weapon that would call unequal fear and despair to all, aimed at the ground. Ki? It's still bright, but I see the moon. There are a lot of moons. They're shining brightly. There's a human up there. We need to kill. Yoo IlHan had destroyed so many dungeons in that short time, that the number of monsters bearing drawn to the flying fortress and gathering in the area easily numbered over 1 million. There were quite a few fourth-class beings that were just born as well, which made Yoo IlHan smile. Well, then. He raised the 8-tailed dragon spear on his hand and swung it while shouting. Fire! Rays of light numbering 100 connected the sky and the ground in straight lines. The unlucky monsters in their paths were all burnt to black ash. The monsters roared at the unpredicted and sudden disaster, but the retribution of light continued until all the monsters in the region died, and until all the monsters beyond the region died. It took a mere 3 months from the time all the dungeons on Earth were freed, to the time they were all decimated by Yoo IlHan. Author's notes. With this, the timeline is equal. Of course, the chapter will still go on.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 203, If You See Me, 4. It has been 2 years since the third Great Cataclysm, as well as the second year that Yoo IlHan was left alone. Oh, there's one here too. Cock.
Critical hit.
Cock.
Whether it was deep in the sea, high up above the clouds, or a forest full of thick trees, it didn't matter. With the flying fortress, Yoo IlHan roamed around the earth and killed all the monsters he could find.
Human, we need to find and kill humans. And another one. Kuhuk.
Critical hit.
You have. The skill, Death God, activates.
The monsters somehow had an enormous resentment towards Yoo IlHan from birth, and tried to find him, but Yoo IlHan didn't want any more useless foreshadows, so he killed them mercilessly and did not interrogate them for information. In fact, he found it annoying that he could understand what the monsters were saying.
Just what did I do to piss off even the newborns? Honestly, there are numerous reasons. Do you even remember how many monsters you've killed until now?
Just the destruction mirrors that orbited around the flying fortress like guards on patrol had probably killed tens of billions of monsters. If there was something like a collective consciousness of monsters, then it would be strange if they didn't resent Yoo IlHan. Liara remarked as if it was absurd, but Yoo IlHan replied back with a shining pose.
Liara, do you remember how many slices of bread you have eaten until now? Fine, I get it. Yoo IlHan collected the monster he had just killed.
Although it had died too easily, this guy was a proper fourth class, one that even had a magic stone. So Earth is such a laborious place.
Although this is nothing new, your thought process is really shocking.
Yoo IlHan also acknowledged that he was being overly optimistic, but he also thought that he wasn't really wrong saying that. That was because just counting the number of fourth-class magic stone he had acquired in the past 2 years numbered 150,000. Would it be possible to acquire 150,000 fourth-class magic stones even if we clean up 1,000 other worlds, other than Earth? If it's a lower world, then of course not. Yoo IlHan looked at the pile of fourth-class magic stones in his inventory and muttered. Just a few years ago, he had to be careful about using any fourth-class magic stones, but now, he was literally swimming in riches. Perhaps the heavens blessed him to be able to make anything he wants in compensation for cursing him to his loneliness. Perhaps he might have exchanged the two values which must never be exchanged. However, if it's a higher world, it's not impossible to gather that many magic stones. The problem is that fourth-class magic stones aren't that useful to higher existences.
So one would need a magic stone of a higher existence to go against another? Well, yeah, it's supposed to be.
In fact, whatever magic stones are used, it would work if the rank of the weapon is high. Rather than their abilities, it's their tier that makes the difference.
Explain it more simply. Liara pondered for a moment, before giving a short and clear answer. Everything you make will work. Yes, that's enough.
No fifth-class magic stone was used in the making of the flying fortress. If he heard that the flying fortress could not confront higher existences despite it being a god-ranked artifact, then even he would have gone berserk at the injustice of the system. In fact, I think it's really unfair that you could make epic or chaos or god or whatever using just fourth-class magic stones.
But that's nothing new, so I'll skip past it. You just said everything though.
Yoo IlHan looked at his inventory and thought about what he could do with the magic stones he had gathered, but he decided to save them since there was nothing he could use them on right now.
Yes, right now. You're planning something again. It's nothing.
In fact, he had plenty of things to use the magic stones on if he wished to. He could consume them without waiting for the destruction mirrors to charge up and also use them as fuel to accelerate the flying fortress. However, the third-class magic stones, which numbered 10 times as much, would suffice for that. It was an infinite cycle of killing monsters and gaining their magic stones, and becoming more efficient in hunting them. The more he repeated the cycle, he acquired more magic stones, and by consuming them, the flying fortress increased its speed and destructive power in killing monsters. The result was that, after 2 years, Yoo IlHan could go around the world on the flying fortress in just a day or two. That round trip also included the process of killing monsters that appeared from various corners of the world. The rate at which monsters disappear is faster than the rate at which they appear. You know what may happen at this rate, right? Overflow. Like how electrodes, Pokemon, didn't die even when they self-destruct, dungeons did not disappear even when he made them explode. Rather, as the contents were emptied out, it desperately emits mana in order to refill the empty space, but the monsters outside were long since cleaned up by Yoo IlHan, so it would not get any refill. Then what happens? The earth, possessing a thick concentration of mana, would generate more monsters to counteract that. The mana emitted by the traps of destructions, the mana possessed by the earth, and the Akashic records of that region would combine with each other to give birth to literal freakish monsters. If you know, then slow down. However, if an overflow occurs and stronger monsters appear, then the Earth's growth speed would accelerate, wouldn't it? In fact, the majority of the monsters spawning nowadays are fourth-class beings. Was it just fourth class? An overflow would be occurring even now, somewhere on Earth. Elite monsters over level 250 were being born non-stop. Of course, no monsters could survive the direct attack from Yoo IlHan himself and the flying fortress. Right now, Earth was giving off a relatively peaceful atmosphere, and was rather quiet thanks to the flying fortress. But if the flying fortress disappeared from Earth for just 1 week, then Earth would enter an era of chaos and destruction again. Even worlds after the Fourth Great Cataclysm wouldn't be in such a dire situation. Liara actually feared that Earth would progress into a higher world very soon. Once, Yoo IlHan had said that he would replace the 7 billion humans on Earth and kill the monsters for them, but looking at the flying fortress and Yoo IlHan right now, that was an absurd lie. Yoo IlHan was doing well over 7 billion people's worth. It was more like 10 or 20 billion. But IlHan needs to get his fourth class too. At this point, the only requirements Yoo IlHan hadn't achieved was the blessing of the goddess of fire, mastering Blaze and mastering Death God. Death God and Blaze were nearing mastery, and were at level 99. Thinking about what kind of path he had taken until now to achieve that, he wanted to cry. Fire! Fire! Calling out the conditions to acquire his fourth class, Yoo IlHan muttered while looking at the list. Should I try turning the world into a sea of fire? How can you say such evil words like it's nothing? Or should I try making an artificial sun? I can't even keep up with you now. Of course, whether it was covering the earth with fire that is enough to dry out all the oceans, or making an artifact to replace the sun, he would need a 5th-class magic stone. So, whichever it was still a dream inside a dream. I also need to evolve the language skill too. You don't need to hurry. Just remember that you're progressing plenty fast right now. 5th-class magic stone? Liara didn't even know they existed prior to her becoming a higher existence. Meanwhile, Yoo IlHan required them whether it was acquiring 4th class, or evolving his skill, so it was very absurd. Ah. Okay. Ha. However, unlike her intentions, Yoo IlHan looked dejected after hearing that. Yes. You're right. There is a lot of time, so I don't need to hurry. Phew. Perhaps, just perhaps, the reason why Yoo IlHan wasn't pedaling the brakes was to escape this stuffy reality. Although it was easy to forget because of his optimistic attitude, he was currently in a situation where it wouldn't be strange even if he went crazy. In the beginning stages of the Third Great Cataclysm, there were a lot of monsters to kill, and there were a lot of weapons to develop as well, so he had a lot to look forward to, but now that 2 years have passed, there was nothing more to make, and there were no monsters to kill for 3 or 4 days once he went on a round trip. Even now, he had just finished a round trip around the world, so he couldn't find any signs of monsters no matter how hard he looked for them.
He just emptied out all the dungeons on Earth, so that was sure.
Liara finally thought that she might have committed a mistake, but it was too late by then. The dejected Yoo IlHan put blaze on his spear and swung it around, pioneering a new realm of playing alone. His figure, making a figure of flames in the air using the eternal flame, was very beautiful when seen afar, but looked very miserable when seen up close.
Liara couldn't leave him alone, and tried her best to think up of things that may improve his mood. Bath, if you take a bath, you'll feel better. You're trying to share it again, aren't you?
I don't want to enter such a poisonous bath, duh.
However, Yoo IlHan's mood didn't get better even when he finished bathing.
That could be seen from how the figure of flames he was making had evolved from a rabbit to the perverted vibration demon. If it was possible, Liara wanted to ask him to make something else, but Yoo IlHan right now was like a bomb that would go off at any moment.
Then.
This was her chance.
Liara decided to try a bolder approach to make Yoo IlHan feel better.
In no way this was to fulfill her desires.
It was to console Yoo IlHan.
Even her own excuse was perfect.
IlHan. Speak.
She licked her lips while blushing in embarrassment, before closing her eyes and opening her mouth.
IlHan, how about you? Ha? At that moment, Yoo IlHan abruptly raised his head. The figure of the vibration demon in the air dissipated. Did he realize without her having to say it? Just as when Liara's face turned as red as a tomato. It's an overflow. This aura is explosive. Is it because I cleaned out all the monsters from the ground?
No, several traps of destructions are resonating at once.
Don't tell me it's,
Yoo IlHan, who even showed signs of listlessness until now, instantly turned proactive. Well, this was the reason why he could grow until now, but Liara couldn't help but think that she just became a fool when she saw that he was moving so busily.
Should I just
talk to me later, Liara?
It looks like the thing I was waiting for is about to happen. Waiting for? I was waiting for hundreds of years. Waiting for what?
Yoo IlHan didn't answer and drove the flying fortress. He applied concealment on the entire castle and wasn't satisfied with just that and collected all of the 100 eyes into one place and prepared them to be able to shoot at any moment. Liara thought no way while looking at that, but could realize when the flying fortress reached the region of the overflow. A storming current of golden light, movements of the traps of destructions that define reason, and was gathering in one area, amplifying mana and the records belonging to the Akashic record.
And a violent life form that was struggling inside it. A naturally occurring, 5th class.
A miracle that cannot happen, and should not have happened, was occurring on Earth right now.
Author's notes. Is a 5th class finally being born on Earth? Find out next chapter?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 204, If You See Me, 5. All beings are born as lower existences. This was an absolute condition applied to any and all worlds. Even higher worlds weren't an exception to this rule. It wasn't that there weren't absurd monsters born with a level above 270 as a result of a catastrophic cluster of mana, but no matter how hard the world tried, there was a fundamental difference in the amount of records and mana between higher and lower existences. If they were born here and there, then the multiverse would have collapsed long ago. If it was that easy, then the destruction demon army should have destroyed the heavens army long ago. In fact, the destruction demon army numbers the most among the 4 factions. There are many monsters born with really high levels in worlds after the 4th Great Cataclysm. Although the trail to become a higher existence is as hard as anyone else, if the destruction demon army reaches their hands out. So even Daru may have given birth to many destruction demon soldiers. Yes, if it was maintained that way. Then what is that? Yoo IlHan pointed at the golden storm of mana that was arising on the ground and asked Liara. Liara became speechless. So, It was a storm that raged as if every item containing mana was being sucked into it. The life form raging at the center definitely possessed the violent presences of higher existences Yoo IlHan had felt many times while living with the angels, attacking the fallen angels, and when he met Taraka in Daru, the one that became a higher existence as a dragon. "It looks like there was a mistake," replied Liara in the brightest way possible. However, her expression was still not that pretty to look at, and she couldn't hide her despair. However, Yoo IlHan just firmly accepted those words. "Yeah, I was wondering why you weren't saying that nowadays." 1. Rules becoming twisted and broken just on Earth was nothing new anymore. Moreover, Yoo IlHan was always waiting for this to happen. Experience given from fifth-class beings was always welcome. Their magic stones were even more warmly welcomed. Liara became worried after seeing Yoo IlHan licking his lips. "What are you going to do, kill it? There's no reason why I can't. In fact, the Death God skill is still maintained right now." The Death God skill's activation requirements were loosened once he entered the 90s, and currently, at 99, it was strengthened to the extreme compared to level 1. Before, his buffs would be reset if he didn't kill an enemy within 5 minutes of each other, but right now, even if he didn't kill continuously, he could maintain the buffed state for 1 hour and 30 minutes. Of course, that was nothing to stop the skill from being cancelled if he failed in killing the enemy in one strike, but the duration being lengthened by 18 times was a huge boon. Especially in situations like now where he found a monster after playing around a lot. "There's around 5 minutes left, I guess. Although, it would be fine if I can get just a single hit in. You do know that the situation is much different from the time you attacked a fallen angel in surprise, right?" "Yup." When he attacked the fallen angel in surprise, his conditions were too good. Not only was there Nayuna, the strongest buffer in the world, he had also learned about the weakness of the fallen angels from Liara. If he attacked the head or the heart recklessly, he wouldn't have killed them so easily. However, Yoo IlHan dared to say that his current conditions were much better than that. 2 years had passed, and although his level didn't rise by much, his power was incomparable to before. Just speaking about the Death God skill, although 80% was the limit at that time, right now, it was possible to enhance everything by 90%. Blaze, his spear techniques, and other weapon mastery as well as support skills had developed a lot as well. And decisively, he was now with the Destroyer's Flying Fortress. The Flying Fortress was treated as his equipment, so not only did it receive the effects of the enhancement from the Death God skill, it also received the benefits of a surprise attack. Liara saw that Yoo IlHan was completely rearing for battle, and spoke after looking at the golden storm of light that was slowly dissipating. "It is not far from birth. If you really need to kill it, you need to do it now when its ego still hasn't taken root." "Got it. Don't you have any plans on waiting? If it was the birth of a simple monster, I wouldn't care, but this is an unprecedented incident. 5th class and above can no longer be considered monsters. I mean to say that it might not be born evil. Liara, you should know this, but..." Yoo IlHan activated the greatest attack system on the fortress, the 100 Eyes, before replying. "I don't like gambling that much. If that was a harmless existence, then all was well. He would welcome that at any time. Perhaps that being might understand Yoo IlHan's intentions and even support him. However, what if it was like any other monster born on Earth, born with the resentment and killing intent towards Yoo IlHan? If Yoo IlHan's concealment wore off, then he would be threatened with death. No matter how strong he was, he could not sustain a full frontal fight with a 5th class being without the help of the Death God skill. And in fact, I don't really like the concept of good and evil either. If Yoo IlHan was a man who could only act after judging the good and the evil, then he wouldn't even be standing here right now. He would have died long ago. Despite what kind of grand schemes one may have, once the standard of good and evil became oneself, then it only becomes hypocrisy. So, he does not judge the good and the evil.
He only killed due to necessity and for survival. In that, was neither good nor evil. Only life. Okay, I get it. Hearing his firm reply, Liara also did not say anything and took a step back. Yoo IlHan thought that Liara may have perhaps mentioned that just in case he hesitated, but he didn't pay any heed to that and just focused on deploying the destruction mirrors. 100 mirrors floated on top of the flying fortress, and tilted at precise angles, as if they were preparing to focus their power into a single point. This was the one-point focus mode that Yoo IlHan had prepared for scenarios like this. Wow, that's amazing. Of course it is. How many magic stones do you think I'm using to do that? The most grand and overwhelming aura made Liara swallow in nervousness. She was sure that even she wouldn't be able to block all of that without coming out unscathed, even if she were to release all of her power as an angel. Even though the feathers of the fallen angels were from higher existences, now that they were separated and lost their lives, it had to be weaker than the time they were in active use. However, Yoo IlHan had focused all of that power and stacked it in order to bring out a power that could harm higher existences. That was a blessing and simultaneously a disaster, born from power and technology. A set of weapons made for mass destruction. What that was aiming at was of course the central regions of the storm occurring on the ground. Although it hadn't even taken shape yet, the absurd amount of mana could still be seen. Yoo IlHan finished the minute adjustment of the trajectory and smirked. Even magical girls are the weakest when they're transforming. I like how you say such words without hesitation. He was confident that he could kill the enemy with just this, but as the opponent was a higher existence, he decided to put another measure as insurance. Never would Yoo IlHan get struck on the back of his head due to carelessness. He had learned countless patterns of sure-fail tactics from novels and their protagonists. IlHan, hurry up. It will awaken and move soon. Even if you don't tell me that, I'll. He activated dragonic blood and blaze successively. As always, he had made it white using eternal flame. The location he placed the power of the flames was of course, the central regions of the destruction mirrors. Liara shouted in shock. Such a thing was possible? Of course, it's a part of my equipment. Although, I do wish I can acquire the blessing of the goddess of fire with this. He always failed when he got greedy. He shook off his regrets about the blessing of the goddess of fire with a light smile, and shot the weapon before that thing actually found consciousness and stood on guard. There was no need for any grand movements. It was just enough for him to grip his left hand more. Kayak. Just as Liara instinctively shrunk her body and stuck to Yoo IlHan after feeling the scale of the compressed mana, the destruction mirrors shot out a ray of white light without the slightest bit of vibrations. It was compressed to the extreme that the ray of light that was thinner than a fishing line not only contained the mana contained by the 100 destruction mirrors, it also had the power of blaze enhanced by dragonic blood. Critical hit. In that instant, the line connected the sky with the ground, and struck the center of the storm at a speed that could not be followed with the eyes. Yoo IlHan made the flying fortress charge towards the ground the moment he was sure that his attack had succeeded. What are you doing? It's not dead yet, dot. Then why are you dropping the fortress? Watch closely. The flying fortress rapidly shot towards the ground. With the sudden descent option, this speed had plenty of room for improvements. Although it doesn't amount to much, let's add the weight of the inventory. What do you mean not much? It's becoming faster. The ground neared. Yoo IlHan covered the flying fortress with a spherical barrier to protect the crucial parts of the fortress, and covered that barrier with blaze. This was a perfect artificial meteor. So you can do everything with blaze. It's only pitiful that I can't use dragonic blood simultaneously yet, dot. The power of the stacked rays from 100 eyes was so strong that the 5th-class enemy that appeared after the storm had dissipated due to the sheer force, couldn't move even a little. As the ground neared, Yoo IlHan could also confirm the figure of the enemy. Oh, dang. At that place was the figure of a feeble, pretty lady that even made Yoo IlHan hesitate for a moment.
The enemy that couldn't even move due to a perforation on the chest was leaking tears from its clear eyes as if to provoke Yoo IlHan's empathy. A woman! Liara shouted in panic. Just from the scale of the storm, it wouldn't have been strange if it was bigger than the golem that he fought in Lanpa, but what actually appeared had the figure of a human. And moreover, she was such a feeble and delicate and beautiful lady. Screw yourself. And this guy here didn't consider that at all and still made the flying fortress charge without stopping. There should be a limit to how dried out his emotions can be. However, there wasn't even any time for Liara to say anything. Yoo IlHan would not stop at all, and before she could do anything, the figure of the woman disappeared as the flying fortress flattened her. A sound, if that could be considered a sound at all, resounded across the lands. The enormous weight of the flying fortress had just struck the ground, despite the shock absorption from the higher existence, so that was nothing strange. The extreme ray of energy followed by the charge of the flying fortress split apart the region at the point of collision and brought about a large-scale earthquake, but as Yoo IlHan had immediately collected the body of the higher existence the moment he killed her, the ground was of no concern for him. You have earned experience. LV3? These question marks again. IlHan, you just. No matter how you looked at it, it was a good existence. Just as Liara was about to say that, a screeching woman's voice rang out in Yoo IlHan's head. Hey! You! You really had to kill that. Of course, I had to kill that. Yoo IlHan spoke as if he was expecting that. When you become a pro loner like me, you would be able to differentiate fake tears. How dare you try to deceive me when you were just born? Ha! TCH. Liara tilted her head after finding out the situation a little late, and the thought soul of the higher existence acknowledged that she was inferior to Yoo IlHan. Ugh, again, another being I can't win against. While the unexpected farewell and unexpected meeting happened in silence, only Orochi was swallowing his frustration. Author's notes. There are quite a lot of things he can do with Blaze. But he still hasn't mastered it yet. Will Orochi be able to win against a higher existence's thought soul? 1. She said the same thing when 10 years became 1,000 years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205, If You See Me, 6. The thought soul that newly registered on Yoo IlHan's collection was a very noisy one. How could you kill me without differentiating whether I was an ally or enemy? Ha! And you had any thoughts on becoming friendly with anyone? I was going to kill them all. Well, of course. There was no way the naturally occurring higher existence born on Earth, where everything was born with resentment towards Yoo IlHan, was going to be friendly. Yoo IlHan confronted the pitiful thought soul that couldn't lie, and spoke with a sigh. Done differentiation, you're an enemy. How can you only check after you kill? You always start off by killing before anything in war. And my life has always been a war. IlHan is so cool. Cool. That's cool. The thought soul sounded very enraged. Well, it was nothing surprising since it died before it could do anything, even though it was born as a higher existence. However, Yoo IlHan did not regret his actions at all. To be exact, he was sure that his will wouldn't have wavered no matter how the situation developed out. She was an enemy. The reason he could have a luxury talk with her right now was only because he had killed her and made her into a thought soul, and if she was at all alive, then there would be no room for any conversation. Coward, how are you so well off after killing me with a surprise attack? Ha, a loser dog is barking. Yoo IlHan also had the trait of a non-social person that became arrogant once he was sure of his complete superiority. Eek, what do you mean a loser dog? There was no chance to fight at all. I said life is a war. Why didn't you prepare the moment you were born? Well, you still wouldn't have seen through my concealment. Eek. IlHan, you're being scary. While Yoo IlHan was thinking of ways to extort information from this noisy girl, the thought soul's rants continued on. But cowardly is still cowardly. Just as I was about to take a breath after being born, a weird beam screws up my body, and after I barely endured that, a giant castle falls on me. There's a reason why this world is trying to kill you. Mastering Death Collector is quite annoying. I collect weird thought souls like these without my permission. Yoo IlHan quietly levitated the flying fortress and muttered. Of course, he said that, but it wasn't like she was a useless thought soul. Not only was it a big plus that he had gained a thought soul of a 5th class that had intelligence, if he used her well, when she was born from the records of the earth, it was possible for him to gain information on what he couldn't even come in contact with until now. It's so frustrating, damn it. Orochi. It's alright, Orochi. You're doing your best. If it was any other ordinary thought soul, he would have borrowed Orochi's power to interrogate, but she was of the 5th class, not someone Orochi could currently do something about. What was left was a peaceful negotiation, but the problem was whether this soul fragment that was just smashed by him would be cooperative or not. From her words, she sounded like a little child that had no experience despite having a lot of knowledge, perhaps due to being just born. Anyway, free me. I still have my body, and my soul is here too. I'm sorry, but your soul has already passed on to somewhere I do not know. You are only a fragment of the original. What? Oh. Would she go into self-retrospective now? The matters of life and death and the soul was always a difficult matter for any being. For her to accept that when she was just a newborn, the weight would be too much on her. IlHan, what are you doing to a newborn? Well, she's an enemy. Oh, yeah. I forgot since you acted so freely with her. Yoo IlHan had completely levitated the flying fortress and checked the barrier while waiting for her reply, and the thought soul that was silent after realization of her own identity finally spoke after a little time. Then? Then it's the same as me being born again thanks to you, isn't it? Never did he think she would accept that so optimistically. You are quite amazing. Well, yeah. At the time I was born, I was only thinking about killing all the humans on Earth, but now my thought process is quite free. So that's it, it's because I was born anew. Well, yeah. I'm quite amazing. Yes. I didn't die. I was born. The shift in the thought soul's thought process was surprisingly fast. Even Yoo IlHan wouldn't be so optimistic as her. However, it was not a bad thing to accept reality and think positively about it. Whether it was for her, or for Yoo IlHan, it would make her advance forward. And as expected, once she left the negative thoughts, she went on to expand her thoughts. But this is still too stuffy for me. I don't like this feeling of being trapped in unknown darkness. Give me a body like that snake. Grower, I'm not a snake. I'm Yamada no Orochi. The body my soul was in is still intact, right? If it's you, you can transfer me back over. I'm sorry, but it's not that simple. Yoo IlHan spoke in a really unfortunate tone and took out her corpse. Perforated with a blaze-imbued laser beam, and being smashed by the flying fortress, that body made one wonder if it can even be considered a body anymore. While the thought soul was at a loss in front of the unfortunate reality, Liara spoke after looking at the state of the corpse. Perhaps it would look like this if an ogre ate a human and vomited it back out. Yoo IlHan. The thought soul burst out crying. This was a real cry and not one to make Yoo IlHan hesitate like before. It turned into paste, my pretty body. Although it's not my body, but still. Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan glared at Liara as if he was innocent, despite him being the one that made the body like this, and calmly spoke to the thought soul that was crying noisily in his head. However, I can give you a different body. A different body?
The moment she heard that voice, her voice floated up as if the crying never happened.
Success, Yoo IlHan smiled after he was sure of that. You should know that everything in the world is a give-and-take process, right? But you killed me.
No, well, a soul that shared consciousness with me.
Then stay like that if you don't want to. I'll come back for a second round after making Orochi grow. I'll say this now, but the conditions then wouldn't be as good as it is now. Ugh.
There was no need for Yoo IlHan to provoke any further. Her intelligence was very clear, enough for her to judge that the situation was too disadvantageous for her to drag things out. Adding on top of that, the fact that she was considering the higher existence that just died and herself as different beings, finally, she obediently replied to Yoo IlHan.
I can't help it. And so? What is this condition? It's very simple.
You only need to become a subordinate under my rule. It's the best method for the two of us to be able to trust each other.
Aha, like that snake. I'm not a snake, shouted Orochi. Yoo IlHan giggled with the two fighting his BGM. Although it was a pity that he couldn't acquire a 5th-class magic stone from her body, it looked like this was a jackpot in its own way. Has become your subordinate. Ugh, this feels unpleasant. I can feel a connection with another being. Hold it. It's not only you that feels unpleasant. Although she was only a thought soul, she was still a part of a higher existence. It was an enormous matter to make her submit under his rule. It would have been difficult even if he had mastered the rule skill, but as the abilities of a death god supported him, and she was being cooperative as well, he safely succeeded. And naturally, his skill level rose by quite a lot. The skill, rule, has become level 97. It becomes easier to accept a higher-leveled opponent under your rule, the growth speed of all beings under you accelerates, and you receive natural loyalty from all of them. You can apply a little bit of forcefulness in the activation, but only against beings overwhelmingly lower league than you. This skill is becoming frightening too. That forceful part really nags on my mind. If he could forcefully submit someone, it meant that someone overwhelmingly stronger than him could do the same to him. Yoo IlHan was worried about that, but Liara replied as if that was nothing to worry about. It's normal stuff to make others forcefully submit even without the rule skill, when there's a large gap in levels, no? There's no need to worry about that. What's more important is the speed you're leveling the rule skill at. That's true, but thinking about how it could affect the opponent's mind, it feels a little. Sheesh, minor details. There are not many people who raised the rule skill as much as you in the first place. The rule skill. It was a skill with a tremendous difficulty of acquisition made for rulers, and it was even harder to raise them. However, not only did Yoo IlHan acquire this skill from Heaven's Quest, he had also made quite a lot of footholds for its growth by subordinating elves and even dragons. Moreover, this growth accelerated as the subordinates, who were in places unknown to him, were developing rapidly. Adding a higher existence into the mix, it had reached an absurd level of 97. Ugh, this is uncomfortable. I can't hate Master even if I wanted to. I called him Master and not Master, but why do I keep calling him Master? Please speak something I can understand. I am. It looked like the speech patterns of the subordinates were also affected. Yoo IlHan became afraid of his own skill for a moment, but then thought that everything was fine since he was fine. Well, it would be fine if I became stronger faster. You're quite progressive when you've just killed a higher existence in a surprise attack. Master, body. Where's my body? The thought soul that just finished the contract shouted in a bright voice. Yoo IlHan stopped thinking about the rule skill completely and confronted her. Before that, let's give you a name. There's also something I want to ask you. Although I want a body, but I guess that's fine. Name me anything. Well, then. How about Mystic? Mystic, I like it. Master is quite good after all. Ha, dot.
In fact, he meant for the name to be a part of optimistic, with her being naive and all, but she heard that as mystic, i.e. being mysterious.
But since she liked it, Yoo IlHan decided to not talk about the source of the name. Well, everyone grew up that way. Even Yoo IlHan wouldn't be standing here if the pain of the BL*************** D Lancer didn't exit. Like the name, Mystic One asked with the endlessly positive attitude. So, what is it that you want to ask? The current state of the Earth. You talked about this, right? That you thought that you had to kill me the moment you were born. It would be fine if that was your instinct as a monster, but after talking with you, it doesn't sound like that. I'm not a monster. That's why I'm asking, Mystic. Yoo IlHan's voice lowered. Perhaps this was the most important moment after the third Great Cataclysm. I have a lot to ask, but let me ask this first. How? Were you born as a higher existence? That's... Mystic hesitated for a moment but replied soon. Probably, I was part of a large pool of shared records before I was born. Huh? Yoo IlHan momentarily couldn't understand and asked back, but Liera instantly understood her words. So you aren't a naturally occurring higher existence? Yeah. Acknowledged Mystic. I was born with the help of another higher existence sharing his own record. With the orders to kill you. At that point, Yoo IlHan could understand her words. It looked like there was a higher existences other than her on Earth right now. Author's notes. Let me announce the results of the popularity poll. This will be very long. There were a total of 1,485 votes. And let me announce you the most obvious first place. It's none other than Yoo IlHan with 437 votes. Because he's MC's such simple reasons numbered the most, and the next popular ones are he's similar to me, he puts in endless effort, and the like. That's strange. I'm not even wearing glasses but my vision is getting hazy. IlHan, do your best, we're all loners. Let me omit the ones with 1 or 2 votes. The one that left the most impression was the Mantis Scythe Armguard that briefly appeared at the very beginning of the story. Even this author forgot until I saw that vote. To think that would get a vote, dot. Thanks to Spyra doing something bad just before the poll, she only got 3 votes. The bittersweet persona, which has now become the Flying Fortress, received 5. Meanwhile, the unrevealed master of the Hell Dungeon where Mira is currently in, received 7 votes and gave Spyra a big hit. The author of this novel, I, have received 8 votes. One reason said, because he looks handsome. Although I'm very thankful, you won't get anywhere with flattery. There's one with the same number of votes as me, which is Mireille's brother, Kang Ha-jin. 6 of them said, because no one will pick them. Let's do our best together. The Eternal Flame received 12 votes. Without a single in the novel, it surpassed Ha-jin just with its actions alone. Look forward to its tongue-flickering actions later on too. Meanwhile, Kim Yi-sul, Yoo IlHan's mother, as well as the Hell Dungeon's mascot, the perverted vibration demon, have received 17 votes each. How? How can this be? With the grand villainous entrance, but now Yoo IlHan's ally, Orochi, and Yoo IlHan's father Yoo IlHan, who has such a faint presence in the novel, have come in joint 7th place with 24 votes. A lot of you said that Yoo IlHan may do something later because he hasn't done anything until now. Well, the truth? Would he stay faint? Or will he do something after all? 6th place is Kong Mireille with 28 votes. A lot of the comments said that her arduous efforts to advance forward suited Yoo IlHan a lot. Perhaps she would get more votes in the future according to how she acts. However, for now. Yep, she's the last among the heroines. Crying face. 5th is Erta with 76 votes. Like how she was a stiff and direct character at her appearance, many of you said that you liked her changing attitude while she stayed with the main character was clear.
There are also a lot of votes saying Erta must be the one to retort. I also wish Erta came back soon. Fourth place is Yoo IlHan's son, Ymir. With 224 votes, he overwhelms Erta at 5th place. He looks cute, he acts cute, the way he imitates his dad is cute, and such were the comments. Ah, everybody, you are dangerous people, clink clink. I've already announced the first place, so there's only the third and second place. In fact, this could be the battle for the main heroine. You should know if you've read the votes, but there was an unpredictable miracle that actually occurred. Yes, third is Yuna with 238 votes. She was a character that received all the hate when she first appeared, but there were a lot of you who looked at her honest approach to Yoo IlHan in a positive light. Other than that, there are opinions like her wayo is characteristic, she's pretty, she has big boobs, she's proactive, she has big boobs, and she's the first one to break through Yoo IlHan's iron guard. Just how much do you like boobs? Although I like them too. Then the grand second place? There's only one. It's our pitiful angel Liera that crushed everyone other than Yoo IlHan himself with 336 votes. She's cute, she's so pitiful, she's pretty and even has big boobs, she's like a kind next door Nuna, etc. There were a lot of reasons why you liked her, but the most numerous reason was hundreds of years only looking at him. Perhaps many of the readers felt both charm and pity, seeing her unfortunate figure running after Yoo IlHan. In fact, I never planned to make Liera the main heroine at first. Instead, it was going to be Kong Mirai, but as you see here, in fact, something same happened in my previous work, so I can only laugh. Her charm was that attractive, I guess. I'm only happy to have come up with a character like her. The one comment I've heard the most in my previous work is that the characters don't have any character. Those became a trigger to make me think again about how I think about characters. Is it thanks to that? The main characters of this vote, the ones in 1st to 5th place, had a lot of comments talking about their characters, so I was very satisfied and happy. Please stay with this work and these characters in the future. I'll try to make them more lively and attractive characters. Translator's notes. The one in author's notes is the result from the Korean poll, not ours. I'm not gonna make any grand interpretations. Here's the results. Ranking character votes notes. 1 Yoo IlHan 575 main character. 2 Lita/Liera 315, she wins the best waifu poll. 3 Ymir 193, Yoo IlHan's son. 4 Eternal Flame 120. 5 Erta 87. 6 Orochi 83. 7 Na Yuna 63. 8 Kong Mirai 49. 9 Yoo IlHan 32, Yoo IlHan's father. 10 Kim Yi-sul 28, Yoo IlHan's mother. 11 Lysidna 20, Ymir's mother. 12 Daiki von Ilastra 54, Th class mage that got pile bunkered to death. 12 Irisha 5. 12 Pate 5 elf, male archer. 12 Spira 5. 16 Chamber 3, I am pretty sure Chamber doesn't appear in the novel. 17 Earth 2. 17 God of Smithing 2 unnamed. 17 Han Yeo Rang 2 Suppression, got more votes than her superior. 17 Keshna Golem 2 from the Magic Ruins in Lanpa. 17 Perverted Vibration Demon 2, this guy got one more vote than me. 22 Akashic Records 1. 22 Author, Note, 1. 22 Bingryong 1 Translator who did half of prologue, the name is here cause someone voted translators. 22 Karina Malatesta 1 Magia, Italy. 22 Admiral 15 Th Class Fallen Angel. 22 Albani de Curid 1. 22 Giant Bucket 1. 22 John Cena 1 Who the hell was this? Can I IP ban you? 22 Leitna 1 Goddess of Beauty. 22 Michael Smithson 1 Metal Knights, England. 22 Redakar IHA 1 Deceased Elf that tried to take over Yoo IlHan's body. 22 The guy who named him Sungdine Bolt 1 Congratulations, Oh, nameless one.
22 Yoo IlHan 1 suppression. Here's the full results. A total of 1,609 answers. Thanks for your participation. And seriously, can I kill the guy who said John Cena? Like, really?
A certain someone, special person, added 1 vote for Chamber after the votes ended.
Let's not add any more. 1, I'll just keep it mystic.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 206, If You See Me, 7.
It was also at the moment I was born, so I don't know the specifics.
However, I do know that someone had given me the record.
It was an enormous portion of power.
And you don't know who that is? No.
However, I do know that he resents you a lot. That is probably also why he interfered with my birth and gave me the power.
Phew. I'm the proof.
Now that I've escaped my body, I do not resent you anymore.
That makes me tearfully happy. Would mountains over mountains fit any better for this situation?
He thought that he had finally defeated a higher existence, but it turned out she was just someone else's underling. This was a cliché plot that even novels didn't use nowadays. But if there was something that was positive, it was that now the situation was clear. He's probably the dungeon's master, with the way he hates me, I'm sure, but an overwhelming pool of mana hat could make such a wide dungeon, his concealing ability that allowed him to hide from even Yoo IlHan, who was as good in finding others as he was in concealing himself, and most of all, the voice that told him to never return the moment he left the dungeon all pointed towards this strong being.
So he came out of the dungeon too. A dungeon's lord does not need to protect the dungeon forever, so it's not improbable. In any case, it is fortunate that we left without confronting him before.
If Mystic, born from his record, is already this strong, he must be a stronger existence.
Perhaps. Perhaps? No, it's nothing. Yoo IlHan did not dig any further.
He could predict what she was about to say, and reality wouldn't change even if she said it or not. I need to become stronger, faster.
Yoo IlHan muttered to himself and gripped his fists.
The enemy was much stronger than he had thought, and was much more proactive in confronting him.
He couldn't rest content just because he defeated Mystic. Mystic, don't you know anything else about Earth? None.
What I know is that there is a super strong being in this world, and that being is disgusted with you.
Really, you aren't helpful at all. I answered, so give me a body already. Mystic urged Yoo IlHan.
She didn't seem to realize how big of a problem she had just given to Yoo IlHan.
However, right now, that was better. Nothing would get better if they stayed dejected. Yoo IlHan sighed and replied to her. Your body is already complete.
Where?
Here. Spoke Yoo IlHan while pointing down in the ground he was stepping on.
For a moment, she went silent because of his firm tone, which then she shouted as if about to cry.
You want me to get buried, right? Like my dead body. In the ground.
No, if I wanted to do that, I wouldn't have made you submit under my rule. What I pointed at was not the ground, but this flying fortress.
Flying fortress?
Yes, this giant castle that crushed your body into paste. His voice regained vitality from some time onwards. No matter how strong the enemy in front of him was, it was also a clear fact that he was advancing step by step at every moment.
I'll have you manage this flying fortress inside it. You definitely won't feel bored.
It wasn't easy to persuade her to have this body that was billions of light years away from what she had expected, but Mystic, in the end, accepted that she was going to be enchanted into the flying fortress. It was a giant building, far from being capable of free movement. Moreover, although it was a separate being, her original body was literally crushed by this new body of hers, and if she said she didn't feel bad, it would be a lie. but the overwhelming energy and mobility of the fortress did have a certain charm to it.
I guess it's better than being stuck inside a weapon. Mystic. You're funny for a newbie, thought Sol. I'm much more free than the likes of you. Orochi. What good is being free? You're weak. Mystic. Eek. Orochi. Despite acquiring different bodies to each other, the two thought souls continued to fight. Of course, they were both under Yoo IlHan's rule, so nothing much would happen even if they fought. Yoo IlHan wanted the two of them to be close if possible, but as of right now, when Orochi was weaker than Mystic, he thought that may be impossible. Oh, so this castle is an artifact. There are a lot of things I can do. But I'll scold you if you suddenly lower the altitude or accelerate. So the beams from these mirrors pierced my body after all. Oh, woohoo? How do I stop this? Damn it, I should have waited for a much calmer thought soul. There was no way Mystic would have easily adapted to the controls of the flying fortress when she was unable to take a single step forward when she was born. She had to go through numerous days of trial and error in order to get used to the management of the flying fortress, and Yoo IlHan couldn't rest even for a little, as one moment of carelessness would make the fortress suddenly descend and crash, or the destruction mirrors would spontaneously activate. Amazing, it's as if the monsters on the ground are trash. I already said that. Wow, I can shoot 100 beams at once. I already said that too. And hey, if you don't change directions, you're gonna crash. However, the fruits of the suffering was very satisfying. With a new manager of the fortress, when before, Yoo IlHan had to split his consciousness to control it and as such, impede his ability to fight, now, Yoo IlHan could fight to his best capabilities on his own and also order Mystic to control the fortress. One problem was that not enough monsters were generated for them to try cooperating. Even before Mystic had appeared, the appearance of monsters on Earth had deceased, which made him think that Earth was perhaps in a recovery period since it had used up a lot of mana in giving birth to a 5th class. Perhaps it's because it's making another 5th class. Liara. Then I'm only thankful. I was thinking that I was short on resources in any case. Resources. IlHan, wait. Liara. Yoo IlHan vaguely replied to Liara's sharp words. However, Liara had spent 10 centuries with him, so she could understand his words without misunderstanding much. Yoo IlHan didn't give her any time to retort and took out the resources. I'll now make the strongest equipment in this world with this. Hey! Liara! What are you taking out? Just bury it already. It was none other than Mystic's remains. Moreover, the place he was going to work at was inside his workshop inside the flying fortress. Really, he had no consideration for others at all. It's already irreversibly damaged anyway. You just get used to your current body. I'll cleanly erase all traces of your past. Great excuse, huh? Liara. ******. Now that brute is insulting the dead as well. While the flying fortress and the angel was shocked, Yoo IlHan boldly continued to work. In any case, no part of the remains was usable other than the bones, which had metallic properties, as they were too soft to use. What he did was to throw the remainder of the corpse to the furnace where eternal flame was burning to incinerate it to nothing. Disposing aesthetically unpleasant stuff, and letting eternal flame absorb a body belonging to a very high-level being to make it evolve again. Everything was perfect. You're inhuman. You don't say. The biggest characteristic that Mystic's bones had was its hardness, unharmed even after the maximum output of the destruction mirrors, or the smashing of the flying fortress. Of course, the relatively weak muscles and flesh had turned to paste, so the remains would remind other people of horror movies, but Yoo IlHan thought that it was finally time to make a new equipment. I could hold out with these armors until now, but now, I don't think they are enough. Ah, so you're making armor. Liara.
At first, he thought about making a weapon if he acquired the body of a higher existence. However, after hearing that Mystic was just a being born with the help of the Hell Dungeon's master, he felt a sense of crisis. Until now, he was confident in both his concealment abilities as well as his defense, but in the future, it won't necessarily be like that. His abilities had developed to support all of his attacks, while his defense wasn't quite enough. In the worst-case scenario, he had to make an armor that could hold out for at least one strike regardless of who it was that attacked him. I was worried that you were going to make something like a drill again. Liara. Drill? What's that? That sounds cool. In fact, I did want to make a drill, but the situation is too urgent. Yoo IlHan melted down almost all the rare metals he had acquired until now, along with some dragon bones, and alloyed it with Mystic's bones. Crafting a perfect metal without allowing the slightest mistake. Never was he so thankful that he had the blessing of the god of smithing. The metal itself is perfect after all. What are you saying when it hasn't even solidified yet? Liara. Idiot, I won't be able to shape it at all if it solidifies. You can't do anything with the eternal flame either. Liara. Eternal flame flickered as if to deny that, but no matter how amazing it was, there was a limit. No, if eternal flame could melt it, he couldn't say that it could block any attack at least once. Then just how do you make it? Like this. He took off the armor he was wearing, and filled it with a special mold, comprised of perverted demon's flesh and magic stone powder as well as some others. Ignoring Liara that looked like she was about to vomit at any second, he scattered 4th-class magic stone powder on top of the armor, and poured the molten metal on top of it. What are you doing? I'm making a cast out of my armor. The demon flesh inside will hold out long enough for the metal to solidify. I think that's already beyond the realm of metalworking. Yes, it cannot be worked on with a normal method. If anyone calls this metalworking, you need to kick that guy's ass. And so, Yoo IlHan raised his hand. In his hand was a magic stone emitting brilliant violet light. What I'm doing is not metalworking. IlHan, you. Eek, what the hell is that? The quantity of mana is absurd. I can't help it. He gritted his teeth and muttered. I can only wish that 5th-class beings would appear a lot on Earth in the future. The magic stone he was holding emitted brilliant light and melted. At the same time, the molten metal on the armor also emitted light. Metal that comprised a higher existence, and a magic stone that was the core of another, the two met in front of the blacksmith with the best ability across all worlds, and brought each other to a higher realms. This was a secret technique only allowed to the smiths that have received the blessing of the god of smithing, as well as being extremely proficient in mana crafting due to absorbing the essential knowledge of magic engineering. Blacksmithing through mana crafting was being carried out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207, If You See Me, 8. The enormous amount of mana, which was somehow crammed into that small magic stone, instantly spread out and filled the entirety of the workshop. It was a very beautiful scene, but at the same time, it could make Yoo IlHan melt or explode and annihilate everything, including the workshop itself, if something went wrong. Fu. The area was sealed in order to prevent the mana from flowing outside of the workshop. Yoo IlHan took deep breaths while leading the mana that filled the workshop, calmly. The mana that formed blue waves resisted his control and tried to escape it, but Yoo IlHan desperately held on with the thought that he was not going to let a 5th-class magic stone go to waste. The overflowing mana, and Yoo IlHan who desperately guided it towards the armor. That scene looked similar to a god of the sea controlling the waves. Why does Master make such a ruckus when creating a single item? That's what's good about him, idiot. The armor, which was already resonating with the mana, started taking shape the moment it came into contact with the flowing mana. Yoo IlHan's experience and knowledge as a blacksmith was changing not only the shape, but the traits of the metal through the usage of mana as a medium.
The materials you filled inside the armor is evaporating. Mystic. It's not simply evaporating, but that it's reacting to the mana that IlHan is controlling to shapeshift the inside of the armor. Although it's still disgusting. It wasn't just that. The iron-armored fire dragon armor that acted as the mold also could not resist the temperature of the molten metal and the pressure of the mana and melted down. It had completed its job to be the mold of the new armor, but the important sentimental value that influenced a lot of battles until now was just gone like that. HHHP. Of course, Yoo IlHan was not planning to let go of that armor just like that. The fire attribute resistance as well as the other options were those he couldn't let go of. The moment the armor melted, Yoo IlHan led the waves of mana to swallow the mana from the armor that flowed out at the moment of destruction of the armor, and that was about to dissipate. Seeing the light of the mana turning red instantly as if a red drop of ink had fallen into the sea, Liara also realized what was happening. So you didn't just melt it, but extracted it. I didn't know you could raise the effects that way. No, it was just my desperate attempt to not let go of the armor's effects. Through the tedious and flashy sounding process, the armor took shape. However, the process had just started. The iron-armored fire dragon armor was replaced by the pure white and thin metallic armor. When the strong mana that composed the 5th-class magic stone poured onto that, the white metal that had just begun to take shape in the form of the armor, started making clanging sounds and was processed real-time. It was an unbelievable scene to the eyes. Wow, is making equipment all like this? Mystic. There's no way that's true. Liara. A portion of mana became the anvil that supported the armor while the other portion became the hammer that shaped it. Can this really be called blacksmithing? However, another expression that fit this situation really couldn't be found. Liara could only dumbfoundedly stare at it. Wow! The violent flow of mana that looked like it would explode at any second gradually decreased in strength. In the form creation of the armor, it was being naturally absorbed into it. The armor soon completely solidified and did not allow any further form changes. HHP. However, the really important thing only just started from this moment. Yoo IlHan focused to the extreme. Until now, a mistake would just end with affecting the outer appearance of the armor, but from now, any mistake would bring this entire process to a failure. He gathered the now less concentrated mana into one place to pull out a thin, red thread from it. The mana concentration of the string was high enough to kill any ordinary monster with a single strike. You weren't going to mana craft just like that? Didn't I tell you? This is neither blacksmithing, nor is it mana crafting. Please keep your volume down from now on. Yoo IlHan warned Liara, then completely closed his eyes. Then, he stroked on the surface of the armor, which now had cooled off quite a bit, to check the engravings he had etched in the process just now. The engravings were perfect. Now, it was time to fill them in. Yes, inlaying with pure, materialized mana was the climax of this process. Inlaying with mana was a very absurd concept. Lower existences would laugh at him for not being able to differentiate between matter and non-matter, and higher existences would laugh at him, asking him why there was a need to confine mana to such a tiny space. However, Yoo IlHan couldn't care less about what the people around him said. As a loner, he didn't even know if what he was doing was right. He only did it in a way that he thought was correct. Master, are you really a lowly third class? Shoo! Yoo IlHan perfectly calculated the density and thickness of the red mana thread and started filling the engravings on the armor. The mana was glowed and was absorbed into the engravings as they had found their homes, and at that moment, the league of the armor rose drastically. No, perhaps that expression wasn't suitable. Just the armor that had the form had no meaning in and of itself. Only after inlaying the red mana did it come alive and start breathing. If the destroyer's flying fortress was a masterpiece that brought out Yoo IlHan's everything at the largest scale possible, this armor could be said to be the opposite, and was no different from a process that compressed everything he could do in the smallest possible unit.
There was no grandeur, but the mysticism and beauty did not lose out to the flying fortress.
HHP, Foo. Oh, so cool. And who was it that told me to keep quiet? Shoo. Red lines were being etched into various places of the blindingly white armor.
As the size of the frighteningly dense mana decreased, the lines on the armor became brighter. As the work progressed, the light emitted increased more and more, but Yoo IlHan's eyes were closed, so he wasn't affected. An unknown amount of time had passed since the whole process started, and Yoo IlHan realized that his hand was now touching the very top of the helmet, and heaved a deep sigh.
Foo. The frightening lumps of mana had now disappeared.
They were all inlaid onto the armor, from the helmet to the boots. The red lines that looked like human blood vessels on top of the sturdy plate armor gave a sense of fear, at the same strange beauty. Especially, the heart of the armor had a magic engraving that Yoo IlHan had put his heart and soul into, and the red lines were so tangled up that no one could really recognize what that acted as.
Did it end? Carefully asked Liara.
Yoo IlHan seemed to hesitate a little, but still nodded his head.
Yes, for now.
At the moment Yoo IlHan declared the end of the process, the armor again emitted bright light.
In that light, Yoo IlHan's retina was engraved with new text. Fire Dragon Body was complete. Fire Dragon Body. Rank, Demigod. Defense, 15,000.
Durability 2000000/2000000. User restrictions, 100% or more fire attribute resistance.
Options.
1. 100% increase in fire attribute resistance and attack power. 2. Can freely change form of the armor at will, and using the armor to attack will have 70% of the defense of the armor as attack power.
3. 30% increase in all physical combat category skills.
4. 50% increase in all recovery category skills. 5. Absorbs and reanalyzes weapons and armor, before ejecting them.
6. Endlessly creates fire attribute mana and stores it.
The stored mana can be ejected for offensive purposes, and the power amplifies when using a fire-related ability. One of the miracles made by the blacksmith that creates myths. This is a masterpiece that all that wield fire will sell their souls to acquire. It is absurd in itself, but the armor still has a lot of uninterpreted engravings.
So there's a demigod rank. Just as Yoo IlHan was muttering that after looking at the armor, Liara replied as if it was nothing new. Yes, so you already created a god ranked, so demigod seems easy to you, huh?
No, it still looks like it's higher than chaos, and I never thought that this would become god ranked.
Why? Because this is still incomplete. You have a feeling after looking at those options, right? The part where it says it absorbs weapons and armor to reanalyze and eject them? There's that too, but the more important one is the sixth option.
Liara, who didn't understand a single thing about the artifact even after looking at the same item window, pondered whether to retort in this situation or not, but decided to keep quiet. This was her common sense when dealing with Yoo IlHan to keep her blood pressure down. Meanwhile, Yoo IlHan, who never even thought about what she felt like, called out his partner to perfectly finish off the armor before he wore it.
Orochi. Why do you call for me? Replied Orochi as if it was annoyed of everything in the world now.
Perhaps that was because he got too many strong enemies lately.
Yoo IlHan, who understood what he felt like, laughed and spoke. Time to move to your new house. New house. Then, to that armor? Shouted Orochi in surprise. To think Yoo IlHan put in all that effort to make his new home? However, Yoo IlHan added a condition. How many perverted demon thought souls are there inside me right now? Around 300,000, I guess? I'll let you move if you eat them all.
Orochi became silent for a moment, but still replied like a man after some time.
I'll try. When? Right now. Good.
Orochi escaped the 8-tailed dragon spear, and immediately invaded the space where Yoo IlHan put all his thought souls into. Mystic, who thought back to how she was in that space until just a few moments ago, shuddered.
Just what are those strange things in there? I think it'll be very hard for that guy to win. But right now, the other thought souls should have shrunk back due to your appearance.
No matter how strong of a lower existence they were, they're no different from frogs in front of a higher existence, said the third class that killed fifth classes. Mystic, who was the person in question of being killed by a third class despite being fifth class, ended up harboring killing intent towards her master despite the fact that no one ordered her to.
Yoo IlHan didn't care, though, and continued explaining.
So, I'll aim for this moment. And moreover, Orochi will grow quickly after he eats one or two of them.
Above all, Orochi had the safe haven known as the eight-tailed dragon spear.
They couldn't escape the Thought Souls area, but only Orochi had a free exit pass.
Kek, Cook, Kohuk. I almost finished eating an entire one. Do your best, Orochi. Don't eat popcorns, damn it.
As he had predicted, Orochi utilized his advantage and did guerrilla attacks, and succeeded in devouring a perverted demon in mere 15 seconds.
That was the signal for Orochi's counterattack. Quo. Keha'a.
Watching the Grand Series drama in his head, Yoo IlHan polished the fire dragon body until it shined, cleaned his workshop, and chatted with Liara and Mystic to become closer.
This was all very frustrating for Orochi. And like that, the 30 minutes that felt like an eternity passed, and Orochi returned. I finished them all. Ugh. Hearing the report from Orochi, which was now unbelievably stronger than before, and made him wonder if he was still a lower existence, Yoo IlHan nodded in satisfaction and activated the skill. With the mastered soul enchant skill, he let him settle inside the fire dragon body. Infernal dragon body was complete.
Checking the information on the artifact that was still demigod ranked, but had marginally better specs, he struck the eight-tailed dragon spear on his hand into the armor. Seeing the armor absorbing that while glowing, Liara screamed, but Yoo IlHan only snorted and opened his inventory.
Orochi, meal time. I'm already full. That day, Yoo IlHan emptied out his inventory to stuff the infernal dragon body. Such was the creation of one of Yoo IlHan's strategic classed weapons. Author's notes.
I tried to make a full chapter, but was shorter than I expected.
Next chapter will definitely be longer.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 208, If You See Me, 9. Infernal Dragon Body. Rank, Demigod. Defense, 16,500. Durability, 25500/2550000.
User restrictions, 120% or more fire attribute resistance.
Options.
1. 120% increase in fire attribute resistance and attack power. 2. Can freely change the form of the armor at will, and using the armor to attack will convert 75% of the armor's defense into attack power. It is possible to change its form into an absorbed weapon, and in that case, 20% of this armor's defense will be added to the weapon's ability. 3. 40% increase in effectiveness for all physical combat category skills. 4. 60% increase in effectiveness for all recovery category skills. 5. Absorbs and reanalyzes weapons and armor before ejecting them.
Currently stored weapons, 2,294,475. 6. Endlessly creates fire attribute mana and stores it.
The stored mana can be ejected for offensive purposes, and when using a fire-related ability the effect will be amplified. One of the miracles made by the blacksmith that creates myths. This is a masterpiece that all that wield fire would sell their souls to acquire. It is absurd in itself, but the armor still has a lot of uninterpreted engravings. Through the process of absorbing numerous weapons, it is now able to wield the power of those weapons.
Liara.
Yoo IlHan checked with Liara after he had emptied out his inventory of weapons, and showed her the completed infernal dragon body.
Is this much enough to endure a full-blown strike from you? A single strike, yes. Judged Liara. Yoo IlHan heaved a sigh after hearing that. So I can survive one blow. Surviving a second blow would be hard. Honestly, it has the second best ability out of all the armors I've seen in my lifetime. But in blocking attacks filled with mana, the health and magic status of the physical body is just as important as the armor's defense. The equipment becomes stronger as the wielder grows stronger. You should know this, right? Of course, I possess the record of the god of smithing, after all. To elaborate, if I wear this. Liara made a cute smile while speaking nonsense. I think I can kill 7th class beings without a hitch. What level are 7th class beings on? Just below God, I guess? The weight of the armor in his hands suddenly became heavier. Yoo IlHan extended the infernal dragon armor towards Liara while shaking. Should I lend it to you once? That's a very tempting offer, but it's no good. My fire attribute resistance is not high enough. Liara replied while blushing for some reason. In fact, her heart was pounding, not because of the increase to her abilities that she would get while wearing the armor, but because she would be wearing something that Yoo IlHan once wore, but Yoo IlHan couldn't possibly know that, and nodded while accepting her answer. Well, yeah. It's quite demanding. But without that much resistance, you'll not be able to endure the heat that the armor emits. User restrictions aren't there for nothing. Orochi. Boasting when it isn't even your ability. Mystic. Shut up, building. Orochi. Building. You called me a building. Mystic, 1. There was only one restriction to equip the infernal dragon body, the fire attribute resistance. However, the number on it was the problem. Although Fire Dragon Body, which was before Orochi was enchanted into it, had a 100% requirement that was quite demanding, after undergoing its first growth, it had jumped up to 120%. It's practically an armor made for higher existences. Even 4th class fire mages would not have such a high fire resistance. I also barely make it. Why don't you realize that it's strange that you can barely make it? Yoo IlHan's fire attribute resistance and attack power had a fundamentally 20% increase from his class, Blazing Reaper. Then, another 20% from the effects of the Blessing of the God of Smithing, and another 40% from the effects of the Hero of Fire title. Without counting the minor details, just the basic resistance amounted to 80%. Since his fire resistance had broken through 50% from leveling his blaze skill to level 99, his fire attribute resistance right now was about 130%. At that point, it's the same as a newborn phoenix, born from fire. So he wasn't aiming for the blessing of the goddess of fire for nothing, Mystic. While everyone was watching, Yoo IlHan took off everything he was wearing and ended up nude. When he had been left alone on Earth, he had been short and had a slightly chubby stomach, leaving him with an unsightly body that he couldn't show to others, but now, the story was different. Liara. Ha! That angel collapsed. Mystic. She's like that every day, so you don't need to mind. Orochi. 191 centimeters in height, and a perfect 1:7 head-to-body ratio. Moreover, the battle-tone muscles that covered his body were proof of the cruel times he had lived through. Because he had mastered transcendent regeneration, there was not a single scar on his body, however the rigidity and mass that he obtained through the numerous years of training and real-life battles could not be hidden. Then he proceeded to put on the infernal dragon body. The infernal dragon body was very thin, considering the exceptional abilities and defensive properties that it had. And as the word body in its name implied, it was intended to be worn right beneath the normal layers of clothing. Although the outer appearance was made from the iron-armored fire dragon armor, the inside was different. In the process of mixing the perverted demon's flesh and magic stone powder,
the magic engineering was already in effect, and as a result, he could reform the shape of the armor even if it was in direct contact with his body. The transcendent mana in his armor would also change to fit the body of the new owner if the owner ever changed. Though, something like that would likely never happen.
Eternal Flame, you come over too.
Eternal Flame, who had been residing in Ruin Calling all this time, moved to the infernal dragon body, and finally the infernal dragon body became one with Yoo IlHan and almost seemed to start breathing. After checking that there was another 10% increase in fire attribute resistance and attack power, Yoo IlHan put the Ruin Calling inside the armor as well. Now, he would be able to call out the Ruin Calling in the equipped state whenever he had to, without any delays. Truly, a one-for-all armor.
Well, then. There's still something left?
Yup.
Yoo IlHan took out the giant bucket and filled it with pure dragon blood.
So I only have around 3,000 liters of dragon blood left.
I should restrain from making breath now,
It's like that because you're using them up rapidly like oil-rich countries.
Isn't there some dragon-rich world somewhere? While muttering that, he entered the giant bucket.
Of course, he was still wearing the infernal dragon body.
Foo!
Drenching both his body and the armor in dragon blood, Yoo IlHan released white flames using the ability on the infernal dragon body, which then made the dragon blood inside the giant bucket glow a little before it started boiling.
The ones watching did not know what he was doing, but Yoo IlHan was serious. Is that magic engineering too?
Yeah. Before, there existed a resonance between the bucket, the blood within it, and Yoo IlHan, but now, the infernal dragon body forced its way into the mix. At first, it seemed to wander around aimlessly, but eventually it resonated with the others and began emitting light. This was because Orochi, who had understood Yoo IlHan's intentions, was helping.
Foo!
Every time he let out a deep breath, the dragon blood boiled even more. Every time the infernal dragon body emitted fire along with light, the boiling blood was absorbed into the infernal dragon body.
Why is everything Master does so flashy?
Shut up. To elaborate, this was something like tempering, the final tempering process for this armor. It was also a kind of blessing that Yoo IlHan could bestow on the armor as a dragon rider.
Done.
An unknown amount of time had passed. When Yoo IlHan had opened his eyes after declaring that, there was not a single drop of blood left inside the bucket now.
Everything was sucked into the infernal dragon body.
The armor was still shining in a blinding white light, but the red engraving on the armor emitted an even more mysterious aura than before.
Liara asked with glistening eyes. God? Did it become God-ranked? No?
This was just a process to make this armor one with me. There should be no immediate effects.
Yoo IlHan disappointed Liara and put away the bucket into his inventory.
Then, he moved his left finger and saw that it was covered by a thin, metallic gauntlet, and was finally sure that his body had synergized with the infernal dragon body.
Good, perfect.
This was the second equipment he had made with all his heart in after the flying fortress.
It needed to be at least this good.
He had used the most precious 5th-class magic stone in his possession after all. Now, he wouldn't be able to become 4th class immediately even if he acquired the blessing of the goddess of fire.
He just made himself unable to.
That's why, it would have been good if you gave me a magic stone, Mystic.
It's still not enough to cooperate with you like this after I died.
How long until I meet that guy? I do want to acquire my 4th class before I meet him. Yoo IlHan ignored Mystic's complaints and muttered alone, while calculating inside his head. It was unknown what kind of calculations he did, but he looked at Liara, who was flapping her wings in the air.
Liara blushed and panicked. What? I'll make you a new armor this time.
Really?
Liara's expression brightened.
However, Yoo IlHan was very conflicted while looking at her.
There was no way a higher existence like Liara would need an armor in an isolated environment like Earth.
So, it was normal for her to reject this or at least be suspicious about it.
This is an armor that should not be used.
However, as Liara had vaguely suspected, Yoo IlHan was also deep in thought. At the moment of Yoo IlHan's danger, he knew that Liara would definitely protect him even if she had to sacrifice herself in the process. However, he was unaware of what emotions would lead her to do that. Whatever feelings she had towards him, from the moment Liara used her power as a higher existence for something other than self-defense, she would lose her qualifications as a higher existence.
That didn't mean just a drop in league.
The record that composed her very existence would be sucked out of her, and would put her life in danger. So, the armor Yoo IlHan was about to make now was not to strengthen her, but to protect her. The armor that would protect her from the big crisis of having her qualifications as a higher existence stripped away. Just this showed how grand of a thought Yoo IlHan was having. However, since he had made the god-ranked flying fortress and the demigod-ranked armor, it was just another challenge. He had no thoughts of failing.
He was confident in succeeding too. Liara was rejoiced while oblivious of the mental conflict he was facing.
Yoo IlHan thought about smacking her on the forehead, but seeing her smile, he was drained of energy.
I'll make it immediately. Here, check my size. I already know, so I don't have to. Here. Check my size.
Liara's voice became louder, but her smile became heavier.
Yoo IlHan predicted that he would be put in a bad situation if he defied her anymore, and nodded with a bitter smile. Okay, let's check. Oof.
Seeing Liara liking it so much, he grew worried that she might have exhibitionist tendencies. The thought souls that became Yoo IlHan's subordinates exchanged voices, inaudible to Liara.
That angel's a pervert, right? Mystic.
Yes, she is.
Orochi. Yoo IlHan checked Liara's body size with a tape measure.
From chest size, to waist to thighs, to toes, to wing bones, everything.
Liara blushed in embarrassment soon after. Hugoo. Done. Al, already? I think you didn't measure properly. I did measure properly. He would not repeat this process.
Yoo IlHan clothed the embarrassed, but still disappointed, perverted, pitiful angel and started working on the armor. He put his heart and blood into it, to the point that he found it a pity that he had no 5th-class magic stone, and made a light pink metallic armor over 3 days.
How did this pink color come about? I mixed high-level monster's blood and tempered it. I don't want to wear it now. The form creation, the tempering, the engraving was all perfect.
Yoo IlHan, who used the magic stones of high-level 4th-class demons, immediately let Liara wear it after he finished.
She tilted his head even while jumping around in joy. I don't know all the specs of the armor? What's the 5th option? It's better for you to not know it. If possible, forever. Okay. Equipped with pink armor, and a similar colored spear, Liara was beautiful to be called the fighting maiden Valkyrie instead of a member of God's envoy. Yoo IlHan nodded in satisfaction, and Liara looked very happy.
With this, everything he could do to prepare against the Hell Dungeon's master was done. However, Mystic, who didn't know that it was her who made Yoo IlHan hurry like this, was having a blast killing the monsters on Earth with the flying fortress. So you guys are all trying to kill Master because you're restrained by that strange being, right? It will be happier if you escape that. There, liberation. Liberate. Liberate. You sound like a psycho if you keep repeating the same word, so please restrain yourself. He couldn't continue smithing forever. To bring back his battle sense after spending almost a week with the hammer and magic stones, Yoo IlHan also participated in the hunt. The flying fortress that bombarded the ground, and Yoo IlHan who slashed apart the monsters, concealed, in the crowd, Ruin Calling, which had been enhanced after it was integrated into the infernal dragon body, helped him move at speeds comparable to higher existences at any time, and as soon as a monster appeared on Earth, he finished them within 3 minutes, whether it appeared in the sky, the ground, or in the deep sea.
Critical hit. Critical hit. Fwaya. Kijik. He's a monster. We can't win against him. We can't.
With a thought, any weapon could appear in his hand, and he could blast them out at the moment he wanted, in the quantity he wanted. It was the same with the ballista that shot giant arrows, and blasting 10 pile bunkers at the same time on a giant monster was not even a problem. And when around 2 months more passed, the second fifth class, after Mystic, had appeared.
Ah, this aura. Kayak. Mystic. Kuha.
As it had appeared while Mystic was pouring beams against monsters, the flying fortress was unable to go into concealment. Perhaps due to the failure from Mystic, it had appeared unknown to anyone in the horde of monsters, and immediately jumped into the air and broke the barrier on the flying fortress with a slam, to prevent the flying fortress from attacking it directly.
It wasn't only that. Kuhu.
Kill the traitor.
What do I do? Shoot towards the inside.
Just by invading the flying fortress, it had prevented the 2 biggest attacks from the fortress. The physical attack from the flying fortress and 100 Eyes. It wasn't that 100 Eyes could not attack towards the inside of the barrier, but that had more loss than gains.
Shooting beams against an agile 5th class would destroy the flying fortress before it could kill it. Fu.
However, it was very naive to think that entering the flying fortress was a good thing just because Mystic was defeated like that. Yoo IlHan was not only the creator of the flying fortress, but also the being that could fight against the flying fortress by himself. Its biggest mistake was to use the surprise attack on the fortress and not on him. From the moment of its initial appearance to its invasion of the flying fortress took less than 1 second. During that 1 second, Yoo IlHan unfolded Ruin Calling and layered leaped several times to return to the flying fortress, took out the 8-tailed dragon spear, and charged against the 5th class that started destroying the flying fortress.
Everything other than Earth, destroy. Kayawak. Mystic.
Unlike Mystic, which had a delay in its consciousness after it was born, this 5th class was immediately pervaded by its destructive tendencies and started destroying the flying fortress.
It did not know of Yoo IlHan's concealment. The fight was over at this point. Before, higher existences were beings that Yoo IlHan wouldn't be sure to win against even if he struck first with a surprise attack, but that was before he crafted the infernal dragon body. He made the armor by sacrificing the biggest criterion for him to advance to 4th class. High defense was obvious, and it was natural for him to acquire the same level, or even higher level of destructive power, even if he had to forego his 4th class with this. And the result was beyond Yoo IlHan's expectations.
With Ruin Calling and the armor equipped together, he had 70% increase in physical combat powers, and 130% in fire attribute attack. And with the title Untouchable that increased his abilities by 20% against beings with higher leagues than him.
Afraid of 5th class? Please don't joke. Right now, he had the confidence to win against them head-on. Koha Kahak.
Eternal Flame and Blaze was focused on the tip of the 8-tailed dragon spear, and Dragonic Blood enhanced it.
Which took less than an instant. Immediately after that, Yoo IlHan pierced the spear onto its heart. Critical hit. Fu. Kak, Kuhak. Yoo IlHan pulled the spear out of its heart.
Spear of Untraceable Trajectory had made a total of 8 holes in its heart, so it gave up trying to circulate blood using the heart.
However, that didn't mean that the battle was over.
To a higher existence, a heart was just another organ.
Not something that governed life. I kill you. That'll be difficult. The thing is, Yoo IlHan also knew that. Kurg, Kak.
Unlike Mystic with the perfectly feminine body, this one had a horrifying appearance that looked like it was half a man and half a wolf. The moment it tried to extend a foot towards Yoo IlHan, the lower body that tried to go forward separated itself from the upper body that slid backwards and fell. The completely burnt cross-section revealed that it was Yoo IlHan who did that. The earth shall. You. It could not continue any further. At the time the upper and lower bodies were bisected, its head was also split in half. Yoo IlHan had succeeded in striking a total of 10 times, with a mixture of stabs and slashes. Spear of untraceable trajectory really made Yoo IlHan's concealment ability heightened to the limits,
maximizing the efficiency of surprise attacks, and more. You have earned experience. The skill, Spear of Untraceable Trajectory, has become level 93. You have mastered the skill, Death God. The skill's duration time increases to 3 hours, and the maximum ability enhancement become 100%. It is possible to fuse evolve once the evolution conditions are set. Good. Yoo IlHan muttered in a light voice, as if killing a higher existence was nothing to him now. Not long left until my 4th class. Author's notes. I'll cry if you are still not satisfied with this. I'm reading a lot of novels to reference battle scenes, but the novel Backrising by the author McEnroe seems to be the most exciting and interesting. But wait, that's just boxing? I probably won't make it. See you next chapter. And the series still has some ways to go. It's easy to misunderstand, but IlHan is still 3rd class. Translator's notes. Phew, equipment glows every time now. McEnroe also does the book-eating wizard that Rainbow Turtle translates. Did she start on it, at Wuxia World? Kokusaitsu, introducing our new proofreader, RAR Boosted. When I enter the army next year, or if I happen to die after slipping on a banana peel, he'll be the one to take over Carrot. P.S. Please don't read this, but sponsored chapters are back up. We're accepting donations again. Fuere. KMS, yours sincerely, Kokusaitsu. 1. I think building implies that she's a washboard, flat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209, I-2-1. Unfortunately, he was unable to acquire a thought soul from the 5th class werewolf. Mastering Death Collector didn't mean he could acquire the thought soul of every existence he killed, so it wasn't particularly surprising. Just that, its remains were in much better shape compared to Mystic's. Wow, I gave it my blood and the hole on its heart is closing. Blood that can regenerate others' corpses? Master really isn't human, are you? Mystic. It won't come back to life and attack us or something, right? Ignoring Mystic and Liara's retorts, Yoo IlHan focused on restoring the remains to a perfect state. Just piecing the cross-sections together and dripping Yoo IlHan's blood, which was full of rest energy, onto the wound before activating transcendent regeneration did the job. Although there was his blood to help the recovery, there was also the mana left in the dead body that reacted to his blood and restored the body to its best condition. Seeing that, Yoo IlHan found it absurd. Just how much of a recovering ability one had to have in order to do that. It looked like that guy thought about this a lot after Mystic's vain death. It would have been hard if I couldn't kill it with a surprise attack. So, what are you going to do with that? Make it a zombie? Something similar. What? Really? But I can't do it now. The reason was, of course, because there was no 5th class magic stone on this thing. Yoo IlHan checked on the state of the remains once again, before putting it inside his inventory. No matter how active the mana was, it was still a corpse, so he could store it in his inventory. This is the start. Mystic, resume working once the repairs are finished. Got it. I should take a bath since I sweated a lot. Let's go together. Whatever. However, Yoo IlHan was still in his armor when he was going inside the giant bucket. Liara pouted at that, but he pretended to not see her. This was a process to heighten his sync with the armor, and bathing like this didn't have any drawbacks. In fact, he felt even better because of the resonance. You're really... What? Nothing. She said it was nothing, but Liara still seemed to be unsatisfied. Yoo IlHan snorted and fell into his thoughts. If the first fifth-class being that appeared on Earth, Mystic, had a lot of experimental characteristics, the second one moved in a way to prevent the situation similar to how she was killed. Covering up the weakness and bringing out better products one after the other, almost as if Yoo IlHan was being used to test experimental subjects. If that guy still had the power to make fifth-class beings, in other words, tweak Earth in a way to his liking, then what would the next one be like? And the next? And the one after that? And finally, would he come out himself? Yoo IlHan laughed after thinking about that. He would not stay passive like this. As loners didn't receive much stimulus from others normally, they were very sensitive to them. Since this guy had made Yoo IlHan so annoyed and tired like this, he would make that guy pay the price. The problem was the time. As of now, he didn't have the confidence to win against that guy, so he had to get his fourth class as soon as possible, but leaving aside if that guy would be willing to wait until he becomes fourth class, he didn't even know how much time he would take in order to get his fourth class. Yoo IlHan himself had no problem. He was used to living alone, but he wasn't alone right now either. The problem was his relatives. He was worried about his father, his mother, Kong Mire who went to Lanpa, and Nayuna who stole his lips before running away, but above all, Mir is the one I'm most worried about. Not to mention the rule skill, his senses as a dragon rider was telling him that Mir was definitely safe. Although it was like that, he didn't know what he was doing in what kind of situation, so that was why he was worried. In these past 2 years, he was growing even faster than when he was trapped in an abandoned world with Kong Mire and Nayuna. He had long since become fourth class. Perhaps by counting levels alone, he was the highest among Yoo IlHan's subordinates, even when including Flemir. This was despite the fact that his other subordinates were growing at abnormal speeds as well. It was definitely good news that he was developing. However, growing fast meant that he was in an environment that was just as dangerous. The path Yoo IlHan had taken until now was also like that. A path where his life would be forfeit due to a moment's mistake. Yoo IlHan was worried that Ymir would be adventurous and imitate his actions and something would go wrong somewhere. If Liara knew what he was thinking, she would probably tell him to mind his own business. Fu. Feeling the hot water that washed his body underneath the armor, Yoo IlHan leaned back on the bucket and closed his eyes. Liara was grumbling on his side, Mystic was shouting while moving the flying fortress, and he could feel the resonance with Orochi. Hearing all of that, he thought up of Ymir. He should have grown since he's fourth class now. However, as he was still young, he wouldn't have become an adult. No, he wished that he wasn't an adult yet. At that time, Yoo IlHan would be disappointed. I'll go looking for you soon. Please hold out until then, even if you have to do it alone. IlHan, are you sleeping? I'm not sleeping, so don't come near me. TCH, stingy. It was good that he wasn't alone, but perhaps she could give him more time to think about this. Yoo IlHan sighed and pushed Liara's face away with his left hand. One thing that was sure, was that it was too early, whether to meet the guy that was behind all this, or to find Ymir. He had to become a little stronger first. A little. Much. A lot, overwhelmingly strong. At least to the point he could become comfortable after getting rid of everyone and everything that annoyed him. And when would that be? However, no matter how hard he tried to hold it, time would flow. The greedy Yoo IlHan wished that he could grab onto everything that he wanted to, in that flow of time. Meanwhile, the one he was worried about the most, Ymir, was now educating the children for real. Now. Fua. HHP. Hap. In front of him were thousands of children emitting flames. From palms, from mouths, from heads, from foot, from fists, from midair, there was a lot of media, but they were all flames. They were all very strong considering the age of these children. No, it's still too weak. However, Ymir's standards were very high.
The children that became dejected at his words complained to him.
But we can't be strong like the hero.
But we can't kill those monsters for all our lives at this rate.
We can't kill that monster no matter what.
Ymir wanted the children to become stronger faster, and the children were hitting realistic limits and were suffering. What was interesting was that no matter how they said it was impossible, their limitations were heightened as they ate the blood and flesh of these demons, acquiring potential to become stronger yet again. And in truth, some of these children succeeded in making stronger flames.
Ah, I did it.
It works. It works now, so you need to throw those stronger ones.
I can't do that.
However, Ymir only became stricter as time went. The children also tried to catch up to him by following his guidance, and although they were much slower than Ymir's expectations, they were still growing.
Next is the electric-wielding kids.
Hero, call us the Thunder Knights. No, because it's childish.
Hing. Perhaps the environment affected them, as after 2 years of eating the demons, they could wield mana attributed to lightning, wind, ice, fire, and vibration and other special attributes.
The fact that they acquired abilities that they didn't have when they were second class, meant that they were now third class. No matter how effective childhood education was, some people should have realized that something was strange after seeing kids as young as 3 years old, and maximum 6-year-old at over level 100, but those some people didn't exist here, and of course Ymir and the other children did not care about that either.
Yes, then.
Thunder Knights, ugh, why do I have to be the one that's embarrassed?
Yes. 2,300 people, at your command.
You have a lot more members than the other teams, so your first objective is to kill the vibrating monster by attacking with lightning all at once.
That's impossible.
Ymir divided the children according to their attributes, and divided them again according to their personality or characteristics to move them more efficiently. No matter how weak they were, using thousands of similar attacks on one target would be devastating. The children trained under Ymir could deal a significant strike to the demons right now. That was because Ymir, who was a dragon that referred to as the Lord of Mana, was controlling their mana to enhance their powers. Ymir, who originally had the capability to control others' mana, but ended up being born under the loner Yoo IlHan, could finally find a path to become stronger as a dragon by leading the children. Ymir was wishing for the children to become able to kill one of the demons on their own later, and the children couldn't even imagine a situation where they had to fight one without Ymir around. We don't know until when this situation will continue, so you need to become stronger.
You, hero, is too stiff. Stiffer than the monsters.
The youngest one among the army of children was about 2 years and 2 months old, and on the outside, that child looked like a 10-year-old. Their vocabulary was still very weak, but that was still absurd considering their age. Really, they were developing into an army of superhumans, like the word new types.
Hero.
After Ymir finished checking the growth of the Thunder Knights and was distributing the blood and flesh of the lightning-wielding demon, a scout came from far away and stood in front of him. This was a child that wielded wind. The children that became to wield wind like Ymir could receive teachings from him directly and had more destructive power and speed than the others.
4 monsters. 4 of them? That's a lot.
Time passed, and there were changes on the action patterns of the demons. Until now, they weren't bothered to group up if Ymir and the children didn't cause a fuss, but now that they were being massacred repeatedly, they refrained from individual action and now acted in groups.
That's too much, don't we have to run away? With this many people? That's impossible even for the hero. But there's a lot, but this may be a good opportunity,
said Ymir suddenly. The children instinctively understood what his words meant and looked at him.
We fight.
Hero, but
we fight, repeated Ymir.
After becoming 4th class, Ymir now had an appearance of a 15-year-old boy, and one so beautiful that anyone would turn back to look at him once they met him on the street. The army of children was something like Ymir's fan club, so they couldn't really refuse when he smiled so honestly like that.
You can do it like?
I'll let you run away if it seems like you'll die.
Hero, that means you'll make us fight if it looks like we'll survive, right?
Yup,
declared Ymir. The children sighed, but they couldn't help it.
They were not playing around right now, but were competing for survival, and in this competition, Ymir's judgment was correct.
Let's minimize the casualties. Let's all survive if possible. Guys, pack up the tools. They didn't only eat the flesh of the demons during the past years.
Among the children, there were some who had potential as a blacksmith, and although they had to go through countless trial and error, with super high-grade materials and overflowing amount of fourth-class magic stones, they could make decent equipment. The children were equipped with odd-looking, but sturdy as hell armor, and though twisted, sharp as hell weapons, and lined up according to their armies. In the past 2 years, the total number of children that survived thanks to Ymir was 9,300. As they had gathered in a speed that was unfit for their ages, they even emitted a pressuring aura.
Good, then.
The commander of the army, Ymir, turned towards the front. On his fist was the gauntlet that Yoo IlHan had made, glowing as ever.
Let's depart.
This was the second time the Hell Dungeon was met with a crisis of being obliterated, after being obliterated by Yoo IlHan years before.
Author's notes. Here's Mir's story for once. I'm pretty sure it will happen in this arc.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 210, I-2-2. Kihak. HHP.
A gigantic leopard head was in front of Yoo IlHan's eyes. He pulled out the 8-tailed dragon spear from his gauntlet and struck it inside, following which the bright white flames completely melted its brain and made it stop temporarily. However, it would not die with just this. To kill the fifth-class beings that appeared on Earth, there was a need to erase the brain, pull out the heart, slash the neck, and dismember all the limbs.
To add the icing on the cake, Yoo IlHan wasn't facing against a single fifth class right now. Sha'aya. IlHan, a mantis behind you. Liara. That's damn annoying. I'll do the rest. Mystic. Ku. Stay still for a moment. Orochi.
Liara's warning, Mystic's claim, and Orochi's words simultaneously rang out in his head. However, Yoo IlHan understood all three's words at once and processed them quickly before moving around.
HHP.
First, he took out the spear from the leopard's head and slashed it horizontally to attack 3 times, which then the leopard's neck was severed as the mana movement inside the leopard temporarily stopped because its brain was molten.
However, what Yoo IlHan had slashed was not only the leopard's neck.
The mantis that tried to kill him while he was facing the leopard was caught up in it and was slashed apart as well. The peak-level body movement in combination with the spear of untraceable trajectory achieved this. Of course, the power of the whip and the power of the sword from the Great Cosmos Severing Spear also played a role.
Shakak. Double kill. Mystic. Shut up. The moment Yoo IlHan disarmed the 2 fifth-class monsters, the Flying Fortress, that defeated all the aerial monsters, shot out a beam at a suitable time to penetrate both the heart of the leopard and the mantis back. This was a fantastical combo that was otherwise impossible if it wasn't in sync with Yoo IlHan. You have earned experience. You have earned experience. Hup.
The only remaining problem was the humanoid monster that appeared suddenly after being concealed all this time, at the moment Yoo IlHan showed an opening after killing the 2 fifth-class monsters.
I aimed for this moment. I also aimed for this moment. Orochi. However, immediately after it assaulted towards Yoo IlHan's back, a pile bunker appeared from Yoo IlHan's back and struck its torso. Kurg. Fire.
When the Eternal Flame pulled the trigger by burning at Orochi's signal, the magic gunpowder received the shock and amplified it by hundreds of times, At the same time, the piledriver made of dragon bone shot out with a boom and perforated a huge hole in the torso.
A combo play from Orochi and Eternal Flame. Kahak! You even noticed me.
The pile bunker which Yoo IlHan poured his blood and sweat into, and was enhanced due to the effects of the infernal dragon body, was the perfect weapon to leave to Orochi and Eternal Flame, as it could be used at maximum power just by quickly striking and triggering. In fact, even right now, a 5th class enemy was pierced and temporarily had its movements sealed. It was truly shocking that the bones and flesh were regenerating and were pushing out the piledriver immediately after the strike, but being a higher existence still took time to completely escape the shock. And that amount of time was like eternity to Yoo IlHan. Boasting about your concealment in front of me, that's like discussing eating alone in front of a master tier loner.
Aren't those two the same thing? Shut up. Yoo IlHan generated a shockwave with Ruin Calling and spun his body around with it.
On the tip of the 8-tailed dragon spear in his hands was a vicious flame that was surprisingly half-translucent.
Ki-heek. Ha!
The moment it tried to move, he bisected it with a shout and his spear. The beam from the flying fortress and the ballista ammo that Orochi used with the infernal dragon body also hit him.
3-on-1 would have been impossible, but there was no way it could endure all the bombardment alone. It was instantly obliterated without being able to leave any words behind. This was 17 minutes into the battle. You have earned experience. Fu. Yoo IlHan took away his spear and landed on the ground.
Following him, the bisected 5th class corpse also thudded on the ground. When he turned around while collecting the corpse, the chaotic mana in the surroundings calmed down and silence enveloped the battlefield.
Ki-he. Ku, KKGGGK. Failed. Can't run. There were still tens of 4th classes and thousands of 3rd classes on the battlefield, but they despaired without even thinking of running away as Yoo IlHan had instantly finished 3 5th class beings. And that was their last moments. Mystic, finish up. Roger that.
Mystic seemed to like the military-themed stuff nowadays as she was very fast in replying. Immediately after that, the flying fortress that recovered enough energy seemed to lower in altitude before cleaning up all the monsters with relentless bombardment. Yoo IlHan leisurely strolled around in their midst and collected their corpses and magic stones after killing the surviving ones.
Situation terminated, declared Mystic. She said that after emitting mana around the flying fortress to confirm that there were no monsters near Yoo IlHan. At least in the future, no 5th class beings will spawn in this area. You, so tired. Yoo IlHan finally relaxed the tension in his shoulders after hearing her report. Although he seemed to overwhelm the enemies in the battle, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous against 3 5th class monsters. IlHan, are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. No problem.
The worried Liara touched all over his body, but Yoo IlHan made her step back with just those words. A short but tenacious fight was truly the battles that made his body breathe in life, and make it advance. In fact, his physical body was in maximum activity right now. The superhuman strength and transcendent regeneration that was at the level of mastery was in effect at the same time to bring out the best of each other. Like this, his spines will reattach if it was cut, and his brain would regenerate as soon as it got pierced.
He couldn't be considered human anymore.
However, only after that did his body gain some pressure. He breathed slowly to relax his tensed muscles. Liara hugged him from the back and made him more comfortable.
3 at once is mentally exhausting, indeed. And the planet almost twisted up trying to generate a single one a few months ago.
1 was nothing, then 2 appeared, and now there was 3.
Hearing Yoo IlHan and Mystic's grumbles, Liara replied with a sigh.
That's because the energy of Earth is increasing.
I'm sure the 4th Great Cataclysm isn't far away.
And once the 4th Great Cataclysm occurs, the Earth will definitely be reborn into a higher world. and one that stamps out higher existences naturally, a horrifying world. Yoo IlHan felt a sense of distance while rolling around the word higher world in his mouth. Right now, he was having a hard time taking care of Earth alone, but if those nosy little losers from Heaven's army of brilliant light and destruction demon army, he only found the future to be bleak.
Oh yeah, what do those guys from the Garden of Sunset do?
I didn't see them after the Daru incident. I think that they are focusing more on Daru than Earth. Perhaps they might help you fight against the destruction demon army.
They could be considered the only decent faction excluding Heaven's army. Erda seemed to hate them to the bones though?
That's because they were the first faction that contacted her, and Erda was about to be deceived by them. So there was such a connection.
The leader there likes women. There was a time he even watched over Erda. Yoo IlHan accepted.
Erda was indeed beautiful. However, at the same time, she felt like she was billions of light years away from love. She probably wanted to become stronger as a higher existence, and naturally, hate the offer from the Garden of Sunset.
It wasn't only the Garden of Sunset that liked women.
The Destruction Demon Army as well as the Army of Brilliant Light also moved numerous worlds in order to acquire Nayuna.
Perhaps they still haven't given up yet.
With all the higher existence factions scheming against a single woman, there was no better trash than them.
Perhaps the reason the Heaven's Army has a lot of women is also because we don't.
It's just that there are a lot of females among the ones that met you. Liara immediately interjected Yoo IlHan's words just in case Yoo IlHan became suspicious. In fact, she had an insignificant time with love compared to the long time she lived.
Moreover, wasn't she all for Yoo IlHan right now?
She would cry her eyes out if Yoo IlHan became suspicious of her.
I wasn't saying anything about you though.
Idiot.
So unfair.
It was only a moment that he joked around with Liara. After judging that all his muscles were relaxed, Yoo IlHan finally started to clean up the battlefield. There was no need for him to collect the third-class monsters and he destroyed them thoroughly to return them back to the Earth. Earth would grow faster this way. It was a tragedy that Yoo IlHan had to make Earth into a higher world despite fearing it. The majority of the monsters were taken care of by Mystic anyway, unless a fifth class appeared, so what he had to do was to resupply the weapons and artifacts using the materials. 3 years passed like that, so an enormous amount of equipment was piled up in Yoo IlHan's inventory, inside the various parts of the flying fortress and absorbed by the infernal dragon body.
So it's 5th class now. Magic stone, please magic stone.
Yoo IlHan prayed desperately and started dismantling the 3 5th-class beings. In the past few months, Yoo IlHan had acquired a single magic stone from the ones that occasionally appeared. Of course, he left that for his 4th-class advancement. He was about to be fed up from waiting for the blessing of the goddess of fire, but he still could not give up.
Ha!
He was met with blanks for 2 of the 5th classes, and when he was digging into the perforated head of the last one, the leopard, he discovered a colorless translucent lump of stone and subconsciously voiced out.
A 5th class magic stone. Really? Gimme.
Enhance the fortress. It should of course be the infernal dragon body that has to be enhanced.
Did you not just see that I killed a higher existence just now?
The flying fortress can also do that once I get enhanced.
Shut up. Anyone that moves is the culprit.
Yoo IlHan silenced everyone down with those words before cautiously looking around the surroundings and built a physical barrier by installing ballistas and traps, and only after did he raise his 5 senses to the limits did he put his hand into the head and take out the magic stone.
Wow. Their time zone was currently in the mornings right now.
The magic stone that took in sunlight and created a rainbow inside.
Looking at that, everyone exclaimed. Phoo. So beautiful.
Wow, it's so beautiful that it's a waste to use it.
Isn't the mana inside more important than the appearance? Yoo IlHan took out the magic stone he had acquired before and compared them.
He definitely did feel that they were different. The previous one also glowed in a beautiful light blue, but it was incomparable to the one he had just acquired. Perhaps it was his mistake, but he felt like the mana quantity inside also differed.
Good. He put the translucent magic stone inside the inventory.
He felt like he should use that magic stone for his 4th class advancement.
Let's use this. Use? Where? My enhancement? Probably the infernal dragon body. Nope, all wrong. Yoo IlHan snorted and closed his eyes. I'm going to evolve the language skill.
Watching the evolution criteria for the evolution of the skill, language. 3rd class magic stones 3924-498/1000. 4th class magic stones 653-056/100.
5th class magic stone 2-1. Record of worlds 109/100. The language skill may evolve. Proceed? How much suffering did he have to go through to evolve this skill? Just as when he thought he acquired a 5th class magic stone, he had to keep it for this 4th class, and in fact, he used that one to create an armor to survive, and he acquired another one, but he had to leave it behind for the 4th class advancement. And finally, he acquired an additional one, and was now able to evolve the skill. Let's wipe your tears first. I'm not crying.
Thinking back to his suffering, he felt his nose tinge.
Calming down, Yoo IlHan accepted the Akashic Records question with a nod. Yes, I'll proceed. With his acceptance, brilliant 5-colored mana covered his body. An overwhelming mana and the skills he had developed until now, as well as the records he had piled up, were now in a process of becoming one. Yoo IlHan let go of his consciousness due to the fantastical feelings that the skill sublimation gave him. Die. Kurg. And that was the perfect opening that a certain someone had been waiting for all this time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 211, I-2-3.
The strike from the shadow that shot up from the ground unbeknownst to anyone pierced Yoo IlHan's abdomen. The blade, sharpened over many years, found its vengeance target. Its concealment was at the least, at the level of mastery, or perhaps an advanced skill.
Although less than Yoo IlHan, it was at least enough to deal Yoo IlHan a preemptive strike. However,
a perfect surprise attack, but the ability of the title Untouchable activates and cancels the critical hit. However, the fact that Yoo IlHan had acquired the title Untouchable came into play here. The surprise attack that should have taken his life was nullified. Of course, even after considering that, the power behind the surprise attack was shocking, and Yoo IlHan got a huge hole on his stomach before falling onto his knees.
Kurg. IlHan. IlHan. TCH.
The problem was that his movements were restricted in class advancements or skill evolution processes. This situation belonged to the latter, with the language skill. Yoo IlHan acknowledged that he was careless due to having become excited from acquiring a 5th class magic stone. Of course, not that it would change anything against such an overwhelming opponent even if he wasn't careless. As proof, all the traps he had installed were rendered useless. Ugh! The being behind the surprise attack had shown up. And surprisingly, the figure was not very large, a little taller than Yoo IlHan or at the same height. Despite the fact that it was in that space, it had no form to speak of, and was a figure that was like trembling shadow, and only the mana swirling around the body made him estimate the overwhelming amount of mana it had.
That wasn't the problem though. How can the mana be so?
It's completely same to that of Earth's.
Liara. Eek. Mystic, about to lose her master, lowered the altitude and shot beams like hell. However, it dodged every one of those beams with body movements. This wouldn't be possible even if it was Yoo IlHan amidst the barrage. Just the fact that the beams from 100 eyes would deal a significant damage,
and so it had to dodge every single attack, and couldn't approach Yoo IlHan, was of help right now.
You always bullied us.
Every word it spoke while dodging the beams became a curse and struck Yoo IlHan.
That which contained a frightening poison was fatal enough to threaten Yoo IlHan's life had he not mastered higher curse resistance and extreme poison resistance. Kurg. IlHan, dodge. I said move, eek. Liara. If you move, proactively. Every one of its actions and words became skills.
If the 5th class Yoo IlHan had faced on Earth until now were just insanely strong 4th class beings, the one in front of him right now was literally on a different dimension. It had a completely different level of record, and was on a different concept of being life.
Eek. Liara, who realized that Yoo IlHan was unable to move, hugged Yoo IlHan and flew backwards. Just that was enough to pressure her body. However, she did not stop despite knowing that. Looking at the two, that guy did not stop his curses. I tried to chase you out but I couldn't. It was so annoying. You experienced the millennium, didn't you? Yoo IlHan, who still couldn't move freely due to the evolution process of the language skill, barely moved his mouth to reply. It did not say anything, but Yoo IlHan knew that it was its way of acknowledgement. You knew me from 1,000 years ago. There is no life form that does not know you on Earth. Its reply made Yoo IlHan smile even as the pain from his wound flared up. He just found it funny. He only struggled to prepare against the future in those 1,000 years, but turns out all the life forms left behind along with him were all watching him. What else was funny if this wasn't? You were infinitely egotistical. Everyone wanted to live, but you only lived alone using all of them as footholds. Yes, I did. The Earth resents you. We all resent you. Yoo IlHan remembered that the mutant monsters that rampaged around during the initial stages of the Great Cataclysm had drastically decreased once. What happened to the life forms that acquired vast records from enduring the 1,000 years like Yoo IlHan? The question he couldn't think of until now due to everything that happened filled his mind. The Hell Dungeon. Can such a horrifying space be born without any reason? In the 1,000 years, Yoo IlHan acknowledged the records that one individual cannot possibly achieve by the Akashic record only, but is Yoo IlHan the only being that was acknowledged of those records? I was alone from the beginning. So, I couldn't think about the others. Yes, that was the mistake. This damned loner thought process was grabbing onto his ankle and holding him back until the very end. Ha! Hearing that guy spat out curses again using its non-solid mouth. Even right now, beams were shooting down like rain, but not one hit its body. Selfish humans. We really hate you. Phew. That's nothing new. Yoo IlHan wasn't suddenly going to say all the animals on Earth are as important as humans. Let's protect the Antarctic penguins or something like that. Everything he did on Earth was for his survival, and even though the poison that had piled up until now was at the point of attacking him, he did not regret that. He only found his mistakes unfortunate. I will kill you. Humans aren't needed in the new world. A new world. I want to ask something about that. A keyword that tugged his mind popped up, and made Yoo IlHan open his mouth again. It was an attempt to create an opening for Mystic to hit, but it was showing movements of dodging all the beams even while reacting to his words. Do you know the whereabouts of the children that were born after the Great Cataclysm? Dungeon. And for some reason, it replied in kind. The dungeon full of our resentment. The dungeon you mercilessly trampled on. The dungeon where only mutant life forms and greed remains. Everyone came inside there. We did not do it. It was the Earth's choice. Ha! He finally got the answer he had been looking for 3 years. He wished that it wasn't true, but he did expect this to be the case. So it was like that after all.
There was no way Ymir will be able to grow so rapidly unless it was on the same level of that dungeon. However, that meant that all the children born after the first Great Cataclysm were sucked into that place and ha ha ha. He subconsciously laughed in vain. Rage boiled inside his chest. The innocent life that disappeared while knowing nothing. Thinking back to the uncountable number of children, even Yoo IlHan couldn't help but be enraged. However, it replied very firmly, its voice containing countless emotions. It should be the same to you humans. Everyone kills something else in order to survive. I also did just that. This is not a game. This is a competition for survival. We are the same as you. We will kill you in order to survive. Heh, you really picked the worst words. I will kill you. From some time, a spear appeared on the shadow hands. That looked very similar to the 8-tailed dragon spear that Yoo IlHan used. No, in fact, its movements as well looked similar to Yoo IlHan's, just a lot faster. Thinking about it, it was quite natural, as this was a being that had watched Yoo IlHan for 1,000 years, and more after the Great Cataclysm. However, Yoo IlHan still could not move. It was because the evolution of the language skill was of an unprecedentedly large scale that required a vast amount of records. He couldn't help but exclaim at the fact that a person can become so helpless, but no matter how much he struggled, he could not move a single toe. He could only blink and move his lips. This was just like being a complete cripple. Eek. Eek. Mystic. The reason Yoo IlHan could still live until now was thanks to the beams from the flying fortress. Mystic's judgment was very clever. She realized that time was the most important thing to Yoo IlHan right now, and was trying to gain some using whatever means possible. Die. Die. Mystic. That won't work, traitor. Of course, that did not last forever. There was a limit to the stored energy and magic stone on the flying fortress, and shooting beams like mad in order to prevent the shadow from moving forward, it was very quickly nearing those limits. Yoo IlHan estimated that the beams wouldn't last until he was ready. He had faced against a few 5th-class beings. He killed more than 10 himself. Despite that, the guy in front of him was on a completely different league. There was no way Yoo IlHan didn't know what that implied. That guy was of the 6th class. On one side was a 3rd class despite not lacking talent or effort, and on the other side was a 6th. This was the difference between a monster and a human, between a human that can only gain experience by killing monsters, and a monster that could grow endlessly without harming other beings by acquiring mana and records. We are a collection of consciousnesses. No matter how fast you've grown, you cannot win against us. Even if you say stuff like you're the last boss. I'm only, very annoyed, you know? A mere 6th class was acting so bossy. Those kind guys always defeated in the most absurd way possible. However, unfortunately, Yoo IlHan's preparations weren't done yet. If he just got his 4th class, or if he just got the blessing of the goddess of fire. Or just, if he could move right now. However, there was one being, a person, that could still fight right now, excluding him. Really, nothing goes outside expectations. Liara's wings flapped. Her body was covered in light pink, and the symbol of the blessing of the goddess of love, the spear, was in her hands. That spear was one that became stronger when protecting the person that one loved. In other words, for this moment. No. Yoo IlHan was disgusted at himself. Even though he was saying no on the outside, he ended up thinking that it had gone according to his calculations. He was disgusted of himself because of his thoughts. Just from when did he rely on the sacrifice of others? When was it that he confidently boasted that he could take care of everything by himself? Did he train until now for this? Even though he was about to lose Liara that was the most important existence to him? What do you mean no? That's why you're no good, IlHan. However, Liara replied shyly as if she had read his mind. Unlike the warmth in her smile, she was in complete battle mode right now. The overwhelming quantity of mana emitted by her, and the aura trained over countless years, was stopping the shadow from moving.
You need to learn to rely on others more.
I can't cause such nuisance to others.
It's not a nuisance. That's what I want. Even if you do, you. Why don't you get it, IlHan? Liara's firm words struck Yoo IlHan deeply in the heart. Like that, you'll forever be alone. There's no way my feelings will get to you. What? Nothing. Liara turned back.
Her movements were nothing short of throwing away her life, but it was actually to hide her blushed cheeks.
Yes, there was you. There was also you. The one that was always with the human. In front of us. Again and again.
I'm saying something important, so don't interrupt. When two sixth-class auras clashed on the ground, the land that could not endure the shock was flipped over as the skies trembled before their might. The shock could also be felt at where Yoo IlHan was. So such a manga-esque scene is possible. In his absent-minded thoughts, such useless thoughts floated around.
Listen well, IlHan. I won't tell you twice because it's embarrassing. And to his absent-minded thoughts, Liara's voice leaked in. I love you, IlHan. Me, to you. More than anyone. Kewa akawayawak. Finishing her words, Liara charged in without waiting for Yoo IlHan's reply. The shadow also realized that it had to trample Liara first in order to kill Yoo IlHan, and it charged at her as well. Flew. Die. From the moment Liara used her powers for anyone than herself, the feathers on her wings were being pulled out one by one, and at the same time, the power of a higher existence left her body, and a brilliant white-colored blood splattered from her wing bones. The white feathers and drops of blood made it look as if it was snowing in the night sky. Despite that, she did not stop. The light growing from the pink spear protected her and her objective. Oh, God of love! The woman who abandoned heaven and returned to being a lower existence, shouted courageously as she struck with her spear. Please give me the power to protect the one I love. And the moment the two charged, Liara made a hole in the shadow even while vomiting out blood. The skill, language, evolved into the skill, record. You are now able to translate everything you see, hear, and feel into the language of the Akashic record and record them. Once recorded, everything remains as a record belonging to yourself. All skill growth rates increase by 2. All experience and the quantity of record acquired from monsters increase by 2. Attack power and critical hit rate increases by 30% when facing against a foe that you've experienced and recorded before. The skill evolution ended, and at the same time, you have mastered the skill, Blaze. You become the Lord of Fire. You have acquired the blessing of the Goddess of Fire. Fire attribute resistance and attack power increases by 50%. Flames can no longer harm you. Flames wielded by the enemy can lose their controls to you and you will become able to wield them. The leagues of all skills that use fire increase by 1 level. You can proceed to 4th class. Yoo IlHan's eyes glistened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 212, I-2-4. Ko, Koha. Liara faced it with something like a shout or a groan. Throughout its lifespan, the records and the collection of consciousness that it had gathered was not small in the least, but Liara was someone that had trained for much, much longer than that. It was natural that her spear would overwhelm her opponents. Die. I won't let you kill. IlHan. There were already countless holes on its abdomen. A fluid shadow, one that made people wonder if it was even possible to injure such a body, was pierced by a high-density mana that caused irreversible scars. Not only that, even now, endless new injuries were constantly being inflicted.
Seeing as Liara didn't allow a single hit on herself, it was clear who held the advantage here.
Foolish. Being foolish? Don't kid with me. However, Liara had a problem, in that her belief that she was moving in order to protect Yoo IlHan was poisoning her very existence.
As her feathers were seemingly pulled out, the blood of a higher existence within her flowed in reverse, her bones began cracking, her flesh crumpled and rotted, muscles began dying, and her skin dried out. Her brilliant beauty that made people question who would be able to win against her, was now melting down at frightening speeds, giving her an unsightly appearance.
Why, for that kind of thing?
There's no one like him that acts only for himself. That's why you monsters are no good.
What you're imitating is only IlHan's outer appearance.
That's why you're so
weak. Liara's spear finally blew away the shadow's spear.
Of course, that was merely a portion of the shadow, so it would soon regenerate from the body, but what Liara was aiming for was the moment the spear was regenerating.
Hugawawup.
She retracted her spear as soon as she swung it and pierced it forward. She was trying to subjugate it somehow before her power as a higher existence came to an end.
Critical hit. Critical hit. Kuhak.
The violent tip of her spear exploded inside its body. As unerasable, irrecoverable, permanent injuries were being inflicted on its body, the shadow realized.
You are not trying to kill me. You. HHHHHHP.
And that moment of realization, Liara was able to take advantage of that, which allowed for another attack that dealt significant damage due to its confusion. Despite that, it still managed to say the rest of the words.
You're trying to let him kill me. What good would come out of me killing you?
I will lose all my powers and die soon. Liara swallowed those words.
Yoo IlHan would get angry if he heard those words.
But really, there was no meaning for her to gain the records and experience from a 6th class being when she was going to die soon. She was planning to subjugate it using all her powers, and let Yoo IlHan decorate its final moments after he was done with the skill evolution. Truly sacrificial, but that was the final gift that Liara could leave behind for Yoo IlHan.
It would make Yoo IlHan's soul grow, and make him stronger.
It would help him survive in the cruel environment in the future.
Humans, I cannot understand them. I never expected you to.
It swung the recreated spear. It was extremely difficult for Liara to dodge its attacks now that she had begun to lose her powers as a 6th class. She did not dodge the spears, and chose to inflict deeper wounds on the shadow while receiving wounds herself in exchange.
Critical hit. Cool. Its spear broke apart the helmet Yoo IlHan made as if it was nothing, and ripped apart her facial skin that was stiff like wood, and made Liara's face more unsightly to look at. However, Liara did not stop and pierced another big hole on its shoulder. I need to kill that human. I said I won't let you. The power of waves Liara possessed burst out. This was a power solely acquired by her efforts and talent. The endless power of waves gathered, amplified, and exploded inside the shadow. The physical body of a faraway 6th class realm was collapsing by the moment. Liara was considered very strong being even amongst the level of 6th class. More so than her trainer, Spira, and more so than anyone than Heaven's Army, Destruction Demon Army or anyone. Kurg. However, that was her limit. Liara had to kneel one step short of completely subjugating it.
No, it could be said she was already extremely courageous to have held out until now.
Foolish woman.
Her face had already been crumpled to the point that her facial features, other than her glistening red eyes, couldn't be differentiated anymore. The blessing of the god of love tried to cling onto her life, but it did not allow her to move. Take a step forward, and her heart would stop beating. Her legs would be pulled out, arms severed, and her brain would burst. Despite that, she wanted to take that step, but the blessing that judged that she had to cling onto her life in order to fulfill that love, did not allow her. You failed. The shadow that was in a bad state not that far from herself, laughed at her for burning everything that she had.
I will survive. I will kill him. Your puny will, lost to that of Earth. Shut up. Its body was becoming fainter. How many holes did it have on its body? How about the insides that were thoroughly destroyed? It also had a hard time moving. It would die while trying to kill Yoo IlHan. So, it would retreat. It still had plenty of time. Recovering while waiting for Liara to slowly die, and ambush Yoo IlHan again. He could not surpass it. The execution of justified rage will definitely be carried out. The superhuman will polished over many years, just for that alone, made it endure and retreat. Hey! Correction, it could not retreat. Who says you can run away? A voice neither loud nor low resounded in that space. It, focused on the battle with Liara, finally managed to lift its head up after the voice, and finally noticed the changes in its surroundings. This is... Fire was burning around it. A half-translucent, half-light flame that should not exist. That, which enveloped this giant space, burned while giving off a frightening curse and poison to prevent anyone from escaping. How? Your concealment is already undone. Yoo IlHan laughed with his eyes viciously open. His eyes were now burning in a red color deeper than that of Liara's. The traces of the blessing of the goddess of fire, a proof that he had taken a leap forward as a being. And you thought you can conceal yourself again in front of me? Yoo IlHan's whole body, wearing the infernal dragon body, twitched with puffed muscles as if his body was about to burst. It was a temporary phenomenon while the mastered superhuman strength was being evolved into a unique skill by being fused with another. You! Don't you think I took too long for a skill evolution? But even so, in such a short time. Yes. I became fourth class. Thanks for the lukewarm reaction. How can you be so same from appearance to retirement? Even fallen angels do better than you. Yoo IlHan's laugh was extremely dark and thick. It was a smile of the leisurely victor, and at the same time, one that belonged to an extremely enraged person. Having watched him from before, it knew what his smile implied. It tried to move its body, but it couldn't. The world did not allow it to. How? This space solely belongs to me right now. Yoo IlHan picked up his spear. The translucent white flame that formed the area swirled around his spear to enhance and enlarge it. The overwhelming fire attribute attack and the mastered power of blaze, and finally, the blessing of the goddess of fire had stacked to create a power that was beyond reason. Was this a power that was allowed to a lower existence? This was nothing new. Yoo IlHan no longer put himself in such a set cast. Checkmate. A chain of white flames sprouted from the ground with metallic sounds and bound it. At full power, it would be able to run away while resisting it, but when it was currently injured by Liara, and was having a hard time moving, it was impossible. Cook, Kiha. Ku. There may be an entrance to hell, but there's no exit. While it twisted its body to resist and attempt to escape, Yoo IlHan charged towards it with his spear covered in white flames. The more he neared him, the stronger the flames became. His face containing his solid rage spoke of his will. If there is one exit, then it's that. It finally felt death nearing for the first time, that was buried deeply in its mind. I will. Yoo IlHan had no intentions to hear its last words. He had to go and see Liara after finishing it off real quick. It was his most important person. So important, irreplaceable by anyone. His spear struck, pierced, and decimated the very space in which the shadow had existed. The will that had boasted about so much was incinerated as a whole. You just need to die. It could not reply anymore. To a being that was completely decimated, no excuses were allowed. Fu. Yoo IlHan retracted his spear.
The hell that descended upon the land also disappeared without a trace.
You have earned experience. You have earned the record of LV-403 Chaos Will.
On his retina, numerous lines of text appeared, including level UPS, but Yoo IlHan did not mind them and turned around. He was sure of the death of his enemy.
Liara. IlHan.
He ran while shouting the name of the angel that he loved.
Collapsed on the ground, she was twitching, but hadn't died yet.
And he was thankful for that fact more than anything.
Answer.
I'll give you the answer you want so much, so wait a moment first.
Yoo IlHan, who knelt down by Liara's side, smiled brightly as if the frightening expression he had until just now was from a different person. Although his eyes were full of tears, Liara wouldn't know that, so it was fine. But, now.
You really learned the wrong stuff from dramas.
Sheesh, TV ruins everyone alright.
He cut his wrist to let out blood. When he let the blood drip onto the armor Liara was wearing, the armor emitted bright light and started melting down.
Liara also felt that. Ha!
Liara's voice turned a little clear. Facing her, Yoo IlHan clicked his tongue.
Nowadays, you only get to eat hate comments and death threat emails by the bucket if you retire a character like that.
The only man who takes records and goes against the world, he spoke something so foolish as if proud of it.
I'm going to proceed while taking everything. I'm not letting go of anything. IlHan.
So get ready for it. For your whole life.
Hearing that, Liara's two eyes abruptly opened.
She could see Yoo IlHan's face covered in tears, but decided to shut her mouth in order to protect his pride as a man.
The rebirth began. Author's notes. Class and skill info will come out the chapter after next one.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 213, I-2-5. He began with her legs. You. Bear with it even if it hurts. Okay.
Her legs were in very serious state. Her flesh had been crumbled, muscles torn, bones twisted and broken, and even her bone marrow was flowing out. The damage made him wonder how she was even alive, and made Yoo IlHan's heart ache.
He couldn't even imagine how much pain Liara herself was undergoing.
However, when the armor melted into the legs, the bones became sturdier and healed as if time was flowing in reverse. New muscles sprouted out and red blood flowed above it, flesh covered the gap, and skin grew above that.
This. How? I thought you might do something so reckless. This equipment wasn't to strengthen you, but a device to help you recover after storing your records. The fifth option is the nucleus and is the entire meaning of the armor. Something like that was possible? No, before that, was it so simple to recover a higher existence of 6th class like her?
She wanted to ask too many things, but the pain from the recovery shut her mouth.
And that was very wise of her.
The technology behind it required Yoo IlHan to explain for at least 6 hours, going on about the blacksmithing he had learned as well as magic engineering and other magic languages.
Strictly speaking, it isn't returning you to the past state.
This is helping you settle as a lower existence after extracting the records of you as a higher existence without much pain, by remembering the structure of your body.
You knew I would do this?
Of course.
Then you knew of my feelings too. No, not that. Yoo IlHan shut his mouth about that part.
In truth, he was thinking about such a case with a 50% probability.
However, the cowardly Yoo IlHan could not erase the thoughts, what if she didn't? From his head.
So, he fooled himself to think that a 6th class angel from heaven's army may be close to him, but did not have any feelings towards him, and that she was only treating him like a blood-related brother as a big sister.
The matter with Na Yuna added on to that thought.
One coincidence does not happen twice, so there was no way Liara would like him.
Such a strange thought process had solidified in his head. Idiot, bad guy. I'm the criminal. Yoo IlHan could not raise his head in front of Liara.
If he did not realize after all that happened just now, he wasn't human, but a flea. Liara perhaps felt that he had realized enough, and laughed even with the suffering. Meanwhile, Yoo IlHan's blood flowed and drenched her armor, and in the process of the armor melting, it was recovering the other parts of her body and not just the legs.
Did you kill it for good? Yup. I killed it for good and collected the body too. Sheesh, that greed of yours. No matter how much of a bitch the thing was, it was still a 6th class. It would be strange if he didn't collect it. Yoo IlHan was shameless, and Liara smiled bitterly. His unchanging attitude was his drawback, as well his good point. And she liked that side of him as well. Now her 2 legs, knees, and thighs were recovered and her waist was slowly being reconstructed. No, in fact, a more fundamental and large change was occurring throughout her body. The white blood signifying an angel had all left the body, and red blood replaced her blood vessels. The newly made heart accepted the blood and pumped it throughout the body, which then would resonate with Yoo IlHan's blood and support the creation of the new body. The traces of the light pink armor were all gone as well. Liara touched the glossy skin that was newly growing after her dead skin had peeled off, and felt that her armor was gone. Too bad. It was an armor that IlHan made. I'll make you a better one anytime. When the recovery proceeded to a certain point, the blessing of the god of love also chipped in. Going beyond just clinging her to life, it became able to more freely interfere with her body, and started developing the body with the power that could be called the holy power. Before, the interference was small as she was already a higher existence, but now that she had fallen to a lower existence, the story was different. It was making her suitable for one blessed by the god of love. In fact, her destroyed older appearance was helping her be born anew. New wine should be poured into new wineskins, perhaps? Although the process was unimaginably painful, the blessing of the god of love and Yoo IlHan's power lead her to a completely new realm. From some moment, her voice became different as well. Before, her voice sounded like it was ringing from above no matter how much he faced her up front, but now, her voice sounded like she was really whispering into his ears. Yoo IlHan liked this more, but Liara didn't seem to be purely happy about it, and became panicky while stroking her neck. Wow. This feeling. It's been such a long time. I really returned to a lower existence. How do you feel? My body feels uselessly heavy. And here I just revived you. Well, she felt a 4th class from 6th class, so it would be a lie if she said she only felt happy. She was prepared to throw away everything for Yoo IlHan, but facing her 4th class self after everything that happened, she felt very complex. It was understandable. Reality was always different from ideals. I'm cold. Want a blanket? No, I want to stay like this for a moment. With everything that covered her body gone, including her armor, she was obviously naked right now. Her body that was torn apart and unsightly to look at during battle, had long since regained its original glossy and elastic appearance. No, perhaps she looked more attractive than before. Although it was embarrassing to look at that part, Yoo IlHan suspected that her chest had become bigger, and in fact, that was true. This was all the great powers of the god of love. Everything was to receive more love from the person of the opposite sex that she loved. 1. Foo. However, her face still had some unpeeled dead skin. When Yoo IlHan stroked her cheeks with his hands, the dirty debris fell down and glossy, white skin appeared. Yoo IlHan made a small smile as he looked at Liara's clean face. There, pretty again. I think you're more pretty now. Such embarrassing words. Lear's cheeks turned redder than a tomato from the heart strike, but Yoo IlHan still had a leisurely expression. Today I'm invincible. I spouted so many embarrassing lines while watching you fight it, while making you recover, and in other situations as well, so nothing would change even if I say 1 or 2 more lines.
Although, I do have the confidence to roll around in suffering faster than Sonic when the night comes.
Foo. Liara never stopped smiling for some reason.
For her, she was happy that Yoo IlHan was alive, and she was alive as well, facing him right now. Yoo IlHan wanted to enact punishment to her who was smiling without knowing anything, but he decided to withhold it. It was no wonder, since he also liked this situation where the two were facing each other.
And so?
It would have been for the best if she just kept smiling, but suddenly, her two red eyes narrowed.
Your answer?
Ha! To think she'd stab from such an angle.
A drop of cold sweat ran down Yoo IlHan's back.
He thought that he answered enough, but it seems it was his misunderstanding.
Answers. Like I said already. I want a proper answer. Properly, definitely, unmistakably, and undeniably. Truthfully. How are you so confident? What if I say no? Foo.
Liara made a cute smile that made him want to eat her up, and opened her mouth to say some frightening words.
Then I will carry things out by force. It's a rapist. There's a rapist here. It's fine, there's no one other than us here on Earth right now. It's not a crime if I don't get found out. I am here. Me.
And forget about being caught, a crime is still a crime. It was even scarier since her eyes looked completely serious.
Yoo IlHan looked down at Liara's face. When she had grabbed his hands to prevent him from running away, the two of them ended up laughing. But then he spoke.
At that moment, another woman's face flashed by in his mind, but the feelings towards that person were insignificant compared to his feelings towards Liara.
I'm glad that you don't have to commit a crime. Ha!
The millennium that went further than just making them familiar with each other, where they shared everything and started to understand other deeply, as well as a few years they endured together while believing in each other even while the surrounding situation was hectic. Now, there was an emotion in the realm that was way beyond just shallow emotions like novelty, pettiness, boredom, and familiarity that linked him with Liara.
I also like you very much. So, I love you. Born coward, stupid, shy, and idiotic, Yoo IlHan couldn't do something like approaching her first.
But if Liara was looking at him, he thought that he had to do his best to face her head on.
He couldn't run away at this point.
But now that he actually found the courage to confess, he could not hear a reply.
It was no wonder since Liara didn't know how to act after hearing Yoo IlHan's direct confession.
Her current feelings were similar to an ordinary salarywoman who bought a lottery ticket while wishing to become first, but still thought that she had no chance, and actually won the jackpot.
Fagoo.
She twisted her body, trying to hide her face, but the hands that she had grabbed before became her own drawback and she couldn't turn around.
Hayak. Please say something I can understand. I feel like dying because of embarrassment and happiness.
I just revived you, so don't go dying again, sheesh.
Moreover, who was it that wanted me to say it? I didn't know you'd be so direct. He did think that the him of today was invincible, but people really shouldn't do what they're not used to. Yoo IlHan also found it unbelievably embarrassing. He wanted to roll on the ground right now. However, Liara didn't let his hands go even while being embarrassed, so he couldn't do anything about it. Go on, kiss.
Someone urged them on in that predicament. Lifting their heads, the flying fortress was flying above their heads.
What do you mean a kiss?
It's a scene suited to this situation. Mystic's voice sounded very pouty, and it looked like she didn't like the fact that she had to just watch without being able to do anything.
No, perhaps she was just annoyed while watching Yoo IlHan and Liara filming a romance drama.
Go on and kiss her, master. Or else I'll just drop the flying fortress on you.
How dare you tease me when you don't even have a body? And just because of who was it? Ha!
He ignored Mystic. Then, looking down at Liara twisting her body in embarrassment, he resolved himself with a short deep breath.
Yes, I can't stay passive forever. Ha? Who?
Catching that muttering, Mystic's voice became higher.
However, Yoo IlHan took the next step without hesitation.
He grabbed Liara's hand strongly with one hand, and grabbed her chin with the other, and lowered his head too.
IlHan?
Shoo! Liara, who never imagined that the other side would approach first, was surprised lip-attacked by him.
With that, Liara couldn't say anything anymore. God damn it. It's so annoying. I shouldn't have said to kiss.
Mystic, who was flirted right in front of, made the flying fortress go berserk and breakdance in the air. Meanwhile, Orochi, who, likewise, watched everything that played out, quietly muttered inside the infernal dragon body.
This is going to be quite a sight, alright.
Orochi. And as such, the two of them lived happily ever after, occasionally having to endure the teasing from the flying fortress, but still, happily ever after.
Fin dash. Just kidding, Koko Sadisu. Author's notes.
I really did my best here writing this climax.
I thought this may be the second most important scene in this novel.
And perhaps due to that, the more I read it, the more childish I found, but I was still very satisfied. I would be so happy if my current feelings could be felt by you readers. Other than that, I gritted my teeth so much while writing this chapter.
Why do I have to write a happy chapter about the MC?
Pew.
Poo pew. Give me back my hands and feet, damn it.
I thought I prepared a lot of scenes where IlHan prepared for Liara's outbreak, but there were some of you that were surprised.
IlHan is not that careless. You must be curious about the class and skills right now. Looks like it will happen in the next chapter. 1. I guess the god of love doesn't approve of homosexuality.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 214 I-2-6. After the situation was completely cleaned up, Yoo IlHan and Liara first returned to the flying fortress.
Mystic was still slightly annoyed, but he ignored her.
But when he was coming back with Liara in his arms, Yoo IlHan thought up of one thing, that Liara was not Liara anymore. Then what do I call you now? It doesn't matter what you call me. In fact, I'd like any name if it's from you. Whatever he asked now, he would get an answer like this. Yoo IlHan asked with a bitter smile. The name you used when you were human. Wait, you were human, right?
Yeah, although there are quite a few angels who weren't human before I was a human.
But, She decided to be honest. I don't remember my name from back when I was still a human. So isn't my current name fine? Or should I go back to Lita?
No, I don't think there's a need to do that.
Let's just go with Liara. Okay. Yoo IlHan first pushed Liara into the path as he was afraid of speaking a single word to her due to her emission of near-infinite optimism energy.
She had experienced a huge scale healing from her heart to her skin, as she had fallen from 6th class to 4th, there was no way there was no damage to her body. What she needed right now was none other than rest. This was an opinion from the resting Meister Yoo IlHan, so it was definitely correct.
Together. We have a lot of time together.
First, relieve your fatigue slowly by yourself.
Together.
Liara splashed the water and pouted, but Yoo IlHan ignored her. In fact, his biggest worry right now was that he was unsure what would happen if he approached her now.
Hiing.
She pouted both her cheeks but eventually soaked back in the water while staring at him. Her light pink lips, half above the water, spat out insults.
Stingy, coward, erectile dysfunction. Not the last one. Leaving Liara alone, Yoo IlHan left and finally calmed down with a deep breath. Phoo.
There should be a limit to how chaotic the situation is turning out.
He was about to faint from headaches.
He was surprised that he still held out.
I was about to die from the cringiness. You learned all of that from books, right? Right? You tried.
While Mystic was trying to tease him using any means, only Orochi consoled him with a short and stiff voice.
Perhaps he understood him because he was male? Yoo IlHan laughed and tapped on the infernal dragon body twice.
In any case, he had calmed down now. He finally felt his heart, that was beating loudly and quickly from the moment Liara went to battle, coming down to the normal rate.
Well, then.
It was time to check the records that he didn't have a chance to look over during the battle, and due to Liara. The start and the most important point of this change was the evolution of the language skill into the record skill. In fact, it was a skill that was completely different from Yoo IlHan's expectations, and to explain it in short terms, it was a skill that allowed him to understand himself and the world in the viewpoint of the Akashic record. If other people understood and acquired a portion of the record by defeating a monster, then he would acquire the whole thing. If others had to train with and use an item for hundreds of days to understand it, then for him, it would be enough with a swing or two. It was not strange for all his experience earned, and all his skill proficiency to leap by 2 times. It was also natural for the critical hit rate to increase against enemies he had fought before. This skill was just that kind of a skill. Since he had learned the language of all the worlds, he was now at the start line of understanding the language of the Akashic record.
In other words, it's OP. It's OP indeed. Orochi. It's so OP. Mystic. Declared Yoo IlHan.
Orochi and Mystic agreed with him. This skill was more OP than any one of his skills he had learned and used until now.
What was the one most relied upon target after the Great Cataclysm? Wasn't it the Akashic record? Even higher existences were being swung around by this absolute, unchanging law. But he could now understand how it worked. Would anyone else have learned this skill? Probably, yes. Perhaps the leader of each higher existence factions have learned this skill. And that means they became stronger through this skill. He newly felt that he still had a long way to go. No matter how strong he felt he had become, he was still merely 4th class. No matter how much ability he had, he still could not defeat those in the faraway realm, at least not yet. Although, I would not need to touch them if they don't try to kill me. Although it was annoying to say, at this rate, he had too high chances of being involved with them. Yoo IlHan inwardly resolved himself. At least he had a good start. He would keep running forward. Like the elementary school athletic meet marathon that he finished despite no one looking at him. To think back, his dad was cheering for him. In any case, his understanding of other skills leaped the moment he gained the record skill, and as a result, instantly mastered Blaze. The blessing of the goddess of fire was given to him as if it was waiting for that moment. The mastery of Blaze enabled him to wield all flames freely, and the blessing of the goddess of fire gave him 50% increase in fire attribute resistance and attack, as well as increasing the league of all his fire-related skills. It was a hot skill alright, as expected of a goddess. Unlike the blessing of the god of smithing, where he only gained a tinge of gray on his hair, this time, his eyes were dyed in red like fire. Of course, only when he was wielding fire using mana. With both Blaze mastered and received the blessing of the goddess of fire, he was immediately able to proceed to 4th class. So, Yoo IlHan had suppressed his heart to go save Liara immediately, and proceed to his 4th class on the spot. Advancement to Hellbringer from Blazing Reaper. He thought that it would be an advanced version of his classes until now, but it was a complete mistake. If Blazing Reaper was an assassin with maximized attack, Hellbringer was an exterminator with assassination skills. You have become Hellbringer. Concealment increases by 50%, and fire attribute resistance and attack power increases by 50%. You are invulnerable to surprise attacks. You are immune to all curses and poison. His stat increases from his Blazing Reaper days were 20% increase in concealment, 20% increase in fire attribute resistance and attack, 40% increase in attack power in surprise attacks, as well as 30% increase in attack power against life forms.
Perhaps, it could be said that his abilities were reduced by acquiring the class. However, to him, 30% additional increase in concealment, his strongest ability, was a bigger plus than the surprise attack power. It was also the same with fire attribute resistance and attack power that composed a very large portion of his attacks. To sum up, it could be said that he had thrown away all the minor supportive stats and maximized his advantages. Yoo IlHan was satisfied with that. He could choose a more variety of battle tactics than before when he had to end all battles with a surprise attack. Invulnerability to surprise attacks should be from the title Untouchable, and immunity to curse and poison should be from the 2 resistance skills. Somehow, he became a monster that could not really be called of lower existence anymore. With him acquiring 4th class, all the experience he had gained until now were all calculated as well, and perhaps due to acquiring the whole experience of a 6th class at the last minute, his level had become 270. This was an overwhelming difference to when he had finished his 3rd class advancement. However, this was acceptable as well, since at that time, he had killed a little more than 1,000 4th class dragons, and a few tens of thousands of 3rd class dragons, but this time, not only had he wiped out all the monsters that appeared on Earth for 3 years, he also killed 5th class monsters and even a 6th class. Moreover, he had killed the 6th class Chaos Will when his record skill was active, and that overwhelming amount of experience had doubled. Considering that, it was strange that he wasn't level 299 immediately, but if he told Erta that, then she would retort that he was a damn thief. Yoo IlHan was satisfied with just this much. There were 2 other changes, and it was that, like the angels had predicted, the skills that required him to master for 4th class, namely, Blaze, Death God, Death Collector, Soul Enchant, Transcendent Regeneration, Extreme Poison Resistance, and Higher Curse Resistance, had all fused to become the skill, Falling Down. You have acquired the skill, Falling Down. This skill entraps a certain region of space using Blaze according to level. All enemies drop by a league in this region, and are constantly bound and damaged by flames containing the power of souls, curses, and poison. In this region, the user's recoverability increases by 500%, and the region's power increases by 5% whenever an enemy is killed. It will not work against enemies at a realm too high above the user, but that may change according to the skill's growth. The skill uses 70% of the entire mana pool to activate, and 3% more to maintain each minute. Truly a suitable skill to a Hellbringer that wrought the wrath of hell upon the lands. The point where his recoverability increased the more enemies he killed made Yoo IlHan like it more. This was a skill that was even hard to find among higher existences, not to mention lower ones. Everything that Yoo IlHan had gained in his path until now were in this one skill. And the final one was the fusion skill of superhuman strength and critical hit. Although he had vaguely predicted the others, he didn't have the slightest clue about these 2. In fact, Yoo IlHan had almost given up on the fusion evolution of these 2 skills since he didn't know the conditions no matter what he did after mastering them, but strangely, the moment he became 4th class, the fusion requirements were enabled. So, he hypothesized that skill evolution didn't just require understanding of the skills in Magic Stone, but also the league of the user. Anyway, the skill he had acquired after fusing those 2 were very simple. You have acquired the skill, God Force. Muscular strength increases by 300% at level 1. It puts an enormous strain on the body, so you may require months of recuperation once used. How simple compared to all the incomprehensible and hard-to-use skills. However, people said the simplest were the most frightening, and the power behind the God Force skill was very frightening indeed. Muscular strength referred to the strength stat, and an increase of the strength stat by 3 can mean that his level would increase by a certain amount during that time. This was also a skill unsuited to lower existences. Of course, like the warning on the skill, the penalties were frightening as well. Even though he had the Transcendent Regeneration skill, he would have to stay in bed for at least 3 days once he used it. Although this was plenty absurd since months became 3 days, it could be said that it was very hard to use in real battle. That is, if he didn't have the falling down skill. Yes. His recoverability increases by 500% within that area, and using transcendent regeneration inside would allow him to use God Force without any side effects.
Skill combo referred to this. So OP. It is OP. Are you trying to conquer the Earth alone?
Oh, that sounds annoying, so, no.
Yoo IlHan called out his status on this retina and checked it. A string of words emitting enormous force could be seen. Yoo IlHan, human. Main class, Hellbringer LV-270. Subclass, Angel's partner, Dragon Rider.
Title, Pan-Cosmic Loner, Untouchable, One Hit for Him, One Hit for You, Creator of Myths, 1001 Hit, Dragon Slayer, Dragon's Ally, The Quickest, Hero of Fire, The Frog that Leaped Out of the Well. Blessing of the Blacksmith God, Blessing of the Goddess of Fire. Strength, 546 Agility, 475 Health, 387 Magic, 554. Active skills, Falling Down, Death God, Soul Enchant, Blaze, Death Collector, Transcendent Regeneration, Extreme Poison Resistance, Higher Curse Resistance LV7, Mana Crafting LV96, God Force, Superhuman Strength, Critical Hit LV2, Angel Support LV89, Roll 98, Dragonic Blood LV84, Warp, Leap, LV7. Passive skills, Angel's Protection, Dragonman Resonance LV87, Physical Combat Mastery LV Max, Blunt Weapon Mastery LV Max, Sword Mastery LV Max, Whip Mastery LV Max, Dismantling LV Max, Blacksmithing LV Max, Record, Language, LV2, Magic Engineering LV99, Excavation LV99, Spear of Untraceable Trajectory, Spear Mastery, LV94, Absolute Accuracy, Throwing, Shooting, LV96, Cooking LV97. Good. Yoo IlHan nodded in satisfaction. Not long until higher existence. All worlds are going to exclaim at this. I don't want to hear from you who was born a higher existence. To him right now, the only problem he had was that the mana consumption of the falling down skill was very high, even though it would be the core of his battles. And about that, he had no choice but to put his effort into increasing the duration somehow. Increasing the skill level would be one method, but that would take a long time, and for now I can make accessories out of the remains of higher existences to increase the mana efficiency. That was the biggest candidate. No, if this went well, it might as well solve the entire problem. I'll put this to work immediately. Working while leaving behind such a woman who's already. Sheesh, men are always like this. And here you just said all those sweet words just now, Ugh. It's fortunate that you don't have to commit a crime. Ugh. I, too, love you. Wahaak. Kurg. That was Yoo IlHan's limit. With the continuous provocation from Mystic, Yoo IlHan, who awoke to the embarrassment, started rolling around the mansion at speeds that far surpassed Sundine Bolt's previous records. Mystic, who finally produced the scene she wanted, spoke in a very satisfied voice. Master, since you're rolling, wrap some rags around you and roll around the dirty corridors. Such a cruel building. Orochi. Orochi sympathized with his master, but did not say any more. He knew of Mystic's frustration well. But midway through his rolling, Yoo IlHan abruptly stood up. He felt a giant ripple of mana, and instantly realized what that meant. IlHan. It seems she had realized as well. Liara left the bath and was running outside. The dungeon. That dungeon. I know. The dungeon where Mir and the other children were trapped. How could he not think of this? The master of the dungeon had disappeared, so it was a natural process for the dungeon to disappear. Mir and the other children would be liberated with this, and not only that, the perverted demons would be put in the same situation. Although it was fortunate that there were no humans on Earth right now, he had to move right now in order to prevent the annoying stuff from occurring later. IlHan, let's go. Let's go quickly. Yes, we need to hurry. But before that, Liara. Yoo IlHan spoke in a serious and strict tone. Put on some clothes.
Author's notes. Everyone else as a returnee is rated for all ages. Probably. Translator's notes. Waha, got ya with the cliff there. Although, I did 3 sponsored chapters, so the sponsor queue should decrease by 150, but instead, it increased by 15. I'll try to pull out 3 sponsored chapters per day. Just don't bombard me with all that money. $400 within 24 hours of opening donations is too hard on me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215, I-2-7. To the children, the battle with the demons was harsh and cruel. Without Ymir's support, they would have been wiped out in the first battle. No matter how talented they were, and even though they were new types that were over level 100 below 5 years of age, there was an insurmountable wall between them and the demons. But despite that, they succeeded in coming out victorious in the first battle. It was because Ymir was holding the fort behind them. ********. Master, did the monster die? Yeah, it died. You got experience, right? Yeah, but that's the definite proof. Dad said so. Replied Ymir while looking at the demon that did not move anymore. Then, he looked at the army with no casualties in the battle just now. Phew. I feel like I'm dying. My legs hurt so much. My stomach hurts so much. The children all collapsed on the ground and panted. Their faces were all thick with fatigue and pain. However, Ymir thought that this was a big success. Although the casualties would have been massive had he not interfered at the right time, all the members of the army had survived. Everyone had survived and was shared of the demon's records and experience. Did you all level up? Yeah. Although not as much as the hero. We became a little stronger. This was the first time Ymir didn't deal the final strike on the monster. Although it was a difficult and arduous battle, satisfaction could be seen from the children. Leveling up via direct battle gave them an incomparable sense of accomplishment compared to eating the monster meat. But you need to do better. Just as when the children were drunk in battle, blood, victory, and pain, Ymir's cold voice seeped into their ears. You need to survive. To survive without me, you aren't good enough right now. Where is Hero going? I need to be with Dad. He will look for me sometime. I'll strengthen you until that time. We want to follow you. The children who were in pain in the ground all jumped up and shouted at once after hearing Ymir's words. However, Ymir shook his head. You're too weak. No matter how much you train, you're weak. Ymir thought that anyone could become as strong as the 4 elves under Yoo IlHan if they trained for 2 years, but he had placed his expectations too high. Although the growth rates of the new types here were very fast, in Ymir's judgment, even that was too slow. It was good that they were leveling up fast and were becoming able to use stronger abilities. However, their will to battle was less than their abilities, and decisively, their skill proficiency was lower compared to their level since they were leveling up too fast. The disadvantage was very recognizable to Yoo IlHan and the elves who trained for a long time. Eat? Ymir's merciless words seemed to have hurt them. In their point of view, they've worked to death, but they were still given such a cold judgment. Ymir's evaluations were not very delicate, and anyone who heard his words, anyone at those ages would naturally be stubborn and not accept it. However, we can become stronger. I'll become stronger and follow the hero. You can't leave me behind. The new types were different. All of their standards had become the same as Ymir's as they had lived the majority of their short lifetimes with him. Of course, the effects of the rule skill was big as well, but the mental influence on all of them was thanks to Ymir's ability, personality, as well as the special environment that was here. You want to become stronger? Yeah. Stronger. Perhaps the flames of battle hadn't gone off yet, as many passionate voices could be heard from here and there. Everyone was looking at Ymir.
Right now, they looked like they didn't feel any more pain, and were all looking towards Ymir with resolved eyes. However, Ymir was at a loss. The reason he took care of these kids was in order to follow his dad, who did the same thing, and to enable them to live by themselves. So, it was very unexpected for him that they wanted to go with him.
Okay.
However, he would be disqualified as a dragon if he rejected all of them when they wanted to follow him.
Ymir nodded as they wished.
Of course, even he didn't know that the children were still unable to reason rationally, or that they couldn't part so easily as they were linked by the rule skill.
Ymir was still a kid after all. Then it will become even more difficult. We'll go even faster now. Okay. We'll try our best, Master. Definitely.
The resolves of the children filled the lands.
Ymir stiffly nodded and spoke. But don't die. Dying is a sad thing, Dot. Got it.
Ymir was also satisfied with their loud replies. The army rested for 30 more minutes, and departed after they recovered their full strength. From the time they went on dungeon hunting for real, the children were not allowed sleep time. All fatigue would be dissolved if they leveled up before they died due to overexhaustion. Of course, the mental stress would remain, but the members of the army endured all of that with the will and resolve to stay with Ymir. This was a technique that Yoo IlHan used frequently in the past, and also something that was experienced in Ymir's growth process.
How can children who are barely over level 100 undergo some intense training like that?
Of course, that was thanks to the enormous experience points given by their enemies, the perverted demons. Under Ymir's lead, they could easily do anything if they managed to kill those demons in a short time span.
Ymir tested their talents, efforts, and tenacity, and the children all followed him even while crying tears of blood.
This could be said to be a very cruel training, and it was amazing that there were no dropouts. When that continued for several months, the lowest leveled children reached level 120, and while the highest one even reached level 144. The perverted demons were in actuality the perfect present to those able to hunt them.
I will definitely go with the hero. And just who was the level 144?
It was one of the girls that always tried to stick next to Ymir. Rather than royalty, it was more akin to romantic interest, and she had a passionate and direct unrequited love even though she was 5 years old.
Yeah, you should do. But put in more effort. Okay.
Of course, Ymir, ignorant to the matters between a man and a woman, only praised and encouraged the child as he thought that she had enough potential and effort, but that ended up pouring oil to the fire. Now, she looked like she would kill every demon in sight. However, unfortunately for her, and fortunately for Ymir, who didn't want the children to be in danger, the dungeon was liberated on Earth in exactly 30 minutes. Of course, the first one to realize the change was Ymir. It was because the world as a whole where they were, was trembling, and mana was trembling here and there.
Everyone stopped moving.
The 9,300 children proceeding secretively all stopped on the spot. Ymir gathered them on one spot and changed to dragon form just in case.
It was because he was stronger in dragon form than human form. No. Wait.
When he changed into a dragon, his sensitive senses became even more detailed, and he was able to analyze the properties of the trembling mana in detail.
And thanks to that, Ymir realized one thing. It's mixing. What's mixing, Master?
Hero, how long do we need to stand still? The children all called for him, calling him hero or master. However, Ymir was confused at the suddenly changing situation, and was happy, and so was in no state to listen to them.
Ymir eventually dispelled his transformation and turned back into human form.
While the children watched him confusion, he looked up to the sky to see that the color of the sky was changing. No, even the sky was mixing. The red and stuffy sky of hell, and the blue, clear sky of the outside.
We're out, whispered Ymir in a small voice. And his voice became louder in an instant. "We're out." "What's out, hero?" "It's Earth." The matter, the sky, the land, everything was mixing with that of Earth. The dungeon's boundaries were collapsing like it was never there and was being mixed with Earth. Ymir was sure that it was Yoo IlHan that caused this. His dad came looking for him, there was no mistake about it. And his conviction was answered. "What's that?" "Hero, a huge thing is flying in the sky." "Wow, so cool. Look at those mirrors." It looked like a castle in the sky. Moreover, there were rotating mirrors that enveloped it as if guarding it, and once in a while, they gathered on one spot to shoot out a strong beam of energy. Every time that happened, he could feel the liberated demons being obliterated. "What's that, so scary? Wouldn't it attack us too?" Hero. The children dispersed from formation in fear in front of the huge power, but Ymir didn't mind. He knew that the person he was looking for so much was inside that castle. "Dad!" Ymir's shouts filled the sky. Yoo IlHan, who was also busy cleaning up the dungeon's demons now that the dungeon and the earth became one again, heard the voice and abruptly raised his head. "Mir!" At the same time the barrier surrounding the flying fortress was dispelled, Ymir flew into the castle. He quickly caught onto Yoo IlHan's figure and flew and hugged him. "Dad!" "Yes, yes." Yoo IlHan. Unbelievable for a commander of an army that wiped out a dungeon for nearly 3 years, Ymir cried very loudly. Yoo IlHan was also very depressed that Ymir had become insanely stronger while he didn't see him, but seeing him crying in his arms, he didn't care anymore. "It was so hard without you until now. I'm sorry, I should have gone to look for you earlier. I became stronger though." "Yes, well done. You've even got your 4th class. But Dad became even stronger." "Of course, it's Dad we're talking about." A conversation without context was passing by. However, what was important right now was not the meaning behind those words, but the emotions behind them. That was what was needed right now for the father and son. "Who's that?" "It looks like a mini-master. And he's exactly my type." "Hold it. No one will have feelings towards a building. Same goes to a piece of armor." Mystic and Orochi quarreled like usual, but no one minded them. Any BGM would make this scene emotional. "Dad." "Yes, Dad is here." "Hing, why weren't you there until now?" "I'm sorry. I really am." Yoo IlHan embraced Ymir until Ymir was satisfied, and Liera only watched the scene from the side. Of course, properly clothed. "Master! What do we do? Hero isn't coming back." Yoo IlHan. It took 5 minutes for them to realize the existence of the dragon army that were absent-mindedly looking up at the castle in the sky. Author's notes. Ymir and the dragon army joins the fray. I've read the comments from last chapter and flinched. It looks like I really can't take my guard down against you readers. T/N, I'm not sure what comment this is talking about. Translator's notes. I've put the release rates in the index page now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216, I-2-8. Yoo IlHan let the dragon's army children into the flying fortress. The fact that they were extremely wary against Yoo IlHan and Liera were unsuited to their age, but on one hand, they looked quite well trained as well. And in fact, they had been trained better than any army in any world. So I made them my underlings. So that was it. Ymir talked about everything that happened from the time he was trapped in that dungeon. From how he first discovered the children, and the children's characteristics of leveling up by eating the meat of those demons, as well as how he raised them after the rule skill came into effect. They were absurd stories from beginning to end, but not only would Mir not lie about something like that,
there were very little chances of it being a lie as the proof, the children, were here. Yoo IlHan turned around to Liara, who was a little unreliable, but the most knowledgeable person present.
What do you think about this?
Although it does not happen often, there are mutations everywhere.
The environment of Earth changed too rapidly, did it not? It wouldn't be too strange even if the children were largely influenced.
There is also the possibility of their physical body structures getting changed while they were warped to that hell.
Really?
Yeah, but at least they are not monsters. They are still pure and naive human children,
declared Liara as if she had read his thoughts. He let out a bitter smile and nodded. I thought that for merely a moment. Moreover, I also have a means of checking that. A single strand of hair was enough to check the army members' identities.
Activating the record skill and taking a close look at it, he indeed confirmed that they were humans born from two Earthlings. Although that was as he had expected, but the problem was the cause of the change of the children.
No way. Why? You can't understand because the skill level is too low? No, rather, I understood it too well.
Though, I'd rather believe that the skill made an error because it's still low-leveled.
Liara's eyes narrowed. Yoo IlHan didn't drag it out anymore and decided to say the truth. Chaos will. It's that guy. Huh? Liara asked back.
Not because she didn't hear it properly, but because she could not believe his words.
Yoo IlHan knew that but still repeated his words.
It was Chaos Will, that 6th class.
The guy that almost killed both of us. He changed the children's genetics to become stronger just by breathing, by absorbing mana.
Mir only raised their growth speeds.
There's no way that's true. That guy resented humans.
There would be no psychopaths who would give a knife to the one he resented to death.
Liara's words sounded very reasonable, but Yoo IlHan shook his head.
I also don't know what that guy was thinking, but it was indeed that guy. To be exact, it had enhanced the children by using the power of Earth like how it had made 5th-class beings.
It also shared minute bits of its record.
And although the implementation of power is different, the method is the same, so there are no doubts here either.
No way. At that point, Yoo IlHan's expression turned strange.
He thought back to the words it had spat out against himself and Liara, and realized one thing. It actually did not deny the competition for survival between humanity and monsters. The only person it truly resented was me.
That doesn't make sense though. IlHan, you only wanted to survive too. The Yoo IlHan from 1,000 years ago was also the same as the other humans, monsters, and Chaos Will.
He only struggled for survival.
So, if Chaos Will wanted to accept humans, then it had to accept Yoo IlHan as well.
Otherwise, it was self-contradictory, no.
No, it's not that. It's a different sort of problem.
Liara's words this time were very reasonable as well, but Yoo IlHan, who was sure about his thoughts, retorted to her with a simple explanation.
In the kingdom of animals, it doesn't matter if a lion eats a deer, but you would still be enraged if a friend was killed by a lion, no?
It should be something along those lines. It had been alive from 1,000 years ago, and was perhaps one of the animals that was almost damaged by me.
In the end, it turns out to be so simple, no?
Yup, very simple.
I don't want to understand, but I still do. Yes. The target of its resentment was not against the entire humanity but Yoo IlHan alone. That resentment was neither grand nor idealistic. It was a very private thing. Then what is it? Liara summed up the story with a strange expression. So, in the end, only Yoo IlHan was its target of elimination, and the rest didn't matter at all? And to think back, the one that expelled humans from Earth was the Earth itself and not that guy. It's not just that.
Perhaps it wanted to become the Lord of Earth.
Like, developing Earth to its tastes, and raise an army inside it? Without Ymir, the ratio of survivors would be even more pitiful. However, the child that grows alone within that hell would become a strong being suited to that of Earth. Moreover, the child would be shared its record, so there would be a possibility of becoming a higher existence as well. So that's it. At that moment, the vague and unacceptable story instantly cleared up. It was preparing for the moment Earth becomes a higher world, in its own way. That's true, there's also the creation of fifth-class monsters that became less and less flawed. And there's the fact that it did something to the children sent to the Hell Dungeon. However, there were two unknown variables in that perfect plan, which was Yoo IlHan and Ymir. Yoo IlHan had created the flying fortress to wipe out all the monsters on Earth by himself, and Ymir had wiped out the Hell Dungeon by developing the children who should have otherwise grown up naturally. Although the two's methods of going about ruining this plan was very drastic, one very loner-like and one very popular, it did not change the fact that they struck a huge axe in the plan. The expression of Lord of the Earth really sounds suitable. If there's a Lord of Earth right now, wouldn't it be you and Mir? You've taken the throne in a splendid manner. What good is that? I don't need it. Take it back. Yoo IlHan shook his hand and looked at the children again. The children that might have become the forces of monsters, had become Ymir's army and were here. This was a good thing, at least for his son Ymir. However, Yoo IlHan couldn't stay smiling all the time. And so? How many children are here in total again? Yeah, it's 9,300 in total. That was because the number of children Ymir had taken in were overwhelmingly small in number. There should have been much more children who were born after the Great Cataclysm, but the survivors only numbered 9,300. This was also thanks to Ymir proactively rescuing the children while going around the dungeon, and if things had gone as Chaos Will had predicted, then the survival ratio would have decreased to 1/10 of this. Just the scale of casualties was way beyond Yoo IlHan's thoughts, so Yoo IlHan gave up thinking about it. Humans could not revert time, and so he could only proceed with what he had in his hand right now. Well done, Mir. Very well done. Yeah. Ymir liked it when Yoo IlHan praised him and stroked his head. Despite being a monstrosity of over level 230, and being a commander of a 9,300 large army, Ymir was merely 6 years old, an age where he would do anything in order to be praised by his parents. It's just that the results became like this due to his abilities. Is it really the hero's parents? But what are parents? Hying, I also want to see mommy. The 9,300 children who were wary against Yoo IlHan at the beginning saw that Yoo IlHan and Liera didn't have any hostility at all, and also saw that Ymir was acting pampered in Yoo IlHan's arms. They dispelled their wariness a little. Although they were still talking from far away. IlHan, are you going to leave them like that? No. I think I have to do something. Yoo IlHan made a bitter smile while looking at the children who were high-leveled, but were still no better than babies. They couldn't stay on guard against each other forever. He thought about what would be the best in this situation when. Good. Yoo IlHan spoke so that everyone could hear it. Let's eat up first. Yoo IlHan used everything he could use to make food for all 9,300 children. He wiped out a field without an owner to make a salad, cast a giant net from the flying fortress to catch fish to make soft boiled fish, boiled soup using the giant bucket, and grilled meat. The above things all happened within 2 hours. The children only drooled while watching one miracle after another occurring in Yoo IlHan's 2 hands. It was no wonder, since all of these children only had demon flesh for food for nearly 3 years. The skill, cooking, has become level 98. Roughly made food tastes better now. Perhaps due to doing a large-scale cooking after a while, his skill level increased as well. Yoo IlHan installed numerous tables in the garden of his mansion and was satisfied. Good, I'll be able to master the cooking skill as well one day. Nom nom. This is what's unfair about the Akashic record. Although, I don't care since the meat is tasty. Muttered Liera, while stuffing her cheeks with meat.
Perhaps she had become more easily hungry after she became a lower existence.
Yoo IlHan gave her a smack on the forehead.
I didn't even set the table, so don't eat it first. But it would be a pity for the meat to turn cold. It's cooking made with my dear IlHan.
Then don't eat it and help with the setting up.
Yes, sir. Even though they were quarreling like the usual, it felt as if flowers were being scattered around them. The stable mood around the two left no room for Mystic to tease them. Ymir, who was only looking at his father until now, also noticed Liara at that time and shouted in shock.
Liara Nuna became weaker. No, I became stronger, Mir.
With love, that is. Oh, and call me mother.
But in fact, Nuna's strength is. I became stronger. And call me mother.
Biting off a large chunk of vegetable salad like a rabbit, Liara said again with a stronger tone. Ymir really wanted to retort since he knew the strength of Liara's 6th class days, but gave up after seeing Liara's eyes full of stars and hearts.
At that time, Yoo IlHan give her a punishment in Ymir's stead.
I said work.
Ouch.
The large lands of the mansion was wide enough for all of the over 9,000 children to fit in it. Tables were put between them, and cooking was put on all of those tables. The children, who hesitated to eat at first, started to eat after seeing Ymir eat without holding back.
Wow. It's not tough.
What do you call this?
Tasty. Good, eat to your heart's content.
It didn't take that long for the delicate and quiet mealtime to turn into a party of chaos. Yoo IlHan, who already predicted that such a thing would happen, scooped out food for them while cooking meat stew using a giant pot.
It was like a battle.
The children, who was eating away at everything they saw, clashed against Yoo IlHan's will to make them collapse with full stomachs. They looked like they starved for at least 3 days. You shouldn't be able to say that if you know the environment inside that hell dungeon. Orochi's words are right. No matter how it had tinkered with something, no matter how Ymir was there, it is still amazing that they were able to survive until now.
The dinner only ended 3 hours after Liara had finished her meal and went into spectator mode.
The children, who only repeatedly ate and drank, all collapsed on the ground only when half of the food ingredients in the mansion were emptied out.
So happy.
I feel like I've wasted half my life thinking about how I couldn't eat such a tasty thing.
What's life? It's living. How long can we live? Hero's dad is a good person. What's a dad?
A very four-dimensional conversation, which made him wonder if they were clever or idiots, played out. Perhaps they were spouting whatever words that came to their minds since they were full and were relaxed.
Yoo IlHan left the children to rest like that and checked with Ymir. And so, Mir. What do you want to do with those children? I'm going to let them do what they want. But
the problem was that they all wanted to follow him, he added. Yoo IlHan heard that and made a bitter smile while facing him. Then, he thought for a bit, before speaking.
Then what about we let them act with us for a while?
In fact, Dad is thinking about one way to return Earth to the normal state.
Yoo IlHan explained the plan, and Ymir nodded.
The children, who heard his words, of course, followed him without any complaints.
The fact that Yoo IlHan had gained their trust with food also played a role.
With that, the flying fortress and the dragon's army combined. This was the creation of the strongest and the worst organization on Earth.
Author's notes. It's obvious what IlHan is about to do. Translator's notes.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 217, I'm coming to get you now. 1. It wasn't like he immediately put his plan into action just because he accepted the dragon's army into the flying fortress.
Not only did Yoo IlHan still have stuff to take care of, he couldn't bear to send the children back to battles again.
And so you want me to do everything, huh? I always believe in you, Mystic.
Leaving the cleaning of all the monsters, including the perverted demons, to Mystic, the flying fortress that hunts well, what Yoo IlHan did first was to make numerous attractions using his vast mansion grounds and garden.
Liara asked Yoo IlHan after seeing a long slide that connected all the way to the hall, and the toy train that passed below it. What's this? A general theme park. Liara's expression turned strange after hearing Yoo IlHan's reply. However, he was very serious right now.
These kids have competed for survival as soon as they came to themselves.
I can't even imagine how twisted their emotions are.
If we aren't going to make them battle for their lifetimes, we need to put some other things into them.
Something peaceful and warm. And so, a theme park? They won't be able to rest if it's not now.
His words were light, but the meaning was deep. There was no way Liara could stop him from doing that since she knew how he felt while looking at those children, and in the end, she decided to watch as the rather extreme park attractions that went in and out of the mansion were being built.
Of course, there was still another question. Then can't you just go to a theme park on land? The monsters already ate them all, so there's nothing left. Ah, that's it.
3 years had passed since humanity was expelled, and the world was rapidly losing its civilization.
Yoo IlHan couldn't possibly take care of that as well.
No, in fact, Yoo IlHan helped in destroying civilization with the flying fortress, and never helped in preserving them. Just freeing Earth again was annoying enough, so there was no way he would be looking after minor details.
Restoring those things were jobs for the rest of humanity when they return. Although, it was unknown when they would.
Hero, what's this?
My heart is thumping when I see it. I don't know either. Perhaps it was engraved into their instincts?
The children jumped around while looking at the attractions being installed all over the flying fortress area. Even Ymir, who was supposed to be leading them all, had glistening eyes while looking at the interesting rides that he had never seen before. That scene made Liara, who was watching, feel warm on the inside. But at that moment, she found Yoo IlHan, who was about to put a 4th-class magic stone near a ride.
There, stop moving. TCH, I was found out. Why are you using 4th-class magic stones on a mere attraction? Yoo IlHan replied firmly. This attraction is also a part of the flying fortress. It's obvious for all the things that make up the flying fortress to be used to attack enemies, whether it's a gram of air or a speck of dust, no? Wait a sec, did you make all these with? Of course, vibration demon's bones. Give me back my feelings and emotions. However, he wasn't lying when he said he was building attractions for the children. He was only taking care of 2 or 3 things by just doing one thing.
Liara clenched her teeth and spoke to him, in this situation where she wanted to slap him but couldn't.
In the future, please explain before I feel like I've been hit on the back of the head. I also want to escape this one pattern reaction trope. Isn't it more interesting to find out later? I'm going to kiss you for 1 hour whenever you deceive me. Not 1 second. And also, Liara put up 3 fingers on one hand and put it in front of Yoo IlHan's face when he had just turned back in shock. She approached as close as they could kiss if someone pushed them, and spoke with her red eyes containing a galaxy. And if you do it 3 times, I'll do some thick things for over 1 hour like slugs. You what aawak? Mir is listening. Yoo IlHan acknowledged that Liara was at her final form. She, reborn after throwing away shame and hesitation, and also having a strong sense of conviction towards Yoo IlHan, became a being that the current Yoo IlHan could not win against. There, done. Wow. What's this? What's this? Yoo IlHan made a total of 119 attractions in and around the mansion in nearly 22 hours. After he finished that, he looked around at the 9,300 children and asked Ymir. Mir, you don't manage all these 9,300 kids in one go, right? Yeah, I group them according to attributes and divide them according to class. Yoo IlHan patted his son who worked so well. After that, he grouped them like how he did, and placed them in front of each attraction. Wow. I think I know. I saw something like this long time ago with mommy and daddy. What's a mommy?
He didn't install just simple merry-go-rounds, spinning cups, or roller coasters. He even made stages where they could role-play, not that kind, more of playing house or chef etc., and ones where they could only advance to the next stage if they indirectly learned about culture or the like, in order to hammer in minimum common sense into them. I placed them in the middle of each course.
They wouldn't do this if I only put the boring ones in it.
And your head always spins in stuff like these. Since he had made all the attractions and set the kids on each course, the only thing left was to play around freely. The children all went onto rides as soon as Yoo IlHan and Ymir gave the permission.
Mir, you go and play too.
I want to stay with Dad. You can go play, I won't go anywhere. I still want to stay here. Looking at Ymir, who didn't want to be apart from him even while being really curious about the attractions, Yoo IlHan made a bitter smile. Even though he was a dragon, Ymir was still a child. At the time where he had to be with his parents the most, he couldn't be there with him. He was worried about the emotional deficiency of the children, but in fact, the one he had to worry about the most was none other than his son, Ymir.
Okay, then stay with Dad.
Okay.
Kaya wayak.
Fast.
Hi. So high.
The attractions that Yoo IlHan made while utilizing Dragon Tongue, Ancient Elf Language, Angel, and Fallen Angel Magic Language, as well as the best of magic engineering, were all more thrilling than any other rides on Earth, and it did not take a lot of time until the children were absorbed into the Flying Fortress theme park. Full of dreams and hopes.
Yoo! Amazing, I'm flying faster than when I was kicked by a monster.
If there was a drawback in the Flying Fortress theme park, it was that all the rides were made for children over level 100, so an ordinary person may die of a heart attack if they rode on it. Those without a good dynamic vision wouldn't even know what the children were doing now, but Yoo IlHan could even see the cheering kid furthest away from him.
Good, there are no problems. Yoo IlHan checked that all 119 attractions were completely flawless in their activity, and nodded his head.
Finally, he lightly touched the rails of a roller coaster nearby, when numerous text filled his vision. The Flying Fortress analyzes and records the information of the ones here.
Good, this side is perfect too. Hearing Yoo IlHan's mutters, Liara lightly laughed.
She could imagine what other functions the attractions had other than just being attractions and as a weapon.
She took Ymir from Yoo IlHan's arms softly and covered his two eyes.
Mir, close your eyes for around an hour.
Okay. No. I said no.
Collecting information is also attached to other basic utilities of the Flying Fortress.
I didn't add anything new, and it was already there before.
And with Yoo IlHan's record skill, that had blossomed beautifully. He was only trying to make equipment for the 9,300 children buy from the information on abilities, physical body, and records collected from the attractions while they enjoyed them.
You really are doing a lot of things at once. It's to prevent the annoying stuff from popping up later. Well, then. Let's wait until I collect all their information.
Yoo IlHan turned back, and his eyes glistened while looking at Liara and Ymir.
Let's make your equipments first. The start was Ymir. Of course, he had made epic-ranked equipment for him before.
And no matter what kind of battle he had went through in such a harsh environment, that equipment was still as sturdy and strong as ever.
However, the Yoo IlHan of that time and the Yoo IlHan of now was different. He always advanced forward. Mostly in regards to offensive strength, though.
That's why, the materials need to change.
Sheesh.
However, her words were right.
Yoo IlHan was planning to make an armor for Ymir using the remains of Chaos Will, which was mostly hunted by Liara alone.
Of course, I need to use it for my armor as well, so I'll use only half of it.
Wow, I can't even touch it even though I can see it. Dad is amazing for killing something like this.
I killed it with Liara.
However, when he looked at Liara after saying that to Ymir, Liara was pouting for some reason.
She asked with a pouty voice.
Half?
Yeah, I need to use at least half to make a gear that can help Mir.
But IlHan and I killed it. If you invest half of it to Mir, then you can only make yours with the other half. You didn't want something with a couple look with this guy's remains, right? Liara did not reply.
Although she didn't look like she was moving, she had nodded very minutely, and he wouldn't have noticed if he didn't watch her closely.
It was a monumental incident. I don't think I want to celebrate something like that though.
Perhaps girls were all special like this, or perhaps Liara was just like that.
He sighed and took out something he had hidden inside one corner of his inventory. In fact, I've prepared something else to make your equipment. Here, these are it.
The things Yoo IlHan had pulled out so proudly was a box containing hundreds of thousands of blinding white feathers, tens of flasks containing white blood, as well as some dead skin and crust that were emitting a strong aura. Liara looked down at those items and became silent for a moment, before asking with a bright smile.
When did you pick all these up? In truth, the fifth option on your armor also had this in it as well.
So, at $$ and asterisk at #.
So I have to close my eyes for 1 hour, right?
Ymir, who was good at learning, closed his 2 eyes and turned around, while Liara's vicious assault on Yoo IlHan began. Yoo IlHan struggled and squirmed like a fish out of water, but she did not let go no matter what he did. After all, it was her who taught Yoo IlHan his martial arts back then. It really did take 1 full hour before Yoo IlHan could start working in Ymir and Liara's equipment. Author's notes. The craft will be short but thick and passionate, and will proceed really fast to achieve the real purpose of this arc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 218, I'm coming to get you now, too. Dad, Liara Nuna looks like she likes you a lot. Yeah, I know that too.
Hearing Ymir facing up to him, Yoo IlHan touched his lips to check whether they were bloated right now.
Ymir added with a bright smile. So Dad likes Liara Nuna too.
Yup, but sometimes her love feels too heavy.
So you don't like it, Dad? No, I like it. But keep this a secret from Liara, okay? She would go wild if she knew. Okay.
The person in question, Liara, had gone to sleep in satisfaction after the 1-hour punishment. She looked like the king of beasts going to sleep after a satisfying hunt.
So let's make your equipment first. Okay.
Ymir was now 4th class and was able to take dragon form. Of course, he was still a small dragon, 20 m in stature, and 7 m in height. He would become bigger as time goes and as he leveled up. Making an equipment he could use while in dragon form would require a great deal of pondering. However, fortunately, we have the body of Chaos Will.
Wow, it keeps stretching. In fact, it's not important whether this material stretches or shrinks.
What's important about this material is not the physical interference, but the will and mana inside it. You only need to remember this.
Yoo IlHan split the corpse of Chaos Will in exactly a half and put 1/2 into his inventory and lifted up the other half.
The scene of Yoo IlHan's hands grabbing a shadow without a specific form was very marvelous to look at.
This is a material that implements the will using mana as the medium.
The shadow was still minutely vibrating as if it was alive, and was constantly changing its appearance by receiving Yoo IlHan's will, and Yoo IlHan wielded that ability as if he was born with it. Ymir also vaguely grasped how to do it after looking at him using it.
I think I'll be able to use it like my body if I get used to TI. You need to do things that are impossible with just your body alone. Dad will set the basic form. It will protect you perfectly even if you suddenly turn into dragon form. Wow.
If there was one unfortunate thing, it was that they were not in possession of a 5th-class magic stone right now. However, with Yoo IlHan's magic engineering ability, it was plenty possible for Yoo IlHan to make it so that he would enhance it with a 4th-class magic stone for now, and use a 5th-class magic stone later to upgrade, so it wasn't really a problem at all.
Eternal flame.
The flame sleeping inside the infernal dragon body awoke and flared up. Although chaos wool was neither metal, or any other kind of material, fire was necessary in order to process it. To be exact, it needed the eternal flame which possesses its own sentience, unattainable through whatever means, and forever burning, to process it.
You need to clean out all the impurities from here. You can do it, right? Eternal flame burned up as if acknowledging.
Then, it enlarged its size and enveloped the shadow.
The shadow twisted as if resisting, but that did not last long.
Everything fell quiet soon after, and it laid on the ground again like a dead fish.
Did it die?
It was already dead.
I only dusted off some insect-like things.
Although he was saying as if it was nothing, this would actually be a tedious process without the eternal flame. To be exact, Orochi and Yoo IlHan would have an annoying time.
So watch from now. And extend your hand when I say so, okay?
Yeah.
Yoo IlHan put the shadow down on the anvil before picking up his hammer.
He applied powdered 4th-class magic stones on his hammer, then he struck down with his mana and imparted his will, after a short, deep breath. At that moment, the shadow changed minutely, and Yoo IlHan struck down several times in order to change the appearance and properties of that shadow little by little. If Yoo IlHan smithied using mana crafting when he was making the infernal dragon body, this time, it was the opposite. He was applying mana crafting into the blacksmithing process. It was a very profound and complex process, but Yoo IlHan's movements did not contain a single speck of hesitation. He soon entered the focus mode that Liera liked so much.
Hand. Hand.
Ymir obediently extended his hand after Yoo IlHan said that. Yoo IlHan grabbed his hand with his free hand. Ymir, who understood his dad's intentions, Ymir moved his mana and let it flow towards Yoo IlHan, which then Yoo IlHan poured it into his hammer.
I'm connecting you directly with this. Let's just call it Link for now. Link.
He seemed to have liked that expression.
Ymir repeated that word in his head and emitted a stronger and brighter mana.
In fact, this was closer to a process of deleting the old user and registering a new one, but Yoo IlHan decided not to mention that. The shadow slowly changed in color, from a dark black that looked like it would never compromise with anything, to a bright-colored gold. That which kept its cloudy form until now, started taking shape according to Yoo IlHan's intentions.
But it doesn't feel like an armor. If you want to make it look like an armor, I can mix in some 5th-class materials to do that. No, it's fine. It's better for the body to be as light as possible.
In fact, the outer appearance of the armor no longer mattered. Just the infernal dragon body Yoo IlHan was wearing was closer to a very thin piece of clothing made of metal, that would make people wonder if it was really an armor. However, the defense of it was undeniably strong.
This armor that will be given to Ymir was the same. No, perhaps it was more so.
The golden light brightened to the peak, and started to die down from a certain point, little by little.
Yoo IlHan let go of the hammer from some time, and started mana crafting by pulling Ymir's hand into the mountain of magic stone powder. Focus a little bit more. Got it. Perhaps thanks to Ymir obediently following his dad's words, the process worked not long after.
That which was soft like silk, glowing faintly, and was breathing lightly by synchronizing with the owner, looked nothing like the murky shadow of before. Breath of Gold was completed.
Breath of Gold. Rank, Chaos. Defense, 18,500.
Durability, 350,000/350,000.
User restrictions, bound to Ymir. Options. 1. 90% increase in wind attribute resistance and attack power. 2. Stores the user's mana and amplifies it and freely changes form.
When in the shape of a weapon, half of the defense is converted to attack power.
3. protects the user from unforeseen surprise attacks. Consumes a large quantity of mana.
4. 30% amplification in power of all physical combat category skills.
5. Generates mana and enwraps the user. Usable in both attack and defense.
An unfinished product with upgrades in mind.
However, it still has shocking abilities. It's not enough after all?
The absurdly high defense and durability proved that the materials Yoo IlHan had used were better than any of those that he had used before.
However, did the options live up to Yoo IlHan's expectations? If you asked that question, then who knows?
He would tilt his head. This meant that 4th class magic stones were not sufficient to bring out all the potential of a 6th class material.
Amazing. So cool. Yoo IlHan didn't really like the product, but Ymir was very shocked.
Even though he had really high standards as he was only equipped with artifacts made by Yoo IlHan until now, artifacts that raised his wind attribute resistance and attack power by 90% at the same time, was not something common.
But this is still insufficient for Mir.
I'll upgrade it as soon as we kill another 5th class, so bear with us for now.
Okay.
Ymir immediately equipped Breath of Gold on the spot. Although it looked like he just had an extra layer of clothing on the outside, the difference in power would be more than 2 times with and without the armor.
I feel so light.
Ymir jumped a few times on the spot and immediately ran outside before taking his dragon form. The Breath of Gold also changed in form the moment he changed, and enveloped him comfortably to not hinder any of his movement, but also to protect him safely from any kind of attack.
Dad, thank you. It's good that you like it.
He still could recognize with a glance the expression that Ymir had even when he was in dragon form. His son's flawlessly pure smile made Yoo IlHan smile as well. This would probably still be insufficient to make up for his loneliness until now. But now, things would change. He was sick and tired of being trapped or having to send people away. He would go look for them himself. He would regain what he had to, beat up those he had to, and fix anything he had to.
To do that, I first need to make equipment for Liara.
There was no need to touch on her spear since she got one that constantly became stronger, so a piece of clothing that can act as both weapon and armor like the one he made for Mir just now would do. And the perfect materials were in his possession right now.
Well, then. These would be.
Yoo IlHan pondered for a lot about the creation method, but the method he chose at the end was a simple one. Liara had 2 pairs of wings since she was 6th class, and thanks to that, it was possible to procure over 300,000 feathers.
With those at the foundations, and the blood and skin as the additives, he would be able to create a masterpiece. You're really going to make it, Dot.
However, just as when Yoo IlHan was about to start the crafting with the feathers laid on the floor, a clear voice resounded from behind him.
It was none other than Liara. When did you wake up?
It would be strange if I didn't when such a gigantic ball of mana is flapping outside like that.
Liara pointed his finger at Ymir, who was having a blast outside.
The breath of gold on his body received the mana of a dragon and was constantly changing. Seeing that, it made him wonder if that was really of chaos rank.
So the deficiency in mana is covered by Mir. Perhaps it might increase in rank without a magic stone. Dragons sure are amazing. You don't sound persuasive when you wiped out an entire world of dragons. And so? Are you really going to make it?
Of course. I'm going to make a splendid one even if all that it can do for me is to make me escape punishment. In fact, the punishment was one that was at the boundaries of a punishment and a reward.
Of course, if he was honest about this, Liara would go haywire, so he didn't say it.
I thought you'd add some other 5th class materials. By 6th class, adding others would instead lower the quality. Mir's was the same, and yours as well.
Just how was he going to make something out of feathers, blood, and skin? Liara tilted her head, but Yoo IlHan did not stop his movements.
He first separated the barbs from the shaft, and put the shaft along with the dead skin and processed the barbs into threads.
Whoa! How did you do that?
Ignoring Liara, who was shocked and watching the unbelievable scene with her eyes wide open, he kicked the process up a notch. Like the time he made Ymir's, he had ground several fourth-class magic stones and applied it on the threads, and started creating clothes by using mana. Although the end product might slightly drop in rank since this is not blacksmithing, it should be fine, I guess.
Magic engineering will do something about it. The mana is being amplified. Just what the heck are you doing to it? The endless ball of string was being reborn into a clean piece of clothing. Just what else could Yoo IlHan not do other than communication? As Yoo IlHan was completely aware of Liara's body figure, he soon finished making a battle dress of pure white. It was a dress that had both elegance and grace despite not putting any parts that would hinder her movement in battle. Wow, whoa.
Liara's two eyes, which were filled with shock and confusion until just a moment ago, were now filled with starlight. Her two hands twitching implied that she was about to assault Yoo IlHan at any moment.
Wait.
Although it was a happy thing that she was happy with the item he had made, and would like to express that through actions,
Yoo IlHan shook her off with a bitter smile.
This is just the start, so don't hurry so much. He next ground the feather shafts and dead skin into fine powder, and mixed that with magic stone powder and the blood. Looking at the glistening crystals inside the pure white blood, it was as if looking at a pearl paint.
You, this really feels strange. Just watch, you'll change your mind soon. He picked up a brush and applied the paint on the dress. And marvelously, the paint smeared into the dress as if they were one in the first place. With more and more strokes of the brush, the dress colored in light pink and started glowing brightly. I'm going to commence the link right now.
Okay. Liara was pressured by the aura of Yoo IlHan's work and obediently extended her hand. Although she had fallen to 4th class, she was still at the peak level of 299. Her overwhelming possession of mana flowed to Yoo IlHan through her hands, and was poured into the dress according to his control. It was at that moment that a situation they did not expect had occurred.
Sacred. Just as Liara's two red eyes seemed to emit light, faint pink light poured down into the workshop.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 219, I'm coming to get you now, 3.
Yoo IlHan groaned while looking at the glowing workshop, Liara's two eyes, and her spear, as well as the dress that was pulsing as if to resonate with the others.
Sometime. This is an unexpected situation.
And that voice that said single words.
He didn't know what happening right now. Liara, do you understand what's happening? It's the god of love. It's the exact same feeling as when I received the blessing. And what's he up to? I don't know either. It looked like Liara also didn't know the details either.
However, if there was one thing that was sure, it was that this artifact creation may end up failing.
Definitely. Set things straight. How was a god, that was merely a record, speaking? What was this mana and why was such a phenomenon happening to them?
The questions piled up like mountains, but right now, it was no time to be shaken by lights or voices. Right now, not only did he have access to Liara's mana, there were overflowing amounts of mana from another transcendent being. If he could imbue all that mana without wasting any of it, into the artifact.
My eyes. Liara, focus. Yeah. Yoo IlHan's eyes became more serious than ever.
If it was to make Liara stronger, then all was good.
Right now, he could only play along with whoever that did this. Liara's mana, Yoo IlHan's mana, the mana possessed by the materials of the artifact, as well as the mana of unknown origins. Yoo IlHan's strong will lead those four to meet in one place.
Liara also pushed out her mana to the extreme to help him. Right now, an overwhelming quantity of mana that may be able to destroy a whole world was gathering in this small artifact.
Prepare. Now. Yoo IlHan, who roughly grasped onto the scale of the mana, tried to bestow roll to each and every bit of it, but an unexpected thing happened at this point. The mana from the god of love seemed to envelop all the other mana and caused an extreme mana reaction to create a completely new structure of energy from before.
Ugh.
Yoo, it's so heavy. Heavy IEI. This energy belonged to neither heaven, nor to the god of love, nor to Yoo IlHan, nor to Liara. Could this even be called mana? Yoo IlHan couldn't care less.
What he had to do right now was to enhance this artifact before all that energy went berserk.
And that went successfully. Your mana control is better than mine. Shoo. Right now, it was fortunate that Yoo IlHan was here. If not for Yoo IlHan, at the peak of magic engineering and mana crafting, they might have blown up the entire flying fortress if that giant power went berserk. Interfere.
Lek. Meanwhile, the voice that sounded both like a male's and a female's continued to speak. It sounded like this person wanted to say something to Yoo IlHan rather than interrupt him, but he wouldn't be able to understand unless he tuned into that frequency.
God.
And at one moment, the voice became clear all of a sudden. Does not exist. With those 4 words as the last, the light in the voice disappeared altogether. The flow of mana that had been endlessly flowing in stopped so suddenly, and was about to go berserk, but Yoo IlHan, who was even prepared for that, proficiently lead the last bits into the artifact. As the artifact was just nearing its maximum mana capacity, it was a suitable timing as well. Even though this was an artifact made from Liara's 6th class body,
Feathers of Temptation was complete.
When the work ended and that text appeared in his vision, Yoo IlHan relaxed from his focused state and collapsed on the ground. Liara, who was holding hands with him all this time, hurriedly pulled him into her arms and supported him.
Are you alright, IlHan?
Yeah, I was a little nervous since something completely outside my expectations had occurred. I was afraid that I was about to waste all those materials. But it looks so pretty.
Liara's lips had curved into a smile while she lifted up the completed dress.
It was a dress made for Liara alone. Also, it was an artifact that proves that she was once an angel, although it also reminded her that she was no longer one.
This is not an item that I finished. However, Yoo IlHan's eyes looking at the dress had a hint of dissatisfaction. Making a completely new type of energy is a thought that never come across me before. I didn't even know it was possible either. That was the power and will of the god of love. Do you think it's possible that a mere recorded god can bring about such a strong will when it shouldn't even exist?
That's true. Liara vaguely nodded after hearing his words.
It wasn't just that either. The god of love definitely tried to tell them something. And the words at the end, God does not exist? It's probably words that reject heaven. Or perhaps God and the entire army below him. I'm also thinking along those lines.
That's because in the process of completing the artifact using this completely new energy, this artifact was removed of all traces of heaven.
Yoo IlHan gave a final check on the battle dress and replied to her.
The artifact with all traces of heaven removed as if God of love had resentment towards heaven, was emitting a strong and beautiful light. Of course, Yoo IlHan also thought that this was better suited to Liara since she had bid farewell with heaven and was walking on her own path. But who cares? We can't do anything about that right now, so I'll just bury it on some corner of my mind. Oh, in the future, God of love will be called Nietzsche Copycat.
Don't call it like that. Do you like Zarathustra Copycat better? Should I go into punishment mode? I'm very sorry, ma'am. They just decided to remind themselves later about it. Wouldn't it be strange to change their course of action just because of a few words from the god of love? To judge about the heavens army, Yoo IlHan's knowledge was insufficient. But let's prepare some things just in case. there's no guarantee that today's friend will be friends forever.
The Heaven's Army may pick a fight with me just 'cause they don't like me.
I always get worried when you say something like that. While Yoo IlHan was sorting out the thoughts in his head, Liara stripped on the spot and changed into the battle dress that Yoo IlHan had made. Phoo.
There was no need to mention that it looked very good on her since it was designed for her in the first place. The dress looked very pretty suited to her, especially because it looked like a matching set with the spear.
How is it?
You're pretty.
Liara rejoiced as if she just gained the whole world after hearing Yoo IlHan's honest reply.
He only spoke what was on his mind, but at that time, Liara suddenly lifted up the corner of her dress.
Yoo IlHan stepped back in fear. Yoo, I'm not stripping. You still haven't checked the info on this dress, right?
No, I didn't.
After saying that, Yoo IlHan became worried. Did the god of love tinker with the item? Although he couldn't completely control the flow, the mana crafting shouldn't have gone wrong. Check it quickly. Okay, damn it. What do I do if it's bad? Yoo IlHan hurriedly grabbed the dress and checked the item information.
At that time, magnificent words continued to pop up one after the other.
Feather of Temptation. Rank, God. Defense, 20,500.
Durability, 3-200-000/3-200-000.
User restrictions, bound to Liara. Options.
1. All abilities increase by 40% in battles together with the loved one.
2. Able to increase the league of an active skill by consuming mana. 3. 100% increase in resistance against all magic.
4. Immune to all poison and curse.
5. Unable to receive critical hit damage. 6. Flight is possible through consuming mana.
A masterpiece made by the best crafter for his lover. In the clothes containing her history and traces, the power of the god of love was injected to create this piece of clothing. It is optimized to protect the user, and from it the deep love of the crafter for his lover can be glimpsed. It will become a legend for all couples that love each other. The abilities of the item were the best.
Not only were Yoo IlHan's intentions realized, there were some things that were implemented even though he didn't intend for it.
Really, an item that made him wonder if anyone across the worlds could do anything to Liara with this on, had been born. Moreover, the battle capabilities were top-notch as well, so it was not so strange that the item abilities had reached God rank. Although the fact that this wasn't purely born from Yoo IlHan's abilities tugged his mind.
The problem was the expressions used by the Akashic record in the description. IlHan, why is your face so red? Akashic record, you damn thing. Yoo IlHan converted the rising embarrassment to rage and poured it against the Akashic record, which shouldn't even have a physical form. Liara stuck to him from the back. I really like you. So stupid. I really, really do. Yes, I also like you. What is this? The item says it all, so why do you need to check it with me? I wanted to hear it from your mouth. Just as when they were about to enter lovey-dovey mode, Liara realized that Yoo IlHan still forgot about one thing. Why aren't you making yours? There's still half of Chaos Will's body left. I don't need to make that now. I have the Infernal Dragon body. The
materials that made the Infernal Dragon body was an alloy made from the best metals from many worlds. Although it would not be able to win against a 6th class material, Infernal Dragon body's strong points weren't just that. How much effort had he put in to make such a perfect equipment? Infernal Dragon body was perfect from the moment it was made. The structure and the composition as an artifact was so perfect that he didn't think he could make something better than it in the future either. So, if I have to use Chaos Will's body, I need to add some other things to make a set.
The armor that you've thought up of before. Yeah, so not yet.
If he wanted to make new parts using the body of Chaos Will, he would have to at least have a 5th class magic stone. If he acquired more 5th class magic stones from now though, he would first have to upgrade Breath of Gold for Ymir. He still had long ways to go. I'll need to make accessories now. How fast will accessories made of 5th class materials recover mana? Oh, I didn't get my subclass yet either. Thinking up of the Imperial Princess of Palladia that had the subclass that allowed her to use more accessories, he finally thought up of subclasses. However, that was no wonder, since at first, he wanted a smithing category subclass, but through acquiring the blessing of the god of smithing, and learning the knowledge of magic engineering, he could create god-ranked artifacts on his own, without the help of a subclass. It was natural that he didn't feel attracted to it. But still, you still haven't checked it? Too many things happened after I got the main class. You being one of them. But you might want to get it now. Even non-combat classes will be of help if you get it. Yes, I should. Yoo IlHan called out the list of available subclasses onto his retina. Like before, there were tens of subclasses that listed on and on and on, and terrorized Yoo IlHan's eyes. Carpenter, blacksmith, metalworker, constructor, merchant, cook. The string of text made him joyful from just looking at them. Yoo IlHan thought that it would be fine to choose whichever one of them, and just look through all of them. At one point in time, his mouth was muttering just one word repeatedly. Accessory, 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 dot. What do you mean whichever? You're aiming for one thing only. I also want to achieve 500% mana recovery speed. With his abilities that would actually be possible. Yoo IlHan quickly read over the text and looked for the class that the Imperial Princess might have acquired. He searched, and found a class at the end of the list. 1. Well, this. At the moment he found that, Yoo IlHan shrugged his shoulders. It looked like he had to cancel his insults to the Akashic record. Did you find it, IlHan? No, it's not related to accessories, but... His eyes glowed in red. He already felt his emotions heightening while thinking about what was beyond. I saw a different ending to the one I initially thought about. Author's notes. I saw the ending. It's a famous line from the anime The World God Only Knows. That was a fun anime. Foo. Everyone would be surprised, but at this point in time, IlHan acquired the god's blessing and made a god-ranked fortress without a smithing class, as well as weapons. Translator's notes. Spare me, ors. Spare me 2 OTL, KKS. 1. Dimensional Traveler. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220, I'm coming to get you now. 4. You have become a dimensional traveler. All resources consumed when teleporting between dimensions is reduced to 20%, and visiting previously visited dimensions will have a further reduced cost to 5%. You have acquired the passive skill, Dimensional Adaptation. No penalties are given no matter which dimension you are in, and when the skill level rises, your understanding of that dimension increases and becomes stronger. You have acquired the passive skill, Fleet Command. You can select members of your fleet when teleporting between dimensions. The members of the fleet may accompany the dimensional travel without any additional resources, and may share the effects of the dimensional adaptation skill. You have acquired the active skill, Ruler of Dimensions. When staying in one dimension for a long time, you become able to sense and prevent other beings who are trying to enter that dimension. The success rate increases as the skill level rises, and new abilities may be acquired. Yoo IlHan's newly acquired class, Dimensional Traveler, had a peculiar point about it even when comparing it with other classes he had acquired until now. Perhaps it could be said that Yoo IlHan had opened new paths connecting to a wider array of worlds, when he was busy looking forward and running until now. The more he understood about the abilities of his class, he even felt that all the walls blocking his way had suddenly disappeared. Liara, who was looking at Yoo IlHan, also roughly seemed to know what kind of power Yoo IlHan had acquired. Why is such an overwhelming power included in a subclass and not a main class?
There are people with this as the main class? No, there weren't.
Whether subclass or main class.
At least within my knowledge, there weren't. I knew it.
The most important ability, dimensional travel, was missing, but that wasn't a problem since Yoo IlHan already had that ability. No, Yoo IlHan was quite sure that he had acquired this subclass precisely because he had the warp ability already.
He liked the powers possessed by his class above all.
The absurd amount of resources to warp was tugging on his mind all this time, but it had decreased by a large margin instantly.
That's why classes are amazing.
Well, yeah, of course. Moreover, it's a unique job despite being a subclass, so I don't even know what kind of abilities may be added to it in the future.
Liara looked at Yoo IlHan after saying that, and suddenly tilted his head. But didn't you say you can't go over to other worlds?
No, I can. The reason he had accepted the Dragon's army, and was making and supplying equipment to all of them was because Yoo IlHan had the ability to go over to other dimensions.
Liara's head tilted once again. Didn't you say something about not having enough information?
Well, yes, at that time, I was indeed lacking information.
However, not now. Yoo IlHan now had the record skill.
Detailed information on anything he had come in contact to once before will be etched into the core of Yoo IlHan, so information needed for dimensional travel was nothing.
There are about 32 worlds I can move to right now.
If I find traces of the people of Earth while going around the Earth, that number will probably increase.
Of course, Yoo IlHan wasn't planning to blindly search all those worlds and bring back the people of Earth.
There was no meaning to that if strong monsters appeared on Earth and wiped them all out while he was bringing more. And moreover, it was realistically impossible to transport all those billions of people.
Then what are you going to do? Liara's question was reasonable.
She would also act by Yoo IlHan's side since she had returned to 4th class. Yoo IlHan appointed as the member number 1 of his fleet and decided to explain to her properly the course of future action. Although I think that this is not a mere coincidence. What I was planning to do coincides with the class I've acquired just now. Yoo IlHan would go to numerous other worlds with his warp ability, and would make a certain organization of people with the ones that both wanted to go back to Earth, and yet were also willing to help redevelop. He would increase that number while going around many dimensions, save those in crisis, and stimulate the growth of Earth after coming back. Liara, who heard his words, exclaimed at the sheer scale of his thoughts.
You are thinking of becoming the medium that connects all people of Earth.
Earth will maintain its closed-off state before it leaps into a higher world.
Of course, I won't be able to meet everybody, nor would I be able to hear every one of their voices. However, I want to do the best I can. I'm sick and tired of being a loner now.
Disregarding the perpetrator, if Earth was frequently connected to other worlds, then the development of Earth will accelerate.
Yoo IlHan's every action will urge the Earth's growth into a higher world.
This was a real 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, this was a good thing for Yoo IlHan personally as well, because unlike Earth, in which monsters were very scarce now since he and the Flying Fortress had wiped them all out, in worlds where monsters and humans were almost equal in power, the hunting grounds will be overflowing.
And it will become busier at that time, Yeah. Then we'd need to go around without any time for rest, right? No leisure time, right? Probably. This damn workaholic.
Liara suppressed her urge to smack Yoo IlHan on the forehead for replying without much of a reaction, and asked.
IlHan. So, what are you going to do now? I said I'll be making the accessories that we would use, didn't I? After that, I'll make the equipment for the children using their information as the basis, and then finally go on to other. Just as when Yoo IlHan was fluently speaking about the tight schedule that he had come up with, Liara grabbed his wrist. When Yoo IlHan turned to look at her to see what she was up to, Liara spoke with a smile. Let us rest for a little. I'm not sure if I want to do that, but seeing that your eyes look scary. I have no power in my body because I fell from a higher existence to a lower one so suddenly. I feel like I'd faint at any moment. I think my newly recovered skin will crack again. I think I have to have a deep rest on the bed right now. How could she be any worse at acting? Yoo IlHan laughed and replied to her. I know that you're tired, so you don't have to say it like that. It's not like I need your help for the foreseeable future. You rest here. I'll rest on my own later. No, I'm going to rest with you. Ha! Liara strengthened her grip on Yoo IlHan's wrist. He, who felt a sense of danger, tried to shake her off, but was unable to. Liara's eyes glistened mysteriously. You know how I talked about a stronger punishment when you deceived me 3 times, no? Why, you did. Liara pulled him and declared. I lied. Yuwakuk. The children were still absorbed in the attraction, and Ymir, who had stuck next to Yoo IlHan all this time, was also passionate in trying the performance of his new gear. This was the best opportunity. Letting go of this chance would mean that she would have to wait a few long years before the next one arrived. Liara's intuition was great, and her actions did not contain any hesitation. A ferocious beast would not let go of any timing. Mystic and Orochi, who were watching this whole scene, also exclaimed. That woman, her desires are going wild after she became a lower existence. This is a very interesting scene. To think I'd see Master being swung around by another person when he always did as he wished until now. Now that Liara had fallen to 4th class, Yoo IlHan would be able to subdue her using force. However, Yoo IlHan didn't dare to do that since he was worried that Liara may not have completely shaken off the after effects of her 6th class being stripped. The victor was obvious. Just 2 hours, no 3. 6 hours. It's increasing. Yes, a daughter will be nice for the first child. What should we name her? You're going too fast. Yoo IlHan, who had no romantic experiences, thought that this was plenty fast that they were progressing it, but to Liara, who had waited for hundreds of years, a lip seal would neither make her satisfied nor would it ease the tension that had built up over the years. Moreover, there were too many people that liked Yoo IlHan, including the angel Erda, that was now higher class than her, as well as the humans Nayuna and Kongmire. If she was relieved with just that, it was unknown when she would be struck in the back of the head. She couldn't stay passive like until now. It was now time for her to strike back. This mood is so unromantic too. Ugh. What do you mean a mood for romance? How can you be so cute? Liara became warm when she heard those words. However, that was that, and this was this. Romance or mood? Liara checked that there was no one around before they entered the bedroom, replied in a voice that only Yoo IlHan could hear while closing the door. Those are things that we can create now. Yuwa. It's spinning. Spinny spinny spin. Ooh-ha. Woo-woo. My claws are becoming bigger. The children enjoyed the Flying Fortress theme park plus education facility for hours and days. Ymir also flew around without considering the time as he was absorbed in testing the limits of his equipment. Die. Die already. Die. I can't hear it, I can't hear it. Die. Maha Prajna Paramita. Mystic ardently obliterated the perverted demons that kept appearing on earth, while Orochi closed his ears and eyes and fell into meditation. If Mystic was finding sacrificial lambs to pour her emotions into, in order to forget about something, Orochi was sinking deep into himself after forgetting everything. Yoo IlHan and Liara's rest only finished after 3 days, much longer than the original 6 hours. Are you satisfied? Yeah. Then rest up. I'll go and work from now. Okay. Liara no longer stopped Yoo IlHan. She only thought that his figure as he wiped the sweat on his body,
and wearing clothes, was very sexy. In fact, she also had the urge to go boast to the whole neighborhood, but there was no neighborhood in the world right now. She had to let Yoo IlHan go in order to find those people. You're done? You were noisy, building. After letting Liara rest, Yoo IlHan moved to his workshop, and only then did Mystic and Orochi start speaking again. They were too tired to get angry now. Doesn't Master get tired or something? I also just found this out, but. Yoo IlHan grabbed a hammer with one hand as if nothing happened, before speaking. The range of effective transcendent regeneration is limitless. Unlimited shots. Even Mystic and Orochi were speechless after hearing that. Just who made such a weapon of mass destruction? Wait, it was himself, wasn't it? Well, then. Back to work. An amazing guy indeed. Although it's very awkward. I can only agree with you on that point. Yoo IlHan used the remaining 5th class materials to make accessories for himself, Liara and Ymir. Now that he was 4th class, the number limit of his accessories was 6. Liara and Ymir were the same, so he made a total of 18. 4 of them were chaos, 5 were epic, and the rest were all legend. It looks like I can reach 400% after all, You're speaking of something amazing as if it's nothing. The abilities on the accessories were mostly centered around mana. Not only recovery speed, but some increased the maximum capacity, and some even had the function to store mana when the user was inactive, and use it in emergencies. 5th class materials were ingredients that were very sensitive to mana, so it was not very difficult to implement what he wanted. Well, then. Let's make the equipment for the children. How long would it take to make armors and weapons for 9,300 people? If it's master, around 4 days? Hey, this is not mass production, and is custom production, so it'd take longer than that. Around a week, I guess? If anyone heard that, they'd become speechless in shock. But just then, Yoo IlHan abruptly raised his head. TCH, nice timing. What timing? Timing of a new incident. Yoo IlHan put his hands on the workshop wall as soon as he finished saying that. His actions were simple, but the entire flying fortress started to vibrate. HHM? Kayak. Dad? What was that? The children that were enjoying attractions, and Ymir who was practicing a battle using his new weapon, as well as Liara who was laying on the bed with a happy expression, were all startled and stood up. What is it? Mystic asked as their representative. Yoo IlHan, with his hands still on the wall, raised his voice to ring out through the entire fortress and spoke. Rest is over. We're going over to Brea now, The communication device that was dormant in his pocket for 3 years was emitting vibrations and light like mad right now. The signal was from none other than Na Yuna. Author's notes. I thought about how to express this, but I think this much is the best after all. We're going to Brea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 221, I'm coming to get you now, 5. Why would she send a signal after 3 years? Does she know that there was progress between me and IlHan? Phew, it's good that I've settled everything before it was too late. Please cut your nonsense, Yoo IlHan ignored Liara who was wholeheartedly relieved, and spoke to Ymir and the 9,300 members of the dragon's army. We're now going over to a world called Bretia. You guys may be able to fight there, or you can just rest the entire time. Hero's dad is so good. We can do anything. Yoo IlHan thought that the children were too naive. Of course, he was thankful that they obediently followed him, but there was a need to teach them logical decisions as well. Mir, tell them that they shouldn't follow others' words so obediently. Okay, but they are probably listening to you because it's Dad. It would be good if that were the case. If possible, he wanted to take action after equipping all of these children meticulously, and wanted to check up on their parents first. But if Yoo had signaled him after all this time, then it had to be a big matter. There was no time for him to decide on priorities.
He just let Liara cling to him and spoke to the dragon's army. The skill will soon activate. I'll have to do something to you guys beforehand, so don't reject it.
Yeah. Okay. In fact, he had already activated warp. That was because he remembered that it took a long time to activate when he used it once before. Since the skill's powers were very great, this kind of drawback was nothing. Thanks to the record skill, he had plenty of records in order to warp to Brea. So, the only problem was the magic stones needed to go travel between dimensions. I'm now going to accept you all as the members of my fleet.
What's a fleet?
Disregarding the flying fortress that could leap dimensions with him as it was treated like his equipment, he would have to consume an astronomical number of magic stone to transfer all these members, but right now, that wasn't exactly the case. The fleet command skill he acquired by getting the Dimensional Traveler class enabled him to use no additional resources in leaping dimensions with his fleet members.
Okay, I don't know what it is, but I'll do it. Wow. But what do we call Hero's dad? Hero is our hero and master. The children's loyalty to Mir was at the level of faith. Yoo IlHan also did not plan to control them in any way.
Ymir was wise and was very thoughtful, so he would be able to lead the army well without his interference.
He only needed to give an order to him.
And so, there was a perfect name for now.
You can call me Captain. His switch flipped again. Okay, Captain.
As he had just acquired the class, it was impossible to accept all 9,300 members of the army as the fleet members. However, he somehow could accept 5,000, which was more than half of that, and this basically proved what kind of ridiculous class Dimensional Traveler was.
It looks like I'll have to spend magic stones for the remaining 300. Will it be fine? Yeah, not only does the cost go down massively thanks to the Dimensional Traveler effects.
I have loads of magic stones at hand.
Yoo IlHan replied while letting Liara peek at the contents of the inventory. For a moment, Liara almost mistook that there was another world in his inventory. There was that much mana crammed inside it. Quite a lot, no? Yeah.
Combining the magic stones he had gathered during the past 3 years on Earth, and the magic stones Ymir gave him, the number of magic stone he had acquired with Vanguard in total seemed to be insignificant.
This was another side of the abnormal development speed of Earth. Well, it's nothing surprising when you think about it has given birth to a 6th class. I can see your legs trembling. Liara had not seen so many magic stones in one place even when she was an angel. What if Yoo IlHan really started to go to war with the higher existences? She became very afraid. Of course, that didn't mean she would back out. Wow, the castle is trembling. Look at that, the outside is becoming foggy. At that time, the warp skill was finally completed. Yoo IlHan checked that everyone on the flying fortress was ready for the warp, and leaped with a short shout. We're going! Kayawak! Cook, it really is an absurd power. At that moment, the flying fortress, Liara, Ymir, the 5,000 members of the fleet, as well as the remaining 4,300 that took part in the warp by consuming magic stones all leaped dimensions with him. Yoo decided to acknowledge that she was cornered. I should have realized when the priests start looking at me with eyes that became more lewd. As she had expected, the Emperor of Lekatriana had immediately advanced his army to invade Elforce as soon as she rejected his proposal. Yuna, the Pope, and Kong Hajin defended with their own army, and as Brea was a world where the Church of Leitna had the most power in, it was possible to block them somehow. However, from some time onwards, the power of the Church started stumbling. Rumors about the Holy Maiden, Yuna, started spreading, and their faith in Leitna started shaking. They were prepared for the drop in faith as the war dragged out, but the drop fell too fast.
With their faith wavering, the army became weaker, and soon after, they were being pushed back by the imperial military.
Numerous lands were conquered, and citizens that could not flee in time experienced difficulties.
Yoo clenched her teeth and commanded the army, but the flag of victory had already gone over to IlHan's side.
Traitors emerged rapidly, and some of them even tried to ambush Yoo.
As she didn't easily believe in anyone, she was able to prepare countermeasures, but if not for that, the war would have ended in the worst way possible.
The final strike was the Fourth Great Cataclysm.
The terrain of the continent changed, and countless new monsters emerged. IlHan controlled those exact monsters to wipe out the lands. It was at that point that she realized that the Destruction Demon Army was behind them. With that, matters became clear.
Wasn't there a history of the Destruction Demon Army joining hands with the Army of Brilliant Light just in order to acquire Yoo alone?
This was merely an extension of that.
Yoo was isolated in Brea without being able to go back to Earth.
The contract between the Heaven's Army and each of the worlds had lost its effect as well, and now that the people of Earth could be harmed by the residents, the Destruction Demon Army joined hands with the ruler of the Empire.
They probably acted as if they would listen to any wishes of the Emperor of IlHan. But they would probably throw him out the moment they procured Yoo.
To put things simply, the Empire, L-Force, and Yoo too, were all playing on top of the Destruction Demon Army's palms.
It really was a sigh-inducing matter.
Sheesh, men are all perverts.
Just how many worlds are being dragged into my matter? Why did God have to make me so pretty? Sheesh. Yoo, you really are as haughty as ever.
The army that believed in the goddess of beauty, Leitna, had currently retreated to the holy region that Yoo IlHan had done reconstructions on before. It was also unknown how long the army could hold out for. The number in the army had also decreased a lot as well. They had all betrayed her. The Destruction Demon Army shook their faiths and destroyed them, surfacing the deep desires of the people. If L-Force was destroyed like this, then this continent would really come to an era of chaos and destruction.
And they'll do all sorts of lewd and dirty things to me. Like that Arodujinshi, or that other Arodujinshi. A girl shouldn't say that.
The one that smacked her on the forehead while saying that was not Kang Hajin but an old lady.
Hing, Your Holiness, even so. She was no ordinary old lady.
Above her white hair was a crown made of holy stones that had red light floating around it. That was the symbol of the supreme authority, the Pope, of the Church of Leitna. She was also a legendary beauty of the continent once, and also the one that saw Yoo's potential and made her into the next maiden.
Yoo asked while pouting at the Pope that still had her calm in this situation. Is Your Holiness all right? Well, I've lived as long as I need to. I'm just worried about you. The Pope's expression turned dark.
She stroked Yoo's cheeks with her wrinkled hands, and asked in a small voice.
Yoo, are you thinking of dying? She was seen through.
Yoo tried to laugh it over, but that did not work on the Pope. She spoke as if consoling her, in a worried voice.
Although the things you will experience in the future will be very harsh and difficult. You have to live on to do something. Survive and endure, and you may be able to meet the person you love someday. Your Holiness. I want to live my own life.
Yoo barely responded after checking that there was no one around. Outside the tent, Kang Hajin and her bodyguards would be guarding them, but they would not be able to hear him.
I do not want to give myself to them. My life would be over the moment I do. Even if I regain my freedom after a long time, I would probably not be the same me at that time. I hate this. Thinking about how I'll meet Mr. IlHan at that time. I'd rather die here and now. Yoo. So young.
She was that pure, but that weak at the same time. However, the resolve in her eyes was unshakably strong, and the Pope realized that the worst-case scenario had arrived.
Aren't you thinking about death too easily? No, I've already thought over this. Now that I feel the power of God, I know that that's not the end. Although I won't be able to meet Mr. IlHan for a while if I die. The name that always popped out from her mouth from some time onwards. Just hearing her voice that got slightly excited when mentioning her name, her feelings towards that person could be easily estimated. Even when you know that, you would. However, I'm still going to kill even one more of those damned piggies if I have to. At that time, Yoo raised the tension and shouted. She realized that the enemy had arrived. An aura of pink enveloped her body. The holy power was overwhelming, as if the goddess of beauty, IlHan, had descended herself. The tent opened, and the army centered around the holy region could be seen. Although the army of IlForce was less than 10,000 strong right now. They were all elites of at least 3rd class. Hajin Appa, prepare to fight. Let's go kill them all. Cook, I'm preparing. Yoo's power that filled the region heightened the battle senses of all other paladins as well. Even though they were at an overwhelming disadvantage now, the reason why the army of IlForce could still endure was because of this. The Holy Maiden is here. We shall not lose to those imbeciles. Yoo. Unless Yoo stopped her holy powers, the paladins would not retreat. They all shouted courageously while holding their shields and spears against the army of the empire that proceeded to the region. The Pope exclaimed while looking at that scene. Even though she had easily lived over 200 years after she had become 4th class, Yoo's holy power eclipsed hers, despite being only 3rd class. If she could become 4th class, or a higher existence. Yes. She could not sacrifice her in a place like this. She placed her resolve. Yoo, run. The Pope stepped up. She was also emitting the holy power of IlHan, and amazingly, she was becoming younger as if she was turning back time, as she used her powers. She was emitting all the mana that she had stored using a special method for the past tens of years. I'll block all of them, so you run to a place where they cannot influence you. Your Holiness. Seeing the figure that she had never seen before, Yoo became absent-minded. She, who already regained the figure of her mid-20s, had a younger voice as well. I'll show them that my beauty still hasn't died yet. They will probably be fooled too. The Pope placed the crown on her head on Yoo's head. The crown represented the church itself, at the same time being the best artifact within the church. The transference of possession happened naturally according to her intentions. The Pope, who felt Yoo's eyes trembling, stepped forward with a small smile. Well, then, go on, Yoo. And at the moment the Pope's words ended, the final war for the Holy Maiden commenced. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 222, I'm coming to get you now, 6. It's the Holy Maiden is here. Charge. Break everything that blocks our way. Shouts instantly filled the quiet holy region. The paladins resisted with their shields and spears, but they were having a hard time defending even in this place where their holy power was amplified. Yoo looked at the invaders, as well as the paladins that were doing their best to protect the holy region, the Holy Maiden, as well as the Pope. She couldn't bear to lift her foot off the ground. I can't leave. You cannot throw away your limitless potential here. Run away with Hajin. He will protect you well. I can't do that. I'm the Holy Maiden. As long as the people try to protect me, I must never be the first to abandon them. No. Perhaps the Pope gave him a signal? Khan Hajin left the ranks of paladins and approached her. The church will only be able to survive if you live on. Her Holiness is saying that. And we all want that to happen. Appa. Yoo's voice shook. However, her words could not continue. A giant monster that flew from afar had clashed with the ranks of paladins. Kwaha'awa. T's blood. Hi-he, it's the blood of the strong. Kill and trample them all. Break that contemptible symbol of the goddess. The beautiful holy maiden is in front of us. I shall allow a night with the maiden to the one that proves his bravery. Yoo. The army that became stronger than when they fought before, pushed themselves into the holy region. There were 3 that were easily over level 250. The paladins tried their best to fight back, but it was impossible. Even with Na Yuna's blessing, there was a massive gap between them and the paladins. Yuna, go before it's too late, shouted the Pope while making her holy powers go wild. Moreover, Kang Ha-jin ran at her as if he would use force if it came down to it. However, if she left here, the ranks of paladins would crumble instantly. She couldn't retreat while knowing that. No, I don't want to. I'll live my own. Don't you want to see Mr. Yoo IlHan? You need to survive in order to meet him or do anything. At that time Kang Ha-jin's voice finally made Na Yuna burst her tear glands. He had basically slapped her face when she wanted to cry. I do. I want to see him. Isn't that obvious? She was holding onto the communication device as she spoke. Even though she knew that nothing would be solved, she still pressed the button. Quagwa. Destroy everything. This is the reality of the religion that ruled over you all. It's utterly, tragically weak and cowardly. The one that leads you all is but a scarecrow. Eek, protect the holy region. Exterminate that felon. Yuna. Then hurry, we have no time to waste. But in the past 3 years, she wanted to see him a lot. However, with the communication device he had given her, she could neither see his face nor hear his voice. Would he be in any better situation than she is right now? One, it was a world that made Yoo IlHan as strong as he is. He would have a harder time than her if anything. Na Yuna didn't want to worry him, so she didn't even turn the communication device on until now. I want to see him badly, but even so, wouldn't it be fine to call him for one last time? Shouldn't it be fine to tell him the fact that the woman called Na Yuna remembered and longed for him until her death? Wouldn't Yoo IlHan find this much selfishness cute? But even so, Na Yuna, Yoo IlHan would definitely do that. Even while acting like it was annoying, he would wordlessly harbor the memories of her in one corner of his heart. Na Yuna decided to believe so. If not, wouldn't be able to close her eyes in relief. Believing that, Na Yuna took a step forward, and shouted as if to shake off all her hesitation. I'm the Holy Maiden of Leitna. The moment her voice echoed in the region, the crown of Pope glowed brightly as if it had found its owner after a long wait. With the temple as the center, the entire holy region trembled as if to answer her. KRRRRRRR? Resistance, uncomfortable power. That combined with Na Yuna's overwhelming holy power to amplify each other's strength, and filled the region. And eventually, the entire holy region was filled with pink aura. How, you're still third class though. Lady, Leitna. Kang Ha-jin and the Pope became speechless in that sight. The army that intruded into the holy region was no exception. Lady Leitna has. Just what was I doing until now? In front of the enormous amount of holy power that was nigh impossible for a single person to emit, everyone lost their will to fight. Even the monsters retreated, so what else was needed to say? The current Na Yuna, emitting an aura while resonating with the entire temple at the center of the holy region, was no different from a god. You have mastered the skill, high-class holy power control. The skill may evolve if you satisfy the evolution criteria. You have mastered the skill, high-class blessing. The skill may evolve if you satisfy the evolution criteria. You have acquired the title, Master of Miracles. All holy power class skills get a 30% boost in effectiveness. With enough levels, she would have become 4th class already.
The one with the talent to become the hope of Earth. If you exclude Yoo IlHan, her talent had already blossomed plenty already.
There are so many people that still believe in me. I can't possibly run away.
Na Yuna's voice thundered across the holy region, carrying with it a trove of holy power that helped her allies recover while weakening her enemies.
This is the life I've decided on. I won't retreat, I won't run. The light intensified.
The paladins felt as if their bodies had evolved by a tear. And on the other hand, the enemies were weakened. They did not miss this opportunity for revenge against those that tried to taint the holy region.
Lady Laitna is watching over us.
The voice of the maiden is wrapping us warmly.
What do we have to fear? We are protecting true beauty. That light definitely would not last forever. Even while knowing that, the paladins raised their morale and defeated the enemies.
Right now, everyone was shining brightly. They would also shine brightly until the very moment they die.
Na Yuna, you idiot.
Yes, who could stop her stubbornness? They should have realized that things would turn out like this from the very beginning.
Khan Hajin turned around with a bitter smile.
She was always like this, a princess that would only be satisfied when things went her way. A stubborn kid that had to do what she decided on even if she had to die. That was why Khan Hajin liked her a lot. To speak the truth, he almost fell in love with her for real several times.
Mr. Yoo IlHan, what are you going to do about this?
You'll regret it if you let such a woman die. Khan Hajin muttered those words that would not be heard by anyone as he turned around. Then, he called for the Pope, who was crying while looking at Na Yuna that was resonating with the entire holy region after acquiring the crown of the Pope.
Your Holiness. Yes. Since things came to this, we don't have any choice. We'll leave behind the church and our deaths. I'm sorry that the Holy Maiden is so stubborn. No, that is why I find her more lovely. Fufu, yes. We also need to burn magnificently for one last time.
When the Pope stepped forward with her staff, Khan Hajin also raised his sword and shield to protect Na Yuna.
He would not let Na Yuna die at least before he did.
Although he was always the dunce with everyone else, at least he has to show a cool side to the Holy Maiden before his death, like a paladin.
Whoa, they are all so weak. However, it seemed like fate would not let him look cool after all. I'll feel bad to bring out the mirrors. Since it came to this. Go, Master. I choose Master. You do it, duh. Do I really have to take my spear out against these weaklings? Oh my, the arrogant IlHan is so cool too. Amidst the pink holy region, a giant castle appeared as if it was just born. The castle cast an enormous shadow on the ground. It was enough to catch everyone's attention, and when it did, something popped out.
TCH, Master has a lovey-dovey time with a woman while I clean up mobs.
I hate you. Is that a mirror? But why would a mirror be in the sky?
The Imperial soldier that had the best eyesight realized that it was a big mirror, but did not realize the uses of it. Even until the moment a portion of the army was wiped out, including himself, by the high-density energy shot from it.
What was that? Just what happened just now?
This was a very unrealistic scene, so they could only have a hard time processing that information.
A mirror? Shot a beam? And vaporized hundreds of people? Even fourth-class mages couldn't accomplish something like that. However, the fact that whenever they heard a playful woman's voice, the mirror changed its trajectory to shoot more beams, was also true. The beam only erased the people from the Imperial Army. The Imperial Army only came to themselves after losing tens of thousands of men. How can this be? Retreat! Announce the retreat of the army. The battlefield instantly fell into chaos. The Imperial Army's ranks all scattered as if their forcefulness in proceeding to Elforce until now was all a lie. They only ran with the single thought that they had to dodge those mirrors. I get works like these even in other worlds. However, that was not the end. That was because Mystic had retracted all the mirrors after seeing that a massacre was no longer possible. Kook. Cock. The plants, attractions and other tools that composed the garden of the flying fortress seemed to split apart into suitable sizes, before sharpening their edges while falling down to the ground. Although they looked like they were falling everywhere, each and every one of them was aiming for one Imperial soldier. This was practically a large-scale sniping operation. Just what is? It's only attacking the Imperial Army. Is that the blessing of Lady Leitna? Lady Leitna is protecting us. The Elforce army that fell into panic like the Imperial Army at the beginning, saw that the flying fortress was pinpoint killing only the Imperial soldiers, and recovered their calm and morale. Moreover, there was still Nayuna's holy power as well. They would believe it if someone said that Leitna had descended in the form of a castle. This can't happen. Retreat the army first. We need to report to His Majesty first. No, then, my merits will. Eek, we need to bring that castle down somehow. Monsters. It's your turns, move. When the unexpected situation had occurred, there were conflicts in the upper echelons of the army as well. Some said that they had to preserve the army, some were blinded by merits, and some thought of using the monsters they received from the Destruction Demon army. Even while they were having their meeting, the number of the Imperial army was decreasing at a frightening rate. Koha-ah-ah. Do not block the sun, do not block our path. Energy, I can feel a lustrous energy from there. The monsters over level 250 all started moving. These had made the Elforce army shudder in fear just by existing. The paladins enhanced with holy powers tried to block them while clenching their teeth, but these monsters did not even try to face them. Get out. Get lost from my vision. Kuu. The monsters leaped up high. The flying fortress's altitude was not that high right now. They say the ignorant were brave, they did not doubt for a second that they could make the flying fortress fall with their powers. Critical hit. However, their bodies simultaneously burst into bits the next moment. Without any signs, they were covered by a brilliant white flame. Phew, that much is easy now. I don't really mind, but isn't it a little off to swing that like you would a toy hammer? In the place where the monsters exploded to death, a man was standing. Nayuna, who was watching the flying fortress from the moment it appeared, could immediately catch onto his figure. The man had a tall height, had metallic wings on his back, and was holding a huge hammer that even 1,000 burly men wouldn't be able to lift, with his one hand. The white flame burning at the tip of the hammer was proof that it was him that killed the monsters just now. Master, why did you cancel your concealment? The rest of these guys are one-hit kills even without it. How haughty. Nayuna confirmed the man's face, as well as his voice. Following that, she checked that she wasn't under any visual or auditory status ailment, and shouted in the biggest voice she could. Mr. IlHan. The man that leapt through dimensions to look for her. The moment he heard that, Yoo IlHan turned his head around to meet her eyes. His neither loud nor small voice could be heard in Nayuna's ears. I'm here. Miss Yuna. Nayuna's heart thumped. Why was it? He looked like he had become much more handsome when she wasn't there. There were a lot of things she wanted to say if she got to meet him again, but she had forgotten about all of them the moment she saw his face. Originally, she shouldn't be such a character, she should have reacted calmly as if she knew he'd come to find her. But she couldn't even flinch as if she was stunned. And since you've already waited for a long time, wait a little more, alright? Yoo IlHan gave a cool reply to Nayuna, who froze stiff on the spot, and lifted up his hammer. The hammer of disaster that was over 100 m in diameter.
Both the Imperial Army and the Elfros Army couldn't move due to the sheer pressure from the hammer.
Let's talk after I clean these guys up.
A white flame more magnificent than before once again burned on the tip of the hammer.
Disaster descended upon the land. Author's notes.
Warning, there's a love-struck girl lens on her eyes. Loner accompanied by disaster.
Translator's notes.
With that, the sponsored queue should be $217 for chapters. Don't expect the queue on the website to be correct, since it changes rapidly.
1. Yes, actually.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 223, I'm coming to get you now, 7. Hey op. When Yoo IlHan swung his hammer, everything in its path was erased. It was too big of a trajectory to be made by a single human. What was more was that the white flames within the attack had spread out and attacked enemies by itself. A higher existence? Is that also an angel? But how can an angel fight us? Cheating, that's cheating.
The people who couldn't even recognize if he was a lower existence or a higher one, just jumped around while seeing the results.
Higher existence? You guys, you haven't even fought against a higher existence yet, HHP. Cock. Kayak. Kook.
However, nothing would change with those cowards blabbing on their mouths without actually moving.
Regardless of what they were thinking or saying, Yoo IlHan only erased the enemies with his hammer. Kaak. We can't win.
Every time Yoo IlHan swung around the hammer lightly as if playing around, the Imperial Army was being wiped away like the bath detergent adverts on TV. Eventually, the white flames covered the majority of the battlefield, and was burning just the Imperial soldiers.
He's the envoy of the goddess. That beauty, that strength. He's definitely the goddess's envoy. But I think I saw him once before. There's no way that's true. He's the envoy of the goddess.
No one thought that Yoo IlHan, who was wiping out the Imperial Army with the appearance of the flying fortress, was the same person as the construction worker that built their temple before. They only thanked the miracle that occurred in front of their eyes, and raised their spears and swords.
The goddess is with us.
Enact justice to those pigs.
Yoo.
With the flying fortress and Yoo IlHan's actions, the flag of victory had already come over to Elfros. There was no turn for Dragon's army, much less Mir or Liera.
HHP. Here and there. Don't run and just die. Yoo IlHan destroyed the formation of the Imperial soldiers, and blew away everyone that he saw.
Mystic used the long-range weapons from the flying fortress to kill the fleeing Imperial soldiers.
No one could do anything to them, nor could anyone run away with their lives.
If anything was possible for the Imperial Army, it was to shiver in fear while wishing that their deaths would be delayed as far as possible.
What was there to fear about an enemy that lost their will to fight?
The Elfros Army just needed to take the credit.
Hajin, do you perhaps know those people?
I thought I did, but it looks like I don't.
What do you mean? No, it's just nonsense. Khan Hajin's voice of reply to the Pope sounded very powerless.
He had just resolved himself to die for Nayuna, but that resolve had crumbled to bits. Of course, with both of them still surviving, there was no better outcome than this, but what was this sense of powerlessness over his body?
Moreover, that castle. That beam.
He would be happy if the reinforcements were within his expectations. How was he supposed to react if something that transcended every kind of reason like that appeared so suddenly?
Yes, that's it. Don't lose.
However, seeing Nayuna, who was cheering for Yoo IlHan with her two eyes following wherever he was, his thoughts disappeared as well.
Just how much did she like him to be like that?
It even made Khan Hajin's heart warm. He explained shortly to the Pope that was still full of questions.
That man is the man who Yuna loves.
He should have come after receiving her call. Though, I don't know how he did it. Oh, I thought that Eunice somehow became really docile. Girly, she was in love with some amazing man, but
Kong Hajin could only agree with the Pope. Well, he was amazing all right.
The last time he saw him, he wasn't this amazing though. The war ended in a mere 30 minutes after his appearance. 190,000 out of the original 200,000 were killed, while the remaining 10,000 was captured, with 100,000 being killed by the Flying Fortress, and 80,000 killed by Yoo IlHan. This was an overwhelming number, but Yoo IlHan's experience didn't even go up by 3%. As his level was very high, killing enemies around level 100 wouldn't give him any experience at all.
Phew. Mr. IlHan.
After judging that the war was over, he landed on the ground when Na Yuna immediately flew at him. Yoo IlHan thought about whether to accept her or not for a moment, before dodging her, but Na Yuna had already changed directions with him as if she knew that he would do that.
Why did you avoid me? Well, because I have a reason to.
Just as Yoo IlHan was about to explain the reason while shaking Na Yuna off, he could not continue his words after seeing tears well up in Na Yuna's eyes.
Na Yuna spoke in a sobbing voice. I really wanted to see you. Even if you tell Mad Hat. I really wanted to see you. Why did you avoid me?
When they were separated, she was as haughty as ever.
Just what happened within these 3 years for her to become like this? Yoo IlHan looked at Kong Hajin in a plea for help, but he only nodded in satisfaction.
To him, who was already in Appa mode, there was no way Yoo IlHan's feelings could be felt.
Was Master always this popular? Such a pretty woman too. Opposites attract. Mystic was surprised at Yoo IlHan's abilities once again, and Orochi spat out sage-like words of wisdom. Well, neither of them helped him though. Yoo IlHan first consoled Na Yuna even while sighing. It looks like it was dangerous. It's good that you called me after I became able to come over to this side. Yeah. But since everything is over, I wish you would get off me. Phoo. Na Yuna no longer replied.
Not long after he heard periodic breaths and looked down, and saw that Na Yuna fell asleep in his arms while standing up.
What the? Phoo.
After being tense for so long, fatigue had come upon her all at once after she became relieved, and fell asleep.
Yoo IlHan pitied her before he felt absurd about it.
He stroked the sleeping Na Yuna's head and asked Kong Hajin.
Just how long had she not slept for? About a week.
She pushed herself a little,
replied Kong Hajin.
Even he had heavy eyelids, and it seemed like he had not slept for a week either. Not only that, the Pope and the other paladins hadn't slept for a week either.
They only endured using holy power until now. This won't do.
There was a lot he wanted to hear and say. However, in this situation, no proper conversation would take place.
Yoo IlHan declared with a firm voice. Everyone go to sleep. I'll listen to your words afterwards. But the Imperial Army would.
Don't worry if you mean that weak Imperial Army in that forest over there. Liera, who jumped down from the flying fortress, splendidly landed next to Yoo IlHan and replied instead of him. Wearing the battle dress made by Yoo IlHan, and a spear reborn from the power of the god of love on one hand, she looked very brave and beautiful.
Ah, beautiful.
Perhaps more than our own maiden.
Ah, no. To think Lady Leitna made such a beauty again after the Holy Maiden.
Ah, a new teaching has dawned upon me. The paladins that saw a beauty that was blessed by the god of love, and so had a different kind, but not inferior, kind of beauty, sparkled their eyes as expected of the believers of the goddess of beauty, but Liera only looked at the Pope without giving them a glance. I can take care of them by myself.
You're the big shot around here, right? Make everyone go to sleep and you have some sleep too. Think about it after you wake up. If you say so. Realizing that Liera's words were true, the Pope did not reject that.
They quickly cleaned up the battlefield, tied up the captives, and made everyone sleep without a single night watch.
Then see you in a moment. Oh, please take care of our Yuna.
The Pope, that had returned to her old age, made a slight smile and headed to the dorms in the temple. At that time, Kang Hajin stayed next to Yoo IlHan and the others without sleeping.
Mr. Kang Hajin looks very tired as well.
I still have some words to say. Kang Hajin looked around to see that there were no others before bowing towards Yoo IlHan.
Thank you very much. We've given you so many hindrances until now, but you still came to another world to save us. I think a similar thing happened before. Now that you mention it, that's true.
T/N, when they first met in the dungeon. Kang Hajin lifted his head and exchanged slight smiles with Yoo IlHan. He saw that Na Yuna was still sleeping within Yoo IlHan's arms and made a thicker smile.
Please take care of Yuna. Personally, I want to make you take care of her future.
No, I already.
When Yoo IlHan found it awkward, Kang Hajin tilted his head.
However, when Liera wordlessly leaned against Yoo IlHan quietly and looked at Kang Hajin, he finally realized what was happening and his face turned stiff.
How can this be? No. Ugh. If that's the case, I can't do anything.
Although I won't be able to say it to her now since she's in a weakened state both of her mind and body.
Oof. To think Yoo IlHan had a lover.
And she was a beauty that did not lose out to Na Yuna at all, despite the fact it's the first time he saw her.
Kang Hajin became very awkward.
It was not because Yoo IlHan already had a lover. Yuna, this girl, won't give up so easily.
Wasn't she the girl who would die to live her way?
Thinking back to how she was stubborn until the very end, he naturally came up with that conclusion.
Moreover, Yoo IlHan wouldn't be aware of this, but Yoo IlHan was Na Yuna's first love.
Meaning, that it was unknown how she would act towards Yoo IlHan in the future.
Of course, as Yoo IlHan didn't know that Na Yuna had such a side, he lightly laughed over Kang Hajin's worries.
I'm planning to say it when Miss Yuna calms down later.
There should be lots of other men who are more attractive than me in the world.
Miss Yuna will find her own new lover sooner or later.
Humph,
I'll only trample on her if she still tries to.
Don't kill her, okay? Even the mighty Liera could not throw Na Yuna off Yoo IlHan's arms right now. Yoo IlHan found that fortunate and lifted her up for real.
He was planning to let her sleep in a proper place and not in his arms. You have some sleep too, Mr. Kang Hajin.
We'll do the night watch. You're just pushing it all to me though.
Sharp. Kang Hajin wanted to ask about the flying fortress, but thought about his current situation and just turned around after swallowing his question.
Yoo IlHan saw him off and first returned to the flying fortress with Liera. It's a pretty Nuna. Captain, what are we doing here? Can I play on that again?
These kids were still full of energy even though they played on those for 3 days straight.
Yoo IlHan made a small laugh and nodded. They would become busy soon.
Rest was best taken satisfactorily. Perhaps due to all the noise, Na Yuna mumbled in her sleep in Yoo IlHan's arms. Looking at her provoked his male instincts. Yoo IlHan thought that she would have a very harsh life ahead of her even though this was nothing new.
Just what kind of man would be able to let her live freely by herself in this world?
Before the Great Cataclysm, she was relatively safe as her family had political power, but from now, she would have to endure with her power alone. The 3 years she spent here would also have been very arduous for her. It wasn't surprising that she burst out crying when she saw him.
Why, you really like that woman? More than me? Because of that first kiss? How many times do I have to say no?
But it is true that that woman is more special than the others, right?
The most special one to me is you. Yoo IlHan entered one of the guest rooms and let Na Yuna lay on the bed before covering her with blanket.
He also smacked Liara on the forehead to calm her down when she was thinking about if she had to assassinate Yuna here and now.
Ouch.
I'll be off then, so guard well with Mystic here.
Go? Where? Yoo IlHan shrugged his shoulders at Liara's question, as if asking if she didn't know it already. Isn't the Catriana whatever empire cooperating with the destruction demon army? What do you think, then, is in the main camp of the empire? Fatzos? That's true, but there's something else as well. Monsters? Evolve them a little. Don't tell me you're going there to assassinate higher existences? Yoo IlHan didn't deny that. Timing was crucial in life. Now that the higher existences still weren't wary of him, it was a good time to kill them. That's. Liara thought about how foolish that kind of thinking was, but when she actually thought about it, she found out that there was no way Yoo IlHan would fail. ****. Although this isn't really possible, you have to run away if there's a sixth class, okay? Of course. Dad, can I go as well?
Ymir, who was listening obediently the whole time, suddenly asked.
Yoo IlHan pondered for a moment, but that didn't last long. Yes, it's also about time for Mir to experience it. Don't speak like you're teaching him to drink soju. Yay!
And you don't be happy either, Mir. Yoo IlHan and Ymir joyfully left the flying fortress, disregarding Liara. Ymir changed into a dragon and started flying fast with his dad on top. With the mastered concealment of the two harmonizing and emphasizing each other, they became faint even while she saw them off.
****.
That worst tag combo had finally formed. Just how are they able to conceal themselves when I'm staring holes in them? While Liara sighed and Mystic was shocked, the father and son flew rapidly to their destination. At this point, there were a total of 4 destruction demon soldiers in Brea. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 224, I'm coming to get you now, 8. Mir really is fast. I became really fast. Yoo IlHan couldn't help but exclaim as he rode on Ymir's back.
Although the speed was slightly slower than when he stacked several mid-air leaps, Ymir's speed that utilized the power of wind to the extreme had a much more natural charm to it.
I wish I can go around the world like this. I also feel like I became stronger with Dad here. That's not a mistake.
The Dragon Man resonance that he had acquired as he became a dragon rider, that enhanced his abilities by 10% when fighting with a dragon, and an additional 10% when he fought on a dragon's back. Ymir was subordinated under Yoo IlHan's rule skill, so there was an additional 10%. So, Yoo IlHan's battle capabilities would increase by 30% just by riding on Ymir's back. This applied to not only Yoo IlHan, but Ymir as well. However, until now, Ymir was not an adult dragon, nor was there a lot of need for them to fight together, so they couldn't utilize that until now.
Dad is really amazing. Mir is plenty amazing too. Let's stay together from now on, okay? Yeah. Yoo IlHan patted Ymir's head.
His figure, clad in light golden scale, was very beautiful and made Yoo IlHan's heart warm. He thought that it would be good to have a father-son time like this in the future. The problem was that the placing they were heading to while conversing was the enemy headquarters where the destruction demon army would be residing.
Dad, I can feel several strong auras. That's true.
A very violent and rough mana was floating around unpleasantly on one spot, and it was very similar to the aura that Yoo IlHan had felt once before in Daru. Ymir immediately cowered after realizing that their opponent was stronger than him, but Yoo IlHan immediately calmed him down.
Dad is stronger, so don't worry about it. Yeah. Yoo IlHan took out the 8-tailed dragon spear from his palm and gripped it.
With the option from the infernal dragon body, 20% of the defense stat would be added onto the attack power of the spear, so just taking that out made Yoo IlHan's aura of pressure increase by several times. Although, his enemies would not know that even when they died. He wanted to fly for a little more, but unfortunately, the enemy headquarters was not that far away. As the majority of Elforce had been conquered already, they had destroyed an entire city and made it their headquarters.
Yoo IlHan the battle sure is taking a long time. There should be a mid-report, but why isn't there any signs of it? They said the Holy Region is a danger zone. Doesn't the fact that His Majesty did not go there personally also imply that? It's amazing that he came all the way here with us anyway. Does he want the Holy Maiden so much? I once saw the Holy Maiden from afar. I collapsed on the spot because my legs became powerless. I can even accept why they were believing in her like a god. Damn it, if only I could go to bed with a woman like that too. The guards were very lax. Well, it was no wonder, since, not only were there no enemies around, an army of 200,000 had gone to finish off the remaining enemy forces. Never would they know that a flying fortress appeared out of nowhere and obliterated all of them. However, this was still too much. The army's morale, and the state of the army too. Are there no strong beings among the humans? The number of fourth-class humans he had sensed only amounted to 3. It was a little too weak to be called the elites of the army. Well, there were 12 whole fourth-class monsters, so their actual battle power would be significant, but monsters were, in the end, forces of the Destruction Demon Army. Perhaps they died in the war with Elforce, or only 3 were deemed enough and were sent here, or perhaps they made them return to the capital because of some issues. Yoo IlHan's judgment came to that. If it's not any of those 3. Yoo IlHan laughed while thinking what if. In that case, his judgment of the Emperor of Lycatriana would increase a little, but that was it. The Destruction Demon Army were not idiots either. Thinking that he may have missed a very interesting scene, Yoo IlHan even felt a little unfortunate. Meanwhile, there were a total of 3 fifth class that were estimated to be from the Destruction Demon Army, within the headquarters of the Imperial Army. It looked like they had lowered their guard against lower existences on some other world, as they were really far apart from each other. Well, there was no way they would know that there was an enemy they could not fight against unless all 3 of them fought at once, but they were still too far apart from each other. Or, they might be watching the Imperial Army. Aren't they on the same side? Probably not anymore, soon enough. What the Destruction Demon Army wanted was Nayuna, and what the Emperor wanted was also Nayuna. And, it was likely that they knew of each other's needs. At first, they would have gone into an alliance while deceiving each other, but the story would change once they procured Nayuna. A really interesting scene would happen just because of Nayuna alone. Well, if Yoo IlHan wasn't here, that is. Let's take care of the Destruction Demon Army first and erase the rest afterwards. Dad, there's protection magic installed here, so we might get found out if we go in. Ymir worried about the protection magic. From the structure and the quality and quantity of mana inside the protection magic, Yoo IlHan realized that this magic was not tinkered by the Destruction Demon Arm in any way, and spoke while stroking his head once more. That magic won't recognize us. Really? Of course. Well, if it was Ymir alone, then maybe. The protection magic, made with tens of fourth-class magic stones, was definitely sturdy, and was emitting an aura as if it would not let anything in. However, to Yoo IlHan, who had mastered even the advanced version of concealment, any kind of magic was laughable for him. Moreover, his concealment was harmonizing with Ymir's own concealment to amplify the effects to drop their presences to below 0. 2 ordinary people wouldn't be able to do that, and it was only possible because it was a dragon and his rider. Consider the protection magic non-existent. If I give you the signal, you just need to charge towards the leftmost guy, okay? Okay. Ymir's voice also no longer contained any nervousness. With him alone, he would have run away immediately, but his dad was invincible. Seeing a bright white flame on the already frightening spear, his conviction only increased. Yup, Dad is here, so it's all right. That's the spirit. Well, then. Yoo IlHan lowered his posture and leaned forward on Ymir's head.
Orochi's consciousness focused on the tip of the eight-tailed dragon spear, an eternal flame, which had moved to the tip of the spear, sharpened the white flames. At this moment, the three were of one will. A trinity of consciousness only possible because Yoo IlHan was a death god that wielded souls. The ones that faced him would have to worry about the shock on the soul rather than the body.
Let's go.
The moment Yoo IlHan whispered that, Ymir changed all of his mana into wind and pushed his body into the ground.
Just before the collision, now.
Yoo IlHan, with his eyes wide open, calculated the distance between him and the enemy, broke through the protection magic, broke through the ceiling of the tent, and shot his spear on the head of the 3m tall monster that was sleeping on a custom-made bed.
Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical. CRI. Cock.
The moment it opened its eyes after noticing the surprise attack, everything was too late.
You are.
It barely opened its eyes and looked at Yoo IlHan and Ymir, who broke through the tent.
Yoo IlHan thought that a higher existence was really amazing.
Well, it was no wonder, since just now, he had deployed the spear of untraceable trajectory to pierce 7 holes on its body, including through the head and the heart, and slashed apart the head, the chest, and the stomach. Since he didn't know the weak points, he would just start off by slicing everything apart. Well, Yoo IlHan's worries weren't that off the mark, and it looked like this guy had a strong life force that still did not die after its brain was messed up, heart had exploded, and its spine had been snapped, as well its whole body being cut into 3. Quite, definitely, amazingly, strong guy, but even while he thought that the severed head was speaking on its own was quite freaky, the severed parts were being reattached.
But Yoo IlHan was no idiot. Strong guy, but what? Eek? Kiheek?
All of his spear strikes contained the white flame, and by itself was tremendously powerful already, but with the fire attribute boost from Yoo IlHan, the white flames hindered the recovery of the body and burned stickily to give additional damage.
Strong guy, but what? You still can't win against me? Or is it my ally will come here soon? Say something. Like if you hid a bomb under the bed, or if you are holding onto my precious ring. Cook, KHK.
It probably planned to butcher Yoo IlHan to pieces while recovering, but the white flames that were still leeching off the mana from its body did not only not go out, but was spreading.
Of course, reinforcements would arrive since Yoo IlHan and Ymir's concealment had worn off. Let's finish it before it gets annoying. Yoo IlHan licked the green blood on the tip of his spear. The monster that was severed to 3 parts laughed its heart out after seeing that. It had judged that Yoo IlHan had done something amazingly stupid. You, that. Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha. Foolish, arrogant being. HHMMMMMMM. Yoo IlHan ignored its nonsense and tried to taste the blood as detailed as possible in order to analyze and add onto his record. The skill, record, has become level 3. The poison would be unbearable to those that did not master extreme poison resistance. However, it also had the power to give out infinite regenerative ability to the owner of that blood, while generating mana on its own. Well, then. What else? You, how are you not falling down? Aha, dot. Yoo IlHan looked at the armored tail that protruded from the rear area and was swinging around as he picked up his spear again. Your tail is your weak point, huh? At the moment Yoo IlHan said, the severed head and the upper torso immediately charged at him. However, Yoo IlHan kicked off from Ymir's head to come down to dodge that and threw his 8-tailed dragon spear. While Ymir was generating wind to hold it back, the 8-tailed dragon spear drew a comet-like trajectory with white flames covering it, to slice apart the tail. Kaya-awayak. The moment the tail was ripped apart, it blew a large quantity of blood into the air, but with the white flames spreading into the air as well, the blood instantly evaporated. That was it. Without being able to scream a single word more, it just collapsed on the ground and died. The scene of 3 separate body parts collapsing at once was quite funny. You have earned experience. You have become level 272. 3 strength, 2 agility, 2 health, 3 magic increases. You have earned the record of LV317 Blattail. 2 level ups at once. And this was after he shared the experience with Ymir. Well, the fact that higher existences gave much more experience than lower ones was one reason, but it was also because Yoo IlHan's experience was almost nearing level 271. Dad! I leveled up twice at once. You'll level up faster from now on. Yoo IlHan put the 3 parts, well, for including the tail, into his inventory, and also collected the blood scattered on the ground. This was 27 seconds after Yoo IlHan and Ymir had ripped into the tent. They should have realized, right? They should have realized that their ally died. That's why they're running away like that, right? They're running away. Of course. How could they be so pitiful? The 2 remaining higher existences was escaping their posts after meeting up as soon as they confirmed the death of their ally. And this was after they knew that their opponent was a lower existence. They could have tried to fight the 2 together. This was outside of Yoo IlHan's expectations. And so, he sighed. Mir, let's hurry. Okay. Yoo IlHan kicked off the ground to get on Ymir's head again. At that time, the Imperial Army also realized that there was an intrude, and became really noisy, but Yoo IlHan couldn't care less about how they reacted. Yo-hi-oh up! Ymir gathered the wind and made the explode behind his wings to accelerate rapidly. They once again lifted off through the tent. The Imperial soldiers that gathered were scared out of their wits. Dragon! Oh my god! To think dragons exist for real! Wait, there's a man above the dragon. Damn! It's too faint, I can't see him. Too fast. They escaped this place already. Just what were they trying to do here? Yoo IlHan lifted his head and checked the horizon. The 2 higher existences did run really far, but he could check on their figures right now. Mir, can you catch up? I can. Confidently declared Ymir. In fact, he was substituting all his mana into wind to push himself forward. I can go even faster. At that moment, the breath of gold that covered his body seemed to make another pair of wings before the already fast speed increased twofold. Ymir really felt as if he was the ruler of all wind. Yoo IlHan, feeling a new sense of speed, felt very good and poised himself with a smile. Good, concealment is back on again. The sound of wind bursting out was very loud, but despite that, the 2's presences still disappeared. The 2 higher existences started to slow down, thinking that Yoo IlHan had given up pursuit. Soon, the distance between the 2 groups shortened rapidly, and they were at a point where Yoo IlHan could throw a spear to knock one of them out. Although a close-range battle was good as well, they were also in a good post to try out a long-range strike from here. However, just as Yoo IlHan was agitating his mana in his body, he could hear the conversation between the 2 higher existences. Just how could a lower existence kill Blattail? I do not know that either. I thought only Yoo IlHan from Earth could do something like that. Don't you think it's him? No way, he cannot escape Earth. Although the Heaven's army are damned beings, they at least would not lie in the negotiation table. Dad? When Yoo IlHan didn't say anything, Ymir became worried and called out to him. However, Yoo IlHan just nodded and replied calmly. Let's think about it after we get those guys. Normally, in a novel, the main character would panic upon the realization of the betrayal of an ally, and end up stepping on a twig or dropping his weapon to alert his presence, but Yoo IlHan didn't move from the spot and imbued mana into his spear before throwing it against the enemy. Critical hit. Ka-ah-ak. Pho, how dare you try to make me into a stereotypical protagonist? Dad is so cool. The loner life. As he was always struck on the back of the head, this much betrayal was nothing. Yoo IlHan fought against foreshadows today and came out victorious once again. Author's notes.
Letting his guard down simply isn't possible for our IlHan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 225, I Go With You, 1. You have earned experience. You have become level 273.
2 strength, 1 agility, 1 health, 1 magic increases.
You have earned the record of LV311 Arrail. Yoo IlHan's spear did not end with just piercing the enemy.
He thought it was lucky when a critical hit popped up, but it looked as if he had pierced the enemy's weak point, as he just killed it off like that. With this Death God skill still active as he killed it with 1 strike, this was very profitable.
Arrail. Arrail. Kook, is it the enemy? Where are you?
The higher existence, whose head looked similar to a shark's, looked around in fear when it saw that its ally had died but still could not find the attacker. However, if it attacked and a lower existence was harmed, then it would be considered as going against the rules of the Destruction Demon Army, and it would immediately fall back into a lower existence. If anything was possible, it was to run away as soon as possible from that spot.
Shit, just what kind of monster is it?
No, naturally occurring doesn't even make sense.
Shit.
It also seemed to realize that nothing it thought of was possible, and started to run away after turning around.
It looked like it would leave the world just like that. But no matter how fast it ran, it could not outrun Yoo IlHan and Ymir. Well, then.
Yoo IlHan first collected the corpse of Arrail that was falling to the ground, and spoke to Mir while stroking his head, when he was flying towards that guy's back.
Mir, let's do some practice. I showed you twice, so you can do it, right? But it's too scary. I can't kill that. You can't kill it with a single strike anyway.
So, let's aim for a critical hit as the first objective.
You have the superhuman strength and critical hit skills, right? Yeah, I'm almost near mastering both of them. And I also have lots of other supportive abilities. Good, splendid. One of the OP skills Ymir had inherited from Yoo IlHan was the superhuman strength skill.
Other than that, he also had Dragon Force that amplified his magic and strength. He had got this when he had reached 4th class. Superhuman strength was originally a skill that was not allowed to a dragon, but to Mir, who was a half-blood, it was possible to inherit the superhuman strength skill from Yoo IlHan.
Lacidna was a really wise dragon.
In the same principle, dragons are born unable to learn the rest skill and hence the transcendent regeneration skill, but with Mir inheriting the rest skill from Yoo IlHan, his rest skill was at level 91 right now. If Ymir mastered the rest skill, and evolved it to acquire transcendent regeneration, when he already had his unique skill, Dragon Blood Regeneration, then he might perhaps gain an even more absurd regenerative capabilities than Yoo IlHan himself.
Okay, the first is to observe everything as closely as possible.
All moving creatures have a weak point after all.
Yeah. Even while flapping his wings, Ymir's sight locked onto the enemy.
Focusing on the enemy, Ymir's flight speed instead became faster. There should be the point of attack, which should be the most effective.
It will also be good to observe the pattern of movement of its mana. It's easy to observe since it's desperately running away while emitting all its mana, right? Yeah, it's too strong, but I think I see it.
Originally, it was impossible for even dragons to read the mana pattern of a higher existence, but as the enemy was currently running away disregarding everything, it was very easy.
Ymir's eyes glistened. I decided on where to attack. Activate all methods that can enhance your attack and focus it on one point. Got it. And when you're ready, attack immediately.
Dad will immediately cover for you, so don't worry about what will come after and strike to your heart's content.
Okay.
Ymir sped up one last time and prepared to attack with his front claw. Unlike the dragons Yoo IlHan had met in Daru, his front claws were thicker, and compared to those dragons, and the breath of gold that covered his front claw pulsed in a mysterious way to make the claw part longer and sharper.
Foo.
Ymir's claw became longer than most weapons now. At the tip of it, wind was concentrated. Wind, compressed to the point of materializing, covered his claw in several layers, and each layer spun around the claw at each different directions to make a frightening sound.
Yoo IlHan couldn't help but ask after seeing that. T/N, Rasengan anyone? Is that a magic you've created?
Yeah, it's a magic that became possible thanks to Breath of Gold. I can now use it in real battle thanks to my control over wind increasing. Replied Ymir in a bright voice, but looking at his claw, it didn't look as easy as that. Yoo IlHan thought that his son was a little frightening ever since he came to be, but that was no different from how others saw him normally.
Therine.
The moment magic and skill achieved a perfect harmony, Ymir folded his wings for a final spurt. Coincidentally, the enemy had exhausted itself a little and slowed down slightly, and as if he had aimed for that moment, Ymir struck his claw into its neck.
Critical hit. Cool hawk. Ymir's ambush was perfect.
It looked like his skills facing the demon monsters before 4th class didn't go anywhere, or perhaps it was just that his abilities that were enhanced while battling with Yoo IlHan had taken effect.
His strike just blew the enemy away.
The enemy flew away like it would become a star in the sky, but soon stopped using its own power to fix itself in mid-air. However, the blue blood that scattered in the air in the trajectory was a proof of the seriousness of the injury.
Cool. You attacked me. Cock.
The moment the claws struck, the tens of layers of wind drilled through and grinded the enemy's neck, and thanks to that, the part where it connected the head and the body became tattered. Although there was no need to mention about the sturdy life force of higher existences, with the amount of blood spurting out the wound, it even made them wonder if it would die from bleeding.
Hing, it didn't die after all. It's fine. You've done well.
The moment he finished the surprise attack, Ymir quickly retreated while covering his body in membranes of wind. It was 85 points out of 100 at least, with him preparing for failure as well. If it was Yoo IlHan, he would attack once more somehow, but finding an opening the moment the enemy receives a critical hit, but taking a defensive stance like Ymir was not bad at all.
He was planning to tell him the rest while studying the fight later. I'll kill you.
Meanwhile, the shark that was blown away after a critical hit immediately enlarged its body the moment it confirmed Yoo IlHan and Ymir's figures. Since it fulfilled the condition of self-defense, it could now use its powers as a higher existence.
As the two were in a party, it could also attack Yoo IlHan without any drawbacks. That figure. So you're Yoo IlHan.
Correct.
Since your only ability of surprise attack had turned out to be a failure, what will you do now?
I'll make you pay the compensation for baring your teeth at a higher existence.
Well, try all you want.
It was bringing up its mana in its body in rage, but Yoo IlHan just spoke a simple answer and picked up his spear.
At that moment, white flames spread around into the air. The shark felt the flames leak and finally realized that something was wrong. This aura is. But you aren't going to be able to run away either.
Falling down was a skill that could be activated on the ground, under the sea, or in mid-air. The moment the skill activates, the region around Yoo IlHan becomes his domain, the enemies inside will drop in a league, and no matter how much they struggled in order to escape, the resentful souls within the domain would not let it go.
My mana is. My league is. HHP.
Chains made of thought souls, flames, poison, and curses reached out from all around to bind it all around. Yoo IlHan picked up his spear and put strength into his arms. The power that he could freely use within the domain of falling down, God Force, had activated to amplify his strength beyond its limits.
The attack just now wasn't from you. It was from the dragon, a mere ride. That's very rude. Mere. I'm my dad's son. Shouted Ymir as he shouted.
Thinking of the day where he could kill a higher existence on his own, he supported his dad to his fullest for now.
Thanks for the experience.
The power of wind Ymir possessed spread to the flame on Yoo IlHan's spear tip and enhanced it. Wind and fire, the affinity of those two were perfect. The flame that went beyond white into translucent looked beautiful as well.
How, my skill, my magic.
The shark tried to resist and agitated its mana, but the downfall of a league was a much more serious problem than on the surface.
The completed magic, or its techniques, weren't enough to liberate it.
Without being able to counterattack once, it was about to be defeated, shaming its name of a higher existence.
Your woman.
Feeling death approaching, the shark shouted loudly.
You're not worried about your woman?
Just before he struck the spear on its neck, Yoo IlHan replied while tilting his head.
My woman is the strongest woman in this world right now, though. Na Yuna.
My ally has already procured her.
You failed the moment you came here. Oh, I was wondering what you were going to say. Yoo IlHan just laughed and swung his spear to kill it.
Although he knew from the time it was weakened after its neck was severed, it was a relatively ordinary being who would die with its neck severed.
You have earned experience.
You have earned the record of LV309 Sharkilton.
Unfortunately, muttered Yoo IlHan while he collected its corpse.
Your ally had failed the moment it arrived there, but...
Of course, not that the dead would hear him or anything.
Yoo IlHan stretched his arms to remove God Force and cancel falling down. As his mana was being consumed rapidly, he felt a little tired, but with his mana recovery rate being extreme, that only lasted for a mere moment.
It looks like there are more higher existences, Dad. Let's give that to Liara. We can't take everything. Okay. Yoo IlHan thought that the Empire would also have mobilized its army.
They probably tried to steal Na Yuna away from their watch. However, the Destruction Demon Army would have realized that and would also try to steal them back with their monsters.
See, I knew that place would have the most interesting scene. Such a pity. Are you going there too?
No, we,
spoke Yoo IlHan while stroking Ymir's head. We'll go after we clean up the Imperial Army.
Meanwhile, near the entrance of the Holy Region, the interesting scene that Yoo IlHan had expected was folding out.
Humans really are interesting creatures. Were they born with a passive skill to repay gratitude as vengeance? The Emperor wishes for the Holy Maiden. I thought our agreement was that you will not touch the Holy Maiden.
The fourth-class elites belonging to the Empire, and the agile and strong fourth-class monsters were facing off with each other, while the Knight Commander and the higher existence belonging to the Destruction Demon Army was glaring at each other.
That is the spoils of war for us, the Destruction Demon Army. How dare a mere lower existence try to snatch the woman blessed by the Goddess of Beauty? However, that was our contract. The contract between us and the Destruction Demon Army. You dare think that you lower existences can make a contract with us on an equal footing? Truly arrogant.
The humans aimed to snatch the Holy Maiden away when the battle was almost over, but the Destruction Demon Army who saw through them, lead their monsters to block their path to the Holy Region. From that moment, the current situation came about. The pressure from each side was so strong that they didn't even notice what was happening in the Holy Region right now.
Eek, you weren't planning to have a proper conversation with us in the first place. My, aren't you quick? Humph, no matter how strong you are, we are aware that you cannot use your powers against us first. What are you doing? Kill these monsters and let's go get the Holy Maiden. Coo.
You're taking these monsters too easily, when they've received the blessings from us Destruction Demon Army.
Do you really think that I would have to use my powers against you maggots? As their conversation was running parallel, battle would soon ensue.
The strongest elite corps of the Empire and the monsters of the Destruction Demon Army candidates battled.
They didn't even know what was going around them.
Perhaps due to the vicious battle, the higher existence was slightly too late in noticing the presence of the flying fortress that floated above its head. The movements of the flying fortress was very secretive and it would not have realized if it was participating in the battle.
What is this? What do you mean what?
It's a beam, of course.
Quawak.
The higher existence forgot about the situation it was in and muttered, but after being hit by the focused laser beams from all the mirrors of 100 eyes, its consciousness jumped back.
Fallen angel. Although it's slightly different, this is the power of a fallen angel. Damn it, you humans had other plans. It let its guard down as it did not imagine for a second that it would be injured. However, fortunately, it did not receive a life-threatening strike and took out its weapon. Now was not the time to care about mere humans. Come out, I'll butcher you all.
However, the moment it raised its weapon while gritting its teeth, a playful woman's voice was heard, and at the same time, its weapon was severed in half.
Ha!
It widened its eyes in disbelief for a moment, but that did not last long either. Its body was also severed in half like the severed weapon.
Foo!
Following that, Liara, clad in the feather of temptation, landed on that spot. She looked at the bisected higher existence but still grumbled in dissatisfaction.
TCH, before, a finger would have been enough for this guy.
Grumbling lightly, Liara shook off the blood on her spear and spun it around to stab it into the ground, when a giant wave did the final strike on the bisected body.
Kahak! You have earned experience. Good, it's over. There was a famous line by Yoo IlHan that Liara liked.
It's not over until the EXP comes in. It was this phrase.
Just repeating those words 3 times a day made her not lose against anyone. KRRRRRR. It's the Holy Maiden? The Holy Maiden killed a W, we need to catch her. No, that's not her. That woman is not the Holy Maiden. Kaak.
The ones that did not know the appearance of the Holy Maiden mistook the beautiful figure of Liara to be the Holy Maiden, and the ones that knew her appearance was shocked at the fact that there was someone as beautiful as her in this world.
Come at me. Of course, Liara couldn't care less about what they thought of.
She just thought about how much experience she would gain if she killed them all, and picked up her spear. PR, Liara has been hopelessly corrupted by IlHan, SMH.
I'll end it painlessly. Author's notes. Reminder, the ones being butchered are indeed higher existences. Ymir is growing smoothly. Translator's notes.
By the way, the remaining queue, $72, means that there will be one chapter tomorrow.
And also, I did not ask for donations.
And P.S. This is start of book 9, out of total 14. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 226, I Go With You, 2. Na Yuna woke up in a great mood.
The fatigue that had haunted her mind and body had completely disappeared, and as such, she was feeling very comfortable now.
Hi, how are you feeling?
Then, her mood rapidly dropped after seeing the woman next to her bed.
Not that great. Are you still feeling bad?
The 2 pairs of wings which she used to be so proud of were nowhere to be seen, and she was wearing a light pink dress that glistened with a mysterious glow. The overwhelming pressure from being in the same area had disappeared, and she felt as if she was an ordinary human and not an angel. No, well, the power and beauty she possessed were definitely not ordinary, though.
Na Yuna realized and accepted that Liara had become a lower existence. Were you here all this time?
No, I took care of some intruders midway.
Where is Mr. IlHan? To beat up the destruction demon army.
He'll probably take care of the Imperial army while he's at it. So that was why it was not Yoo IlHan but Liara that was watching over her.
Na Yuna asked questions once again. He said to protect me, didn't he?
Not you but the holy region itself.
How is Mr. IlHan in bed? He turns frightening and is very proactive, and the bliss is in Desker. Whoa! Liara covered her mouth, but Na Yuna had already acquired the information she needed. She sighed while muttering. So you two ended up like that after all. I did think it was going to happen somehow when I was expelled from Earth. You really think fast. Liara was shocked at Na Yuna's ability to verify the truth in an instant with just small hints and collapsed on the spot. Then, she thought back to that time and jousted Yuna. Then you still took his first kiss even while knowing that. There will be only the two of you left, and you like each other, so naturally there will be progress. Though, I really didn't want that to happen. And I even put a stamp on him too. Sigh, if I hadn't been expelled from Earth, I could take the lead. Why, you? Liara decided to fix her opinion of Na Yuna being a pure and naive kid. This girl was the devil. She even had the urge to lift the blanket up to see if there was a tail or not. I'm a lower existence now. If you dare, I can beat you up. No, a certain someone was just stolen of her first love, and now that the woman who stole the first love is threatening me. I really want to cry in sadness, alright, but... As Na Yuna really had tears in her eyes, Liara became silent. However, Na Yuna realized that Liara was being considerate of her, so she wiped the tears off and laughed. It's fine. It's not like Mr. IlHan and I were dating. But... And it's not like goals don't go in just because there's a goalkeeper. Hey! When Liara was really about to take her spear out, Na Yuna burst out laughing. It's a joke. I also don't like people who hate me. In fact, it hurts my pride too. So I'll stay still for now. Why do you keep room for everything? I have something to do from now, so please get out for a little. I'm going to pray to Lady Laitna to make you and Mr. IlHan break up. Good, I'll kill you here and now. You guys get along well. Mystic snorted at the two who were quarreling. She thought she'd see a more bloody scene, but it was much less intense than she had expected. We're never going to break up, so stop dreaming. Well, you might say that, but I don't know about him. I'm much younger and more pretty after all. You are so dead. If she could read the minds of Liara and Na Yuna who were playing around, she wouldn't think to that extent, but unfortunately, Mystic wasn't so mature yet. Yoo IlHan arrived around that time. Oh, Miss Yuna. You were up. You're back. Mr. IlHan. Seeing Yoo IlHan enter the room, Na Yuna became absent-minded again. Looks like your fatigue has been relieved. So the blessing of the goddess of beauty is OP after all. Yes. I think so. He really was handsome. Perhaps the lens on her eyes had become thicker after longing for him so much, or perhaps Yoo IlHan had really become handsome, but he really looked handsome right now. Miss Yuna. What is it? Na Yuna was absent-mindedly observing Yoo IlHan's facial features, and came to herself after Liara elbowed her in the face. Hing, you won't even let me look at him. IlHan's face will wear off. You and your nonsense again. Yoo IlHan approached and gave Liara a smack on the forehead. At that moment, Na Yuna realized that Yoo IlHan was dragging something with his other hand. Mr. IlHan, what is that in your hand? Oh, it's the Emperor of Lekatriana. Yoo IlHan nonchalantly replied and put his arm forward. There was a massive sword stuck on the chest, his two legs were mashed, all the hair in the scalp was pulled out, his lips were bleeding, and so it was quite difficult to recognize, but from the fat belly, it indeed was the Emperor. No, wait. The Emperor? Yes. Due to the sudden present, Na Yuna became speechless, but Yoo IlHan continued as if it was nothing. I didn't kill him yet. You'd need another sacrificial lamb in order to console the wraiths of the victims. The people of Elforce had to bid farewell to countless allies while fighting against the Empire. most of the civilians suffered and many died.
Even if the war ended like this, they wouldn't be able to quench the thirst of the people. To quench their thirst, something at the level of the blood of the emperor would suffice. So, Miss Yuna and the one called the Pope can do whatever you want with this guy.
Seeing Yoo IlHan nonchalantly saying that, Na Yuna once again became speechless.
The fact that he treated an emperor in charge of half the world like he was nothing gave her a feeling that he was seeing things beyond a lower existence's view.
However, Na Yuna thought that even that was cool.
It looked like her lenses were quite thick after all.